don't have a structural, long-term impact on oil markets. That's why the president used the metaphor of a bridge today. The idea is to help consumers as they deal with elevated inflationary pressures more broadly, and specifically with some of the impacts of the Putin price hike on energy costs, and that's what the release is targeted towards.
Just one more very quickly. Yesterday, Kate was briefing, and she said that all options are on the table as it relates to next potential steps that the president may or may not support. Does the president think that a gas tax holiday is a good idea right now? Is that something that he could get behind? Obviously, it's gaining a lot of momentum in the states.
Yeah, I'm not going to legislate from here or even get
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's continue to listen into the most recent White House press briefing. We have here White House Economic Advisor Jared Bernstein speaking on the March jobs report. We've been reporting that wages are up 5.6% and inflation, which is still below inflation, which is at 7.9%, a 40-year high. However, unemployment has dropped from 3.7%. That's what the rate was in February. March's rate is 3.6. So let's go ahead and listen in. And then right after this update, we're getting word that White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki is possibly leaving the White House for a popular network news outlet. We'll bring you that report right after this.
Of the fastest business cycle recovery of manufacturing employment in more than 50 years. Now, as you know, we economists are always looking for policy lessons that we can apply to our work as we deal with a complex, ever-changing and ever-challenging global economy. In that regard, today's jobs market provides a clear lesson. American employers and workers have taken every headwind thrown at them and just kept humming along. As the president said today, quote, "The headwinds of Delta, Omicron, and even the war in Europe have not been able to derail our record jobs recovery," end quote. It is unequivocally clear that one of the most important policies behind that result is the American Rescue Plan. Of course, our work is not done, and we are actively addressing challenges faced by American households, especially uncomfortably high inflation. As you know, just yesterday, the president authorized the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve, the largest release from our national reserves in history. And this morning, countries across the world agreed to release tens of millions of additional barrels into the market. This work is, of course, highly complementary to our near-term work in speeding the pace at which goods move from ship to shelf, and to our longer-term agenda, including the bipartisan infrastructure laws projects to strengthen and increase the resiliency of our infrastructure and supply chains. That, in turn, is complemented by the Bipartisan Innovation Act, which is geared towards making more in America, strengthening supply chains, and breaking up bottlenecks like semiconductor chips that are raising prices for consumers. Our legislative agenda is also focused on reducing some of the toughest strains on family budgets, including prescription drugs, the cost of child and elder care, healthcare premiums, the cost of housing, and education. But the fact that all of this work is occurring against the backdrop of one of the tightest, most welcoming labor markets on record is both a testament to the president's policy agenda and to the unceasing energy and efforts of the American people. Thank you, and we'll move to your questions.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for doing this. The president said today that he thinks part of the impact of this will be, easing the supply chain crunch. As more people in jobs, it'll smooth out that. I wondered your view on that, and in particular, we're seeing new COVID lockdowns in China. That has in the past sort of fueled supply chain crises down the line. What is your view on that right now?
Let me start with the first part of your question, and I'm glad you asked it because it's one of the more important kind of under the hood in today's jobs report that should really get the attention of anyone who's following the very issues you've raised. One of the things that needs to happen in this labor market is to the very strong labor demand that in my comments, as you heard, I associated with some of the very important benefits of the rescue plan. Very strong labor demand needs to better align with labor supply. The way that happens is through increased labor force participation rates. Now, as I mentioned, in March, that ticked up by 0.1%. But I also cited what we call the prime age rate, which is for workers 25 to 54. Labor economists like to look at that prime age rate because it takes out teenagers and retirees and looks at folks who are most connected typically to the job market. That ticked up 0.3% in March. But more importantly, and again, we have long stressed that especially when you're looking at these monthly numbers, you've got to look to the trend. That indicator is up by 1.4 points since this president took office. And if you look at the pace at which the labor force participation rate is increasing, it is faster in this recovery than any of the past 4 or 5 recoveries. So that kind of development better aligns the very strong labor demand with labor supply in ways that will ease some of the price pressures as the president referenced today. You asked about, China.
Whether that can counteract, what is the net effect of China locking down but more Americans being in the workforce?
Sure. So these are precisely the kinds of issues that we have been tracking ever since this pandemic came on the scene. We know that we are still in an economy where the pandemic, and a global economy where the pandemic is playing a role. But as I stressed in my comments today, and the president said the same thing, I guess I'm saying the same thing he said to be more accurate. If you look at the headwinds of Delta, Omicron, and even war in Europe have not been able to derail our record jobs recovery. Yes, there's uncertainty, there are headwinds, and some of those headwinds are amplified by Putin's unprovoked war in Ukraine. And yet we see month after month American employers and American workers shaking off those headwinds, creating record number of jobs, and creating such an important economic backdrop for American households to get by in this challenging period.
Mike?
Hey, Jared, so what, the chart that you showed that was up there before with the huge bar for Biden, at what point does it become more fair to stop measuring the growth in jobs and the growth in the economy against the recovery from the depths of the pandemic and begin to be more fair to measure President Biden's progress at increasing from the pre-pandemic levels?
Well, I think that it's already fair to do that in the following sense. If you look at some of the indicators, whether it's jobs themselves, payroll, employment, yeah, you're right, this is not showing the time series, it's just the bar. But if you look at the time series, you will see a V when things tanked and they came back pretty quickly. Same thing with labor force participation. And I'm going to put this, I had a great slide, we weren't able to get it together here. I'm going to put it on my Twitter thread later, EconJared46, later today.
Give him a follow.
And it will show the same thing, Michael, which is you see a V, And then you see a period of an ongoing trend start out and continue, and in the case of labor force participation for prime age workers, even accelerate a bit. And I think that we're 23 months into a recovery now. I think it is completely legitimate to cite these numbers in terms of an ongoing trend, very much fueled by a virtuous cycle of strong consumers creating demand for goods and services, which in turn leads to strong labor demand month after month, driving the kind of numbers we saw today.
One quick follow-up. I mean, we're still not back to pre-pandemic employment levels, correct? And
Yeah.
most of the indications, most of the measurements that Americans might want you to say to measure President Biden against is not like, okay, well, we dug ourselves out of the hole, but how much further are we getting above where we would have been had the pandemic not started?
Yeah.
And when do you guys start having to measure against that, and measure against like, okay, we're now 500,000, 1 million jobs above where we were before the terrible pandemic?
So there are a variety of ways to look at that. I would commend you to some work recently by Moody's, which looks at counterfactuals, the idea of what might have happened had we not had the rescue plan. And in every case, you're going to see job gains and unemployment declines, well ahead. I remember the unemployment number, that the unemployment rate might be 2 percentage points higher than it is right now, but for the American Rescue Plan. You're right that jobs are not back to their pre-pandemic peak yet. They're still 1.6 million or 1% below their pre-pandemic level. But they are climbing back at a rate. Look, I told you, 1.6 million from the peak, and an average monthly job growth rate of 562,000 per month. So do the math. That's 3 months out. Now I'm not predicting that's going to happen. I'm just saying if you extend the trend, that's what you'd see. But I think the most important point that we're talking about here is that there is an ongoing labor market recovery with strong momentum that is delivering really solid job opportunities to American families. And that is such an important backdrop given the challenges that those families face in today's economy.
Indeed.
Thank you. Thanks, Jen. Quick question about the president's comments this morning. He was talking about the SPR release as a wartime bridge. And if you could talk a little bit about what he meant when he said that. Is it a wartime bridge to energy independence, maybe getting companies to ramp up production? Is it a wartime bridge to the Iran deal, or a wartime bridge to perhaps both? And secondly, conversations with a lot of oil and gas company CEOs have been ongoing for several weeks now. Have there been sort of any specific commitments that the White House has been able to get from them when it comes to ramping up production?
So on your first question, I think the way to think about this is kind of a walk and chew gum moment. I think of the bridge that the president was talking about as very much from the perspective of the American consumer who is facing real pressures at the pump. The last time we did a SPRO release, an SPR release, we saw oil prices fall quite quickly, and prices at the pump followed, were down at least 10 cents a gallon, as I remember, pretty close out of the gate. Now, if you look just in the last day or two, before I came up here, I saw oil is down about $7 a barrel, something around 7 or 8% since the president made his call. And so when he's talking about a bridge, he's talking about helping American consumers with this aggressive, historically large distribution of barrels from the strategic reserves. The idea of the president's clean energy and sustainable economy and decarbonization agenda is very much alive, very much ongoing, and that's the chew gum part. That we have to make sure we help consumers get through this difficult period and help to bring down the impact as best we can of the Putin price hike. But at the same time, we simply cannot give any sort of short shrift to our clean energy agenda that is so essential for building not just a sustainable future, but a future of good jobs here in America. One final point. While the strategic oil release should have the impacts that I and earlier the president said today, that doesn't mean that the impacts of the conflict in Ukraine are somehow no longer in play. They are still in the picture, and of course we will follow them, particularly from the impact of commodity prices, food and energy specifically.
And
but not exclusively.
Any commitments from the company specifically?
I don't have a readout on those conversations.
Jared, a month from today, the student loan payment pause is due to expire, and a number of congressional Democrats sent the president a letter yesterday saying it was their sense that borrowers right now are not financially prepared to shoulder another bill as they deal with the increased price of food and gas and other necessities. First, do you agree with that sentiment? And second, is it your advice to the president that he extend the payment pause?
So first of all, what did you ask me if I agreed with? I'm sorry.
To the sentiment that borrowers are not now prepared financially to take on another bill, the student loan payment.
You know, I think that that's a very specific question about a very specific group of people. So I've been talking largely today about the impact of a jobs market that's generating historical levels of job gains, 7.9 million jobs since this president got here. And of course, those benefits are occurring to families all across the nation and all across the income scale. For the group that you're talking about, many of them do face real challenges making debt payments, and I would say that's kind of a different conversation than the one we're having right now. Now, I believe Ron has leaned into that in ways that I'm not remembering right now, but do you have any comments on that?
Oh, okay, I like this. Let's sort of do it together. Clearly, a decision will need to be made in advance of the timeline, and obviously we factor the impacts of economic data on ranges of groups of people, including students, but I don't have anything to announce at this point in terms of any decision that will be made in advance of the timeline.
Well said.
Okay, sorry. Kristen, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Chair, the president has tapped the strategic reserve twice before, and it still hasn't had the desired impact. Why is this time going to be different?
So as I said a moment ago, I think that I would definitely challenge the claim that it hasn't had the desired impact. We saw both in the last release and in this release the price of oil come down quite quickly. The price of oil, as I checked before I came on here, was down about $7 per barrel. And I know that the last time, check it out, because these data are actually quite accessible. Look at what happened to the price, the retail price of gasoline after the last release. Now, it's a global market and there's a lot of moving parts, but it is a fact that the price of gasoline fell about 10 cents per gallon shortly after it. Now, if your point is that these releases from the SPR don't have a don't have a structural, long-term impact on oil markets, that's why the president used the metaphor of a bridge today. The idea is to help consumers as they deal with elevated inflationary pressures more broadly, and specifically with some of the impacts of the Putin price hike on energy costs, and that's what the release is targeted towards.
One more very quickly. Yesterday, Kate was briefing, and she said that all options are on the table as it relates to next potential steps that the president may or may not support. Does the president think that a gas tax holiday is a good idea right now? Is that something that he could get behind? Obviously, it's gaining a lot of momentum in the states.
Yeah, I'm not going to legislate from here or even get into ongoing policy considerations beyond saying, when we say all options are on the table, we mean it, and that option is.
Do you think it's a good policy?
Do I personally think it's a good policy? I think that all options are on the table, and all options, including that one, should be on the table.
Right, Jack, you gotta be the last one.
Thank you. Jared, yesterday, Brian talked about the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and buying back oil when prices are cheaper in the future. But, long term, as you just mentioned, the release does not solve the problem of the structural deficit in the market. This administration talks about how you're pushing for domestic producers to ramp up production, but how is that going to happen? Like, the fees yesterday that were announced are sort of a push to get them to use these, leases, not all of which may produce any energy. But beyond that, the answer I got yesterday was long-term our focus is on, clean energy, and that's why the president invoked the DPA to try to get, battery parts for electric vehicles. That was not, the answer that the oil industry was looking for. That answer for, what the long-term plan is shifted away from fossil fuels. So how are they going to ramp up production, and why can you say that prices are going to be cheaper in the future, where it doesn't seem like there are any friendlier energy policies.
Well, first of all, let me just be very clear and specific. When my comment on the retail cost of gas at the pump relating to the SPR release is very much an empirical pattern that we've seen time and again, where an SPR release occurs, the price of oil comes down, we see that at the pump, and as I suggested, that's a time-limited function. The president called it a bridge. You're sort of saying a bridge to what? Right. And I understand that. Well, look, if you believe, as I do, that this is still a global market, that energy is still a global market and still a competitive market, what you expect to see is at a particular price point where oil is actually probably above that price point, and certainly has been even higher in recent weeks. Historically, that has led to greater energy production. And one of the things you hear the president saying in so many words is that we'd like to see that kind of production, that kind of response from the impact of market forces on these decisions of these energy companies. Now, if you don't see that market response, I think you have to ask yourself why, and that involves the kinds of commentary you've heard the president make about industry concentration, about the need for competitiveness, the importance of having an adequate level of competition within our key industries, whether it's energy or meatpacking, because absent, in the presence of excessive concentration and absent adequate competition, price levels can be higher than they otherwise would. So I very much support the president's rhetoric and the way in which he's leaned into that problem. But historically, we expect price signals in the energy market to have the effect that they've had, and we will continue to nudge the companies to move in that direction.
But when lenders hear, what's your long-term solution?
When lenders, you said?
Lenders. But when we're talking about a long-term solution, and then, the administration's talking about clean energy, it's not sending the signal to lenders that this is a safe place for investment, that, this administration is saying plainly we want to increase domestic production. That's the sort of language they're looking for.
So I don't really agree with that framing in the following sense. I think by lenders, I'm thinking of investors, and investors in the energy sector. If you look at the profitability, if you even look at some of the buybacks and the share prices, investors in that sector have been doing quite well. And that tells you right there that there is a price point wherein it is very possible for an energy producer to be highly successful and to make a lot of money in today's economy. And in fact, what we'd like to, I think one of the messages the president has been trying to convey to them, that is on behalf of the American consumers, we're asking you to respond to those price signals so that people can have an easier time of getting through this tough period. Now, at the same time, we have a medium and a long-term agenda that is absolutely existentially important to us to move towards a sustainable economy. And we do that in a way that creates great opportunities for both firms, employers, and for workers. So again, this is not an either or, it is a both and. And I see very much an economic structure in energy markets where they can both engage in robust production today and plan for a much cleaner energy future.
Thank you, Jared, for joining us. You're always welcome.
Thank you very much, Tim.
Okay, we will keep you honest and as long as you can stay before you need to gather, and we'll keep you updated. They're going to track it closely from here. I just have a couple of quick updates for you from the top. One is in the State of the Union, the president called out the ocean shipping carriers who raised their prices by as much as 1,000% during the pandemic. These costs pass through to American businesses and families and contribute to inflation. And just a month after the president spoke about this at the State of the Union, the Senate yesterday passed overwhelmingly bipartisan legislation to reform the ocean shipping industry and lower costs for American farmers, businesses, and consumers. And additionally, this week, the Department of Justice announced that it successfully stopped a merger between two companies that make the cranes that move shipping containers on and off of ships at our nation's ports. The merger would have harmed American consumers by reducing competition in the supply chain and would have put our global supply chain at risk. And so these steps obviously are positive steps forward. I also wanted to note that today the Department of Homeland Health and Human Services and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services made important announcements in response to the Vice President's call to action to improve health outcomes. Beginning today, as many as 720,000 pregnant and postpartum people across the United States could be guaranteed Medicaid and Children's Health Insurance Program coverage for a full 12 months after pregnancy, thanks to the American Rescue Plan. Finally, for the week ahead to next week, I had one more thing after this. On Monday, the President will deliver remarks on progress made on his administration's trucking action plan to strengthen our nation's supply chains. On Tuesday, he will deliver remarks celebrating the success of the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid and extending affordable health insurance to millions of Americans. And on Wednesday, the President will address thousands of national, state, and local building trades leaders from across the country at the North America's Building Trade Unions Legislative Conference. Finally, as you know, the United States is delivering a significant amount of security assistance to Ukraine every day. Over the past few weeks, we have delivered more than $350 million of security assistance to Ukraine, which the Pentagon has described as an unprecedented pace. And we welcome the UK's donor conference yesterday and its announcement that allies and partners will provide coastal defense systems, which is something that President Zelensky has asked for and is something that President Biden discussed extensively with allies at NATO last week. More than 30 nations have now sent security assistance to Ukraine, thanks in part to the leadership of the President and our diplomacy. So we're going to get to as many people as possible. Darlene, why don't you kick us off?
Thanks, Jen. Welcome back.
Thank you.
One question on Russia and two quickly on two other subjects. Russia says that an apparent attack by Ukraine on one of its fuel depots is making it harder for Russia to stay engaged in the talks to end the war. And I was wondering what the White House thinks of this suggestion from Russia that Ukraine's actions are the ones that are potentially standing in the way of peace over there.
Well, we have seen those reports. We're not in a position to comment on the Kremlin's statements. I would note Ukraine has not made any statements or confirmation of these reports. I would also note that this is a war that President Putin started, a brutal war with Russia's forces continuing to bombard cities across Ukraine and commit terrible acts of violence. We've seen the people of Ukraine fight valiantly in the face of unprovoked Russian brutality, but there is one aggressor here, and that is President Putin and the Russian military at his direction.
Second, on Title 42, the announcement that it's going to be lifted on May 23rd. Can you talk a little bit about why the restrictions aren't lifted sooner than May 23rd, perhaps even immediately? People who want to come to the country to seek asylum will now have to wait 7 weeks to do so when the CDC says that restriction is no longer necessary.
Absolutely. Well, it has always been the case and continues to be the case that this is a health directive determined by the CDC. So let me start there. But I would also say that implementation of their decision requires an interagency process, specifically leadership of the Department of Homeland Security. I would note the statement that was put out by Secretary Mayorkas, and it requires the implementation of appropriate COVID-19 mitigation protocols, also scaling up capacity and scaling up resources needed. And so it was always going to be important to have an implementation period, and the timeline reflects that.
Question is there any comment on the vote in Staten Island by Amazon workers to unionize?
Sure.
Amazon to do that?
Well, the President was glad to see workers ensure their voices are heard with respect to important workplace decisions. He believes firmly that every worker in every state must have a free and fair choice to join a union and the right to bargain collectively with their employer. The Amazon workers in Staten Island made their choice to organize a grassroots union and bargain for better jobs and a better life. Go ahead, MJ.
Just in light of the fuel depot fire in Russia, what is the U.S.'s general position on potential future attacks by Ukraine on Russian soil? Does the U.S. believe that it is up to the Ukrainians to decide whether such potential attacks are justified, or does it generally believe that those kinds of attacks should be discouraged because they would be seen as being escalatory?
Sure. Given we have not confirmed or commented specifically on the reports from here, and neither has Ukraine, I'm not going to get into a future hypothetical. What I would just reiterate again is that this is a war of aggression by the Russian leadership, by President Putin, that has left millions of people displaced, homeless, has targeted civilians, hospitals, and other innocent people across Ukraine. We know who the aggressor is. That is President Putin and Russia. And beyond that, I don't have any comment on military tactics.
The president said yesterday that Vladimir Putin appears to be self-isolating, that he appears to have maybe fired or put under house arrest certain advisors. Does the U.S. have a clear sense of which advisors are currently advising Putin and who has his ear?
Well, the president was speaking yesterday to public reporting, so we don't have more details to speak to at this point in time. But I would say to go back to a couple of days ago and the information that was put out by the administration that was reflected, that came through our intelligence agencies, what we do know is that this war is not going how President Putin had planned, that his intention of winning a quick war, defeating the Ukrainians quickly is not how it has played out. We have seen troops be demoralized. We have seen troops run out of equipment that they need on the Russian side, and that is clearly not what he had planned. In terms of who is advising him, I don't have more specifics on that front from here.
And just one more on a separate topic. You're obviously not the only person in the administration recently to test positive for COVID. Can you give us a sense of whether there have been discussions lately at the White House about what would happen if President Biden were to test positive for COVID? Help us understand what working from home, quarantining, running the country would look like if the president were to get COVID.
Well, I would first say that this wasn't exactly your question, but let me reiterate this point, is that we take steps over and beyond CDC recommendations and guidelines here. I would note that while I tested positive about 12 days ago, if my math is correct, I waited to return to the office until I had a negative test. And that is our protocol here, or the protocol I was held to. Also, we take steps in advance of meeting the president. Anyone who's meeting the president is going to have a test that day. And we also take social distancing steps in meetings when warranted. In terms of, look, we recognize that COVID-19 remains a transmissible disease, especially recent variants. And while I'm not going to get into a future hypothetical of any of our additional principles, since the second gentleman had testing positive, I would note that the President of the United States can work from anywhere, can run the country from anywhere, and we have the capacity to not only prepare for that, but to support anything that is needed. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Just a quick follow-up on the Staten Island vote.
Sure.
It's obviously a big moment for the labor movement in this country, the first union at Amazon. Has the president had a chance to speak to labor leaders, or is he planning to issue a statement? Is he planning to talk about it at all?
I don't have anything planned to preview for you in terms of an official statement. I'm speaking, of course, on his behalf. Obviously, as you know, the president has been a longtime supporter of the right to organize, the right for workers to organize and plan for better jobs and a better life, and certainly my comments reflect that. Go ahead.
Jen, just a quick follow-up. Just comments from a senior Treasury official this morning that said sort of the sanctions that have been imposed by the U.S. and its allies on Russia is sort of pushing Russia to become a closed economy. That is obviously presuming that China and others are not sort of making some of the materials that they get from the West available to them. Has the administration noted any sort of change in stance when it comes to China, and Russia, or is it, is there any evidence that they're providing perhaps military economic support?
Our assessment has not changed since our National Security Advisor spoke to this. What I would point out for you too, as well, is the strong statements that came from European leaders, given their meeting on exactly this topic today, which certainly we share the sentiment. Go ahead.
Lots of urgent issues discussed here, but with the helicopter approaching, one little bit of housekeeping. Is it true that you are leaving the White House to work for MSNBC?
Well, you can't get rid of me yet, Ed. I have nothing to confirm about my length of public service or planned service or anything about consideration about next plans. I'm very happy to be standing with all of you here today after it felt like a never-ending, endless time in my basement, quarantining away from my family. Believe it or not, I missed you all a lot. And my focus every day continues to be speaking on behalf of the president, answering your questions, as tough as they may be at many times, as difficult as they may be to answer at many times, and I hope that I meet my own bar of treating everybody with fairness and being equitable.
And just because this has been raised by our colleagues, by people who are observing this process, is it ethical for you to continue conducting this job while negotiating with a media outlet?
Well, I have always gone over and above the stringent ethical and legal requirements of the Biden administration, and I take that very seriously. And as a standard for every employee of the White House, I have received rigorous ethics counseling, including as it relates to any future employment. I've complied with all ethics requirements and gone beyond and taken steps to recuse myself from decisions as appropriate. And so I hope that all of you, I've been working with all of you some time, would judge me for my record and how I treat all of you, both in the briefing room and otherwise. And I try to answer questions from everybody across the board. I know everybody in the back of the room may not always be pleased with me, but I try my best, and I will certainly continue to do that. Okay, go ahead.
Are you good?
Yes,
Follow?
go ahead, Chris.
Jen, given the reports, which have now been confirmed by multiple media outlets, how can you continue to be an effective briefer if you do in fact have plans to join a media outlet?
Well, I have nothing, again, to announce about any conversations or any future plans. And at whatever time I leave the White House, I can promise you the first thing I'm going to do is sleep and spend time with my 3- and 6-year-olds, who are my most important audiences of all. But I would say, Kristen, that again, I have taken the ethics, legal requirements to the highest, very seriously. In any discussions and any considerations about any future employment, just as any White House official would, and I have taken steps beyond that to ensure there's no conflicts.
And I understand what you're saying, but I guess the question is, how is it ethical to have these conversations with media outlets while you continue to have a job standing behind that podium?
Well, there are a range of stringent ethical and legal requirements that are imposed on everybody in this administration and many administrations past about any conversations you're having with future employers. That is true of any industry you're working in, and I have abided by those and tried to take steps to go beyond that as well.
And broadly speaking, is it the policy of this White House to allow staffers to have discussions, even if indirectly, with institutions that impact and affect their jobs and your job here?
Well, it is the policy of this White House to ensure that anyone who is having conversations about future employment does so through consultation with the White House counsel's office and ensuring they abide by any ethics and legal requirements. And those are conversations that I have taken very seriously and abided by every component of. Oh, okay. So when we go Serena, we can go, and then we can wrap.
Thank you, Jen. Can you said you missed us. That the U.S.
Okay. I know it may be that people who may have to see the president depart, and I don't want to hold anyone back, but I also am happy to answer your question and a couple of others if people want to stay. But if people need to, are they gathering right now? Sorry to interrupt your train of thought here. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Can you confirm reports that the U.S. has been providing Ukraine with protective equipment such as gas masks, hazmat suits, and other materials against a possible chemical weapons attack from Russia?
So the United States and members of the international community have, of course, repeatedly warned about the potential for Russia to use chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine, and that Moscow is possibly planning a false flag operation. In an effort to assist our Ukrainian partners, the U.S. government is providing the government of Ukraine with life-saving equipment and supplies that could be deployed in the event of Russia's use of a chemical and biological weapon against Ukraine. It does not compromise our domestic preparedness in any way, shape, or form, just for everybody's awareness, but we are providing it as we are providing a range of materials and equipment.
There's one quick question on another subject. The House passed a bill today that would remove marijuana from the federal schedule of controlled substances. Every Democrat, save for 2, voted in favor of this bill. Does the president support the legislation?
Well, first let me say that, as the president said during the campaign, our current marijuana laws are not working. He agrees that we need to rethink our approach, including to address the racial disparities and systemic inequities in our criminal justice system, broaden research on the effects of marijuana, and support the safe use of marijuana for medical purposes. We look forward to working with Congress to achieve our shared goals, and we'll continue having discussions with them about this objective. Jackie, go ahead.
Thank you, Jen.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna wrap up in a second here, and then I'll go to Karen. Okay, so there, you guys got to wrap. Yeah. I'm sure we will get you let us get you a thorough comment on that. I will say, as the president conveyed in his announcement yesterday, certainly working with the global community to ensure we are meeting the supply shortages in the global community at this time is part of our effort to reduce gas prices for Americans, given it's a global oil market. So this is part of that, and we will get you a more comprehensive. I am here and in my office if you guys have quick questions.
Question on inflation.
Sure.
Real quick. Today the president blamed Putin's invasion of Ukraine for not just higher gas prices, but also higher food prices. Inflation was at 7.4% in January before the invasion. In February, it went up to 7.9%. Putin didn't invade until the 24th. So March is really going to show the impact of the invasion. And that report doesn't even come out until April 12th. So how are people supposed to believe the Putin price hike is to blame for food prices going up when the timeline doesn't add up?
Well, here's what the president is reflecting on. One, the price of gas has gone up by approximately $1 or more since Putin started lining up troops at the border. This is something that outside economists have spoken to as well, not just the administration, and those are just factual details about how much the price of gas has gone up. We know that's a huge impact, and when you say inflation, people think the costs on their pocketbook and the impact on their budgets. The second piece on the availability of food, we know that different markets around the world are impacted by the lack of production in Ukraine and other because of the war, and we know that that could impact global food prices.
This is the first time we've heard the president blame Putin for higher food prices.
I think what the president's looking at is what the impact has been in a lot of areas that are leading to price increases on people's pocketbooks, and where we could see it increasing over the course of time. I'm here in my office.
All right, that was the latest from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki. You heard her taking a question at the tail end of that press conference, the reporter asking exactly what is to blame when it comes to inflation and high energy prices. Americans are still seeing increased prices, in particularly when it comes to the gas prices, and as well as prices that we see in the grocery store. So let's get more information from Daytona Everett, our LiveNOW from Fox host. She's catching up with an economist who's breaking down exactly why we're seeing such a sharp increase in inflation and when we could possibly see the inflation rate begin to lower.
So, of course, the White House excited about the job growth, as we said, 431,000 jobs just in the month of March. But is this a good indicator of what the economy is actually looking like? I want to bring in Bill Dendy. He's a CPA with Raymond James Financial. Thanks for being with us, Bill. We appreciate it.
It's always a joy to be with you. And I tell you, that's the challenge when we talk about economics. Because while this job report looks so positive, we've got all these people going back to work, we're having this low unemployment at a time when we're inflation. And while some people have their wages going up, the things that they're buying are going up by even more than that. And forcing employers to pay more for labor is going to create even more inflation. And that's kind of a negative. And it sure flies in the face of the spending policies that the administration has in place, because usually you spend money and you create jobs and you do parks projects and you put people back to work when we have high unemployment. But now we have low unemployment and wage pressure, so it doesn't make sense to spend trillions of dollars right now creating even more wage pressure and even more competition for raw materials when you have a concern about inflation in the economy. And so all this sounds so good, but it kind of flies in the face of some of the policies that the current administration would also like to see happen. It would have been easier to say, let's go spend some money if everybody was out of work, but now we're getting back to work. And we're still not back to that 100% of pre-pandemic, but we're at 93% of where we were, and that's considered to be very, very good, a quick rebound after the pandemic. but it's not all roses because wages have not kept up with the inflation rates that people are seeing. And we're liable to see more inflation because employers are now going to have to compete for a labor force.
Yeah, so that competition is still there. That's what I was going to ask you next. A lot of these industries still having trouble hiring people on. Do you foresee that changing as well with positive growth in jobs?
It's going to become more challenging. It's going to be good for employees. They'll be able to pick the jobs that have the most robust benefits, highest salaries and such, but it's going to be more difficult for employers, especially when you have so many open jobs right now in areas where we can't get the workforce educated and in place quick enough to fill those jobs. So we have the hospitality industry rebounding. We have manufacturing coming back, and that does make everyone happy. We're in manufacturing again in America, but we do have some of these concerns that we have open jobs, and for very highly technical skills, we are seeing employees able to negotiate better wages and better benefits, but that's eventually going to be passed down to the consumer. And if the consumer is not able to buy as much goodies, that does slow down the overall economy, and it does create that break automatically. The Fed has been talking about raising interest rates to slow inflation down and to slow down growth. This increase in jobs is probably going to allow them to continue on with their plan to raise interest rates, even though they questioned if they were going to be able to, because there was concern that the war in Ukraine might slow down the economy all by itself.
So you touched on it just momentarily there with the mass exodus of people from their jobs and then now people maybe applying for new jobs for better salaries. Do you think salaries are keeping up with inflation?
The studies show they've not. Inflation has gone up by 7.8% year over year, and salaries have gone up about 5%. So we're getting raises, just not enough to keep up with this inflation. This inflation is being probably exaggerated a whole lot because of our global supply chain issues. And it's not supply chain that we have holes in the supply chain. We have taken out, with the Ukraine and Russia, about a quarter of the world's production in grains and in oil and gas and other things. And while we personally, as citizens of the United States, don't buy from there, our manufacturers now have a reason to sell elsewhere, and the prices across the globe have gone up. And those prices going up, we're seeing. It was a week ago or so, Biden said we're going to see real, perhaps, food shortages in other countries. We in the United States are going to see increases in food prices because of this lack of supply in grains, oil and gas, which produces a lot of starting materials for other industry groups, and including fertilizer for the oil and grain. So we're starting to see that in those areas. And then some strategic minerals are mined on that border between the Ukraine and Russia. And so we are seeing pressures that are going to probably keep on increasing inflation. And a lot of the manufacturers have been absorbing the inflation, but now they're starting to see that they can pass it on to the consumer and not lose market share. And everybody's getting used to being shocked about higher prices. So it seems like an opportune time for a lot of producers to pass that on to the consumer. And we're seeing with that a probably continuation of higher inflation for the next few more months, because several big companies have announced that they're going to increase their prices because their costs have gone up. What that means to us is that inflation is not gone and our wages have not yet kept up with inflation, but the wages are higher than they were a year ago, and more people are working than there were a year ago. And we are at 93% of the pre-pandemic employment rate, which is wonderful, but it also does make us question, do we want to keep pouring more fuel on this fire that seems to be burning pretty well, or is it time to quit pouring the lighter fluid on fire? On pouring that lighter fluid, the whole thing blow up on you. So you want to not, well, actually, you probably never want to pour lighter fluid on fire anyway, but if you did that, if you do that, is that you give it a little stimulus to get it going, and then it burns on itself. For years now, the Fed has been making it real easy to borrow money, real easy for banks to do things, and now they're talking about getting back to normal. And we're probably going to see that back to normal mean higher interest rates. Inflation's probably going to be slowed down because they're going to put the brakes on the economy. The idea is to put the brakes on, but don't stall it out.
Sure. Some might say that people are just now getting back to work from, maybe stepping away from their jobs because they had the opportunity to with stimulus checks that were coming through, and now a lot of that help is not coming through. Would you agree with that sentiment that a lot of this job creation is just people getting back to work?
Yeah, I think at this point we feel like it's time to go back to work. We have to do it. We had the time off. I have an 8-year-old daughter. 2 years ago, teaching her at home, oh my goodness. Whatever we pay those school teachers, they're worth it. That is a big job. And trying to have the family coordinate that type of schedule, we said we can't work all the time. One of us has to be here with the children. Now that the kids are back in school, it's time, and finances, it's time to go back to work. I think that's happening all across America right now. And I believe that is creating people going back to work. But employers don't hire you just because you want a job. Employers hire you because they have product to produce, or they have services that are being asked for and they need the help. And so it's not like it's altruistic that we're getting these jobs because you need them now. We're getting these jobs because the economy is doing well. And part of that is because we were all freed from COVID about the same time, and we had some extra money. Those that didn't lose their jobs, they continued to save, but there wasn't as much to spend money on. We couldn't go out to restaurants. We couldn't travel. We weren't doing as much as we used to. And so if we got those stimulus checks and got our jobs, we had people with extra money all freed at the same time to go travel again and go have a good time. And with that, we've had that big bump up in buying. And a lot of economists thought that was going to be a temporary impact, but it's continued on for about 6 months now. And some say it's a sign that the economy is healthy. And the American economy, we don't want to bet against it, but it seems it's going really well. And it may be time for the Fed to tap the brakes. And they were afraid maybe the Ukraine conflict was going to slam on the brakes. At this point, there's reason to consider slowing it down. We want growth, but we don't want it out of control. We want our fire to burn, but we want it to burn at a controllable, good level to do the job it's supposed to do.
Yeah, I guess I do just have to push back a little bit because, when you say, oh, the economy is looking good, a lot of people watching might have their arms crossed and say, I just paid this much when I went to the grocery store, and I just paid this much when I was filling up my tank. So do you have maybe some good news on that front, a timeline possibly of how much longer these high prices could be sticking around? That's the $1 million question.
And you hit it right on the head right there. People are still filling up their tanks in spite of the higher prices. They're still buying at the grocery store in spite of the higher prices. We had the wherewithal to do it. Some people are now being more diligent on how they spend their money. And for a lot of us, we've wasted money. Well, this is a wake-up call to be more precise on the dollars we spend, make sure we're getting maximum enjoyment out of all those dollars, maybe consider the budgeting. But the nice thing is wage pressure is there to increase wages. And so many people, especially in technical skills, are going to see their wages are going to be able to outpace inflation over the next few years. But as we all get started all at the same time and people are buying right now, we've seen a big jump up year over year in the cost of things and not as big of a jump up in wages. However, the wages are likely to keep catching up as unemployment goes lower and lower, and companies have to compete. And as long as we're still buying stuff, companies have a reason to hire us to go do the work that they're going to pay us more money for. So that is the nice way it all kind of fits together.
All right. Well, thanks for wrapping that up in a nice bow for us. We appreciate it because it can be hard to follow, and it really does change every single month. Expectations moving forward here in future jobs reports and with the economy in general.
Absolutely. And watching a portfolio, it'll drive you crazy. We're rich, we're broke, but everybody seems to be doing okay right now.
All right. Bill Denny, thank you so much for being with us here on the show. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, a huge thank you to Bill Denny, that financial strategist, sharing his insight with us. The time is now 7:57. Let's take a quick commercial break, and when we return, we'll check in with Fox 26 Houston. They're bringing us a live segment called What's Your Point? They're examining top political headlines and stories, not just in the Houston area, but across the country. So don't go anywhere.
Another brave Harris County lawman cut down. Days after a crippled justice system unloads scores of defendants back on Houston streets. Will it ever stop? As the brutal Russian invasion grinds to a halt, President Biden moves to resupply defiant Ukraine while easing the pain felt by Americans at the gas pump. And on the troubled Texas border, federal agents bracing for another onslaught of uninvited immigration. Will the repeal of Article 42 greenlight millions looking to cross the Rio Grande? I'm Greg Grugan, and welcome to What's Your Point, where our panelists call it like they see it. Let's greet them. Starting us off, Chow Win, longtime journalist and social worker at the Houston Area Women's Center. Next up, writer, educator, and Chicano activist Tony Diaz. In the 2 spot, got him out of order, Holly Hansen, political writer with The Texan. Batting number 3, Marcus Davis, well-known restaurateur and host of Fish, Grits, and Politics. And closing us out, Bob Price, associate editor of Breitbart, Texas. Let's get going. Embrace the anger. Just 3 days have passed since a simple off-duty trip to the grocery store cost Harris County Sheriff's Deputy Darren Almendarez his life. The 51-year-old, accompanied by his wife, caught 3 men attempting to rip off his truck. Almendarez did what peace officers do. He tried to stop them, suffering a fatal wound while shooting 2 of the thieves. Like I said, embrace the anger. All of this happening less than a week after scores of criminal defendants were simply cut loose when Harris County's criminal justice computer crashed with no apparent backup. Once again, embrace the anger. Longtime police union leader Ray Hunt has moved someplace beyond outrage.
Houston is very dangerous now with 280 more people out there who know we're looking for them, who know they got out on a technicality, who know they're not going to work, and are out here doing their job, and we know what their job is. You can bet you there's going to be somebody else in there who in 2 or 3 weeks from now, you're going to be saying, this person who was released in that 280 is responsible for killing this person. That's what's going to happen, and we all know it.
Panel, I contend public safety in Harris County is not improving. The fact that it continues to erode falls at the feet of those we have elected to office, city, county, and state. Does anyone agree? Bob Price, I'm starting with you.
Well, Greg, is there anything that this county can do right? They can't do criminal justice. They can't run elections. What is going on in this county that fortunately I've had the privilege of moving out of? So it really is a mess. You know, when hundreds of people are just released from a jail, when police officers are being shot on a really routine basis, when people are being murdered consistently by people that are let out of jail on other bonds, it's insane what is going on there. And voters need to remember this when it comes to this election this fall. It is time to make a big change in Harris County and get things back on the right track.
Tony Diaz, are you concerned about what you're seeing?
Well, this computer glitch is a major fumble. I've seen reports that said that in the last few years, this is the 4th time the system's been compromised or shut down this way. And this is going to happen, especially in this computer era. These sort of things are going to happen. There needs to be contingency plans. The public needs to be told about this ahead of time. We should clearly know which folks have which issues that are out there so that we can say, well, it's these dangerous folks, those dangerous folks, and we can tell that the sheriff's office is prioritizing, which may be happening. What I'm saying is that has to be prepared ahead of time. It shouldn't happen. These things sort of happen as well. But let me add one thing, too, because I know that Republicans want to use this in their political favor. I'm going to bring up something then if Republicans want to go political on this to talk about elections. How come when someone commits a crime and they happen to be Hispanic, That's what we hear. That's Republicans talk about. We don't talk about all the law officers who are Latino and have given their lives for the safety of everybody.
What are you talking about, Tony? That's
I'm telling you
insane.
right now I'm telling you because Republicans always talk about the ethnicity of folks who break the law. They don't talk about the ethnicity of all the Latinos who have given their lives to save everybody.
That is
so
untrue.
If you want to go there politically, you didn't today. You didn't today. So if you want to go there, let's go there. But let's be fair.
I didn't talk about anybody's ethnicity today, Tony.
I'm proud of all the Latinos who have served. Yes, I have, because there's a fallen officer and many fallen officers who are Latinos. You didn't acknowledge that.
Hey, we have law officers of all ethnicities who've been gunned down during this crime spree. Holly Hansen, you have been covering this from the county angle. What's your take?
Yes, I have to agree with Tony. It's outrageous that they did not have a backup plan. As I always taught my kids, it's not a plan for if your technology fails, it's when it fails, because, you know, technology failures happen. They happen frequently. It's shocking that a county this size does not have some kind of backup plan for when this doesn't work. Also of great concern is the fact that we didn't know about this until this is the fourth time this has happened, as Tony said. And apparently we only found out because someone leaked it to the press. Otherwise, it may not have been known. We're still trying to get answers about this. The magistrate who signed the order to release these suspects mentioned 280. The county has since released a list of 118. So, what is the correct number? How many suspects were actually released? And not only what were they charged with, but were their background criminal histories looking like, right? Because a lot of them, they're saying, were brought in on these misdemeanor charges, but the county has not said whether or not they're wanted in other jurisdictions, or if they have bond forfeiture, or are wanted for more serious crimes. I think there's very important issues. I think we're going to see a lot of discussion of this problem this week at Commissioner's Court.
Chow Wen, one has to think that among this group of hundreds, scores, whatever, who were cut loose, there were those who were arrested for domestic abuse, and this went right back to where their victims were. Does that concern you?
It's very concerning. I mean, we're talking about public safety, but we also have to consider the personal safety of the lives of the victims in this case. So my hope is that the authorities, the criminal justice officials, are personally reaching out to those who might be affected by this. I think we can all agree this was a bad glitch. There has to be some accountability, and hopefully, as Holly said, some lessons learned so that we can be more proactive as opposed to reactive on these computer glitches, because it might cost lives, and it might cost the public and personal safety of individuals. And that has us very concerned because, as y'all know, domestic violence is on a steep rise in the last year. And not only are you hearing it in the news, but we hear it in the hotlines at the Houston Area Women's Center. So very concerning, and hopefully being addressed quickly.
Okay, hold on, everybody. Coming up, those defending our border are bracing for yet another onslaught as the Biden administration pulls down a major barrier for the undocumented. And in our Sunday survey, we are asking viewers if they approve or disapprove of the president's performance on immigration and border security. Tell Fox 26 what you think. Go to fox26houston.com and click on poll or use our news app. But up next, we continue our discussion of disintegrating public safety in Harris County and a powerful Democratic state senator pointing an angry finger of blame. We want to hear what Marcus Davis has to say about this. Stay with us.
Here's the alarm. The county officials are in charge of the county criminal justice system. Well, if we don't fix the crime surge in Houston, really nothing else matters. You know, you'd like to talk about infrastructure, you'd like to talk about flooding, you'd like to talk about health care, but right now, Houston's getting a bad reputation because we're considered a city that does not hold armed robbers accountable.
Houston State Senator John Whitmire, longtime chairman of the Upper Chamber's Criminal Justice Committee, says the delivery of law and order in our community is beyond broken. We all witnessed another horrifying example of crime this week with the tire shop robbery and pistol whipping of an innocent worker caught on surveillance. Panel, that was the dean of the Texas Senate earlier who felt compelled to call out members of his own Democratic Party who run this city and this county. Marcus Davis, was he right to do so?
Yeah, I can't say what he was right or wrong to do with his party members. I can say that there is an issue in the city of Houston and Harris County that we need to address in regards to crime and public safety. As a business owner, it is important that we have a safe city, because as the safety of the city goes, so goes the economics. And as the economics goes, so goes jobs and households and things of that nature. But when we talk about public safety, I want to make sure we're talking about the whole picture, right? And I want to make sure when we talk about the rap that the city of Houston is getting, we talk about the entire picture. We condolences to those who lost their lives and the officer who was shot. But we've said nothing about the public safety that's caused by police officers that are running rampant in this street and hitting private citizens while not obeying the laws, that the policies that they have in place. There was another crash this past week where an HPD officer rammed into an innocent civilian and put them in the hospital, and they're in surgery. They had to be cut out of the car, and all we want to talk about is that the cop made it home safely, but said nothing about the woman, the 53-year-old woman who had to go to the hospital. Public safety includes police officers obeying the policies of HPD. We can't continue to only have segments that deal with someone with a shield being shot and not deal with what the people with the shields are doing to private citizens.
Holly, I want to go quickly to you. 3 young men have been arrested, charged with capital murder for the deputy's killing. Their lives are done. I mean, you know, if they avoid the death chamber, they're in jail for life. I mean, what's your take?
Well, hopefully they're not going to be released on any bond, on any terms at this point, because they will be very dangerous considering what they'll be facing. I think another issue we haven't talked enough about is the fact that one of these suspects had been charged with an unlawful carry of weapons charge back in 2019, but his case was dismissed for lack of probable cause. Now, sometimes that is justified, of course, but recently Constable Mark Herman pointed out that there's a rising number of cases that are being dismissed for probable cause. And he said it's a very significant increase over the past few years. So not only do we have some judges who are releasing defendants on bond, we maybe have some who are accelerating that dismissal for probable cause. And so how is that impacting our public safety as well?
We're going to have to keep an eye on that. Still ahead, restoring public safety to our community. A former federal prosecutor says he's got the experience to make it happen. Vidal Martinez, Republican for Harris County Judge, is front and center after the break. Welcome back. I'm Greg Grugan. There is no larger issue, no higher priority in the minds of our local voters than the alarming lack of public safety in the greater Houston area. Former federal prosecutor and well-known businessman Vidal Martinez contends his law enforcement credentials and 4 decades in the community have equipped him to engineer a crackdown on crime if he's elected Harris County judge. You don't get to where you have gotten without being a good listener. What are the people telling you about the state of public safety out there in our community?
Well, the number one issue is this murder rate that's out there. Number 2 issue is the murder rate. Number 3 issue is the murder rate. We do not have an excuse as a community. We entered into a bail bond reform through a settlement that at the same time there were 2 cities that had the problem. Judge Rosenthal went against both of them. Houston, first opportunity in January 2019, settles this case. It's cost us $100 million now. Dallas did not, and last December, Dallas was vindicated, and the Fifth Circuit ruled that the basis upon our settlement is unconstitutional. Therefore, we have created this scenario here where now it's in the 160 plus people who have gotten killed with people with 2 or more felony bonds that are still out on the streets. And that's just the murder rate. The crime rate in every level and every capacity has gone up. You can't go out to McDonald's without having your grandmother run over and killed. Corporal Galloway got shot, by someone out on bond. You have people that go out and pick up dinner in the Galleria area and they get killed on the way home. You can't have that. So what you hear out there, and especially from the Latino mothers right now, they are the most incensed. Part of it is this crime wave. They're apoplectic about the safety of their children and their husbands and their relatives. At the same time, we're now housing between 80 and 90,000 asylum seekers that take 2 or 3 years to process their applications. Well, they're just sitting here percolating, and the average of asylum cases granted is 3%. So in the meantime, can't work, they're being given public housing, they're getting food stamps, and they're just sitting here with all our community out there just wondering exactly what bad things they're doing every day. And I'm not saying all asylum seekers are bad, but we got a real interesting group of people here, and they're not all good. We got a lot of gang members, and we've imported a lot of nonsense here.
Has the current administration under Alina Hidalgo attempted to undermine and defund local law enforcement during a crime wave?
They have. And you can point to it by the number of assistant district attorneys that she hasn't been able to hire. And yet, how logical is it that in the middle of a crime wave, you don't give the district attorney the people to handle the 135,000 backload of cases right now? Now, mind you, right now, the ratio is 1 to over 800 cases per assistant district attorney. Why wouldn't you want to have more assistant district attorneys taking that caseload down?
Vidal Martinez faces off with Alexandra Del Moral Mealer in the GOP primary runoff for county judge on May 24th. Up next, criminal indictments appear to be brewing in the multi-million-dollar bid rigging scandal looming over Harris County Judge Lina Hidalgo's inner circle. Our panel all set to work through the latest revelations when we return. Welcome back. Amid swirling intel of criminal indictments coming sooner rather than later, Fox 26 reported a new revelation regarding a key player in the alleged $11 million bid rigging scandal involving Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo and at least 3 members of her inner circle. Turns out senior Hidalgo advisor Aaron Dunn left his job on the judge's staff 5 days after Texas Rangers raided county offices. Dunn, however, is still on the public payroll, having joined the Harris County Flood Control District in a lucrative role which raises his compensation from $111,000 to $125,000 per year.
It's probably a way to get him to go someplace else and perhaps remain quiet about what he knows about Judge Hidalgo's involvement in this whole sordid affair.
That take from Rice political analyst Mark Jones. Panel, Fox 26 has now also confirmed the job for which Dunn was selected was never posted for others to seek. I ask again, coincidence? Tony, what do you think of all this?
Well, not a coincidence, not illegal, and it's being done in public. And at the end of the day, her office has to comply with the investigation, which they are. It's not illegal to promote people in your department. And of course, if they don't comply with the investigation, that's a big problem. Long and the short of it, if someone's indicted or convicted for something wrong, doesn't matter where they work in that office, they're going away. And if after the investigation they're cleared, they can continue. So this seems like proceeding as business as usual. Some Republicans want to say business as usual is shady, and Democrats want to say business as usual is working.
Holly Hansen, you cover this. Shady, not shady?
Oh, definitely shady. It may be perfectly legal, as Tony points out, but it certainly stinks to high heaven. And the more we learn about this situation, the worse it seems to get. I don't know what Dunn's qualifications are that would make him eligible for a 6-figure salary from the flood control district, but it doesn't look good at all, and it doesn't play well into this election that we're coming into.
Chal, you've had a couple weeks to kind of gather facts on this. Is this looking worse for the judge?
Look, Lena Hidalgo is under a microscope in the public domain, but she won handily in the primaries. This has been described as political theater. I think this continues. There's an article in the Houston Chronicle today that kind of spells out more of her side of the story, which she has contended from day one. You know, I didn't do it, but let this process go through its, it's procedural. Let it get to its disposition. If there's an investigation, a lot of things will be revealed ultimately. And, Lena and others will have their day in court.
Bobo, you've covered these cases before. What's your take?
Well, I'm going to agree with Chal. Let's let the investigation run, and it is running. I'm sure the judge is hoping that her bail bond reforms will apply to her as well when all of this comes to a head. But it'll be interesting to see how that develops. You know, on NCIS, Special Agent Jethro Gibbs says there's no such thing as a coincidence, and I don't see this as being a coincidence either. You know, the job wasn't posted. Does that make it an illegal job move? I don't know. We shall see. But let the investigation run. Let the facts fall where they may, and see where it hits.
Marcus Davis, is this incident, this scandal, bolster your growing cynicism about government?
I don't know, but I don't know if anybody caught the shade that Bob just threw out with the bail comment. That was smooth, Bob. That was the smoothest. It gets the award thus far. Listen, as Chal said, I can't. I like to let things play out, right? I don't like to make assumptions about what someone has done. But when you talk about public trust and jobs being given to people without it being posted as per the rules are supposed to be followed, that's a questionable act. Not whether or not the investigation into what she did was right or wrong, but when we're giving away jobs to people that we don't post for the public to look at, then that's a problem. That may be how we got the leader of the person who was responsible for this doggone tech flaw. Was that person qualified?
Okay, Two issues. Number one, they still haven't been able to explain why they shut the door, quote unquote, on UT Health, which was the winning bidder in the first round. Holly, I mean, what's your take on that? And make it real quick.
Oh goodness, yes, Lena Hidalgo is asking for the process to carry out, but we can see these texts, we can see these messages, we can see that they were instructed to quote slam the door on UT. You just can't erase that. It's just right out there in the public.
And then there's the issue. Wait a second, Tony. There's the issue of contacting their preferred bidder before the bid even goes out and giving her inside information. How do you explain that? Go ahead.
So, I mean, there's concrete steps that should not be violated. The investigation will reveal if that's the fact, and if they're going against that, that's a big problem. I do want to say one thing, though. I've been on a lot of hiring committees. They are not scientific processes. There's emotions, bias, interest, etc. As long as you follow the rules, I can see why you would throw a giant, the status quo establishment out of the mix if you want to get more women, more, what we used to be called minorities, and the majorities in there as well. That is hard to explain, so that should be explained in the wash.
They shut the door on UT like Purdue did in the NCAA tournament.
All right, Director Anthony, do I have more time in this segment? Hey, I'm going to go to break right now. Up next, bracing on the border, why President Biden's removal of a COVID-era restriction will likely trigger a tidal wave of uninvited immigration. Federal agents on our border are bracing for a fresh onslaught of uninvited immigration. That because President Joe Biden says he'll soon be retracting Article 42, a Trump-era health policy designed to prevent the spread of coronavirus from infected foreign nationals crossing our border. Article 42 allowed immigration authorities to rapidly deport more than 1 million undocumented adults. And without that tool, our state's senior United States Senator is predicting a sustained deepening of the crisis.
Border Patrol tells me if you take away tools like Title 42, which allow them to turn around adult migrants at the border, then they're going to lose control completely.
While the Biden administration is downplaying those concerns, even Democrats are speaking out, with Senator Joe Manchin calling the move frightening and New Hampshire Senator Maggie Hassan saying the move will likely lead to a migrant surge that the administration does not appear ready for. Panel, is this a massive green light to cross a border that's, for all practical purposes, open? And I called it Article 42. It's Title 42. Bob corrected me right before. I still got it wrong. Bob, start us out here.
Well, first off, Title 42 was created by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. It was a health issue. And Joe Biden, when he first came into office, immediately changed Title 42 And the way it worked was when the migrants came across, they were immediately taken to an outdoor processing center and expelled back to Mexico or their country of origin within 2 hours. That limited their exposure to Border Patrol agents and to other people working through the system, which would also lead to spreading the disease throughout the community. When Biden changed that, we then started bringing these migrants into overcrowded facilities where Border Patrol agents were exposed to this. We had a record number of deaths of Border Patrol agents last year because of these changes in policies. 80% of those deaths were caused from COVID-19. Now you see there's been 1 million migrants apprehended in the first 6 months of this fiscal year, which began in October. 1 million people, another 60,000 in what Border Patrol calls gotaways. But the gotaways numbers increases as the number of migrants coming across increases because Border Patrol agents are tied up. They can't even do routine border security patrols. That means that fentanyl's getting in. That means that child rapists are getting in. That means that all of these kind of things, you can shake your head, but that's what I report on every week is the number of people that are crossing that have previous criminal histories that are coming back into this country.
Tony, we're talking 7,000 apprehensions a day, and that's expected to rise once Title 42 is taken out of place. What's your take on this?
Well, for the Democrats, evidently now that I've seen them adapt to the Ukrainian immigrant issue, the machine can work fairly well, evidently, so I'm interested to see how it will adjust to this. And to the Republicans, they should be thrilled. They're the ones that say the Center for Disease Control was fake news. What did they say about Fauci's credentials? So they had their way. They don't want masks, no more masks, no more COVID-19, evidently. So this went away probably because of the activism of Republicans. So Republicans, you got what you wish for. So be careful what you wish for because maybe you can't put the genie back in the bottle sometimes.
Deflection.
All right. Let's check in on our Sunday survey, and I'm guessing, over 90% of our viewers disapprove of the way Biden has handled border security and immigration. You can still, vote. Go to our website, fox26houston.com, or on our news app. Hey, I'm going to go to you, Chow. What's your take on what's going down? Do you think we're going to have an onslaught? Do we have the resources in place to handle this?
Hyperbolic words like onslaught and floodgates is misleading, and it conflates the issue. We're talking about the CDC, this public health organization that said, look, we are looking at this from a COVID perspective. The immigration issue is an issue. I think there has to be some sort of responsible and fair path to citizenship. We're talking about some humanitarian issues. I believe that people at the border are actually getting COVID vaccines to the tune of about 2,000 people a week. So we're conflating these issues. And as Tony said, it's like you can't have one and the other and have your cake and eat it too.
All right. Real quickly to Holly Hansen, you've been looking at this issue as well. What's your take?
Well, I saw a report that on Friday, actually, the encounters on the border topped 8,000, and the administration is admitting that there's going to be as many as 18,000 a day once this policy is shifted. But let's keep in mind that, the open borders don't benefit us in any way. We need an orderly process. We can't get to a path to citizenship when we have a fluid and open border. And the health issues were there before COVID. We were seeing in some areas along the border a resurgence of diseases we have not seen in years, including plague. So this is something that needs to be taken care of. We need to be vetting anyone who's coming into this country for health reasons and for criminal background. That benefits everyone, those of us who have been here, those of us who have lived here, and those who want to immigrate here for a better way of life.
I'll say this, if it doesn't go from 7 to 18,000, your hyperbolic argument will be solid. But if it does, are you going to take it back?
Well, let's wait and see.
Listen, here's the question.
Hold on, we're going to go to break. We'll come back.
Okay.
Still to come, opening the spigot on America's petroleum reserve. Can the president really lower the skyrocketing cost of fueling up our vehicles? But up next, a troubling prediction for the city of Houston's financial future. What must be done to keep City Hall from sinking us further in the red? Welcome back. The city of Houston is approaching a fiscal cliff. Not my words. That's the assessment of our duly elected financial watchdog controller, Chris Brown. Bottom line, since 2016, which just happens to be when Mayor Sylvester Turner took office, Houston has approved what Brown calls structurally imbalanced budgets, with deficits ranging from $160 to $200 million per year. Federal pandemic funds have allowed the city to stave off further deterioration, but that lifeline is totally temporary. Panel with some huge liabilities like the firefighter lawsuits looming. The city of Houston is looking at a very, very deep hole. I'm going to go to you, Marcus. You can't run your business this way on, annual deficits, structural or real or whatever.
Well, let's just be honest, right? The federal government has set the standard for how to mismanage budgets. I remember, nonetheless, and so it happens on a federal level and on a local level. But let's go back. This didn't happen ironically or coincidentally on Sylvester Turner. When Ronald Green was the comptroller, there was a report released predicting what would happen to the city of Houston's finances if we didn't get control of the tax situation and the pension that was looming. In addition to that, when the firefighter claim came, the Greater Houston Partnership, as well as a number of other, as well as the same city comptroller, said that there was no money in the budget to do this. We'll listen to the city comptroller today, but we didn't listen to the city comptroller when he said we don't have the money to fund this firefighter thing that we're doing. We can't have it both ways. This is an old problem that started under old mayors that we ignored time after time after time, and now the rubber has met the road.
Holly, you've been covering City Hall some. What's your take on what the controller had?
Well, I think from what I hear from other sources is that, Brown presented these numbers, that may be actually lowballing the problem. So he's estimating maybe a deficit of 300 million in 2026, but some are saying it could be 500 million or more, especially when you consider what may be about to happen regarding the firefighters' pay, because the city is going to owe them back pay and back benefits. I mean, this is going to be a huge amount of number that Brown was afraid to even estimate at that point. And he did acknowledge that some of the problem had been created in previous administrations, but Brown also said what the city council is doing now is only exacerbating the problem. So they are using these temporary funds to provide for ongoing expenses, and you just cannot run a government that way. And yes, I mean, it's not like it's unprecedented. There's other entities that do this, but it's setting us up for huge failure and huge problems in a city that's already suffering quite a bit under this crime pandemic.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Coming up, the latest on the nightmare of Ukraine and President Biden's bid to temper the exploding cost of just filling up your vehicle. Get around there. Short. And now to the war for freedom in Ukraine. Vladimir Putin's invading Russian forces continue to suffer painful losses as they attempt to pound the Ukrainian people into submission. The defenders have drawn support, both spiritual and practical, from across the globe. The cost of the conflict, including higher energy prices, is being felt literally everywhere. Here in the U.S., President Biden is attempting to ease some of that pain by releasing 1 million barrels per day from the nation's strategic petroleum reserve.
It'll provide a historic amount of supply for a historic amount of time, a 6 months bridge to the fall.
Now, Senator John Cornyn called the move a drop in the bucket, but frankly, most are welcoming any relief from the sticker shock of every fill-up. I want to go to you, Tony. What do you make of what the president's doing right now?
I tell you what, he's on the right track. Save us some money. And I tell Americans this: you're talking about a struggle in Ukraine. You're talking about getting involved in a war. If we're worried already and we're buckling under gas prices and we're going to be worried about our internet in and out, we're not ready for a third world war. The other thing I want to add to Republicans like Cornyn, how about you tell Republican governor of Texas, Abbott, don't do what other Republican governors have done and take away the state tax. Bring the price down right away at home. So if you're gonna write a check like that, back it up from top to bottom, including the state. So Abbott, you do something, Abbott.
All right, Chow, I know you're watching the refugee situation closely. What's on your mind?
You know, I've talked to many people who say, I don't mind paying the extra price at the pump in the name of democracy and knowing what's going on in Ukraine. That said, you know, I was just in California a couple weeks ago and the prices were $6 or $7. I shared it with a lot of our panelists. That said, it really does hurt the pocketbook. This is a difference for at least for citizens in our community, especially those in vulnerable and marginalized communities. You know, paying for gas means a trip to work and back. I mean, it really is a difference of a few dollars means very deep pockets for many, many citizens. So we're very concerned. And, you know, I think it's a both and. We're very concerned about the humanitarian crisis that's going on in Ukraine and the war that's raging, and women and children are being hurt. At the same time, we have to address the economics of the day-to-day lives of ordinary citizens.
All right, Bob. You watch international affairs as well. You served in our military. What's your take about what's happening?
Well, first off, doing away with the gas tax only encourages more consumption of gasoline, which will further drive up the price. So that's not going to work. So on the issue of the war, the United States has done a good job on getting defensive weapons for attacking the tanks, attacking the armored columns, and that type of thing. We haven't done a good job of getting the tools there for the Ukraine to be able to defend its airspace. They've got to be able to control that airspace in order to move around and take the offensive. Biden went to Europe last week and looked like a bumbling idiot. He said the American troops were going into Ukraine. The White House had to walk that back. He said that Putin had to be removed from office. The White House had to walk that back. Time and time again, he said things that the White House had to come and walk back. He has no concept of what's going on there.
All right, we're going to have to wait till overtime to hear from Holly and Marcus. I know they have good things to say. Up next, the slap heard round the world a week after Will Smith's Oscar night attack. What will our wise panel make of what went down as millions watched?
Okay, the strategic reserve release is terrible policy because
can we carry this part on into the next one?
Please, yeah.
No.
That is, you know, it's going to exacerbate demand down the road.
Yeah, I hear you.
Short term. Oh my gosh, it's just bad strategy.
No, it's a horrible strategy. The way you solve this.
No, wait, Holly, are you saying releasing strategic reserve is a bad move?
It is a bad move. It's going to exacerbate the demand down the road because they're going to have to replace it. They're taking the reserve down to the lowest level it's been since, I think, 1984. It's there for emergencies. Tony's right about one thing. We are not ready for a war. And if we deplete our reserves, you know, it's going to be even worse. That's there for a real emergency, such as a war on our own land, on own ground, or something that disrupts the supplies. It's there for a huge natural disaster. It's there for a reason. To pilfer it because of prices, because of bad policy in the first place, is a bad move. as they replace it, it's going to increase demand, which increases the prices. Let's also
What was the
remember
original policy? What was the original policy that you
so
said?
if you look in February, before this Ukrainian thing ramped up, prices were already on the rise. In February, we were already looking at an inflation rate of almost 8%, and gas prices were on the rise. So it's been exacerbated, and it's very convenient for the administration to blame the Russian invasion for this, but it was already in place. You already had the administration signaling to energy producers that they're going to shut them down. They're not giving them the permits. They're letting them know ahead of time that, you know, even if they do permit in this situation, it's only temporary. Sorry, I can go on.
No, because I'm curious and I'm very interested because I have questioned why we don't use the oil that we produce in the United States. Why do we?
Right.
Like, why do we continue?
We were energy independent on January 2021, and that immediately changed when Biden took office and started.
And now we're reaching out to Venezuela and Iran for energy. Come on.
Right.
Oh, wow. I knew we were going to do it. That is, make you watch it one more time. I get it. You could fill NRG Stadium from top to bottom with transcripts of all the commentary already spewed regarding Will Smith's open-handed blow to the face of comedian Chris Rock at last week's Oscars. However, in Greg Rugen's world, what really matters is what my What's Your Point panel think of this now very famous assault, justified or despicable. Chow, 30 seconds.
Well, as I said on your colleague Isaiah Carey's show, this is a blatant act of toxic masculinity. If you don't know that word in the violence prevention work we do, just look it up and Google it. It is about a man bucking up and trying to protect his wife. That is not the example we need to set for the children. If we want to prevent violence, we talk about all this crime, we need to teach kids about healthy relationships. And what Will Smith did in the public domain of the global live universe is show a blatant act of this is how I'm going to behave poorly in front of everybody because I lost it. And, you know, he has a choice and he chose poorly.
Okay, I'm game, Tony. You brought props.
And Chow, you make a great point because when I first saw that, the Southside Chicago in me came out and I'm like, I'd have done the same thing except I'd have made a fist. But then my wife said, do not do that for me. I don't need you sticking up for me like that. And you could go to jail and violence doesn't solve anything. So now I am an evolved male and you're correct. That was a mistake.
All right, Marcus, tell us how silly we are for even, wait a second, Holly wants to talk.
Well, let Holly, can we talk about Saudi Arabia and its relationship to the U.S. as an ally, but yet we're not getting any cooperation from them?
Than a bunch of celebrities and what they're doing. I also, you know, I'm inclined to want to slap Greg for making us talk about this, but I think
Is that toxic femininity?
Why is the nation that we claim to be an ally not an ally in this oil situation? Why are we not having?
I can tell you why they're not an ally, because Joe Biden took the terrorist groups as attacking Saudi Arabia off of the terrorist watch list, and Saudi Arabia is not real happy about that because they're getting terrorist acts on their soil. Anyways,
but Saudi Arabia is cozy with Russia.
I'm still talking, Tony. I get the same advice from my wife. She says she's a big girl. She can take up for herself, and don't go get myself thrown in jail for being stupid.
Holly, anything else to say?
Yeah.
That's not Marcus.
Yeah.
No, I'll let Marcus go.
No, go ahead, Holly.
Who called me toxic femininity?
All right. I'm officially declaring the Will Smith, Chris Rock discussion over.
Hey.
Probably didn't happen soon enough. Still to come, after badly botching a major primary, should Harris County's soon-to-be-gone election chief be trusted to get it right? Welcome back. It's not done. Despite her resignation following the March 1st primary debacle here in Harris County, Election Administrator Isabel Longoria is set to oversee 2 more elections before her July 1st quit date. Harris County Commissioner Tom Ramsey says that's simply unacceptable and will try this week for the second time to shame the Democratic majority into stripping Longoria of authority. Panel, what's your point? Holly, you're covering this. Take 30 seconds.
Yes, I think that we'll see Commissioner Ramsey again push to remove Longoria immediately. Interestingly enough, there were some new filings yesterday in court regarding the lawsuit against Longoria in the county, is seeking to remove her, and also noting that she has been firing longtime employees since this debacle and trying to throw blame on some of these other employees, but they are now witnesses in this case. And so it'll be interesting to see what a judge decides as this case moves forward.
Marcus, if you had, say, a project manager cooking a big catered deal and they blew it, would you immediately trust him or her with another deal without supervision?
Here's a thought. How about we let the person that Harris County citizens elected to run the election run the election? That's a novel idea. We elected Tanisha Hudspeth to run the election, and her authority was usurped by somebody magically, mystically, right? Let's go back and do it the way the citizens decided they wanted to do it, and stop having voter suppression occur in Harris County.
All right, Tony, a hard 30. You think Longoria has her authority should be taken before she quits?
Well, she's resigned. She's on the way out, but we should stop talking about future elections. It's here. In 4 to 5 weeks, we have a May 7th election for constitutional and local elections, and then runoff. So that's here. I'd like to see Ramsey and other politicians come up with solutions so that the next person isn't ill-prepared, set up for failure, and can actually pull all these requirements off.
But Tony, the person that's in office now has been running elections in her position for the last 8 years or so.
Want to hear from Bob real quick.
Want
to hear from Bob real quick, 20 seconds.
I'm going to agree with Marcus on that. She's got to go. She's got to go now. You don't take the captain of the Valdez after they run aground and give them another ship to run while they're waiting on the investigation to be completed. Get rid of her. End of story.
All right, Cal, we're going to hear from you in overtime. Thanks for joining us. The conversation continues on a national level next with Fox News Sunday, and we'll keep talking here with What's Your Point Overtime, streaming on fox26houston.com and on our Facebook page. From all of us here, have a safe and healthy week.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 9:02 a.m. here on the East Coast, 5:02 in Sacramento, California. We're currently getting this Live Now image from the city of Sacramento, and we have some overnight breaking news to share with you. Police in Sacramento are saying that 6 people are dead after a shooting in the city's downtown area. This took place early Sunday morning. Again, police saying that they located at least 15 victims of the shooting, including 6 people who are dead. Now, police alerted the public via Twitter on the streets who said that they were near the shooting. People near the shooting are reporting that streets are now closed. As you can imagine, it looks as though we're interrupting this reporter's live interview there, possibly a witness on the scene who may have seen things unfold. Now, we're also looking at video on social media that shows ambulances on the scene. One video in particularly found on Twitter appeared to show people running through the streets as the sound of gunfire could be heard. Let's go ahead and listen into this live interview.
And my title is Extreme Intervention Youth Mentor.
Can you tell us what you know that happened this morning?
Just phone calls about somebody getting shot, multiple victims and multiple deceased persons. Came down here as soon as possible to figure out what happened.
You know some of the victims?
From my understanding, might know a few.
I know you work so hard to prevent things like this. You're so involved in the community. How are you feeling right now?
Now I'm feeling disturbed. Kind of sad. There's multiple victims and deceased, so it's nothing to feel good about.
I know the community is starting to gather folks here who have lost family members. How are you going to help heal? I mean, what will be your role in this going forward?
Going forward, my role would be trying to help heal the victims' families and try to get in between whatever happened and make sure nothing further happens as far as death or retaliation or other people getting shot, hurt, going forward.
Is there anything else you can tell us about what you know?
I don't know too much right now. I just got here not too long ago myself. We're still trying to figure it out. So most of all, just praying over the victims and everybody involved. Thank you.
All right, and that was a live interview we were able to bring to you all raw and unfiltered here at Live Now from Fox. If you are just now joining us, we are getting reports, according to police in Sacramento, California, that 6 people are in fact dead following a shooting in the city's downtown area. Police, again, saying they located 15 victims of the shooting, including 6 people who died. And we're also paying attention to video on social media that shows ambulances on the scene. One video that was posted on Twitter appeared to show people running through the street as the sound of gunfire could be heard in the background. We're working on sharing those images with you all here on Live Now from Fox. But police are asking people to avoid the area. There's still a large police presence, as you can see, and they will remain on the scene until they recover all evidence that they are looking for. Again, let's go back out there and take another Live Now look. This shot is a bit unstable because it's coming from our colleagues in Sacramento, but we are looking live from the downtown Sacramento area. The scene is still very active. You can see right there a heavy police presence. As you can imagine, authorities are probably talking to eyewitnesses, gathering evidence, beginning the initial stages of this investigation. But if you are just joining us, we have reported that 6 people are dead after what's being called a mass shooting in the downtown Sacramento area. Police say that there are at least 15 victims of the shooting, 6 of those victims who have died. Again, police asking those in the area to please avoid the downtown Sacramento area as they are still investigating exactly what happened, and there's still a very active police presence there on the scene. And as you can see, this tweet coming from Sacramento police, they're updating everyone on what's being called the K Street shooting, a very popular area there in downtown Sacramento. Officers again locating at least 15 shooting victims, 6 who are deceased, and we are expecting a media staging area to come. That is going to be a press conference from officials and authorities there in the Sacramento area. As you can imagine, a lot of people are just now beginning to wake up to the news. It is only 5 a.m. local time there in Sacramento. So if you're just now joining us, we're going to stay on top of this and continue to monitor this situation. We are in touch with our news partners, and we're paying attention to social media and updates from other authorities as we continue to learn more about this situation. All right, the time is now 9:07 here on the East Coast. Again, you're streaming live now from Fox. We'll have more right after this break. The time is now 9:10 a.m. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us here at Live Now from Fox. Taking a Live Now look from the United States White House in Washington, D.C. The sun just now beginning to peak at its sunrise. Let's go ahead and listen into President Biden's most recent remarks. He's speaking on the March jobs report.
Good morning. Today, we learned that in March, our economy created 431,000 jobs. Nice sound to it. We also learned that in January and February, our economy created 100,000 more jobs than we previously had thought. That means that over the last 3 months, the economy has created more than 500,000, more than 500,000 jobs a month. Over the course of my presidency, our recovery has now created 7.9 million jobs. More jobs created over the first 14 months of any presidency in any term ever. And that's striking. But what's even more striking is this. In March, the unemployment rate fell to 3.6%, down from 6.4% when I took office about 15 months ago. The fastest decline in unemployment to start a president's term ever recorded. In fact, there have been only 3 months in the last 50 years where the unemployment rate of America is lower than it is now. And what it means is clear, what is very clear. Americans are back to work. And that's good news for millions of families who have a little more breathing room and the dignity that comes from earning a paycheck, just the dignity of having a job. And more Americans get jobs as they do. It's going to help ease the supply pressures we've seen. And that's good news for fighting inflation. It's good news for our economy, and it means that our economy has gone from being on the mend to being on the move. You know, the American people, I think they're beginning to understand that this American Rescue Plan, and there's no reason why they should know the names of all these pieces of legislation that got passed. But the American Rescue Plan, with it, we were able to get Americans vaccinated. schools opened, and businesses humming. A leading financial firm, Moody's, estimated that because of the rescue plan, 4 million more American jobs were created, and unemployment is 2% lower than it would have been had we failed to move that legislation. Thanks to our infrastructure law, we have more than 4,000 projects getting started this year, 4,000 in every single state in America, total of 4,000, and all 50 states rebuilding America. We're building a recovery worthy of American workers, strong and resilient. And we're going to be able to overcome the headwinds that it has of Delta, Omicron, and even more in Europe. Our policies are working, and we're getting results for the American people, which is what it's all about, to state the obvious. Record job creation, record unemployment declines, record wage gains. And by the way, jobs and unemployment are not just another statistic. They go directly to the economy represents, the ability for hardworking Americans to live with dignity, support their families, and build a better life for their children. People are making more money. They're finding better jobs. And after decades of being mistreated and paid too little, more and more American workers have real power now to get better wages and to do what's best for themselves and their families. Some people see that as a problem. We've had this discussion in the past. I don't. I see it as long overdue. So when you hear these numbers, they're not statistics. It's a statement of the type of economy we're fighting for. An economy, as I've been saying from the beginning, built from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down. When we do it that way, everybody does well. Everybody wins. Even though we created a record number of jobs, I know, that this job is not finished. We need to do more to get prices under control. Putin's invasion of Ukraine has driven up gas prices and food prices all over the world. To help deal with that, yesterday I authorized the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Acknowledge this by far is the largest release of our national reserves in our history. It is a wartime bridge, is the way I look at it, to increase our oil supply as we work with our U.S. oil producers to ramp up their production to get us through this period. I've coordinated this release with partners and allies around the world. This morning, over 30 countries from across the world convened in an extraordinary meeting and agreed to the release of tens of millions of additional barrels of oil onto the market. Hundreds of hours of meetings with key allies, keeping them together, is paying off. Nations are coming together to deny Putin the ability to weaponize his energy resources against American families, not only American families, but families in Europe and around the world. I've also made it a priority to get America's fiscal house in order. Under my predecessor, the federal budget deficit went up every single year, every year. As I committed when I was running this and I got here, we're going to turn that around. In fact, last year in 2021, we cut the federal deficit by more than $350 billion. And this year, in 2022, we're on track to cut the deficit by more than $1.3 trillion. $1.3 trillion. That would be the largest one-year reduction in a deficit in U.S. history. And it's particularly important now as we work to reduce pressures on inflation. That's what happens when you reduce the deficit. So here are the facts. It was the previous administrations whose reckless policies and mismanagement led to the record budget deficits. In my administration, that's getting the deficit under control. In fact, I just released my budget this week, and it shows going forward, we can cut the deficit by another $1 trillion over the next decade, while still making prudent investments in economic growth and climate and other equitable economic decisions. But to do that, we have to be willing to do something previous administrations and Republicans today refuse to do. We need to make sure corporations and the super wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Here's one example. Right now, billionaires, and there's not a whole lot of them in the country, maybe I won't give a number because I don't know for sure, they average less than 1%. But my point is billionaires pay an average rate of only 8% on their total income. A family led by a firefighter and a teacher can pay double that income tax rate, double what a billionaire pays, double the 8%. So my budget has a billionaire minimum tax, a 20% minimum tax that applies only to the top 1/100th of 1% of American households. Billionaire minimum tax is fair. And here's the deal. It raises $360 billion that can be used to lower costs for families and cut the deficit. I would add, nobody making less than you're tired of hearing me say it, but no one making less than $400,000 a year will pay a single penny more in federal taxes. As I've said in the past, I'm a capitalist. I have no problem with people making as much money as they are capable of making. But I'm asking you one simple question. Just pay your fair share. Pay your fair share, that's all. That's it. Just your fair share. And no one can argue that 20% for a billionaire is unfair. Here's what this adds up to. We're going to continue to create jobs, bring down the cost for families, and rein in deficits left by my predecessor. All important steps in to continue our historic progress to build a better America. I said from the outset, we're the only country in the world that comes out of crises stronger than we went into them. That's what we're doing here. I want to thank you all for showing up today, and we'll have plenty of time to answer questions about other items other than the jobs report next week. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So what about inflation? We're in inflation outpacing wages, Mr. President.
Facing criminal charges.
Are the sanctions still working, sir?
I'm joined now by national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, so good to see you as always. You've been, as I always say, guiding us through this very complex war in Ukraine. That was the news today. Humanitarian officials sent a convoy to the embattled port city of Mariupol to try to evacuate trapped residents. Although, Hal, my main concern with this is we've heard time and again before that Russia will allow these humanitarian corridors and convoys rather. But sometimes they get shelled, sometimes they get targeted, sometimes they're not as safe as they're meant to be. Are you concerned by that too?
Obviously, Andrew, I am concerned. You know, they've gone back on so many things. You know, what can only be called a feint. You know, the idea that they're pulling back forces. They are pulling back forces, but they're not in any way diminishing the amount of combat power that they're putting on the Ukrainians. However, with that said, a couple things with Mariupol. Number one, they're on the verge of taking over Mariupol. There really isn't a big challenge in terms of their being able to seize the city there. The big challenge they have is really on the international stage, which is they could cause massive civilian casualties depending on what happens. Also, France and Germany weighed in heavily to work with the Red Cross in order to make this happen with the Russians. And right now, that is coinciding with Russia trying to figure out how it's going to be selling oil and gas to Germany and to France. And so I don't know that they'd want to do something that would completely upend those negotiations in terms of how they get remunerated for their gas and oil. And of course, Russia's pushing to get, if not all, a very high percentage or at least half of their gas and oil sales to France and Germany to be bought in rubles, and that's a completely other story. But they're in a delicate position in that negotiation. So with that said, I'm hopeful that this humanitarian corridor will work, and the tens of thousands, I think it's up to about 100,000 civilians that are trapped there, will be able to get out.
Yeah, Hal, let's focus now on outside of Kyiv and in the Kyiv city center itself. What's going on there? We learned that the Pentagon today says it's not clear if the Russian military convoy outside of Kyiv, that one that was 40 kilometers, they're not sure if it even exists anymore. We also learned today that Russia has likely abandoned efforts to seize the Hostomel airfield just miles from Kyiv. Russia tried to take over it to establish an air bridge to Ukraine's capital, of course, in the early days of the war. So if you could tell our viewers what is happening in and around Kyiv at this point in time.
Well, what's happening is that Russia is using a lot of firepower. They're using missiles, artillery, in order to cover a withdrawal. You could call it tactical withdrawal of a lot of their forces up north. These are not small units, though. These are very large units that they're trying to withdraw. They're trying to withdraw them for two reasons. One is that they're damaged, seriously damaged, heavy attrition on these units. They're no longer capable of doing offensive action. And frankly, I'm kind of questioning if the Russians haven't also decided that they can't really maintain a long-term defense. So they're pulling them out. Also, the troops are completely demoralized for a lot of reasons. That's a longer discussion, but the will to fight of those units has been falling apart. And of course, one of the chiefs of intelligence for Britain kind of alluded to some of the problems with Russian troops, but they're trying to withdraw those forces, bring them up to reconstitute them. It's fairly obvious to all that their desire is that once they reconstitute them, they'll reintroduce them back into the Ukrainian campaign. Probably not guaranteed, but probably in the.
Okay. All right. Tell me when you're ready. Okay. I'm Kathy Lester. I'm the Chief of Police, and I'm here to give you just a quick briefing. Like Sergeant Eaton said, we have really limited information. About 2 o'clock in the morning this morning, our officers were in the area here at 10th and K, and they heard shots being fired. They responded to our scene behind me and located a large crowd. They found that multiple people, unfortunately, had been shot, and this is a really tragic situation. So we now have confirmed that we had 6 people killed in the area of 10th and K. An additional 10 people were transported or self-transported to area hospitals. So we are asking for the public's help in helping us to identify the suspects in this and provide any information that you can to help us solve this. Right now, our investigators are arriving on scene. And like I said, this is very, very preliminary, so we do not have, a lot of details to share. But again, we're asking for the public's help.
I hate to ask you to repeat some of that. We're just coming on live right now, ABC 10. Chief Lester, if you could just walk us through the call that Sacramento Police Department received and what was the scene that officers responding arrived to?
So we had officers in the area that heard shots fired and responded to the area of 10th and K. They found a very large crowd here, and they also found that we had a number of people that were shot in the area. Those officers, we know, rendered aid to our victims and called for additional assistance from outside agencies, as well as our medical responders with the local fire department here. So the scene behind me is where this happened, and right now we do not have a suspect in custody on this, and we're asking for the public's help. Again, this is a really tragic and unfortunate situation.
Was it a club? Was there an event, a concert letting out tonight or something where there would be a large crowd?
We had a large crowd in the area, but we don't know that it was associated with any particular club or event.
And can you describe the investigation? What is happening right now? What are detectives and officers doing to try to solve this crime?
So this, as you can imagine, is a very complex and complicated scene. So we have a large group of investigators that is responding, and they're just now beginning to conduct the preliminary investigation into this incident.
Is there more than one suspect?
We don't know that information, but we again are asking for the public's help. So if anyone saw anything, has video, or can provide any information to the police department, we are asking for their assistance.
Can you say the weapon?
I'm sorry?
Do you know anything about the weapon?
We know that this was that there were shots fired, so there are guns involved, obviously.
If they're still at large, is it safe? Should people stay away?
We have a large police presence right now. The scene is now secure, and as we get more information, we'll be providing that later to you.
Do you believe that the shooting was targeted?
I'm sorry?
Do you believe that the victims were targeted in this
We don't
shooting?
have that information right now, but we certainly hope to get more and be able to provide more information about this incident later in the day.
Okay, thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Chief.
We'll be able to give you guys more information as the day unfolds, okay? Thank you very much.
And Sergeant Eaton, you mentioned that social media is an important tool when it comes to solving a crime like this. How can people reach out to the Sacramento Police Department? What are you looking for? What do you want for people to provide to the department?
Yeah, so if anybody sees any evidence of any types of videos from this incident that are on scene, that were taken on scene, we'll be able to provide you with that information. We have a specific place that we would like that information sent. when I get that information, I'll be able to provide that with you for you guys as well.
You're also posting updates on your Twitter feed?
That's correct. So I would encourage everybody who is needing updates on the situation to please continue to follow our Twitter feed, which is at SAC Police. We will be putting out most of our updates there on that platform, as well as future time where we're going to have more news conferences or update the press in person.
And can you say whether the downtown area, is this safe for people to come right now this morning, Sunday morning?
Yeah, so right now we have the areas from 9th Street to 13th Street from J to L that are currently shut down. It is safe for in the downtown area right now. We have a lot of, as the chief said, there's a lot of there's a lot of officer presence down here, a lot of law enforcement presence down here. There's outside agencies that have been out here helping us. We would like to thank those outside agencies for assisting us, as well as the fire department for being here and assisting us with this. And with that, please follow our Twitter, and we'll be back with you guys soon. Okay? Thank you very much.
Okay, folks, that's all we have for now. We need you to ask you guys to move back.
As of right now.
All right, and that was the latest from Sacramento Police. If you are just now joining us, breaking news overnight. We've learned that police in Sacramento say that 6 people are dead and 9 others are injured after a shooting in the city's downtown area. This took place around 2 a.m. Sunday morning. We just had a live update from police who say that they actually located 15 victims of the shooting and 6 people died, unfortunately. Police are updating the public on their Twitter, saying that streets in the downtown Sacramento area near the shooting will remain closed off, and we are still in the very early stages of the investigation. So information is limited. We had one reporter ask, do we know if this shooting was targeted? Police still investigating that. Multiple agencies are still on the scene, so it is still very much an active situation. And police say that they are analyzing and paying attention to social media videos that are showing the crowd dispersing as guns rang out. Police in Sacramento are also asking, for anyone who may have been on the scene or for anyone who could possibly have any information to contact them via their Twitter. We're taking a look at the Sacramento Police Department's Twitter right now. You can tweet them at Sac Police. They're asking that is how you keep up to date with the latest information, and as well send them any videos that you may have. They're analyzing the video to see if they can get any more information as to how exactly this unfolded. Again, police asking for people to avoid the area of downtown Sacramento because the scene is still extremely active. And make sure that you're staying tuned into Live Now from Fox. We will be in touch with our news partners as we receive more developments about this ongoing investigation. If you're just now joining, we are reporting that 6 people are dead, 15 people have been injured following that downtown Sacramento shooting. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 9:32 a.m. Good morning. Thank you so much for choosing us as your news source this Sunday morning. Let's take a look back and listen in as Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby is answering questions from reporters on the Russian invasion of Ukraine as we now enter day 39. He's specifically talking about Russian troop movement near Kyiv, Ukraine, and he's stressing that they continue to see a small number of Russian troops repositioning away from Ukraine's capital city as peace talks continue. So let's go ahead and listen in.
It's not just sexual assault and sexual harassment, but domestic abuse, suicide, and what kind of conditions are there to help prevent? What's the command climate like? What sort of resources are available to our folks and to their families? Anyway, so all that led to this very first on-site installation evaluation report. The Secretary believes that the findings in this report of those site visits is going to be critical to helping us better prevent a range of harmful behaviors. And I said that includes sexual assault, harassment, suicide, domestic violence, and child abuse. How to better prevent it, and what's it take to do prevention well. So a key objective of the process here is to better understand where the gaps and the seams are and provide leaders at these installations as well as across the force with the necessary tools to enhance prevention. So again, this was a first in what will be a series of additional installation visits and installation reports, as it should be. We'll learn from each one. We'll share those lessons broadly, and we'll be as transparent with you as we can, and we have done that today. Also today, the department authorized for public release the RAND report, which was titled Understanding Civilian Harm in Raqqa and Its Implication for Future Conflicts. I think you may have seen RAND's already spoken to this and posted their report. It provides insights into the causes of civilian harm during the U.S.-led campaign to liberate Raqqa from the Islamic State from June to October 2017. The report provides recommendations related to U.S. strategic choices, operational approaches and capabilities, information collection, approaches to adversary tactics, and force development. It was sponsored by the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, and this report will be one of the key resources considered in developing our own civilian harm mitigation and response action plan that the Secretary also recently directed the Department to develop. Safeguarding civilian life is a strategic and moral imperative. You've heard Secretary Austin say that many times. The Department appreciates the insights that this report offers. He appreciates all the work that RAND put into it. We know it'll help inform our own work as we continue to try to improve our approach to civilian harm mitigation and response going forward. Let's see. Lastly, earlier today I had the great privilege of launching a new community engagement, strategic and community engagement initiative that we're calling Beyond the Battlefield. It's aimed at scholars and students at the collegiate level to try to help inform them. Obviously, we want to encourage them to consider jobs in national security and here at the department, of course, but it's really about helping inform them about how the policymaking process works at the Pentagon. I mean, so much of what the military does is available for everybody to see and to read about. I mean, we just released a budget on Monday that lays out what we're going to be spending and what we're spending it on and why. But we felt like we needed to do a better job explaining what working inside the Defense Department actually felt like, and how those decisions got made. And so we did our inaugural session today. I'm very proud of that, and we'll keep it going. It's going to be an interactive virtual dialogue to the degree that we need to right now with COVID. We hope to do more in-person stuff, and so I was very pleased to kick that off today. Finally, I know I'm kind of rattling on here, but an apology to all the press corps. We had some technical difficulties today, so we won't be able to take calls through Zoom. So basically, you guys here with butts in seats, you're going to be the only ones asking questions today, and that's not on purpose. We do apologize. We try, as you know, very hard to make this as inclusive as we can because of COVID restrictions, but unfortunately, technology got the better of us today, so we're going to just stick to what's in the room. So, Bob, you're lucky. You didn't call in today. You're here. So,
I'm here.
First question.
Thank you.
On Ukraine, can you give an update on the size and the scope of the movement of Russian forces north from Kyiv, what you've called repositioning? Does that include Chernobyl, or is that kind of a separate situation because of some health problems there that you could talk about? And lastly, by popular demand, can you give us an update on the convoy that you talked about?
I haven't gotten a convoy question in a long, long time. That did not merit applause, whoever did that. On the repositioning, we continue to see indications that they are moving a small number. I don't have an update for you in terms of what that equates to. I think yesterday we said it was about 20%, maybe a little less. I don't think we would change that estimation much over the last 24 hours. It has not been wholesale by any means, or has it been rapid? We do believe that, again, that a small number are beginning to reposition. It's not exactly clear, Bob, where they're going to go, for how long, and for what purpose. But we don't see any indication that they're going to be sent home. The best assessment we have, and it's an assessment at this early stage, is that they're going to be repositioned probably into Belarus to be refit and resupplied and used elsewhere in Ukraine. Again, where is that elsewhere? We don't exactly know. All I can tell you is what we've said now for several days. That it's clear the Russians want to reprioritize their operations in the Donbass area. That could be one destination, but again, too soon to know. We don't really have a good sense of it. You were asking about Chernobyl. We have seen indications that some Russian forces are departing the Chernobyl plant facility. Again, we gather that they are leaving to the north to go back again towards Belarus. But again, indications are not completely clear at this time. I think you were asking, is that of a piece or is it something separate? We would assess at this early stage that it's of a piece of this larger effort to refit and resupply, and not necessarily done because of health hazards or some sort of emergency or a crisis at Chernobyl. That would be our assessment. And I honestly don't have an update for you on the vaunted convoy. I don't have anything for you on that. I don't even know if it still exists at this point. I mean, it's been now so long. They never really accomplished their mission. They never really provided resupply of any value to Russian forces that were assembling around Kyiv. Never really came to their aid. The Ukrainians put a stop to that convoy pretty quickly by being very nimble, knocking out bridges, hitting lead vehicles, stopping their movement. But we've not seen an update on where those vehicles are or what they're doing at this point. And at this point, I mean, again, even if take our skepticism about the repositioning and just put that to the side for a minute. Over the last several days, we've talked about that the Russians had pretty much, even before this repositioning, had basically established defensive positions, and they were digging in. They weren't making any effort to advance on Kyiv. So it's questionable whether that resupply convoy would have been of much use anyway, because they weren't on the move anymore. Again, how much of the material they were able to get from it, I don't know.
So would that be an example of Russian planning failures or shortcomings? The convoy that didn't seem to connect with what they were doing?
I think it's a function of a lot of things. I think that's one of them. I mean, we don't think that they properly planned for logistics and sustainment of a force that size in the field under combat conditions. Clearly, they didn't execute. If they did plan for logistics and sustainment, they didn't execute very well. Because even before that, before the convoy became a news story, I mean, we were talking about they were running out of fuel, they were running out of food, they were running out of ammunition. So it's not clear to us whether this convoy was a reaction to problems they were experiencing or that it was them trying to be proactive. Doesn't matter, obviously didn't get there. I think it's also a function of Ukrainian resistance and agility and frankly, just battlefield smarts. By knowing where these vehicles were coming from, knowing where they were trying to get to, and getting between where they were going and where they were, which is what they did, knocking out bridges, for instance, making it hard for them to move on paved roads. And these were not vehicles that were built for off-roading either. I think you have to, when you talk about this resupply effort, you have to credit the Ukrainians for some real dexterity. Jen.
John, can you rule out that the U.S. is training Ukrainian military on Polish soil?
We are not in a training environment in Poland with Ukrainians. So what we've said in the past is that obviously as there are transshipments being coordinated in some countries around Ukraine, there's interactions with Ukrainian armed forces. Some of those interactions are with members of the U.S. military. There's some liaison going on, but we wouldn't call it classic training.
And how do you explain that certain Ukrainian parliament members are still telling Congress that they are not getting not only the weapons they need, but the shipments have slowed? Can you give us a sense of the pace of the shipments and what is in those shipments? Are you sending medical supplies, for instance, or is it only lethal aid that you're sending?
No, So we would not agree that it's being slowed. Quite the contrary. We completed the $350 million that President Biden authorized a month or so ago. That was completed in a record 3 weeks or so, which is unheard of. The $200 million that he approved not long after. That's pretty much all in now. I think there may be one shipment or so left. I don't know. And then the $800 million that the president approved, more than just over, I don't know, week 10 days ago. I mean, those shipments are already arriving. In fact, from the time he signed the order to the first shipment going on its way was like 4 days, Jen. And there's already been about a half a dozen shipments that have flowed into the region. And they're not, I'm not going to talk about the ground routes and how things are getting into Ukraine, as you can understand, but I would tell you that things aren't sitting long at these intermediate staging shipment sites before they're getting picked up by convoys and taken into Ukraine. So 4 days is pretty quick, and like I said, there's already been a half a dozen or so on the way, and we expect, again, without getting too predictive, we're gonna get these materials in as fast as we can. It's happening as you and I are actually talking right now, and we don't think it's going to take very long to complete the $800 package, getting it all filled out. We really don't think that's going to take long at all, a couple of weeks probably. And the other question you had was on what's in there. So every shipment is a mixture of weapon systems and then support and sustainment items, whether that's food, body armor, helmets, small arms and ammunition, medical and first aid kits, all of that. Every shipment's different. I couldn't tell you, and I'm not going to tell you that every single shipment has all of those things in, but typically there's a mixture of what goes in with every shipment. It's not just it's not all javelins and nothing else. But in these first half a dozen or so, there have been weapon systems, there have been javelins, there have been stingers that have gone in, as well as medical supplies and body armor and small arms and ammunition. So, look, Jen, we appreciate and respect that the Ukrainians want this stuff and they want it like yesterday. We understand that. We know time is not on their side. We don't think it's on our side either, which is why we're working really, really hard. And I mean, I've been dealing with security assistance issues since when I had this podium under a previous administration. I've never seen the Department of Defense be able to move with this sense of alacrity and speed as I have in just the last few weeks.
And do you have any estimate of how many javelins or stingers have ended up in Russian or Chechen hands?
I don't think we have any indication that's happened. Yeah, Megan.
On the on-site evaluation report,
Yes.
there's a line in some of the materials that were distributed to reporters that says that the department basically considers its prevention program for sexual assault in the early development stage. Was that shocking to the secretary or anybody else to learn that 17 years since the SAPR office was first set up, that the prevention infrastructure and understanding in the military is still considered in early development?
What I would tell you is the secretary's not comfortable that we haven't done as good a job on prevention as we should have done. And what he really appreciated about this report was how candid it was about how much more work we have to do. I think he would absolutely espouse that line, the fact that we don't have prevention organized and resourced the way it needs to be. Clearly we don't, Megan, because you know for yourself how high the numbers now still are. 20,000 incidents in 2020, I think, was the number. That's just way too high. So one of the reasons we wanted to do this, again, this was a recommendation by the IRC, and a good one, was to give us a more tactile feel of what it's like. Because you can have the best prevention program at the corporate level here, at the headquarters level, but unless it's being acted on and executed and locally adopted, then it's no better than the paper it's written on. And so clearly we learned a lot from these first 20 sites. I think we're going to learn a lot from the ones that come. But the secretary's not resting on any laurels. He's not happy that we haven't gotten prevention better organized and better resourced, and he's committed to doing that. Tom?
Hi, John. Good afternoon. I'd like to follow up Jen's question and have a second question. My second question deals with the RAND report specifically, but more generally, is there a central lessons learned area of the Pentagon? We always hear, after like the Kabul incident and other incidents, that there's a lessons learned done. Is there actually a repository for these lessons learned so somebody can go and read the lessons learned?
Well, the way it's typically done is by geographic region or combatant command, or sometimes service specific. There have been lessons learned. There have been after action reports done. Now that we've just wrapped up 20 years of war, so there are plenty of documents for us to consult and look at. And some of them reside here in D.C. Some of them were down in Tampa. They're scattered around depending on what level they were written. But Tom, as I said at the opening, he has now put into place a civilian harm and mitigation response program here at the corporate level, at the headquarters level, to be led by the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Special Operations and Low Intensity Conflict, Chris Mayer. So, no, I know. So Chris is going to take a hard look at, obviously, he's going to learn from this RAND report. He's already gone through it. But he's leading up a team that's going to come up with a more thoughtful approach to civilian harm and mitigation based on the lessons learned from even just this year's events.
Well, I was thinking of that. And the successful mission in Syria that we talked about, you told us, how President Biden wanted to make sure there was no civilians harmed, et cetera. That's part of the lessons learned that you indicated from the podium. And so when Chris and his team go to do the study, they know where to go to get these quote-unquote lessons learned.
He absolutely does. And if it's not something he can get his hands on, believe me, he can get his hands on it. We're gonna be, as the Secretary has directed us to be, as open-minded and as curious as we can be to try to get better at this. We still, no other military works as hard as we do to mitigate civilian harm, and yet we still cause it. And we're going to be nothing but honest about that, and we're going to continue to try to learn from past issues.
To follow up on Jen's question about the training, she asked you to specifically rule it out, and you said earlier this week it's not training in the classic sense that what people would think. This is you speaking from the podium when we were asking about the possible training of Ukrainians by U.S. forces, and you also referred to this word liaison, which I found is an interesting word to use. the classic definitions of liaison are communications between people, or in a culinary sense, thickening of a product, which I don't think you're referring to. So could you drill down a little bit on, is there no outright training, and what do you mean in training in the classical sense that people think? Is there something else going on people wouldn't think about?
No, I mean, I don't know that I can improve upon my answer to Jen. We are having interactions on occasion with Ukrainian troops that momentarily temporarily have to come into Poland for the purpose of transshipment of this security assistance, and there's some liaison going on there. But it's not, as I said to her, it's not, and to you, it's not classic training in the sense that that I think you and I think about it. But these liaisons are happening, and they're happening at a fairly frequent level. I would remind, and I know why the question's coming up, but I mean we did have a training mission in Ukraine that we had to suspend because of the invasion. We had Florida National Guard troops that were there not far from Lviv that were doing training, and we would love nothing better than to get back to that. But clearly that's not an option right now. You didn't ask this, but I'm going to take the opportunity anyway. That as we talk about security assistance, and we're doing a lot, and we're doing a lot faster. And I understand the focus and the interest in the actual items being sent and being used. I totally get that, but I just hope we don't forget that it's not just the stuff that matters. It's their ability to use this stuff, and that didn't happen by accident. 8 years of training of Ukrainian armed forces has made an enormous difference in their battlefield competency, in their capability. And that wasn't just the United States. UK, the Canadians, and other allies were also involved in that. So that when these things are arriving, they're able to get into the hands of Ukrainian armed forces, and they're able to use them in fairly short order. Again, that's not an accident. That prowess, that agility that we were talking about earlier, that very much was by design because of 8 years of very quality training that they received.
Those statements that you just made there is probably what fuels the idea that there's some training going on, only because some of these weapons and supplies are relatively new to the Ukrainians. And your testimony up there, as you were saying, 8 years of training by the United States and other countries gives them this prowess, gives them the ability to stun the Russians. Yet on newer weapons they may not be so familiar with. How could they achieve that same? I'm just saying that suggests the fact that somewhere along the line
I can't improve upon my answer. There's no training right now in the classic sense.
Okay. Thank you, John. With everything that you mentioned about the Russian troops movement around Kyiv, did the department detect any de-escalation on the side of the Russian troops and around Kyiv, but in Ukraine in general? And then, if I may,
wait, before you go on, what do you mean by de-escalation?
What they said, there's going to be some de-escalation and the operations and
what they call de-escalation, I call repositioning. That they had already been in a defensive posture before they began to reposition. And as far as we can tell, the forces that remain around Kyiv are still largely in defensive positions.
But in terms of military operations, targeting the city itself?
Well, clearly they are from the air. I mean, the Kyiv is still a central focus of their airstrikes.
And you credited the Ukrainian forces with their agility and stopping not only that convoy, but basically it seems like they were able to thwart this Russian offensive to take Kyiv. Should the Pentagon as well be credited with any advisory role on the operational level with the Ukrainians throughout this war? You said like for 8 years, of course the U.S. played a role in training these forces. Did the Pentagon play any role, not only in supplying the weapons, but play any advisory role in the operational sense of how to basically deal with this?
We don't have trainers on the ground in Ukraine. We're not doing tactical level, advise and assist, which is what I think you're getting at. But we have said for a while now, to the degree we can provide the Ukrainians information that's useful to them in the fight, we're providing that. I think that's about the best I can answer your question. Barb?
A question from one of our colleagues who was unable to dial in. Would like to ask.
So they found a workaround.
It's a very typical practice. The White House often did that during COVID. People would email to other colleagues. So this person, who shall go unnamed, would like to know the Russian announcement, and then I have a question, about the 134,000 conscripts. What do you make of that? Do you believe the Russians, when they say these conscripts won't go into Ukraine, it's a routine call-up? Do you believe they're going to get mobilized and that the Russians are going to have to rely on them in the coming weeks? And the question I wanted to ask you, can you bring us up to date on any plan or thoughts you have, the department has, about the need to establish either a rotational or extension program for the troops you've sent? While some of them are quite recently there, there's every reason to think you're going to have to eventually rotate or extend some units.
Yeah. On the conscripts, I mean, we've seen noted that the Ministry of Defense has claimed that these conscripts that President Putin has now called up, 134,000 or so, they've claimed that they're not going to be sent into Ukraine to fight. We'll see. We've also seen Russia reject the deployment of conscripts in Ukraine totally outright, saying, you know, it wasn't happening, only to then have to publicly acknowledge that after it was revealed by journalists that they were in fact there. So I don't think you can take anything from the Ministry of Defense at face value. So we'll see. We know that, and we've talked about this before, Barb, that in those early days, it was a significant amount of their forces were conscripts. And we have indications that many of them were simply lied to about what they were doing. Some of them thought they were going on a training exercise. Weren't told that they were actually going into combat, into war. And of course, that sense of disillusionment and their lack of proper training and preparation led to some disastrous consequences for some of these early Russian units. So again, we'll see. We'll see where this goes. We'll watch. We'll try to do the best we can to verify. We're not going to take it face value. And on the extension or extensions or rotations, I think the Secretary wants to keep his options open, Barb. The additional deployments that we've sent now, somewhere on the order of just under 20,000 or so troops to Europe. These are on temporary orders. You know, we'll take each one as it comes, and the Secretary will decide whether that capability needs to stay, yes or no, and then if it does it need to be that unit, or do we need to rotate that unit out? Thus far, nobody has been rotated out. Everybody that the Secretary has ordered in is going to stay in. And we've talked about the 82nd Airborne, for instance, and some of their enablers. They are still there, and the Secretary's made no decisions about their departure. The Carrier Strike Group, Harry S. Truman, is still in the Mediterranean and will stay in the Mediterranean until the Secretary decides that it's time for the ship to rotate out. Now, with the Carrier Strike Group, obviously you've got refit and refuel and maintenance that has to go on the back end of a deployment, so we'll factor that all in there. But I think what we're trying to be careful of is sort of our hard ending dates on these temporary deployments, because we want to be able to monitor the situation on the ground and make the best and most flexible decisions in real time.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't get it. Because, I mean, are you just saying you're going to, I know you're not exactly saying you're just going to bust deployments regularly.
No. We're going to,
are you open to rotations?
Of course, absolutely. The Secretary is leaving his options open. And look, Barb, I mean, nobody knows how long the need's going to be there, the acute need for these deterrence and defense capabilities, because we don't know how long this war in Ukraine is going to last. So I think it follows just normal reason that at some point, if the length of time gets to a point where commanders on the ground recommend that they swap these units out, the Secretary will certainly be open to that. And it may be like you remove a capability because it's not only time to send that capability back, but maybe you just don't need it as much anymore. And maybe what goes forward is something completely different, or maybe nothing at all. I mean, I think it's going to be very flexible, and we'll be as open with you as we can about what's going in. But you've noticed, I'm sure, that we're not giving you hard end dates because we're watching this in real time. It is about making sure that we are properly postured on the eastern flank of the alliance. And again, that's a put and take that the Secretary is looking at literally every day.
Can you say, besides the carrier strike group you just mentioned, can you say who else is, and I believe Army Combat Brigade, can you say what other units are being extended?
I don't have any other ones to speak to at this time. Those are the big muscle movements that we know are staying in place for right now. But I mean, as you know, Barb, we have lots of small units, enablers, and I don't have visibility on all of those.
Is the 82nd being extended?
They are not. They're not going anywhere anytime in the immediate future. I'd just put it that way. Sylvie.
To follow up on Barbara's question.
Which one?
About the length.
She asked a lot of them.
About the length.
They weren't all mine.
Of the conflict. So I understand that the fact that the Russians refocus on Donbass may extend the conflict because they will have to move and to go into a very contested region. So how long do you think it could last? Months? Years?
Hard to say. It really is. The Ukrainians are fighting very, very well, and the Russians are not. It would be foolish to try to predict exactly how long this could go. Clearly, if in fact they're going to prioritize the Donbass region, if what they say they're going to do, they actually do, an area that they have now fought over for 8 years, an area where there are many Ukrainian armed forces who are also very active, this could drag on for a while. It might not just be a matter of days and weeks. It could be much longer than that. But Sylvia, that's difficult to know. It's really difficult to know. Louis.
You said that the Secretary is keeping his options open about the presence.
Yeah.
But has he actually extended the carrier and the combat brigade and the 82nd, because you said that they're not going at home anymore? Has he?
He reviews the posture literally every day, and he has decided that he's going to keep the 82nd there for a while longer, and he has decided that the Harry S. Truman and her strike group will stay in the Med for a while longer.
But the armored combat brigade, they're going.
Right now, those are the two big muscle movements, and the enablers that went with the 82nd also they're also staying, as you might imagine. I don't have additional decisions to speak to today, but again, first of all, they have. None of them have been there that long already. It really hasn't been. It's been 6-8 weeks in some cases, so it hasn't been that long. But again, he's going to keep his options open, make decisions in consultations with the chairman and General Walters to make sure that the deterrence and defense posture that we're trying to make sure is in place on the eastern flank of NATO is preserved, and that it's transparent. And that our allies and partners also have a say in what that posture looks like, and that they're comfortable with the capabilities we have in their country or in their region. So again, we'll do the best we can to be as transparent with you as well about that. But some of these units are fairly small, and they may come and go based on whatever the need is. Now, the more interesting question is, what does this look long term? And so, at the right time, we'll sit down and we'll have those kinds of consultations with allies and partners too about what's the proper European posture here. Because clearly, no matter how this war ends, no matter when it ends, the security environment in Europe is going to be different. And we're going to have to respond to that. So what that looks like, we don't know, but we're going to stay open to having those kinds of conversations too about whether there needs to be more permanent, a larger permanent presence on the European continent. Tony.
I have one tactical and then one weapons question. Does the Pentagon assess that at this point, Russia's lack of air superiority, much less supremacy, has been the deciding factor in this conflict, and that Ukrainian forces can attack Russian ground formations with minimal fear of being attacked by Russian aircraft?
I don't think at this point we're willing to say there's one factor that's been ultimately decisive. I think probably the most important decisive factor in Russia's failure thus far to achieve what they themselves said were their goals in terms of replacing the Zelensky government, occupying Ukraine, removing their sovereignty. Their failure to achieve that, the biggest decisive factor are the Ukrainians themselves. And not just the Ukrainian armed forces, but the Ukrainian people. I would say that they get the lion's share of the credit here about defeating the Russian strategic goals in the onset.
I'm just giving them all the credit in the world, but the fact that they've contained this powerful Russian Air Force, it would seem to be a major factor in their success on the ground.
I'm not suggesting it's not a major factor, but you asked me if it was the decisive factor, and I think there's a lot that goes into that.
Okay, weapons. You rattled off Stingers, Javelins. You didn't mention those 100 little drones that fixated the world's attention. When they do arrive there, what will be their targets? Because the versions going over there
that will
don't
be up
have
to the Ukrainians to decide.
Well, they don't have any tank capability of those drones. I just want to get a sense from you.
I'm not going to get into targeting. We're providing the Ukrainians systems and weapons that they can use to defend themselves, and how they decide to use them, where and when, and against what targets, that's really for them to speak to. And clearly it wouldn't be wise, even if I knew, for me to talk about it here from this podium.
Okay, they haven't arrived yet, right? These
They have
switchbacks.
not.
Okay. Can I ask you one on the minimize the civilian casualties? Part of minimizing it is fessing up and making good when you screw up, like we did in Afghanistan, killing that family in the Aaron drone attack. Can you take this for the record? Have they been paid? Have the survivors been given any condolence payments yet? I know that was in the works, but 4 months later.
I haven't checked in a while. I will. I'll take the question. I don't believe that that's happened yet.
I don't expect you to know off the top of your head. So thanks.
Thank you. In the back there.
I have two questions, one for each side of the conflict. Now, is the aim of the U.S. and the Allied weapons transfers to help Ukraine win this war, and would a win entail pushing the Russians out of the Donbass region? Now, for the other side, is Belarus still providing help to the Russians, or has Lukashenko pulled back his support for Putin?
You mean help as in providing a place from which the attack could have been launched?
Correct.
Help as in providing refit and resupply, should that be what the Russians do? Help is in the ability to have aircraft launch and take off from your territory. Help is in letting the Russians put surface air missile systems. Yeah, I think all of that's true. And as for your first question, of course, look, this war should have never happened in the first place. But now that it is, obviously we want the Ukrainians to win. Why would we not be sending $2 billion worth of security assistance? And that's just the United States. If we didn't want them to win this war, if we didn't want them to get their country back, to have every inch of their territory respected by their neighbors, including Russia, yeah, absolutely. Rio.
Thank you. On China, China and the Solomon Island concluded the new security. Solomon Island concluded the new security agreement earlier today. This agreement will reportedly allow the Chinese warships to visit the Solomon Island. So how much are you concerned about this new security deal, and do you regard it as a Chinese effort to undermine the free and open Indo-Pacific?
I'll let the government of the Solomons speak to their relationship with China. That's really the appropriate place for comment about that. And I don't think, based on what little bit we know of this communication, it's too soon to know China's long-term potential ambitions are here with respect to that. So I would let those two nations speak to this, Rio. But taking 10 steps back away from the Solomons, we have continued to see China's outreach to be coercive, to be aggressive, to be clearly one-sided towards China's interests in the Indo-Pacific region. They not only bully their neighbors for ridiculous, bogus territorial claims, but they actually are building basically island aircraft carriers in the Western Pacific to further advance their own national security goals, which are inimical to so many other nations there in the Asia Pacific.
So,
you have another one.
Yeah. Did the DoD reach out to the Solomon Island? Did the DoD reach out to the Solomon Island counterpart about this new security deal?
I know of no communication between us and the Solomon Islands. You might want to check with the State Department, though. That's really a better question for them, Cassim.
John, on Chernobyl, can you say that Chernobyl is still under the control of Russians? They have sent some forces out?
All I can tell you is that we've seen indications that some Russian forces are leaving Chernobyl. Who has custody of it right now? I don't think we're able to say definitively.
And also on a nuclear posture of Russians, do you have any indication that they changed nuclear posture, or have they conveyed to you anything with respect to that?
They're not conveying anything to us about their nuclear posture, Cassim. I would just say that we haven't seen anything from a nuclear posture perspective that warrants any change on our part. I just leave it at that. The back.
I have two questions. And my first question is about President Biden's announcements to release more oil reserve to reduce pressure on gas price. And I would like to know the strategic implication of this decision. So does the U.S. military have a separate oil reserve to make sure that this decision doesn't have any negative impact on U.S. military readiness in case of large unexpected contingencies?
We have, as I think everybody knows, I mean, we have fuel reserves of our own to fuel our operations. We do the best we can to distribute those and to make sure that they are available for our use. And obviously, but we also purchase on the market oil and gas so that we don't have to dip into our reserves all the time. What I would just tell you, because I'm not an expert on exactly what that process looks like, I would just tell you that the more important thing is, can we continue to defend the country, defend our national interests, using our reserves, our resources for fossil fuel? And the answer is yes.
My second question is about nuclear posture review. So the U.S. allies have paid much attention to this year's nuclear posture review, and yesterday we have like half-page fact sheet. The summary consisted of 7 sentences about nuclear posture review and 3 sentences about missile defense review. And I checked how previous administrations released their result of their review. So the Obama administration had printed like 72 pages of book and in 2010, and Trump administration had released like a 100-page of their a report in 2018. So is there any reason that the current administration should keep most of information classified this year, and do you have any plan to release more detailed and comprehensive information?
We will release an unclassified version of both documents at the appropriate time. Right now they're classified. We'll work through the declassification process, but they'll get released eventually. Yes.
So do you have any estimation about the release, like when?
In coming months. In coming months. Anything else? Okay. Thanks, everybody.
John, tell me once. Come on, really? You can't get it on in the next couple weeks?
I'll pass on your timeline and deadline.
All right, everyone, the time is now 10:19. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Moving right along with our top stories of the weekend, a 12-year-old boy was fatally shot in Brooklyn while sitting in a car. Let's go ahead and check in with our news partners at Fox 5 New York. Joining us now live from the Fox 5 New York newsroom is Briella Tomasetti. Briella, this just sounds like an awful, awful story to begin our week with.
Yeah, Rain, truly an awful, tragic situation. It's been nearly 3 days since that 12-year-old boy, who we now know as Cade Lewin, was gunned down on a Brooklyn street corner last night. Anti-gun violence groups and local elected officials joined together to denounce the violence and call to an end to the vicious cycle of what's been going on lately. Lewin's mother was also in attendance, but she was just too heartbroken to even speak.
To catch the shooter, but as long as we have guns and a revolving door system, we're going to continue to come to crime scenes like this. It's time for it to stop. That's why we're here. We're going to do our job.
Mayor Eric Adams, addressing the media in a late-night press conference, vowed to stop the senseless violence that has now just claimed the life of a 12-year-old boy in East Flatbush. Police say the child was sitting in a parked car with two family members near East 56th Street and Linden Boulevard at around 7:45 last night when the deadly gunfire suddenly rang out.
A preliminary investigation reveals that the three pulled over in the car to eat some food when shots were fired that penetrated their vehicle.
The 12-year-old boy who was sitting in the passenger seat was fatally shot in the head and multiple times to his body. The 20-year-old driver was also shot several times and rushed to Kings County Hospital, where she underwent surgery and is now expected to survive. An 8-year-old girl sitting in the back seat of the car was not injured.
As far as motive, the motive is unknown right now. And as far as if that vehicle was targeted, that's what we're trying to determine right now.
Two drivers, both in black sedans, took off after the shooting. Police are now trying to determine if they were somehow involved and are hoping the public can help find them.
We're looking for potentially two vehicles, both black sedans, unknown make and model at this time. One that went down 5 Street, East 5 Street, and one that went down Linden Boulevard.
Mayor Adams says the 67th precinct, which is where the shooting unfolded, recently removed close to 48 guns off the streets, more than 100 of them last year. And yet recent NYPD statistics show that murders have already risen 150% this year in that precinct, from 2 to 5.
The number of shooting victims in the 67th precinct has jumped from 5 to 12, about a 140% increase, and shooting incidents have increased from 5 to 9, about an 80% jump.
The question I continue to ask, what about the innocent people? What about people that sit in their cars and they're shot and killed? We hear so much about those who are fighting, but when are we going to start fighting for the innocent people of this city?
Yeah, Rain, and another update for you this morning. Police believe that the alleged gunman circled the block numerous times looking for his target, then shot at the wrong car. That's where 12-year-old Cade Lewin was sitting, and unfolding as many as 12 rounds in his direction. So truly a tragic, awful situation, and police are, of course, still looking for that person.
Definitely tragic, especially because this is the first child to be shot to death in New York City this year. Now, for people watching at home who may want to help police find this suspect, how can they help out?
Yeah, that's a great question. So yesterday, the NYPD began handing out flyers. They are determined to catch the person responsible. Of course, you can always give the Crime Stoppers hotline a call. That is 1-800-577-TIPS. Of course, you'll remain anonymous when you call, and we're hoping that that person is caught very soon.
Definitely. All right, Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomosetti, thank you for joining us.
Of course.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are slowly approaching that 7:30 a.m. mark. Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for streaming raw and unfiltered nonstop news. Let's take a listen in as White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki is joined by the economic advisor. The two are discussing the March jobs report.
Jobs report provides yet another indicator that, as the president said this morning, quote, our economy has gone from being on the mend to being on the move. In the first conversation I had with the president when he was a candidate, he explained his view that we faced a dual health and economic crisis, and that we could not attack one without attacking both. That intervention became the American Rescue Plan, and the historically strong labor market we see in today's jobs report is a testament to not just the president's correct diagnosis and prescription, but his insistence that the plan be quickly and efficiently implemented to get COVID and economic relief, shots in arms and checks in pockets into the system. Today we learn that we've got an unemployment rate of 3.6%, a tick above its pre-pandemic rate of 3.5. We've got an historically unprecedented run with data back to 1939 of 11 months in a row with job gains north of 400,000, yielding an also unprecedented 7.9 million jobs since President Biden took office. We have, and one of the most welcome trends we at CEA are seeing in the job market, increased labor force participation. And we have strong wage growth, particularly for middle and lower paid workers. Getting under the hood of the report a bit. As you know, the Council of Economic Advisors were careful to not overinterpret 1 month of data, and therefore we always cite the 3-month average, which in this case is the first quarter of the year. With the upward revisions in today's report, the average monthly gain over the quarter is 562,000 jobs per month. Now, to provide some context for that growth pace, last month marked 23 months since employment hit its pandemic low. At a comparable point in the last expansion, the 3-month average of job growth was 229,000, making the current jobs recovery more than twice as fast. The black unemployment rate ticked down by 0.4 to 6.2%, just 0.2 above its pre-pandemic rate. As noted, one of the most important indicators in the current job market is labor force participation. Rising participation rates will facilitate a closer alignment of strong labor demand with labor supply, helping to support working families and to boost our real economic output. Last month, labor force participation ticked up by 1/10 overall and by a significant 3/10 for the closely watched, quote, prime age workers category, which focuses on workers aged 25 to 54. Doesn't mean that people who are over 54 are no longer prime, but that's a different discussion. The prime age participation rate in March was just 0.5 point below its pre-pandemic rate, and it is up by an historically strong 1.4 percentage points since President Biden took office. In other words, last month's bump was not a monthly blip, but is part of an ongoing trend. It's a trend, and also in a trend that's highly consistent with President Biden's Make It in America agenda. Factory employment was up 38,000 last month and 473,000 since the president took office. In other words, we are in the midst of the fastest business cycle recovery of manufacturing employment in more than 50 years. Now, as you know, we economists are always looking for policy lessons that we can apply to our work as we deal with a complex, ever-changing and ever-challenging global economy. In that regard, today's jobs market provides a clear lesson. American employers and workers have taken every headwind thrown at them and just kept humming along. As the president said today, quote, the headwinds of Delta, Omicron, and even the war in Europe have not been able to derail our record jobs recovery, end quote. It is unequivocally clear that one of the most important policies behind that result is the American Rescue Plan. Of course, our work is not done, and we are actively addressing challenges faced by American households, especially uncomfortably high inflation. As you know, just yesterday, the president authorized the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve, the largest release from our national reserves in history. And this morning, countries across the world agreed to release tens of millions of additional barrels into the market. This work is, of course, highly complementary to our near-term work in speeding the pace at which goods move from ship to shelf, and to our longer-term agenda, including the bipartisan infrastructure laws projects to strengthen and increase the resiliency of our infrastructure and supply chains. That, in turn, is complemented by the Bipartisan Innovation Act, which is geared towards making more in America, strengthening supply chains, and breaking up bottlenecks like semiconductor chips that are raising prices for consumers. Our legislative agenda is also focused on reducing some of the toughest strains on family budgets, including prescription drugs, the cost of child and elder care, health care premiums, the cost of housing, and education. But the fact that all of this work is occurring against the backdrop of one of the tightest, most welcoming labor markets on record is both a testament to the president's policy agenda and to the unceasing energy and efforts of the American people. Thank you, and we'll move to your questions.
All right. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thanks for doing this. The president said today that he thinks part of the impact of this will be, easing the supply chain crunch. As more people in jobs, it'll smooth out that. I wondered your view on that, and in particular, we're seeing new COVID lockdowns in China. That has in the past sort of fueled supply chain crises down the line. What is your view on that right now?
Let me start with the first part of your question, and I'm glad you asked it because it's one of the more important kind of under the hood indicators in today's jobs report that should really get the attention of anyone who's following the very issues you've raised. One of the things that needs to happen in this labor market is to the very strong labor demand that in my comments, as you heard, I associated with some of the very important benefits of the rescue plan. Very strong labor demand needs to better align with labor supply. The way that happens is through increased labor force participation rates. Now, as I mentioned, in March, that ticked up by 0.1%. But I also cited what we call the prime age rate, which is for workers 25 to 54. Labor economists like to look at that prime age rate because it takes out teenagers and retirees and looks at folks who are most connected typically to the job market. That ticked up 0.3% in March. But more importantly, and again, we have long stressed that especially when you're looking at these monthly numbers, you've got to look to the trend. That indicator is up by 1.4 points since this president took office. And if you look at the pace at which the labor force participation rate is increasing, it is faster in this recovery than any of the past 4 or 5 recoveries. So that kind of development better aligns the very strong labor demand with labor supply in ways that will ease some of the price pressures, as the president referenced today. You asked about China.
Whether that can counteract, what is the net effect of China locking down, but more Americans being in the workforce?
Sure. So these are precisely the kinds of issues that we have been tracking ever since this pandemic came on the scene. We know that we are still in an economy where the pandemic, and a global economy where the pandemic is playing a role. But as I stressed in my comments today, and the president said the same thing, I guess I'm saying the same thing he said to be more accurate. If you look at the headwinds of Delta, Omicron, and even war in Europe have not been able to derail our record jobs recovery. Yes, there's uncertainty, there are headwinds, and some of those headwinds are amplified by Putin's unprovoked war in Ukraine. And yet we see month after month American employers and American workers shaking off those headwinds, creating record number of jobs, and creating such an important economic backdrop for American households to get by in this challenging period.
Mike?
Hey, Jared. So what, the chart that you showed that was up there before with the huge bar for Biden, at what point does it become more fair to stop measuring the growth in jobs and the growth in the economy against the recovery from the depths of the pandemic and begin to be more fair to measure President Biden's progress at increasing from the pre-pandemic levels?
Well, I think that it's already fair to do that in the following sense. If you look at some of the indicators, whether it's jobs themselves, payroll, employment, yeah, you're right, this is not showing the time series, it's just the bar. But if you look at the time series, you will see a V when things tanked and they came back pretty quickly. Same thing with labor force participation. And I'm going to put this, I had a great slide, we weren't able to get it together here. I'm going to put it on my Twitter thread later, EconJared46, later today.
Give him a follow.
And it will show the same thing, Michael, which is you see a V, and then you see a period of an ongoing trend start out and continue, and in the case of labor force participation for prime age workers, even accelerate a bit. And I think that we're 23 months into a recovery now. I think it is completely legitimate to cite these numbers in terms of an ongoing trend, very much fueled by a virtuous cycle of strong consumers creating demand for goods and services, which in turn leads to strong labor demand month after month, driving the kind of numbers we saw today.
One quick follow-up. I mean, we're still not back to pre-pandemic employment levels, correct? And
Yeah.
most of the indications, most of the measurements that Americans might want you to say to measure President Biden against is not like, okay, well, we dug ourselves out of the hole, but how much further are we getting above where we would have been had the pandemic not started?
Yeah.
And when do you guys start having to measure against that, and measure against like, okay, we're now 500,000, 1 million jobs above where we were before the terrible pandemic?
So there are a variety of ways to look at that. I would commend you to some work recently by Moody's, which looks at counterfactuals, the idea of what might have happened had we not had the rescue plan. And in every case, you're going to see job gains and unemployment declines, well ahead. I remember the unemployment number, that the unemployment rate might be 2 percentage points higher than it is right now, but for the American Rescue Plan. You're right that jobs are not back to their pre-pandemic peak yet. They're still 1.6 million or 1% below their pre-pandemic level. But they are climbing back at a rate, look, I told you, 1.6 million from the peak, and an average monthly job growth rate of 562,000 per month. So do the math. That's 3 months out. Now I'm not predicting that's going to happen. I'm just saying if you extend the trend, that's what you'd see. But I think the most important point that we're talking about here is that there is an ongoing labor market recovery with strong momentum that is delivering really solid job opportunities to American families. And that is such an important backdrop given the challenges that those families face in today's economy.
Thank you. Thanks, Jen. Quick question about the President's comments this morning. He was talking about the SPR release as a wartime bridge. And if you could talk a little bit about what he meant when he said that. Is it a wartime bridge to energy independence, maybe getting companies to ramp up production? Is it a wartime bridge to the Iran deal, or a wartime bridge to perhaps both? And secondly, conversations with a lot of oil and gas company CEOs have been ongoing for several weeks now. Have there been sort of any specific commitments that the White House has been able to get from them when it comes to ramping up production?
So on your first question, I think the way to think about this is kind of a walk and chew gum moment. I think of the bridge that the President was talking about as very much from the perspective of the American consumer who is facing real pressures at the pump. The last time we did a SPRO release, an SPR release, we saw oil prices fall quite quickly, and prices at the pump followed, were down at least 10 cents a gallon, as I remember, pretty close out of the gate. Now, if you look just in the last day or two, before I came up here, I saw oil is down about $7 a barrel, something around 7 or 8% since the President made his call. And so when he's talking about a bridge, he's talking about helping American consumers with this aggressive, historically large distribution of barrels from the strategic reserves. The idea of the President's clean energy and sustainable economy and decarbonization agenda is very much alive, very much ongoing, and that's the chew gum part. That we have to make sure we help consumers get through this difficult period and help to bring down the impact as best we can of the Putin price hike. But at the same time, we simply cannot give any sort of short shrift to our clean energy agenda that is so essential for building not just a sustainable future, but a future of good jobs here in America. One final point. While the strategic oil release should have the impacts that earlier the President said today, that doesn't mean that the impacts of the conflict in Ukraine are somehow no longer in play. They are still in the picture, and of course we will follow them, particularly from the impact of commodity prices, food and energy specifically, but not exclusively.
Any commitments from the company specifically?
I don't have a readout on those conversations.
Jared, a month from today, the student loan payment pause is due to expire, and a number of congressional Democrats sent the President a letter yesterday saying it was their sense that borrowers right now are not financially prepared to shoulder another bill as they deal with the increased price of food and gas and other necessities. First, do you agree with that sentiment? And second, is it your advice to the President that he extend the payment pause?
So first of all, what did you ask me if I agreed with? I'm sorry.
The sentiment that borrowers are not now prepared financially to take on another bill, the student loan payment.
I think that's a very specific question about a very specific group of people. So I've been talking largely today about the impact of a jobs market that's generating historical levels of job gains, 7.9 million jobs since this president got here. And of course, those benefits are occurring to families all across the nation and all across the income scale. For the group that you're talking about, many of them do face real challenges making debt payments, and I would say that's kind of a different conversation than the one we're having right now. Now, I believe Ron has leaned into that in ways that I'm not remembering right now, but do you have any comments on that?
Oh, okay, I like this. Let's sort of do it together. Clearly, a decision will need to be made in advance of the timeline, and obviously we factor the impacts of economic data on ranges of groups of people, including students, but I don't have anything to announce at this point in terms of any decision that will be made in advance of the timeline.
Well said.
Okay, sorry. Kristen, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Chair, the President has tapped the strategic reserve twice before, and it still hasn't had the desired impact. Why is this time going to be different?
So as I said a moment ago, I think that I would definitely challenge the claim that it hasn't had the desired impact. We saw both in the last release and in this release the price of oil come down quite quickly. The price of oil, as I checked before I came on here, was down about $7 per barrel. And I know that the last time, check it out, because these data are actually quite accessible. Look at what happened to the price, the retail price of gasoline after the last release. Now, it's a global market and there's a lot of moving parts, but it is a fact that the price of gasoline fell about 10 cents per gallon shortly after it. Now, if your point is that these releases from the SPR don't have a don't have a structural, long-term impact on oil markets, that's why the president used the metaphor of a bridge today. The idea is to help consumers as they deal with elevated inflationary pressures more broadly, and specifically with some of the impacts of the Putin price hike on energy costs, and that's what the release is targeted towards.
One more very quickly. Yesterday, Kate was briefing, and she said that all options are on the table as it relates to next potential steps that the president may or may not support. Does the president think that a gas tax holiday is a good idea right now? Is that something that he could get behind? Obviously, it's gaining a lot of momentum in the states.
Yeah, I'm not going to legislate from here or even get into ongoing policy considerations beyond saying, when we say all options are on the table, we mean it, and that option is.
Do you think it's a good policy?
Do I personally think it's a good policy? I think that all options are on the table, and all options, including that one, should be on the table.
Great, Jackie, you got your last one.
Thank you. Jared, yesterday, Brian talked about the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and buying back oil when prices are cheaper in the future. But, long term, as you just mentioned, the release does not solve the problem of the structural deficit in the market. This administration talks about how you're pushing for domestic producers to ramp up production, but how is that going to happen? Like, the fees yesterday that were announced are sort of a push to get them to use these, leases, not all of which may produce any energy. But beyond that, the answer I got yesterday was long-term our focus is on, clean energy, and that's why the president invoked the DPA to try to get, battery parts for electric vehicles. That was not, the answer that the oil industry was looking for. That answer for, what the long-term plan is shifted away from fossil fuels. So how are they going to ramp up production, and why can you say that prices are going to be cheaper in the future where it doesn't seem like there are any friendlier energy policies?
Well, first of all, let me just be very clear and specific. When my comment on the retail cost of gas at the pump relating to the SPR release is very much an empirical pattern that we've seen time and again, where an SPR release occurs, the price of oil comes down, we see that at the pump, and as I suggested, that's a time-limited function. The president called it a bridge. You're sort of saying a bridge to what? Yeah, and I understand that. Well, look, if you believe, as I do, that this is still a global that energy is still a global market and still a competitive market, what you expect to see is at a particular price point where oil is actually probably above that price point, and certainly has been even higher in recent weeks. Historically, that has led to greater energy production. And one of the things you hear the president saying in so many words is that we'd like to see that kind of production, that kind of response from the impact of market forces on these decisions of these energy companies. Now, if you don't see that market response, I think you have to ask yourself why, and that involves the kinds of commentary you've heard the president make about industry concentration, about the need for competitiveness, the importance of having an adequate level of competition within our key industries, whether it's energy or meatpacking, because absent, in the presence of excessive concentration and absent adequate competition, price levels can be higher than they otherwise would. So I very much support the president's rhetoric and the way in which he's leaned into that problem. But historically, we expect price signals in the energy market to have the effect that they've had, and we will continue to nudge the companies to move in that direction.
Here, what's your long-term solution?
And lenders, you said?
Lenders. But when we're talking about a long-term solution, and then, the administration's talking about clean energy, it's not sending the signal to lenders that this is a safe place for investment, that, this administration is saying plainly we want to increase domestic production. That's the sort of language they're looking for.
So I don't really agree with that framing in the following sense. I think by lenders, I'm thinking of investors, and investors in the energy sector. If you look at the profitability, if you even look at some of the buybacks and the share prices, investors in that sector have been doing quite well. And that tells you right there that there is a price point wherein it is very possible for an energy producer to be highly successful and to make a lot of money in today's economy. And in fact, what we'd like to, I think one of the messages the president has been trying to convey to them, that is on behalf of the American consumers, we're asking you to respond to those price signals so that people can have an easier time of getting through this tough period. Now, at the same time, we have a medium and a long-term agenda that is absolutely existentially important to us to move towards a sustainable economy. And we do that in a way that creates great opportunities for both firms, employers, and for workers. So again, this is not an either or, it is a both and. And I see very much an economic structure in energy markets where they can both engage in robust production today and plan for a much cleaner energy future.
Thank you, Jared, for joining us. You're always welcome.
Thank you very much, Jen.
Okay, we will keep you honest and as long as you can stay before you need to gather, and we'll keep you updated. They're going to track it closely from here. I just have a couple of quick updates for you from the top. One is in the State of the Union, the president called on out the ocean shipping carriers who raised their prices by as much as 1,000% during the pandemic. These costs pass through to American businesses and families and contribute to inflation. And just a month after the president spoke about this at the State of the Union, the Senate yesterday passed overwhelmingly bipartisan legislation to reform the ocean shipping industry and lower costs for American farmers, businesses, and consumers. And additionally, this week, the Department of Justice announced that it successfully stopped a merger between two companies that make the cranes that move shipping containers on and off of ships at our nation's ports. The merger would have harmed American consumers by reducing competition in the supply chain and would have put our global supply chain at risk. And so these steps obviously are positive steps forward. I also wanted to note that today the Department of Homeland Health and Human Services and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services made important announcements in response to the Vice President's call to action to improve health outcomes. Beginning today, as many as 720,000 pregnant and postpartum people across the United States could be guaranteed Medicaid and Children's Health Insurance Program coverage for a full 12 months after pregnancy, thanks to the American Rescue Plan. Finally, for the week ahead to next week, I had one more thing after this. On Monday, the President will deliver remarks on progress made on his administration's trucking action plan to strengthen our nation's supply chains. On Tuesday, he will deliver remarks celebrating the success of the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid and extending affordable health insurance to millions of Americans. And on Wednesday, the President will address thousands of national, state, and local building trades leaders from across the country at the North America's Building Trade Unions Legislative Conference. Finally, as you know, the United States is delivering a significant amount of security assistance to Ukraine every day. Over the past few weeks, we have delivered more than $350 million of security assistance to Ukraine, which the Pentagon has described as an unprecedented pace. And we welcome the UK's donor conference yesterday and its announcement that allies and partners will provide coastal defense systems, which is something that President Zelensky has asked for and is something that President Biden discussed extensively with allies at NATO last week. More than 30 nations have now sent security assistance to Ukraine, thanks in part to the leadership of the President and our diplomacy. So we're going to get to as many people as possible. Darlene, why don't you kick us off?
Thanks, Jen. Welcome back.
Thank you.
One question on Russia and two quickly on two other subjects. Russia says that an apparent attack by Ukraine on one of its fuel depots is making it harder for Russia to stay engaged in the talks to end the war. And I was wondering what the White House thinks of this suggestion from Russia that Ukraine's actions are the ones that are potentially standing in the way of peace over there.
Well, we have seen those reports. We're not in a position to comment on the Kremlin's statements. I would note Ukraine has not made any statements or confirmation of these reports. I would also note that this is a war that President Putin started, a brutal war with Russia's forces continuing to bombard cities across Ukraine and commit terrible acts of violence. We've seen the people of Ukraine fight valiantly in the face of unprovoked Russian brutality, but there is one aggressor here, and that is President Putin and the Russian military at his direction.
Second, on Title 42, the announcement that it's going to be lifted on May 23rd. Can you talk a little bit about why the restrictions aren't lifted sooner than May 23rd, perhaps even immediately? People who want to come to the country to seek asylum will now have to wait 7 weeks to do so when the CDC says that restriction is no longer necessary.
Absolutely. Well, it has always been the case and continues to be the case that this is a health directive determined by the CDC. So let me start there. But I would also say that implementation of their decision requires an interagency process, specifically leadership of the Department of Homeland Security. I would note the statement that was put out by Secretary Mayorkas, and it requires the implementation of appropriate COVID-19 mitigation protocols, also scaling up capacity and scaling up resources needed. And so it was always going to be important to have an implementation period, and the timeline reflects that.
Last question is there any comment on the vote in Staten Island by Amazon workers to unionize? Sure. Amazon to do that?
Well, the President was glad to see workers ensure their voices are heard with respect to important workplace decisions. He believes firmly that every worker in every state must have a free and fair choice to join a union and the right to bargain collectively with their employer. The Amazon workers in Staten Island made their choice to organize a grassroots union and bargain for better jobs and a better life. Go ahead, MJ.
Just in light of the fuel depot fire in Russia, what is the U.S.'s general position on potential future attacks by Ukraine on Russian soil? Does the U.S. believe that it is up to the Ukrainians to decide whether such potential attacks are justified, or does it generally believe that those kinds of attacks should be discouraged because they would be seen as being escalatory?
Sure. Well, given we have not confirmed or commented specifically on the reports from here, and neither has Ukraine, I'm not going to get into a future hypothetical. What I would just reiterate again is that this is a war of aggression by the Russian leadership, by President Putin, that has left millions of people displaced, homeless, has targeted civilians, hospitals, and other innocent people across Ukraine. We know who the aggressor is. That is President Putin and Russia. And beyond that, I don't have any comment on military tactics.
The president said yesterday that Vladimir Putin appears to be self-isolating, that he appears to have maybe fired or put under house arrest certain advisors. Does the U.S. have a clearer sense of which advisors are currently advising Putin and who has his ear?
Well, the president was speaking yesterday to public reporting, so we don't have more details to speak to at this point in time. But I would say to go back to a couple of days ago and the information that was put out by the administration that was reflected, that came through our intelligence agencies, what we do know is that this war is not going how President Putin had planned, that his intention of winning a quick war, defeating the Ukrainians quickly is not how it has played out. We have seen troops be demoralized. We have seen troops run out of equipment that they need on the Russian side, and that is clearly not what he had planned. In terms of who is advising him, I don't have more specifics on that front from here.
And just one more on a separate topic. You're obviously not the only person in the administration recently to test positive for COVID. Can you give us a sense of whether there have been discussions lately at the White House about what would happen if President Biden were to test positive for COVID? Help us understand what working from home, quarantining, running the country would look like if the president were to get COVID.
Well, I would first say that this wasn't exactly your question, but let me reiterate this point, is that we take steps over and beyond CDC recommendations and guidelines here. I would note that while I tested positive about 12 days ago, if my math is correct, I waited to return to the office until I had a negative test. And that is our protocol here, or the protocol I was held to. Also, we take steps in advance of meeting the president. Anyone who's meeting the president is going to have a test that day. And we also take social distancing steps in meetings when warranted. In terms of, look, we recognize that COVID-19 remains a transmissible disease, especially recent variants. And while I'm not going to get into a future hypothetical of any of our additional principles, since the second gentleman had testing positive, I would note that the President of the United States can work from anywhere, can run the country from anywhere, and we have the capacity to not only prepare for that, but to support anything that is needed. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Just a quick follow-up on the Staten Island vote.
Sure.
It's obviously a big moment for the labor movement in this country, the first union at Amazon. Has the president had a chance to speak to labor leaders, or is he planning to issue a statement? Is he planning to talk about it at all?
I don't have anything planned to preview for you in terms of an official statement. I'm speaking, of course, on his behalf. Obviously, as you know, the president has been a longtime supporter of the right to organize, the right for workers to organize and plan for better jobs and a better life, and certainly my comments reflect that. Go ahead.
Jen, just a quick follow-up. Just comments from a senior Treasury official this morning that said sort of the sanctions that have been imposed by the U.S. and its allies on Russia is sort of pushing Russia to become a closed economy. That is obviously presuming that China and others are not sort of making some of the materials that they get from the West available to them. Has the administration noted any sort of change in stance when it comes to China, and Russia, or is it, is there any evidence that they're providing perhaps military economic support?
Our assessment has not changed since our National Security Advisor spoke to this. What I would point out for you too, as well, is the strong statements that came from European leaders, given their meeting on exactly this topic today, which certainly we share the sentiment. Go ahead.
Lots of urgent issues discussed here, but with the helicopter approaching, one little bit of housekeeping. Is it true that you are leaving the White House to work for MSNBC?
Well, you can't get rid of me yet, Ed. I have nothing to confirm about my length of public service or planned service or anything about consideration about next plans. I'm very happy to be standing with all of you here today after it felt like a never-ending, endless time in my basement, quarantining away from my family. Believe it or not, I missed you all a lot. And my focus every day continues to be speaking on behalf of the president, answering your questions, as tough as they may be at many times, as difficult as they may be to answer at many times, and I hope that I meet my own bar of treating everybody with fairness and being equitable.
And just because this has been raised by our colleagues, by people who are observing this process, is it ethical for you to continue conducting this job while negotiating with a media outlet?
Well, I have always gone over and above the stringent ethical and legal requirements of the Biden administration, and I take that very seriously. And as a standard for every employee of the White House, I have received rigorous ethics counseling, including as it relates to any future employment. I've complied with all ethics requirements and gone beyond and taken steps to recuse myself from decisions as appropriate. And so I hope that all of you, I've been working with all of you some time, would judge me for my record and how I treat all of you, both in the briefing room and otherwise. And I try to answer questions from everybody across the board. I know everybody in the back of the room may not always be pleased with me, but I try my best, and I will certainly continue to do that.
Okay,
go ahead.
Are you good?
Yes,
Follow?
go ahead, Chris.
Jen, given the reports, which have now been confirmed by multiple media outlets, how can you continue to be an effective briefer if you do in fact have plans to join a media outlet?
Well, I have nothing, again, to announce about any conversations or any future plans. And at whatever time I leave the White House, I can promise you the first thing I'm going to do is sleep and spend time with my 3- and 6-year-old, who are my most important audiences of all. But I would say, Kristen, that again, I have taken the ethics, legal requirements to the highest, very seriously. In any discussions and any considerations about any future employment, just as any White House official would, and I have taken steps beyond that to ensure there's no conflicts.
And I understand what you're saying, but I guess the question is, how is it ethical to have these conversations with media outlets while you continue to have a job standing behind that podium?
Well, there are a range of stringent ethical and legal requirements that are imposed on everybody in this administration and many administrations past about any conversations you're having with future employers. That is true of any industry you're working in, and I have abided by those and tried to take steps to go beyond that as well.
And broadly speaking, is it the policy of this White House to allow staffers to have discussions, even if indirectly, with institutions that impact and affect their jobs and your job here?
Well, it is the policy of this White House to ensure that anyone who is having conversations about future employment does so through consultation with the White House counsel's office and ensuring they abide by any ethics and legal requirements. And those are conversations that I have taken very seriously and abided by every component of. Okay. So let me go, Serena. We can go, and then we can wrap.
Thank you, Jen. Can
You said you missed
reports
us.
that the U.S.
Okay. I know it may be that people who may have to see the president depart, and I don't want to hold anyone back, but I also am happy to answer your question and a couple of others if people want to stay. But if people need to, are they gathering right now? Sorry to interrupt your train of thought here. Okay. Go ahead.
Can you confirm reports that the U.S. has been providing Ukraine with protective equipment such as gas masks, hazmat suits, and other materials against a possible chemical weapons attack from Russia?
So the United States and members of the international community have, of course, repeatedly warned about the potential for Russia to use chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine, and that Moscow is possibly planning a false flag operation. In an effort to assist our Ukrainian partners, the U.S. government is providing the government of Ukraine with life-saving equipment and supplies that could be deployed in the event of Russia's use of a chemical and biological weapon against Ukraine. It does not compromise our domestic preparedness in any way, shape, or form, just for everybody's awareness, but we are providing it as we are providing a range of materials and equipment.
Just one quick question on another subject. The House passed the bill today that would remove marijuana from the federal schedule of controlled substances. Every Democrat, save for 2, voted in favor of this bill. Does the president support the legislation?
Well, first let me say that, as the president said during the campaign, our current marijuana laws are not working. He agrees that we need to rethink our approach, including to address the racial disparities and systemic Okay. Inequities in our criminal justice system, broaden research on the effects of marijuana, and support the safe use of marijuana for medical purposes. We look forward to working with Congress to achieve our shared goals, and we'll continue having discussions with them about this objective. Jackie, go ahead.
Thank you, Jen.
Okay, I'm going to wrap up in a second here, and then I'll go to Karen. Okay, so there, you guys got to wrap. Yeah. I'm sure we will get you let us get you a thorough comment on that. I will say, as the President conveyed in his announcement yesterday, certainly working with the global community to ensure we are meeting the supply shortages in the global community at this time is part of our effort to reduce gas prices for Americans, given it's a global oil market. So this is part of that, and we will get you more comprehensive. I am here and in my office if you guys have quick questions.
Question on inflation.
Sure.
Real quick. Today, the president blamed Putin's invasion of Ukraine for not just higher gas prices, but also higher food prices. Inflation was at 7.4% in January before the invasion. In February, it went up to 7.9%. Putin didn't invade until the 24th. So March is really going to show the impact of the invasion. And that report doesn't even come out until April 12th. So how are people supposed to believe the Putin price hike is to blame for food prices going up when the timeline doesn't add up?
Well, here's what the president is reflecting on. One, the price of gas has gone up by approximately $1 or more since Putin started lining up troops at the border. This is something that outside economists have spoken to as well, not just the administration, and those are just factual details about how much the price of gas has gone up. We know that's a huge impact, and when you say inflation, people think the costs on their pocketbook and the impact on their budgets. The second piece on the availability of food, we know that different markets around the world are impacted by the lack of production in Ukraine and other because of the war, and we know that that could impact global food prices.
This is the first time we've heard the president blame Putin for higher food prices.
I think what the president's looking at is what the impact has been in a lot of areas that are leading to price increases on people's pocketbooks, and where we could see it increasing over the course of time. I'm here in my office. I've seen you all. Thank you, everyone.
Who will replace you?
All right, that was the latest White House press briefing update from Press Secretary Jen Psaki speaking on the March jobs report. We will have more consumer news in just a bit, but for now, let's switch gears. I do want to bring you all out to New York City. We're getting some really sad news. The first minor to be shot to death in New York died while sitting in a parked car. Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti joins us now with the details. Good afternoon, Briella.
Yeah, well, good morning to you, Rain, and it is truly a devastating story. It has been nearly 3 days since that 12-year-old boy, Cade Lewin, was gunned down on a Brooklyn street corner last night. Anti-gun violence groups and local elected officials joined together in East Flatbush, where this all unfolded, to condemn that violence, which only seems to be getting worse every single day. And the young boy's mother was also in attendance, but she was too heartbroken to even speak.
Catch the shooter. But as long as we have guns and a revolving door system, we're going to continue to come to crime scenes like this. It's time for it to stop. That's why we're here. We're going to do our job.
Mayor Eric Adams, addressing the media in a late-night press conference, vowed to stop the senseless violence that has now just claimed the life of a 12-year-old boy in East Flatbush. Police say the child was sitting in a parked car with two family members near East 56th Street and Linden Boulevard at around 7:45 last night, when the deadly gunfire suddenly rang out.
A preliminary investigation reveals that the three pulled over in the car to eat some food when shots were fired that penetrated their vehicle.
The 12-year-old boy who was sitting in the passenger seat was fatally shot in the head and multiple times to his body. The 20-year-old driver was also shot several times and rushed to Kings County Hospital, where she underwent surgery and is now expected to survive. An 8-year-old girl sitting in the back seat of the car was not injured.
As far as motive, the motive is unknown right now. And as far as if that vehicle was targeted, that's what we're trying to determine right now.
Two drivers, both in black sedans, took off after the shooting. Police are now trying to determine if they were somehow involved and are hoping the public can help find them.
We're looking for potentially two vehicles, both black sedans, unknown make and model at this time. One that went down 5 8th Street, East 5A Street, and one that went down Linden Boulevard.
Mayor Adams says the 67th precinct, which is where the shooting unfolded, recently removed close to 48 guns off the streets, more than 100 of them last year. And yet recent NYPD statistics show that murders have already risen 150% this year in that precinct, from 2 to 5. The number of shooting victims in the 67th precinct has jumped from 5 to 12, about a 140% increase, and shooting incidents have increased from 5 to 9, about an 80% jump.
The question I continue to ask, what about the innocent people? What about people that sit in their cars and they're shot and killed? We hear so much about those who are fighting, but when are we going to start fighting for the innocent people of this city?
And over the past few days, we have had some developments. So an update for you this morning. Police believe the alleged gunman circled the block numerous times, scouting out a target, and then shot at the wrong car, unloading as many as 12 rounds in the direction of where little Cade Lewin was sitting. Just a tragic situation altogether. And
Briella, I'm sure that this
desperate
is
for answers.
I'm sure this is deeply concerning for community members. What should people do if they have information that they want to share with the police?
Right, so the NYPD handed out flyers yesterday asking the public for their help. What you can do is, if you may have witnessed this or even heard anything that may lead to an arrest, you can call the Crime Stoppers hotline. You can reach that at 1-800-577-TIPS, and you will remain anonymous.
All right, Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti, thank you so much for joining. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 11:16 this morning. And one question remains when it comes to COVID-19. Should you get a second COVID-19 vaccine booster? Clinics across the country are reportedly seeing an uptick in vaccination appointments after an updated CDC guidance, but some newly eligible people are questioning the timing. So let's go ahead and check in with infectious disease expert Dr. Peter Chin Hong, who had a conversation about who needs to get their second booster shot and when, with our very own Andrew Kraft.
Dr. Peter Chin Hong, infectious disease specialist at UC San Francisco. Doctor, thanks for being with us. Last time we spoke, we were talking about whether or not we would need a second booster dose. President Biden getting his today, although I still think there is somewhat confusion on who is eligible, if this should even happen? Because, many Americans just got their first booster, and many Americans also didn't get a booster at all. What do we need to know?
Well, I'd say, Andrew, it's understandable why people are confused. So let me try to simplify the debate. First of all, if I had to do one thing and I was stuck on a desert island and I had to choose one wish, my wish would be that most people will get their third shot. The third shot is a lucky charm. It's what we do for lots of vaccines: measles, mumps, and rubella, hepatitis B, human papillomavirus. And the reason why is that there's a 1-2 punch. Then you remind the immune system a few months later, and that seems to protect you in many vaccines for the long course against serious disease. Now, think about COVID. We know that in the only data we have so far about the efficacy of a fourth shot is in Israel, and they show different results. One in a smaller study of healthcare workers, average age of around 60, but a lot of younger people as well, found that there were no hospitalizations and no real benefit when you got the fourth shot over the third shot. And then last Thursday, there was a study released by Israel that raised a lot of eyebrows. And that study was a big study, over 500,000. They looked at people who got 4 shots versus 3 shots, older age group, age 60 to 100, average age in the 70s. And they saw that if you got 3 shots, you had a lower chance of survival than 4 shots. But whether or not you got 3 shots or 4 shots, the bigger picture is that everybody did pretty well. And the overall mortality rate, even during an Omicron surge in that age group in Israel, was less than 0.1%. So kind of that's where we are. And it's kind of like, it's not like you should get this right now, but you could get it. But that could recommendation or could permission could change to should, depending on if we get a surge. And if, like my older mom, who's like in her 80s, I would definitely want her to get it because I don't want to take any risks. But for healthy 50-year-olds, they might want to wait until just before the surge.
Yeah, Doctor, that's why I was so confused today watching President Biden get a second booster, because there really is, no hard guidance from the CDC, from the administration. It was just kind of happened today, and I was kind of struck by that because we're hearing from so many people, oh, I have to get another booster. I just got my booster, and that was my third. We were told we were just going to have that 2-dose regimen, and so I think Americans are somewhat kind of exhausted by the prospect of having to, every 4 to 6 months maybe re-up and get a new vaccine. Do you think that sentiment is accurate and valid?
Yeah, so I think there's confusion because we're trying to prevent different things. If we're trying to prevent serious disease and people going to the hospital, right now it looks like 3 is a lucky charm for most older adults, and even 2 might be okay for younger individuals. If you're trying to prevent an infection, even though it mightn't cause you any symptoms or cause you very mild symptoms, you need to kind of top off the glass every 5 to 6 months to restore or reconstitute those antibodies. It's kind of like if you're at a cocktail party and your margarita is running low, the host comes in and tops it off. You don't get more antibodies by getting the 4th, but you just got a restoration. And that prevents you from getting a breakthrough infection. But even if you didn't get topped off, you still enjoy that margarita and your body is still feeling the effects. So you're going to still stay away from the hospital.
Doctor, let's move on to another topic, and that, of course, is vaccines for children under the age of 5. Because there's also been some back and forth. We know Moderna and Pfizer have, requested emergency use. We know also the doses in these children's vaccines much, much lower than the vaccines you and I received. So where do you think this is going? Do you think we'll see this spring an emergency use authorization? And also the efficacy of these because of the lower dose. What say you about that?
Yeah, so I think the results so far for infection, symptomatic infection, in both Pfizer and Moderna was less than optimal, but they only looked at data for 2 doses. And there were 2 thoughts. First of all, you had to guess the dose for kids. And for Pfizer, they said, I'm going to give 1/10 the adult dose. So instead of 30, they're going to give 3. And Moderna said, I'm going to give 25% or a quarter of the dose instead of 1/10. And so instead of 100, they give 25. And the Moderna results are the only ones that are kind of more public. And turns out that for 2 doses, the 6 months to 2 years old had about a 45% efficacy in preventing infection, symptomatic infection. And the 2 years to 5 years had about a 35% efficacy in preventing symptomatic infection. But if you look at the antibodies, they look pretty good and equivalent to what was seen in adolescent and young adults. But because the bar is set for symptomatic infection, it looks kind of bad. But if you actually look at, this was during Omicron, if you look at the performance of other vaccines for infection, not serious disease, you'd see that it's comparable. So they said, okay, well, it doesn't look that great with 2, and maybe we should give a third.
The time is now 11:23. You're streaming live now from Fox, bringing you all a bit of COVID-19 related news. However, let's switch gears because what we do here is bring you all the latest live, raw, and unfiltered. I do want to revisit a story that we first broke to you all this morning. It looks like we're getting an update from community members there in Sacramento. Earlier, we did report that 6 people were dead following a mass shooting. Let's go ahead and listen in and see if we can get additional details.
Mike, I'm so sorry for getting in your shot. I'm so sorry. Okay. Didn't mean to. My name's Molly. I interned with you years and years and years ago.
Really?
All right, guys, please keep in mind that this feed that we are getting is completely raw. So we did hear the reporter go ahead and interrupt that community member that was speaking. But if you are just now joining us, we have been reporting on an overnight breaking situation coming from Sacramento, California. We can now confirm that 6 people are dead and 15 others have been injured and either transported by local authorities or have self-transported themselves to area hospitals following a downtown shooting in Sacramento. We are keeping in touch with authorities. We did receive a live update earlier this morning, and police say that this is a very, very preliminary investigation. They do not know if victims were targeted or if this was a random shooting. However, just moments ago, I believe we saw community members who were speaking out about gun violence in the area. Police are also asking that if you are in this area, you please avoid where this shooting took place. And they're also recommending that any area community members pay attention to the Sacramento Police Department's Twitter. That's where you can find the most up-to-date information. Again, if you're just now joining us, we can report that 15 people were victims of last night's shooting in Sacramento, California. 6 people, unfortunately, are deceased. We'll be reporting on this all day here at Live Now from Fox, and as soon as we receive more information, more developments, you can bet that we'll bring it all to you right here live, raw, and unfiltered. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 11:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. However, we are taking a Live Now look from Sacramento, California. The time is just 7:30 a.m. there on the West Coast. A lot of community members waking up to some pretty devastating news. We've learned that 15 people have been injured during a downtown Sacramento shooting that unfortunately left 6 others dead. Now, according to the Sacramento Police Department, 6 are dead again, and 10 others are injured following this shooting that took place very early Sunday morning. This actually happened around 2 a.m. near 10th Street and J Street. Now, this is just a few blocks from the state capitol park, and police say that they are still searching for the shooter or shooters who opened fire. There's still a lot more questions than answers here. Police do not know if this was a targeted attack. Police are still looking to find out if this was the result of one shooter or multiple shooters, and they're also pleading with the community, asking for help. If anyone has any information or any videos, they are asking that you please contact Sacramento Police Department. You can also keep up with their Twitter account for the most recent updates, as officials, again, still investigating. But they did say that most of the shooting victims were unfortunately in their 20s and 30s. Now, we are paying attention to video that is circulating on social media. We did see a video on Twitter that showed people running through the streets. You could hear rapid gunfire in the background and multiple ambulances rushing to the scene. This was a very active scene that we brought you all this morning. We had ambulances there. It looks as though that this reporter is going to interrupt. Again, guys, this is raw and unfiltered, but if you're just now joining, we are reporting on a overnight breaking situation out of Sacramento, California. 6 dead, 15 injured. We're still waiting to find out a possible motive when it comes to this mass shooting. Police saying that they are in the very initial preliminary stages of the investigation, so information is limited. However, we did get an update from the Sacramento mayor, tweeting that words cannot express his shock and sadness this morning. The numbers dead and wounded are difficult to comprehend, and we wait for more information about exactly what transpired in this tragic incident. And you can bet as soon as we get more information here at Live Now from Fox, we'll share it with you all raw and unfiltered. For now, let's move on to other top stories that we're paying close attention to here. Let's get a few remarks from President Biden. He spoke on Friday about the March jobs report.
Today we learned that in March our economy created 431,000 jobs. A nice sound to it. We also learned that in January and February our economy created 100,000 more jobs than we previously had thought. That means that over the last 3 months, the economy has created more than 500,000, more than 500,000 jobs a month. Over the course of my presidency, our recovery has now created 7.9 million jobs. More jobs created over the first 14 months of any presidency in any term ever. And that's striking. But what's even more striking is this. In March, the unemployment rate fell to 3.6%, down from 6.4% when I took office about 15 months ago. The fastest decline in unemployment to start a president's term ever recorded. In fact, there have been only 3 months in the last 50 years where the unemployment rate in America is lower than it is now. And what it means is clear, it's very clear. Americans are back to work. And that's good news for millions of families who have a little more breathing room and the dignity that comes from earning a paycheck, just the dignity of having a job. And more Americans get jobs as they do. It's going to help ease the supply pressures we've seen. And that's good news for fighting inflation. It's good news for our economy, and it means that our economy has gone from being on the mend to being on the move. You know, the American people, I think they're beginning to understand that this American Rescue Plan, and there's no reason why they should know the names of all these pieces of legislation that got passed. But the American Rescue Plan, with it, we were able to get Americans vaccinated, schools opened, and businesses humming. A leading financial firm, Moody's, estimated that because of the rescue plan, 4 million more American jobs were created, and unemployment is 2% lower than it would have been had we failed to move that legislation. Thanks to our infrastructure law, we have more than 4,000 projects getting started this year, 4,000 in every single state in America, total of 4,000, and all 50 states rebuilding America. We're building a recovery worthy of American workers, strong and resilient. And we're going to be able to overcome the headwinds that it has of Delta, Omicron, and even more in Europe. Our policies are working, and we're getting results for the American people, which is what it's all about, to state the obvious. Record job creation, record unemployment declines, record wage gains. And by the way, jobs and unemployment are not just another statistic. They go directly to the core of what the economy represents, the ability for hardworking Americans to live with dignity, support their families, and build a better life for their children. People are making more money. They're finding better jobs. And after decades of being mistreated and paid too little, more and more American workers have real power now to get better wages and to do what's best for themselves and their families. Some people see that as a problem. We've had this discussion in the past. I don't. I see it as long overdue. So when you hear these numbers, they're not statistics. It's a statement of the type of economy we're fighting for. An economy, as I've been saying from the beginning, built from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down. When we do it that way, everybody does well. Everybody wins. Even though we created a record number of jobs, I know, that this job is not finished. We need to do more to get prices under control. Putin's invasion of Ukraine has driven up gas prices and food prices all over the world. To help deal with that, yesterday I authorized the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Acknowledge this by far is the largest release of our national reserves in our history. It is a wartime bridge, is the way I look at it, to increase our oil supply as we work with our U.S. oil producers to ramp up their production to get us through this period. I've coordinated this release with partners and allies around the world. This morning, over 30 countries from across the world convened in an extraordinary meeting and agreed to the release of tens of millions of additional barrels of oil onto the market. Hundreds of hours of meetings with key allies, keeping them together, is paying off. Nations are coming together to deny Putin the ability to weaponize his energy resources against American families, not only American families, but families in Europe and around the world. I've also made it a priority to get America's fiscal house in order. Under my predecessor, the federal budget deficit went up every single year, every year. As I committed when I was running this and I got here, we're going to turn that around. In fact, last year in 2021, we cut the federal deficit by more than $350 billion. And this year, in 2022, we're on track to cut the deficit by more than $1.3 trillion. $1.3 trillion. That would be the largest one-year reduction in a deficit in U.S. history. And it's particularly important now as we work to reduce pressures on inflation. That's what happens when you reduce the deficit. So here are the facts. It was the previous administrations whose reckless policies and mismanagement led to the record budget deficits. In my administration, that's getting the deficit under control. In fact, I just released my budget this week, and it shows going forward, we can cut the deficit by another $1 trillion over the next decade, while still making prudent investments in economic growth and climate and other equitable economic decisions. But to do that, we have to be willing to do something previous administrations and Republicans today refuse to do. We need to make sure corporations and the super wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Here's one example. Right now, billionaires, and there's not a whole lot of them in the country, maybe I won't give a number because I don't know for sure, they average less than 1%. But my point is billionaires pay an average rate of only 8% on their total income. A family led by a firefighter and a teacher can pay double that income tax rate, double what a billionaire pays, double the 8%. So my budget has a billionaire minimum tax, a 20% minimum tax that applies only to the top 1/100th of 1% of American households. Billionaire minimum tax is fair. And here's the deal. It raises $360 billion that can be used to lower costs for families and cut the deficit. I would add, nobody making less than you're tired of hearing me say it, but no one making less than $400,000 a year will pay a single penny more in federal taxes. As I've said in the past, I'm a capitalist. I have no problem with people making as much money as they are capable of making. But I'm asking you one simple question. Just pay your fair share. Pay your fair share, that's all. That's it. Just your fair share. And no one can argue that 20% for a billionaire is unfair. Here's what this adds up to. We're going to continue to create jobs, bring down the cost for families, and rein in deficits left by my predecessor. All important steps in to continue our historic progress to build a better America. I said from the outset, we're the only country in the world that comes out of crises stronger than we went into them. That's what we're doing here. I want to thank you all for showing up today, and we'll have plenty of time to answer questions about other items other than the jobs report next week. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So what about inflation? We're on inflation outpacing wages, Mr. President.
All right, guys, and that was the latest from President Biden speaking on the March jobs report. You could hear that reporter shouting a question about inflation. Although wages are going up 5.6%, so is inflation, and a lot of people are wondering when, of course, we will see that kind of neutralize itself. So let's go ahead. I do want to play for you all an interview with our very own Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett. She caught up with an economist about the March jobs report, rising gas and grocery store prices, and when Americans could possibly find some relief.
431,000 jobs just in the month of March. But is this a good indicator of what the economy is actually looking like? I want to bring in Bill Dendy. He's a CPA with Raymond James Financial. Thanks for being with us, Bill. We appreciate it.
It's always a joy to be with you. And I tell you, that's the challenge when we talk about economics. Because while this job report looks so positive, we've got all these people going back to work, we're having this low unemployment at a time when we're inflation. And while some people have their wages going up, the things that they're buying are going up by even more than that. And forcing employers to pay more for labor is going to create even more inflation. And that's kind of a negative. And it sure flies in the face of the spending policies that the administration has in place, because usually you spend money and you create jobs and you do parks projects and you put people back to work when we have high unemployment. But now we have low unemployment and wage pressure, so it doesn't make sense to spend trillions of dollars right now creating even more wage pressure and even more competition for raw materials when you have a concern about inflation in the economy. And so all this sounds so good, but it kind of flies in the face of some of the policies that the current administration would also like to see happen. It would have been easier to say, let's go spend some money if everybody was out of work, but now we're getting back to work. And we're still not back to that 100% of pre-pandemic, but we're at 93% of where we were. And that's considered to be very, very good, a quick rebound after the pandemic. But it's not all roses, because wages have not kept up with the inflation rates that people are seeing. And we're liable to see more inflation because employers are now going to have to compete for a labor force.
Yeah, so that competition is still there. That's what I was going to ask you next. A lot of these industries still having trouble hiring people on. Do you foresee that changing as well with positive growth in jobs?
It's going to become more challenging. It's going to be good for employees. They'll be able to pick the jobs that have the most robust benefits, highest salaries and such, but it's going to be more difficult for employers, especially when you have so many open jobs right now in areas where we can't get the workforce educated and in place quick enough to fill those jobs. So we have the hospitality industry rebounding. We have manufacturing coming back, and that does make everyone happy. We're in manufacturing again in America, but we do have some of these concerns that we have open jobs, and for very highly technical skills, we are seeing employees able to negotiate better wages and better benefits, but that's eventually going to be passed down to the consumer. And if the consumer is not able to buy as much goodies, that does slow down the overall economy, and it does create that break automatically. The Fed has been talking about raising interest rates to slow inflation down and to slow down growth. This increase in jobs is probably going to allow them to continue on with their plan to raise interest rates, even though they questioned if they were going to be able to, because there was concern that the war in Ukraine might slow down the economy all by itself.
So you touched on it just momentarily there, with the mass exodus of people from their jobs and then now people maybe applying for new jobs for better salaries. Do you think salaries are keeping up with inflation?
The studies show they've not. Inflation has gone up by 7.8% year over year, and salaries have gone up about 5%. So we're getting raises, just not enough to keep up with this inflation. This inflation is being probably exaggerated a whole lot because of our global supply chain issues. And it's not supply chain that we have holes in the supply chain. We have taken out, with the Ukraine and Russia, about a quarter of the world's production in grains and in oil and gas and other things. And while we personally, as citizens of the United States, don't buy from there, our manufacturers now have a reason to sell elsewhere, and the prices across the globe have gone up. And those prices going up, we're seeing. It was a week ago or so, Biden said we're going to see real, perhaps, food shortages in other countries. We in the United States are going to see increases in food prices because of this lack of supply in grains, oil and gas, which produces a lot of starting materials for other industry groups, and including fertilizer for the oil and grain. So we're starting to see that in those areas. And then some strategic minerals are mined on that border between the Ukraine and Russia. And so we are seeing pressures that are going to probably keep on increasing inflation. And a lot of the manufacturers have been absorbing the inflation, but now they're starting to see that they can pass it on to the consumer and not lose market share. And everybody's getting used to being shocked about higher prices. So it seems like an opportune time for a lot of producers to pass that on to the consumer. And we're seeing with that a probably continuation of higher inflation for the next few more months, because several big companies have announced that they're going to increase their prices because their costs have gone up. What that means to us is that inflation is not gone and our wages have not yet kept up with inflation, but the wages are higher than they were a year ago, and more people are working than there were a year ago. And we are at 93% of the pre-pandemic employment rate, which is wonderful, but it also does make us question, do we want to keep pouring more fuel on this fire that seems to be burning pretty well, or is it time to quit pouring the lighter fluid on the fire? On pouring that lighter fluid, the whole thing blow up on you. So you want to not, well, actually, you probably never want to pour lighter fluid on fire anyway, but if you did that, if you do that, the is that you give it a little stimulus to get it going, and then it burns on itself. For years now, the Fed has been making it real easy to borrow money, real easy for banks to do things, and now they're talking about getting back to normal. And we're probably going to see that back to normal mean higher interest rates. Inflation's probably going to be slowed down because they're going to put the brakes on the economy. The idea is to put the brakes on, but don't stall it out.
Sure. Some might say that people are just now getting back to work from, maybe stepping away from their jobs because they had the opportunity to with stimulus checks that were coming through, and now a lot of that help is not coming through. Would you agree with that sentiment, that a lot of this job creation is just people getting back to work?
Yeah, I think at this point we feel like it's time to go back to work. We have to do it. We had the time off. I have an 8-year-old daughter. 2 years ago, teaching her at home, oh my goodness. Whatever we pay those school teachers, they're worth it. That is a big job. And trying to have the family coordinate that type of schedule, we said we can't work all the time. One of us has to be here with the children. Now that the kids are back in school, it's time, and finances, it's time to go back to work. I think that's happening all across America right now. And I believe that that is creating people going back to work. But employers don't hire you just because you want a job. Employers hire you because they have product to produce, or they have services that are being asked for and they need the help. And so it's not like it's altruistic that we're getting these jobs because you need them now. We're getting these jobs because the economy is doing well. And part of that is because we were all freed from COVID about the same time, and we had some extra money. Those that didn't lose their jobs, they continued to save, but there wasn't as much to spend money on. We couldn't go out to restaurants. We couldn't travel. We weren't doing as much as we used to. And so if we got those stimulus checks and got our jobs, we had people with extra money all freed at the same time to go travel again and go have a good time. And with that, we've had that big bump up in buying. And a lot of economists thought that was going to be a temporary impact, but it's continued on for about 6 months now. And some say it's a sign that the economy is healthy. And the American economy, we don't want to bet against it, but it seems it's going really well. And it may be time for the Fed to tap the brakes. And they're afraid maybe the Ukraine conflict was going to slam on the brakes. At this point, there's reason to consider slowing it down. We want growth, but we don't want it out of control. We want our fire to burn, but we want it to burn at a controllable, good level to do the job it's supposed to do.
Yeah, I guess I do just have to push back a little bit because, you know, when you say, oh, the economy is looking good, a lot of people watching might have their arms crossed and say, I just paid this much when I went to the grocery store and I just paid this much when I was filling up my tank. So do you have maybe some good news on that front, a timeline possibly of how much longer these high prices could be sticking around? That's the $1 million question.
And you hit it right on the head right there. People are still filling up their tanks in spite of the higher prices. They're still buying at the grocery store in spite of the higher prices. We had the wherewithal to do it. Some people are now being more diligent on how they spend their money. And for a lot of us, we've wasted money. Well, this is a wake-up call to be more precise on the dollars we spend, make sure we're getting maximum enjoyment out of all those dollars, maybe consider the budgeting. But the nice thing is wage pressure is there to increase wages. And so many people, especially in technical skills, are going to see their wages are going to be able to outpace inflation over the next few years. But as we all get started all at the same time and people are buying right now, we've seen a big jump up year over year in the cost of things and not as big of a jump up in wages. However, the wages are likely to keep catching up as unemployment goes lower and lower, and companies have to compete. And as long as we're still buying stuff, companies have a reason to hire us to go do the work that they're going to pay us more money for. So that is the nice way it all kind of fits together.
All right. Well, thanks for wrapping that up in a nice bow for us. We appreciate it because it can be hard to follow and it really does change every single month. Expectations moving forward here in future jobs reports and with the economy in general.
All right. That was the latest on the March jobs report, learning that the United States economy Friday adding 431,000 jobs in March. However, let's go back out live to Sacramento, California. We're getting a live report and perhaps a live interview with community members.
Eris and Leticia, they believe Pamela's son, Leticia's husband, was a victim in the shooting. They say they got a phone call and his car is still here and they haven't heard from him. Here's what Pamela told us earlier.
All right, guys, you're streaming live now from Fox. Keep in mind that these feeds are completely raw and unfiltered. We're finding out a lot of this information in real time right there along with you, our viewers. But I will recap what we have so far. We do know that at least 15 victims, there are at least 15 shooting victims and 6 who are deceased following an overnight shooting that took place at around 2 a.m. in downtown Sacramento. Police are asking community members and anyone with any video perhaps that you may have seen circulating on social media, really any member of the public that could have information as to who possibly did this and why, they are asking that you please report this to Sacramento Police Department. And we are getting a live interview, so let's head back out live to Sacramento, California.
As we learn it more. But I do want to bring in Barry Axios. He is with Voice of the Youth. He's a local mentor and leader in the community. A lot of the work you do, Barry, is to prevent situations like this, isn't it?
Yes. Unfortunately, emotions are high, heavy. Victims have got to hear what's happened to their family member, and just right now it's just tough. It's a tough moment right now for our city, especially for the victims and for the family members that lost someone they loved.
And you were quick to be on scene. You got here closer to 2:30 this morning. And what did you see?
Again, saw folks that were in distress. a victim had a bunch of blood on her. Another one came back from on the scene, was basically screaming about her sister. Her sister took her last breath in her arms. I'm just speechless at this point. Because now you get to see the raw emotions. You get to see the emotions of the families. You get to see people that lost a loved one, and you have cameras all over the place, and folks want to get a story, which is important, but then the story is a tragedy of how many people died, and those individuals who lost a loved one, right? And what the families have to do moving forward, besides getting answers on who did this, we have to just really be patient with the families so they can be able to understand what they're doing, what they're dealing with right now, and being able to process this situation, because this is something that no one wants to deal with, ever.
Right. Each of those 6 victims is a life with a family, with loved ones. Yes. And Barry, where does your work go forward in a situation like this?
I mean, doing the best we possibly can as organizations and coming together with the city to bring healing, to make sure that we start doing the clear things that we need to do. We talk about investments. I'm talking to some of the city officials, and they're ready to sit down and really do something. And I hope they're ready to do something that turns this kind of tragedy into triumph. This should be a situation that we look upon as a moment that was clarity for us to move forward and make changes that we need. But to me, it's tragic because usually in this area, especially downtown, it's so police heavy. And in this moment, there wasn't a lot of police here. And that to me was like, well, what happened? Right? What happened where in a little place that you see police all over the place, they weren't there in that moment. And this boldness from the shooters, how they were able to just feel like they were going to just create this type of infamy, because this is something that is going to change our community for a while.
Barry, thank you so much. Again, this investigation is ongoing. What is confirmed, 6 have died, 10 are injured. It happened on 10th and K, just a block over from where we are right now. And as we continue to get answers this morning, we will bring them to you. We'll send it back to you at the studio.
All right, you're streaming live now from Fox. That was the latest from our news partners who are there on the ground live in Sacramento, California. If you're just now joining us, we have been reporting all morning long that 6 people are dead, 15 injured, following an overnight shooting that took place in downtown Sacramento. Police say that they are still in the initial stages of the investigation, but they are pleading with the public. If you have any information as to who could have possibly done this or a possible motive, they're asking that you please contact Sacramento Police Department. It is almost 8 a.m. there in Sacramento, so you can imagine a lot of community members are just now waking up to this news, possibly finding out that their loved one, their family member, their community member is dead following this mass shooting that took place downtown. We're currently looking at a tweet from the mayor, who is saying that words cannot express my shock and sadness this morning. The number of dead and wounded are difficult to comprehend. We await for more information about exactly what transpired in this tragic incident. So the mayor and other city officials, as well as the authorities, community members and loved ones, are all in the same predicament right now, just waiting for more information. Again, Sacramento Police asking the public to help in any way, shape, or form. You can contact the local Crime Stoppers, and earlier police actually said that the community can tweet them at Sac Police if they have any information that will lead to who could have possibly done this and why. 11:57 here. We're bringing you nonstop news from the East Coast. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll bring you all more nonstop news right after this. 12 p.m. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. I will be with you for the next hour, continuing to bring you all raw and unfiltered breaking news until our Los Angeles-based digital journalist Stephanie Weaver takes over, and she will host the remaining of our live stream as we continue to bring you all non-stop news. So we've been staying on top of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We now know that we are entering day 39 of the war, but experts are saying that there's another war going on, and that is a war on misinformation on social media. So let's go ahead and get the details from Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett.
Especially out in China, making an impact in really spreading disinformation via TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. This is Vika Lin. She is a life blogger. She is a food lover. She says that she wants to teach her fans about China and how they can travel the country with ease. But we're also learning that this lens is controlled by Chinese state-run TV networks, where she has regularly appeared in broadcasts and is listed as a digital reporter on the company's website. There's about 9 people who manage her page, and she's also touched on pretty large topics, including the war between Russia and Ukraine. To talk more about this and what impact influencers are having and social media is having amid this war, I want to bring in Mike Mathis with the First and 14th Institute. Mike, we appreciate having you on the show. I wanted to have you on to talk about social media and what role this is playing with the war regardless. What are your first thoughts in seeing reports like this as influencers are a main source that people are getting their news from?
It's amazing. You know, China has officially announced the idea of using what they they call it influential mouths, and they have recruited hundreds of these particularly young women, and they call them honeypots, to be basically hard to detect influencers to get their story out, whether it's about the Uyghurs or whether it's about their view on the Ukraine war or other topics. And as I've read about this, they have identified about 60 million followers of these influencers. So they clearly have a material, impact on the online discussion. And these are, of course, English-speaking people. Some of them are Chinese, like the example you showed. Some of them are also Americans or Europeans that are in China trying to do, on-the-ground reports, which are basically propaganda for the Chinese government. And they have Japanese speakers, Arabic speakers, Spanish, so this is a worldwide operation, not only focused just on the US. There's a word we have called user-generated content, which is all of us generating content to share. And what this is called is professional user-generated content. As you mentioned, some of these people have 9 or more professional managers producing the videos and the content that they have. So it's definitely a big issue, and I'm glad Twitter and Instagram have a policy in place to label these influencers as state-sponsored media. I think it's an incredibly difficult problem to identify when an influencer, you don't really know who is paying for them or funding them. And so that is a big challenge for these platforms to solve.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question for you. How has Twitter and Facebook and TikTok been reacting to news like this? And is it enough as we continue on with the war?
It's not enough. And with the war, so what they're doing is they're trying to detect what they call inauthentic accounts, or accounts that they can clearly identify as state-sponsored or state-funded content creators from China or from Russia or from somewhere, and that they're spewing propaganda. So there's some companies that help them do that. There was a company called Cyabra, which is a research company, and they've identified more than 56% of Ukraine war news online is coming from these inauthentic accounts of which there's 115,000 that they've identified that were just recently created accounts in the last few weeks, mostly from Russia, to generate this disinformation. It's quite interesting, even compared to the Iraq war or recent wars. So much of this war is something we can literally view online because there's so many people that on the ground with cell phone cameras recording stuff. And so my belief, as you know, my philosophy is to minimize censorship. But this kind of content should be labeled so people kind of understand what they're looking at or what they're reading might be inauthentic or propaganda, and then they can compare it and decide what's really going on in this war.
Well, it's not just other countries that are doing it. Right here at home, the United States, the Biden administration, Press Secretary Jen Psaki speaking directly to U.S. TikTok influencers that have an incredible audience. So we're doing it here too, to explain to people what is going on with gas prices. I don't know if you saw any of those videos.
Yeah.
We're doing it too.
We're doing it too, and we don't know what we're necessarily doing overseas with Russian-speaking, influencers or Chinese-speaking influencers. But you're right. It was almost comical to bring in a handful of very young TikTok influencers and convince them that the rise in gas prices that's been going on for the last 12 months is somehow because of Putin, just in the last 2 weeks. And then these young TikTok people go out and they're very impressed. They've been in the White House. They go out and they make their pitch, and then they get big backlash because it's so inauthentic, and they're not very well informed. They're just hearing, as you say, the propaganda from our own White House.
Right. Well, when it comes to information and the information that people are being flooded with, specifically on social media, some experts saying if you just bombard an audience for long enough with the same narratives, people will tend to believe them over time. How accurate is that?
I think that is accurate. I've heard if it's the information you've heard first and then you keep hearing it repeated, you tend to believe it. It's the lack of alternatives. We've seen countries incredibly effective with propaganda, such as the domestic population in China. These people, they have so little other information, they tend to finally believe the propaganda from their own government. And I think the same is true in Russia. What's happening though is with social media, and to the extent that people are able to access other information that's not their own state-run propaganda, you see these things like protests in Moscow, which are amazing, and these very brave people protesting the war despite the massive propaganda. So they're getting the information somehow through these online networks like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
Well, speaking of Russia, social media has been cut off out there. How detrimental is that for the Russian people who no longer have technically access to the outside world?
Well, we've done the same thing. We cut off RT, which is Russia Today, and we've cut off another channel called Sputnik. And so we've literally blocked those channels from broadcasting through Europe and Ukraine, and I believe in the US as well. So, my sense is blocking them is not the best policy. Labeling them perhaps makes sense so that people viewing it can know, oh, this is identified as state-sponsored media or propaganda from this country, which might be Russia. But they're reacting to when the West basically turned off those Russian news channels, the RT and Sputnik. So then they countered by saying, well, we're going to cut off Facebook and Twitter. And we've seen other countries do that too. In Iran and some of these countries where they've had a revolutionary conflict, they react by cutting off the internet as best they can and literally cutting off Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram. That's the first go-to strategy.
Yeah, and we obviously know that it's a strategy, but the First and 14th Institute, which you run out in California, is big about censorship, not only here at home, but of course, this is a different topic.
Yeah.
So what kind of precedent does this set? Because this is unfounded territory. I mean, we have not had social media during a war in the past. So what
That's
precedent
right.
does this set moving forward?
Well, it does set a precedent where if our government wants to make some kind of legal environment that says media must follow these government policies because we're at war, then I think the media platforms probably have to follow that. Our philosophy, though, is because speech is constitutionally protected, the key is not to pick and choose what information is true and false, because there's a real problem with that, even in a time of war, which is who decides what's true and false. Do we want a particular politically appointed person, like, for example, Tony Fauci, deciding what's true and false? Do we want a person from the US Department of Defense telling us what's the true story coming out of a war zone? Or do we want to have, all information available? Particularly in that time, I think we need to allow the citizens to be aware of all the information so we can come together, have our debate, our arguments and discussion, come together with, where are we with this conflict, which might be war? Because if you cut it all off and the only thing you hear is your own government's propaganda, nobody is exactly sure, is it true or false, or are we really behind this thing or not?
Yeah. Well, so important to be getting your information from verified sources at this time. And we've been speaking with people who are actually in Ukraine and seeing and witnessing with their own eyes the devastation. And so we'll be playing out some of those interviews for all of our viewers here through the rest of the evening, doing our best to be unbiased and just explain the facts. But any last thoughts on social media, on disinformation, with this war and just in general?
Well, I would say with this war, I've been in touch with a number of people in the Ukraine and who actually are very brave people who are sheltering and feeding elderly folks or, people in the civilian, volunteer defense force. And the videos and images and the information they're getting out is incredible. But even the images coming out from the Ukraine side, particularly from the government, you still have to take some of it with a grain of salt, because there's propaganda on both sides of every war. You remember there were fantastic stories about the ghost of Kiev, who was the new Red Baron pilot who was shooting down Russian airplanes, and it turned out the video was from a video game. And there's lots of other propaganda on both sides. So as you say, you have to look at all sources, compare the quality of those sources, and people have to be able to make their own decision, especially at a time like this.
That's right. A very insightful interview. A huge thank you to LiveNOW from Fox's Daytona Everett for bringing on that expert as we continue to cover the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Let's head out live to the Fox 5 New York newsroom. Joining us now is Briella Tomasetti. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. So we're learning more about the 12-year-old who was shot while sitting in a parked car in Brooklyn. What more can you share with us?
Yeah, Rain, good afternoon to you. So it has been nearly 3 days since that 12-year-old boy, who we now know his name is Cade Lewin. He was gunned down on a Brooklyn street corner last night. Anti-gun violence groups and local elected officials joined together in East Flatbush, where this all took place. And they called for an end to this vicious cycle of violence that seems to be getting worse and worse every day. That 12-year-old boy's mother was also in attendance, and she was too heartbroken to speak out.
To catch the shooter, but as long as we have guns and a revolving door system, we're going to continue to come to crime scenes like this. It's time for it to stop. That's why we're here. We're going to do our job.
Mayor Eric Adams, addressing the media in a late-night press conference, vowed to stop the senseless violence that has now just claimed the life of a 12-year-old boy in East Flatbush. Police say the child was sitting in a parked car with two family members near East 56th Street and Linden Boulevard at around 7:45 last night when the deadly gunfire suddenly rang out.
A preliminary investigation reveals that the three pulled over in the car to eat some food when shots were fired that penetrated their vehicle.
The 12-year-old boy who was sitting in the passenger seat was fatally shot in the head and multiple times to his body. The 20-year-old driver was also shot several times and rushed to Kings County Hospital, where she underwent surgery and is now expected to survive. An 8-year-old girl sitting in the back seat of the car was not injured.
As far as motive, the motive is unknown right now. And as far as if that vehicle was targeted, that's what we're trying to determine right now.
2 drivers, both in black sedans, took off after the shooting. Police are now trying to determine if they were somehow involved and are hoping the public can help find them.
We're looking for potentially 2 vehicles, both black sedans, unknown make and model at this time. One that went down 5/8 Street, East 5/8 Street, and one that went down Linden Boulevard.
Mayor Adams says the 67th precinct, which is where the shooting unfolded, recently removed close to 48 guns off the streets, more than 100 of them last year. And yet recent NYPD statistics show that murders have already risen 150% this year in that precinct, from 2 to 5. The number of shooting victims in the 67th precinct has jumped from 5 to 12, about a 140% increase, and shooting incidents have increased from 5 to 9, about an 80% jump.
The question I continue to ask, what about the innocent people? What about people that sit in their cars and they're shot and killed? We hear so much about those who are fighting, but when are we going to start fighting for the innocent people of this city?
And another update for you this morning. Police believe the alleged gunman circled the block numerous times to scout out a target. Then he apparently shot at the wrong car, unloading as many as 12 rounds in the direction of where Lewin was sitting. So definitely a very tragic situation, and we are learning new details every single day.
So New York City Mayor Eric Adams really urging the community to stop the violence, his words. But what can the community actually do to put it into the increased gun violence that we're seeing?
Well, right now, the only thing they can do is try to bring a little bit of peace and justice to this family. So the NYPD has handed out flyers asking for the public's help. They can also call anonymously into the Crime Stoppers hotline. You can reach that at 1-800-577-TIPS to submit any information if you may have seen something. So definitely a community in mourning right now, just looking for some answers.
Such a sad story. All right, Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti, thank you. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's take a Live Now look from Orlando, Florida, home of the happiest place in the world, Disney World. Now, the Disney organization is facing allegations of hypocrisy. So Disney has admittedly opposed Florida's new law banning gender identity and sexual orientation instruction to young school children, but The company is expanding its vast media empire into at least 8 countries with severe anti-gay policies. Let's check in with Fox News correspondent William Lajunsi. He's bringing us more from Burbank, California.
Especially with like trans characters, you can't see if someone is trans. There's not one way to look trans.
New video from that leaked Disney conference call with key executives saying they're committed to promoting queer, bisexual, and non-gender conforming characters.
And so kind of the only way to have these like canonical trans characters, canonical asexual characters, canonical bisexual characters is to give them stories where they can like be their whole selves.
That sentiment echoes other Disney execs who want more of Disney's future characters to be trans, gay, or from other underrepresented groups.
Wherever I could, just basically adding queerness.
The Disney agenda, however, hitting a wall in Florida.
When you're trying to impose a woke ideology on our state, we view that as a significant threat. This wokeness will destroy this country.
That could include stripping Disney of its special status, operating as its own city. And while the dispute is focused in Florida, people around the country are taking sides.
I think they shouldn't get involved in it. I think they should entertain us and do what they do best.
The underlying controversy is over a parental rights bill DeSantis signed this week that bans schools from teaching sexual orientation and gender identity in kindergarten through 3rd grade. Disney vows to fight it in the courts alongside gay rights groups.
As long as this policy is in effect, it is a stain on the state of Florida and on ongoing unwarranted attack on vulnerable people who did nothing to deserve it.
Critics accuse Disney of being hypocritical, supporting a gay and trans agenda here, while this week introducing expanding programming in 8 countries where homosexuality is illegal. In Burbank, California, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
Turning our attention to the latest when it comes to the coronavirus, the CDC is warning of an accelerating mental health crisis among high school students. According to new data, health officials warn of another spike in COVID-19 cases as well. Let's check in with Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri, who has more.
As the pandemic drags on, younger Americans could be facing a growing mental health crisis. A new survey published by the CDC finds in 2021, more than 1/3 of high school students said their mental health suffered during the pandemic. About 44% said they feel persistently sad or hopeless. The agency attributed the high numbers to young people growing up during a time of isolation, economic turmoil, and grief. The Biden administration says it's working to address the crisis.
We've invested $5.5 billion in programs that support mental health and well-being, including tens of millions for programs that specifically address youth mental health.
Public health officials say concerns about mental health were present even before the pandemic. In December, Surgeon General Vivek Murthy issued an advisory calling for swift action to respond to the growing crisis.
We've been working already from the launch of our advisory with community partners, with parent groups, with other community organizations, including faith organizations.
The data come as medical experts warn of another COVID surge within the next few weeks. According to the CDC, the Omicron subvariant BA2 now accounts for about 55% of COVID infections in the U.S. But health experts say they do not expect another spike to be as severe as previous surges.
It certainly doesn't look like it's going to be anything on the order of what we've seen with prior spikes.
The CDC says masks, testing, and vaccinations remain the best way to protect yourself against new variants. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
Now reporting on what could be a first when it comes to the invasion of Ukraine, a missile strike on an oil depot that is on Russian soil. Our Fox 13 Tampa team is going to take a look at what it could mean for the already tense negotiations and the possibility of further peace talks.
Well, Russia's recruited hundreds of fighters from Syria to join its invasion of Ukraine. Vladimir Putin is trying to bolster his forces to try to jumpstart his stalled invasion. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here to bring us up to speed. Craig.
Well, France just issued an assessment that lines up exactly with the assessments from the Pentagon, from foreign intelligence services in Europe, NATO, right down the line. There's lockstep agreement at this point that Russian forces have in fact withdrawn from some of the outskirts around the capital, but that is not considered to be a retreat by any means. It's a repositioning and replacement of some of the invasion forces to counter and run another offensive. Not necessarily into Kyiv. They may, in fact, move away from the capital and bear down on other parts of northern and eastern Ukraine. And at the same time, Russia is still bearing down in the south of the people of Mariupol. The Red Cross spent Friday trying to help the survivors in the ruins of Mariupol. Here, the Russian invaders have encircled and trapped up to 160,000 people and cut off the flow of heat, electricity, food, and water for weeks as it blasts the city apart. The Red Cross loaded a convoy of food, water, and medicine, but again, the city surrounded by invaders. And the Red Cross could not deliver the relief, stating conditions made it impossible to proceed. An escape route has opened for Mariupol, but it's not enough to get that convoy through. It was enough to help 3,000 people escape from Mariupol on Friday. But again, based on estimates, nearly 160,000 are still trapped. Meanwhile, for the first time in this invasion, the Ukrainian military flew into Russian territory and attacked an oil depot in Belgorod. It shows Ukraine's air capability is not destroyed as Russia claimed, and Ukraine's ability to evade Russian air defenses and strike back is an embarrassing setback for Russia that appears to be reeling in setbacks.
President Putin is not the force he used to be. His army is exhausted. He has suffered significant losses. The reputation of this great army of Russia has been trashed.
The Ukrainian counteroffensive has driven the invaders out of some of the outskirts of Kyiv, but here's what the Ukrainians are finding in the communities they've reclaimed. And the Pentagon expects the Russians to launch another major offensive soon. They say the Russians who pulled back from the outskirts of Kyiv are now reorganizing and reloading.
The best assessment we have, and it's an assessment at this early stage, is that they're going to be repositioned probably into Belarus to be refit and resupplied and used elsewhere in Ukraine.
We also know that Russian troops have withdrawn from the decommissioned Chernobyl nuclear waste site. There were reports they withdrew because they had radiation poisoning. Well, the head of the International Atomic Scientist, who is now in Ukraine and surveying some of the sites, says it has not received reports along those lines. Can't confirm, at least, there was radiation poisoning among the Russian troops. But he did say that based on monitoring they have, that there are no imminent threats as it relates to a release of radiation, that in fact the troops did kick up some radiation dust, and so there were some minor spikes, but nothing to trigger serious alarms at this point, which is at least a sliver of good news given the concern that we have heard repeatedly from the atomic scientists regarding nuclear safety, particularly around Chernobyl.
So what is the status of the peace talks? Are they still continuing, and are there any signs of progress?
They are continuing. It went virtual today. They will continue to proceed, but there is very little optimism at this point that it will produce anything worthwhile, because that's what Russia is saying after initially expressing some optimism on Tuesday. With each passing day, Russia has proceeded to increase bombardment when it said it would scale back, and it has continued to contradict what it said earlier this week, and has said as the U.S. agrees in its assessments that the peace talks at the very least are a long way from finished.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you. Well, Russia's recruited hundreds
Ukrainian
of fighters
President
from Syria.
Zelensky says the only outcome his country will accept in its war with Russia is victory. This as Ukraine denies Moscow's claim that Ukraine attacked an oil storage depot on Russian soil. Now, this happened last week. Let's check in with LiveNOW from Fox's Andrew Kraft. He's having a conversation with a national security strategist about the details.
Joined now by national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, so good to see you as always. You've been, as I always say, guiding us through this very complex war in Ukraine. That was the news today. Humanitarian officials sent a convoy to the embattled port city of Mariupol to try to evacuate trapped residents. Although, Hal, my main concern with this is we've heard time and again before that Russia will allow these humanitarian corridors and convoys, but sometimes they get shelled, sometimes they get targeted, sometimes they're not as safe as they're meant to be. Are you concerned by that too?
Obviously, Andrew, I am concerned. You know, they've gone back on so many things. You know, that what can only be called a feint. The idea that they're pulling back forces. They are pulling back forces, but they're not in any way diminishing the amount of combat power that they're putting on the Ukrainians. However, with that said, a couple of things with Mariupol. Number one, they're on the verge of taking over Mariupol. There really isn't a big challenge in terms of their being able to seize the city there. The big challenge they have is really on the international stage, which is they could cause massive civilian casualties depending on what happens. Also, France and Germany weighed in heavily to work with the Red Cross in order to make this happen with the Russians. And right now, that is coinciding with Russia trying to figure out how it's going to be selling oil and gas to Germany and to France. And so I don't know that they'd want to do something that would completely upend those negotiations in terms of how they get remunerated for their gas and oil. And of course, Russia's pushing to get, if not all, a very high percentage or at least half of their gas and oil sales to France and Germany to be bought in rubles. And that's a completely other story. But they're in a delicate position in that negotiation. So with that said, I'm hopeful that this humanitarian corridor will work, and the tens of thousands, I think it's up to about 100,000 civilians that are trapped there, will be able to get out.
Yeah, Hal, let's focus now on outside of Kyiv and in the Kyiv city center itself. What's going on there? We learned that the Pentagon today says it's not clear if the Russian military convoy outside of Kyiv, that one that was 40 kilometers, they're not sure if it even exists anymore. We also learned today that Russia has likely abandoned efforts to seize the Hostomel airfield just miles from Kyiv. Russia tried to take over it to establish an air bridge to Ukraine's capital, of course, in the early days of the war. So if you could tell our viewers what is happening in and around Kyiv at this point in time.
Well, what's happening is that Russia is using a lot of firepower. They're using missiles, artillery, in order to cover a withdrawal. You could call it tactical withdrawal of a lot of their forces up north. These are not small units, though. These are very large units that they're trying to withdraw. They're trying to withdraw them for two reasons. One is that they're damaged, seriously damaged, heavy attrition on these units. They're no longer capable of doing offensive action. And frankly, I'm kind of questioning if the Russians haven't also decided that they can't really maintain a long-term defense. So they're pulling them out. Also, the troops are completely demoralized for a lot of reasons. That's a longer discussion, but the will to fight of those units has been falling apart. And of course, one of the chiefs of intelligence for Britain kind of alluded to some of the problems with Russian troops, but they're trying to withdraw those forces, bring them up to reconstitute them. It's fairly obvious to all that their desire is that once they reconstitute them, they'll reintroduce them back into the Ukrainian campaign, probably not guaranteed, but probably in the Donbass region in order to put more combat power into that eastern flank, if you will, that eastern region. But it's not sure how this is going to work out. One of the things the Ukrainians have done to their credit is they have not made this easy. As the Russian units pull out of their defensive positions and withdraw, exposing themselves in that movement, the Ukrainians have seized the advantage. They've gone in there, causing more attrition, causing more damage to their equipment, and further demoralizing those troops, which means that whatever does eventually make it out of there is much less capable of being effectively reconstituted into some sort of effective combat unit, combat echelon that they can use elsewhere. So the Ukrainians are not letting the Russians get away with this, is another way to put it. And then, of course, you saw the problem up in Chernobyl, where they're pulling out of there as well. Yeah.
Yeah, Hal, that is one of the other major headlines today, because we know early on in the war, Russian forces took the area surrounding the Chernobyl nuclear power station, and what is going on there in the aftermath now almost some 40 years later from the nuclear disaster that happened there. Some Russian forces, though, are departing, and we had been getting reports that they were essentially Russian forces keeping the staff there who has to make sure that the nuclear power generation plant is safe, that it doesn't melt down. They were keeping the staffers there essentially hostage since really the war began. Why do you think they're leaving their positions now?
Andrew, I think the reason they're leaving their positions is twofold. Number one, I think even the Russian troops have realized they've been exposed to radiation. I'm sure that somehow that has trickled through the ranks. The other thing, too, is they don't need to hold that area. With pulling all the other forces out of the north, the critical need to maintain that avenue of approach into Kyiv has become less of a necessity. So they've recognized that problem, also the international pressure that they're getting to basically get out, get Chernobyl off of the map as far as being a battlefront, and allow those, allow the rotation of employees so they too can get out of that radiated area, and make that area safe again so we don't have a massive radiation hazard. So there's a lot of reasons there, but most of all, it's not a military necessity anymore. Their strategy has changed. Yeah.
Hal, let's go to the status of the negotiations at this point in time. What's up with them? Do we know if there's been any significant progress made there in Istanbul? And also, I wanted to get your opinion because there's a key player on Russia's side who is somewhat responsible for the delegation, for the negotiations. That is Roman Abramovich. We all know he is one of the major Russian oligarchs. He used to own the Chelsea football club there in England. He had to sell it after the war began because of sanctions. Why is he being used as kind of a chess piece on the board here in these talks? What's the advantage there?
I think, first off, he kind of represents the oligarchs, all right? And so part of that is it creates the impression that they're negotiating with the oligarchs and not just, the Putin's administration himself. So he has kind of this dual role in terms of his proximity, his knowledge, personal knowledge of Putin, but also the fact that he represents this other sort of amorphous economic interest called the oligarchs that everybody focuses on. Also, he's just frankly a very skilled interlocutor. He's a very skilled negotiator. He knows business and he knows how to get deals done. So, he's not a bad choice as long as he's someone that can be trusted to represent the interests that he's there to represent, if you will. I don't know that much is going to come out of the negotiations right now. I think that whole thing with saying that they're going to reduce military activity, pull back forces, and then of course saying really almost the opposite in terms of what Russia did militarily up around Kyiv, has left a little bit of a pallor in the room, which means that the Ukrainians don't really trust what the Russians are doing. Also, the Ukrainians are making great success, or having great success on the ground in a number of areas. And kind of going back to it, what happens in the negotiating room is really determined by what happens on the battlefield, what happens on the ground. And I don't know if the Ukrainians want to give away a lot right now when they're having success. I mean, there's actual open discussion now that this whole thing could upend and turn around, that the battle is tipping, and that the Ukrainians are basically making strides on all fronts. And also recognition the Russians just don't have anything of substance in reserve. So without some big reserve coming in to reinforce the Russians, it looks like it's tipping towards the Ukrainians. And there may be some other things the Ukrainians assess in terms of will to fight and combat effectiveness of the Russian units that they think it's even further along that tipping point. So I don't see a lot of progress happening there anytime soon.
Yeah, Hal, let's talk about reserves, though. We know, and we got the report from Reuters today, Russia is drafting 134,500 conscripts, but says that they won't go to Ukraine. Also, there's talks and reports that they might be tapping into some reserves that are stationed nearby in Georgia. Also, you and I have spoken at length about Syrian conscripts possibly joining this fight. Where do we stand on all of that? Because we know the Russian troop posture is not working at 100% right now.
No, it's been seriously decimated. Right now, the Ukrainians assess they've lost 17,500, or the Russians have lost 17,500 troops killed in action. You can multiply that by 3 times the number probably wounded in action. And then you add on to surrenders, desertions, all sorts of stuff. So you're probably somewhere around 60, 70,000 troops have been taken out. That is a huge amount of the Russian force of either 150 to 190. If it's 150, it's getting close to darn near half of what they started with. Now, even those 134,000 conscripts, and by the way, the April 1st conscript thing is kind of a Russian tradition that goes way back. So even though he's tried to make a volunteer military, conscripting like that is pretty normal. It takes a long time to get somebody from bringing them in as a conscript to training them up to make them effective in combat. So we're talking months before those troops should be used in combat if they're to give them a fighting chance. Now, if they want to accelerate that and throw them in, then they're gonna have a problem, because they're going to lose a lot more troops because they haven't had that training. They may not have been properly equipped, and that's another thing that's kind of a counterbalance, which is, Putin has to think about the mothers of Russia, and they're already sending back a lot of their sons and husbands, pardon the expression, but back in body bags, coming back. And that does have a cumulative political force domestically. So he has to think about that as well.
Hal, let's talk about Putin. President Biden mentioned him briefly in his remarks today, saying, quote, Putin seems to be self-isolated, and there's some indication he has fired or put under house arrest his advisors. But he added they don't yet have hard evidence, but that is the intelligence assessment from the administration. Why don't they have that as a hard asset piece of information at this point in time? Is he that isolated we cannot get into his state of mind?
Yeah, we got to give him some credit. He's a counterintelligence officer. He knows how to conduct counterintelligence to keep stuff from getting out of there. So we don't have perfect insight into what's happening in the Kremlin. And if we did have perfect insight, I think we'd be very reluctant to admit it, because once you admit you have a source that can get you that type of information, those sources don't seem to last very long, whether they're technical or human. So, so the caveat could be there for a number of reasons as to why we don't know for sure. This kind of touches on sort of what, this is interesting, the head of the United Kingdom's GCHQ, which is kind of their version of the NSA. First off, I was fascinated to find out his last name was Fleming. That was kind of interesting if you're familiar with the James Bond books. But he was talking about the problems with the Russians, with the troops on the ground, but also kind of reinforcing this problem that Putin's having and this isolation piece. Now, in fairness, President Zelensky this afternoon or today just fired 2 generals, which was kind of interesting, saying they were anti-heroes. I don't know what he means by that exactly, but it could be that they discovered these generals might have links to Russia or may have been working on behalf of Russia in some degree. So it's worked on all sides, if you will. All right. And that could have further isolated if they were providing intelligence to Russia, and they did find these 2 Ukrainian generals, and they did cut that off. That will be a big blow to Putin's situational awareness as far as what's going on in Ukraine, and that may temper his adventurism, if you will, because he may realize that whatever he's doing with a higher degree of doubt because he just doesn't have any insight.
All right, Hal Kempfer, stick around. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot more questions left to get to on this Thursday night. We will see you after the break. And of course, I'm Andrew Kraft. We're following a number of different stories on this Thursday night. Of course, weather in the Washington, D.C. area got pretty nasty tonight. We're also following all the latest with President Biden, with Vice President Harris. So we'll have more on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Joining me yet again, Hal Kempfer, national security expert, as we continue to discuss all the latest headlines out of Russia's war in Ukraine. Hal, thanks for being with us yet again. My next question has to revolve around Volodymyr Zelensky. And you were saying there were reports that he fired 2 generals for not being, I guess, pro-Ukrainian enough. But there has been reporting to suggest that he is funneling information about the war through one specific, I guess, broadcast outlet, broadcast medium in the country to kind of streamline accurate information. We're also learning that he is banning other political opposition parties. Those are illiberal moves on a country that so many consider part of the West. And we're hearing some, kind of brief criticism about those moves. I know it's wartime. What say you about that, and what does that mean?
Well, first off, Andrew, they've declared martial law. All right, there is no political process right now in Ukraine. Also, they've been invaded by a huge foreign power. So those actually are rather prudent moves from a strategic communication standpoint. Any opposition parties that are saying something different than the need to defend Ukraine against Russia are very likely in cahoots, if not knowingly, at least unknowingly, with Russian operatives. And they know that Russia has operatives operating in and around Kyiv. That's been out there since before this thing began, and that they have contacts, and so they're being very prudent in terms of how they do this. Now, once the Russians are kicked out, they can embrace all the liberal democratic traditions they want. But right now, in that situation, it is martial law, and they are defending the country, and frankly, they have to take prudent actions to avoid Russia trying to stir up internal dissent and stuff while they have to have a unified effort. And that's the same reason that he's also narrowing down the number of ways that information goes out. One of the biggest things in a crisis is to coordinate the message. You don't want multiple messages coming out from different parts of the government. You want to make sure you have a singular coordinated message on what's going on, what the situation is, and what you want people to do. And so when I hear that they've stovepiped that or streamlined that, that seems to me a very prudent management tool under the circumstances.
Hal, also on the Russian side now, and I don't want to repeat Russian propaganda. That is not helpful to anyone. But there is this kind of symbol that so many of us are seeing, and I want to see if you can kind of break it down for us. We're seeing the letter Z on Russian pieces of military equipment, and this is strictly on the Russian side. What does that mean? Just out of pure curiosity, Hal, what does that mean? What does that mean as a symbol for the Russian fighting force? Can you kind of go back to the etymology of that? How did it spring up?
Well, it started out that they noticed a lot of the Russian vehicles going in and around Ukraine had Z. Well, it turns out they had a couple different letters. Z is not in the Cyrillic alphabet. And as near as I can figure, it was meant to, I'm going to get this wrong. It was Western District or Eastern District. I think it was the
I think West.
Eastern. Was it West? Okay. I knew I was going to get that wrong. But it was, they had 2 different letters for 2 different districts. Now, because it was so prevalent, what it's somewhat become is a symbol to Russian society of the war in Ukraine. And so what they're seeing is with graffiti, if you will, I don't know if you want to call it graffiti, it's kind of official iconography anymore in Moscow, but it's become an official symbol to say, I support the war in Ukraine, I support our forces in Ukraine. And so it's had that within Russia, it's had it's taken on a patriotic sort of symbology. Now that may turn, as what's happening in Ukraine becomes more known in Russia. A lot of times the symbols can change meanings.
Definitely.
And I would say at some point here, Z will not be a positive thing. in the Russian psyche. All
Yeah.
right. Right now it is, but I think that's going to shift over time.
Yeah, right now there's kind of a rallying fervor around that. But you're right, symbols and their meanings change over years and over time for, so many unintended consequences. Hal Kempfer, I'll be looking out for kind of these patterns of fighting we're seeing, not so much around Kyiv. We're seeing more of it focused in the eastern region of Ukraine, the Donbas region. Russia is saying they're now wholly targeted in that region. That's kind of what I'll be looking out for to see if that changes at all. What will you be looking out for going, I guess, into the weekend?
Going into the weekend, I'm going to be looking at Donbass, but I'm also going to be looking at what's happening with the ships. Really almost below the radar. Ukraine is reporting now that they have sunk 7 Russian ships. Now, some of these are larger, some of these are smaller boats, but they have sunk several Russian ships. It looks like they have some anti-ship missile capability, and I think they're going to be moving more in if they can get it, because the Russians have a naval blockade on Odessa. So what I'm going to watch for is, are they going to engage in an anti-maritime or maritime denial attacks against Russian shipping? And if they do that, that could change the whole texture of the campaign, because if they can stop the Black Sea from being blockaded and controlled by the Russian Navy, that may change a lot of things, and it may open up another avenue to get resources and to get aid, both lethal and non-lethal, into Ukraine. So I'm going to be watching that very closely.
All right, Hal, a great conversation as always as we update everyone, including myself, just about the developments and the headlines there in this war in Ukraine. Hal, we'll talk to you again.
All right. Thank you, Andrew.
Joined now by national security expert.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. A new record-breaking image from NASA's Hubble Space Telescope has been released. On Wednesday, the agency shared an image of the most distant single star the telescope has ever detected. Here's the details from Live Now from Fox's Stephanie Weaver.
The Hubble Space Telescope has been observing the cosmos for more than 30 years, and an incredible observation has just been made, the farthest individual star ever observed. And I'm joined by NASA astronomer Jane Rigby. Thank you for talking with me this morning.
Happy to be here.
Tell me about this extraordinary discovery.
Sure. So it was an accidentally on purpose discovery. We knew about the lensed galaxy. This is a galaxy that we're seeing already not only through Hubble, but through a cosmic telescope that is magnifying. It's a big cluster of galaxies that magnifies the background light. So we use that cosmic telescope to study a background galaxy We're calling it the Sunrise Galaxy. It's a big, we're seeing it as it looked about 12.9 billion years ago. So we're seeing back to a time when the universe was less than 1 billion years old. And so that's the on-purpose part. We were studying that lens galaxy with Hubble, and the lead authors, as a graduate student named Brian, realized that there's what looks like an individual star in that galaxy. And so he worked out a bunch of models to convince us that, yeah, the most sensible explanation is that we're seeing one individual bright star that has been magnified by factors of thousands. So we've certainly seen galaxies further away, but that is the new record holder for the most distant star that we know of.
Were you and your team surprised that you were able to witness this?
So yes and no. We've found lens stars before, but they're much closer. Still billions of light years away, but closer. So I would say I was initially skeptical. We're scientists. We're supposed to be initially skeptical. And then I was like, oh, could it be this? No, not really. Okay, could it be that? No, not really. And so the most, kind of ruling out things that it can't be. It's too small to really be a cluster of stars. It's really highly magnified. So it kind of has to be a star or maybe 2 or 3 stars together. So yeah, surprised and a little like, yeah, prove this to me. But this seems to be what we've got. And we'll be observing it with the Webb telescope to better understand what kind of star this is and what kind of galaxy it's living in.
Well, and that's a good point. So how was Hubble able to see a star so far away?
Well, it helps that Hubble is a really powerful telescope, and it helps that we're using a cosmic telescope that in this case magnifies that particular star by factors of thousands, right? So normally the star would be way too faint to see with Hubble, but you have that kind of magnification factor and it becomes possible.
Now, it's been nicknamed Earendel, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Where did that nickname come from? And tell me, what do we know about this star so far?
Sure. So yeah, Brian, the discoverer and the lead author, chose to give it a nickname. You can't formally name stars, but you can give them nicknames. So this is Earendel, which is Old English, I am told, for morning light. This is a star in a galaxy as we're seeing across most of time, right? We're seeing it as it looked in the first billion years of the universe's history.
And what else? Do we know anything else about it?
What else do we know about the star? We know it's got to be big and bright. We know it's got to be something like 1 million to 10 million times the luminosity, the brightness of the sun. That means it needs to be a pretty big star, right? Our sun is, so something as bright as 1 million suns. The kind of stars that can do that are really massive stars. So like 100, 250 solar times the mass of our sun. Those kinds of stars are rare. They live fast and die young. They usually last only a couple million years and then they explode. And in their explosions, that's how we get all the elements of the periodic table sent out into space, right? All the carbon and oxygen and nitrogen and iron that, that we're made of, that the Earth is made of, had to have been made in stars and then reprocessed through stellar winds and explosions.
And a lot of people try to wrap their head around this. You're seeing this star billions of years back. Is that crazy and bizarre to you guys too, that you're witnessing it like that?
Well, we're in human terms, we're used to a little bit of the fact that the speed of light's not that fast, right? You're used to, if you call Australia, there's a little lag, right? That's the information going around the Earth. It's not. And we're used to, if you think about it, like go look at Jupiter, right? In the night sky. You're seeing Jupiter as it looked 40 minutes ago. That's how long it takes light to get from Jupiter to you. But who cares? Jupiter's still the same Jupiter. The sun is 8 light minutes away. So fine, all the sunlight you're seeing is from the past. The past and the now are the same. But when you look that far away, you're seeing a past that is very, very different from the present. And so that's when this whole telescopes or time machines thing really comes into play, that as we look into the distant, the most distant parts of our observable universe, you really are seeing back almost to the dawn of everything.
Yeah, that's crazy. Switching gears a little bit, Hubble itself is celebrating a milestone, over 32 years in orbit, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are we expecting to see going forward? Are there any other observations planned?
So for this object, for Arendelle, we know that we don't see any evidence that it's varying in brightness, which supports it being a star rather than like an accreting black hole. We do have observations that have been accepted with the Webb telescope to study the star and its host galaxy, and to study we'll be getting images and spectra. Hubble is doing great. Yeah, it's 32 years old. I used to count birthdays, like Hubble was old enough to drive a car. You know, Hubble was old enough to rent a car, right? That's a big one. I don't know what Hubble is at 32. Like,
That's my age.
Any important milestones? I don't know. So really, so you were born, okay, that's kind of cool, right? The same age
Aside from being pregnant right now, but I don't think Hubble's pregnant.
That would be very hard. It's lonely out there in space. Well, congratulations. And we are hoping to get several more years of life out of the Hubble telescope. It's working great. It's in a nice high orbit. The instruments are continuing to work great, and we're getting discoveries like this.
Well, you also have the James Webb telescope that went into orbit in December, is that right?
Christmas Day in December, yes.
Yeah, so you have that, and now you have this Hubble. Are they going to be working together as well?
Sure. So Hubble and Webb are definitely, our plan is to operate those two telescopes together for several years. And they're very complementary. We built Webb to do the things that Hubble can't do very well. So Webb sees in redder light than Hubble. It's much bigger than Hubble, and it has spectroscopic capabilities that Hubble doesn't. But it can't see in the blue, it can't see in the ultraviolet, which Hubble can. So I think about them as different players on a baseball team. You know, your center fielder and your catcher don't have the same talents, and you don't want them to do, but you don't build a baseball team of just center fielders, right? You have a balance of players with different skills, and that's what NASA does with our space telescopes. So we'll be operating them together as a team for several years, I hope.
Lastly, what do you think that Arendelle, what has taught you so far, and what do you hope that it teaches others going forward?
Well, so it's maybe some of it is, it's just neat to think about that the universe is out there, whether we're aware of it or not. And that, you know, as you look out into space, you know, just look out with your eyes, whether you can see them or not, there's thousands of galaxies everywhere you could point your finger on the sky. And so really neat stuff is out there if we bother to go see.
It's very fascinating. NASA astronomer Jane Rigby, thank you for taking the time to talk with me this morning about this. I really appreciate it.
that we read about every day in our news. ATF doesn't do these kind of cases, and I don't do these kind of cases because we have a badge. We do them because we want to serve and protect all the citizens across the nation and reduce violent crime to the best of our ability. And we collaborate and work with our state, local, and federal partners every day, and we will continue to do so. Thank you. I'll turn it over to the U.S. Attorney, Northern District of Illinois, Mr. Lausch.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Special Agent in Charge French. I'd first like to commend and to thank my colleagues at the U.S. Attorney's Office in the middle of District of Tennessee, led by U.S. Attorney Wilderson, for their outstanding work in seeking to bring to justice those individuals charged with illegally supplying firearms to gang members in Chicago, and also to those Chicago gangsters, hypo gang members who are accused of obtaining those guns to further their criminal endeavors. Cases like this have a tremendous impact, not only on the defendants who are charged, but on gang members in Chicago and across the country. What they see is that they will be held accountable for their efforts to illegally obtain the guns that are used to fuel the senseless gang violence that plagues many of the cities in our country, including Chicago. This investigation also demonstrates to the people of Chicago and the people across the country that the Department of Justice in all of its components, all of the field offices of the ATF, all of the U.S. Attorney's offices, will work with each other and work tirelessly to keep guns out of the hands of those people who are prohibited from having them and who use them to commit those crimes. Finally, I'd like to give a special thanks not only to our law enforcement partners who you've heard about already, the federal partners, ATF, IRS Criminal Investigations, the United States Army Criminal Investigation Division, but also to our local partners across the country, including in Tennessee and Kentucky, and in particular, in my case, the Chicago Police Department. The Chicago Police Department recently established specialized gun investigation teams that are staffed with dozens of officers who work hand in hand with ATF in order to eradicate the illegal trafficking of firearms into the city of Chicago. We are very proud to call them our partners, and we look forward to continuing our important work together. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the Special Agent in charge of the Chicago Field Division of ATF, Kristen Detinio.
Good afternoon. Thank you, U.S. Attorney Lausch. Investigation of illegal firearms trafficking is most effective when law enforcement entities and prosecutors work together. The success of this investigation is due to strong and effective partnerships, not only locally in Chicago, but nationwide. Strategy to impact violent crime in our communities must be comprehensive. This investigation is a prime example of leveraging technology and partnerships to do just that. The officers and agents of each agency you see here today work tirelessly to identify and disrupt the illegal trafficking scheme that resulted in the diversion of firearms in Tennessee. When firearms enter the illegal marketplace through means such as straw purchasing, unlicensed dealing, and illegal transfers, the result is too often needless violence. You heard about it already today, but on March 26, 2021, law enforcement recovered multiple firearms at the scene of a mass shooting in Chicago. Multiple people were shot and one was killed. Through the use of crime gun intelligence gleaned from tracing, 5 of the recovered guns were determined to have been purchased in the Clarksville, Tennessee area. ATF is the sole agency in the United States authorized to trace firearms for law enforcement. The ATF National Tracing Center is the only crime gun tracing facility in the country, completing over 500,000 traces of recovered firearms in 2021. We are committed to working with all of our partners, wherever the intelligence leads us, to bring those responsible for illegally trafficking firearms, unlawfully possessing firearms, and committing violence in our communities to justice. This is not just a job to us. It is a calling to make our communities safer, better, and stronger. Thank you. Now I'll turn it over to my colleague, First Deputy Superintendent Eric Carter of the Chicago Police Department.
Good afternoon, thank you. I'd like to say thank you to Attorney General, U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland, U.S. Attorneys for Middle Tennessee, Mark Wellison, and John Laus from the Northern District of Illinois, as well as special agents in charge of Nashville Field Office, Mickey French, and Kristen Ticinio of Chicago Field Office. I'd also like to thank Mayor Lori Lightfoot, who has been unwavering in her support of Chicago Police Department's focused strategies around gun trafficking and removing guns from the streets of Chicago. As you know, the shooting that occurred March 26th of 2021 in Chicago that was thought to be a gang dispute turned out to uncover an interstate gun trafficking operation. And this operation and investigation followed, and it speaks to the power of local and federal law enforcement collaboration across multi-jurisdictions to investigate and prosecute gun trafficking. It is a proof that working together, we can make a difference. In Chicago, this operation has direct ties to some of our most pressing public safety concerns, which revolve around guns and gangs. What this demonstrates is how the fight to stop gun trafficking and decrease violence is a national issue. While the work of fighting guns and gangs is important, it is only a piece of the larger collaborative effort that we must maintain. The Chicago Police Department remains committed to seeing this work through. Our Gang Investigations Division and Gun Investigations teams do vital work on the ground every day. Our officers on patrol, working a beat, are building relationships with residents and growing community trust. So far this year, Chicago police officers have recovered over 2,500 guns. Every gun taken off the streets is a potential deadly encounter, and it's also a potential life saved. Our officers are helping to hold offenders accountable and make Chicago safer. They are often working side by side with county, state, and federal agencies, combining resources for more impactful investigations such as this. Officers across the country risk their lives every day in service to every community. The safety of every city today will reflect the safety of our country tomorrow, and that remains a call to action. Again, on behalf of the Chicago Police Department, I thank everyone here with me today from law enforcement and our partners across the country, and look forward to continuing our work together, protecting our communities. I'll turn it back over to U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland.
Oh, sure. Attorney General Garland, thanks for taking my question. Just first, you were talking about additional resources. I know the president announcing that he wanted to, or requesting rather, an additional $1.7 billion in his budget. What specifically does the DOJ want to see expanded? Could we see more of these tracing units that were used in this particular case? And also, what is your response to some community leaders that are concerned about adding more resources when it comes to law enforcement in their communities?
Yeah, so there's a long laundry list, actually, as you can imagine. Having more ATF agents is very high on our list. Having more assistant U.S. attorneys, very high on our list. Same is true for all of our other law enforcement agencies, FBI, DEA, U.S. Marshals. All of these are necessary because it's really an integrated whole. Similarly, we could use more grant money to give to cities like Chicago for purposes of helping us with the task forces that are the most important way in which we solve these crimes. Everything has to be done on a state, local, federal level. People on the street, the cops on the beat, they know more about the origins of the crime in the local community than we could possibly know. So it's an all-of-country, really, effort, and it requires resources at all levels.
Attorney General, the department in the announcement of the budget in recent days talked about adding about, I think, over 100 ATF agents. One of the things that that appears to do is obviously keep pace with the number of retirements from that agency. It doesn't look like it really adds any more bodies. So I'm wondering, how do you expect to be able to make a dent against this violence if you're barely keeping pace with the retirements from that agency? And then secondly, if you could take an off-topic question, Federal Judge David O. Carter had a ruling in recent days in which he said that the former president most likely committed crimes. Have you read that ruling, and does it make a difference in the work that the Justice Department is doing?
So to take your off-topic question first, we follow the facts and the law wherever they lead. And that's all I can say about the investigation. It's our longstanding norm to not comment on ongoing investigations. The best way to undermine an investigation is to say things out of court about how they're going. So I'm going to leave that one aside.
Did you read the ruling?
I've read reports in CNN on the ruling. Now, your on-topic question. So I'm going to have to ask for somebody to get back to you on the details of whether the 100 only make up the number of people who are retiring or not. I'm not sure why that would be the case, because if we had the FTEs before and we're asking for an additional 100, it's to add more FTEs, and then we would fill all the slots. If you think 100 are leaving, plus another 100. I just don't know enough details, but I'm going to ask Anthony to get back to you on that one.
Mr. Wilderson, can I ask you a little bit about what you're alleging the crime here? The sales were illegal because they were straw purchases. Are you alleging that the Army men knew they were selling this to violent gangs? And what does it say about how the system works that these guys were able to buy 90 guns in straw purchases, but that was never discovered until the guns were used in crimes?
So yes, we are alleging that they were straw purchasers and they knew that they were buying them for other people. The lead defendant, Miller, when you read the superseding indictment, you'll see many examples of guns that were purchased by make, model, serial number, where they were purchased, along with the communications that the defendants had among themselves related to orders to be placed, related to the transactions and how to pay them, how much they were going to be, the price of the purchase. So absolutely. As to your other question, I'm going to have to defer to somebody else on that.
I think I heard someone say that 30 guns from this sting where this operation were recovered. I think that means 60 plus are still on the loose. What efforts are underway to find those guns, and what does that say about the challenge of these investigations, Jim?
They are very challenging investigations, as you can see by all the agencies and the states that these guns have crossed. All I can say to your first part of your question is our investigation is ongoing.
Jeff. Attorney General Garland, if you could comment, we've been told that a lot of the crimes across the country are being committed by juveniles. Could you comment on that?
Yeah, so I don't have more than anecdotal information about that, but to be honest, I've heard the same. I was in Colorado at the U.S. Attorney's Office. I was in the Middle District of Louisiana at the U.S. Attorney's Office, and I was in Atlanta at the U.S. Attorney's Office, and talking to all the law enforcement agencies, state, federal, state, and local in each of those jurisdictions within the last 3 weeks. All of them said the same. So I don't have any more than anecdotal evidence on that, but it seems that you're right about that.
Did anybody theorize as to why it's happening?
Yeah, I think the theory, which is quite logical, is that the gangs think that if they have the actual purchases, the actual shootings done by juveniles, that they will face lesser punishment than if the actual leaders of the gangs themselves do it. I think that's right. And also, of course, the leaders of the gangs don't want to face punishment, so they try to use a cutout of, in this particular example that you're talking about, juveniles.
Zach, you want to bring us home?
Yeah, if I could ask sort of a two-parter. First one is, this case is sort of interesting, but it doesn't seem to me it's probably representative of all the guns across the country.
I'm sorry, not representative?
Yeah, of all the guns across the country that are used in crime. So I wonder if, you could comment at all on why you think crime is increasing, why we're seeing so many more gun trafficking investigations, guns used in crime. And my off-topic question is, it's been coming up on 4 months now since Congress referred Mark Meadows to you guys for contempt of Congress asking you to prosecute him. What's taking so long?
Well, again, on your off-topic conversation, we don't comment on ongoing referrals. This was a referral, and so we're not able to comment on that. On the on-topic, there are a lot of theories about what's caused the rise in crime, and I think we're just too close to the event, just like questions about earlier spikes in crime. Actually, many of them are still uncertain as to why they went up at the time. So I'm just going to have to leave that for the criminologists, and we're going to do the best we can to drive those numbers down.
Sure. I'm sorry to ask an off-topic question, but there's been so much criticism of the Justice Department around the January 6th investigation, and a lot of people trying to pressure the department to either work faster or even to investigate specific individuals. How would you respond to that pressure and to those critics?
Look, the only pressure I feel, and the only pressure that our line prosecutors feel, is to do the right thing. That means we follow the facts and the law wherever they may lead.
Thank you all.
Thanks, everyone.
National security expert Hal Kempfer, who's been guiding us each and every day through the war in Ukraine with the latest. Hal, good to see you, but let's first start off with what the president said in Poland over the weekend, because the White House, after the speech, said, quote, "The president's point was that Putin cannot be allowed to exercise power over his neighbors or the region. He was not discussing Putin's power in Russia or regime change." And then, of course, from the White House today, Hal, he said really similar comments, chalking this up to his moral outrage personally, not a policy proposal. It's hard to square the two when you're president of the United States, though, Hal.
You know, Andrew, when you're president of the United States, when you say something like that, that is White House policy. It doesn't go any higher. They've been walking it back. They've been trying to thread this needle in some way, shape, or form. Obviously, it plays into a narrative that Putin will use to propagandize his own people. It kind of shocked, the candor of it, I think, surprised some of our NATO allies. But in all fairness, I'm pretty certain that's exactly the discussion that they've been having in the White House and in various situation rooms, which is what comes next. And it certainly is a reasonable thing to ask, will Putin's regime, will Putin himself be around after this is all done? He has incurred a tremendous cost on Russia. These sanctions, it's going to take a while for them to be brought back or brought down or taken back until they reach a number of different things. And even if they come up with a peace agreement or some sort of really almost like an armistice of some sort between Ukraine and Russia, that still doesn't mean that all the nations of the world that have put sanctions on Russia will be completely satisfied and reverse course in at least 100-degree or 108-degree reverse course. They may keep a lot of things in place. So he's got a lot of problems which go to the survival of him as in charge of that regime and the regime itself. And I think President Biden was just being very candid. And in some ways, I think they've been walking it back a little bit too much.
Oh, that's interesting, because I was going to ask, what are the repercussions of President Biden's candor? We got this statement over the weekend from French President Macron. He said, I wouldn't use terms like that, referencing what President Biden called Putin over the weekend. He called him a butcher. The French president said, rather, that is not helpful. I'm paraphrasing. He said, I wouldn't use terms like that because I'm still in talks with President Putin. Now, is there a full rupture underway and in full display with the United States and Russia after such a comment like that? Because, Hal, you and I have talked about this. Putin will say all along, before the war even started, that the West wants regime change. They want Putin out of there.
I don't know if it's a full rupture. I think they're going to use it. Actually, I think some of the comments that have come out of Moscow haven't been nearly as strong as I thought they would have been, which tells me that they recognize that, that's exactly what's going on in President Biden's mind. That's going on in not just President Biden's mind. That's surely going on in the minds of other NATO leaders as well. I wouldn't be, surprised to find out behind closed doors if that was part of the discussion that they were having in Brussels. And so that was very much on his mind when he went to Poland. And I don't know if that was completely unscripted. They keep saying it's an off-the-cuff remark. Well, it was very passionately delivered. And if they can turn around and say, well, it was unscripted because it wasn't in the approved script or the approved, notes that we gave the press, but it gives the ability to put that out there and then walk it back. But, Putin would know this, all right? In the world of covert operations and covert action always works best when in support of overt policy. And I'm not saying that we are going to, we're not going to overthrow, the Putin regime or anything like that. But certainly, if there were those who were so inclined to take action in Moscow, we might be sending a signal to them saying we'd be very supportive. And there's only so many ways you can send that signal. So that's a possibility. I'm sure some could argue and say, well, that maybe it was just a mistake. At that level, mistakes like that don't tend to get made. Everything is there for a purpose. Even if they say it was an accident and they try to walk it back.
Okay, Hal, let's move on from the president's comments in Poland over the weekend to still 2 days later. It seems like he's getting asked about them. We'll play that exchange with Fox News White House correspondent Peter Doocy in just a little bit because he did press him on that. Let's talk about what's going on down on the ground, though. We've just been seeing devastating images still out of Mariupol, but we know that some territorial gains and advantages have been put back under Ukrainian control. What do we know about that, especially over the weekend and this morning?
Well, if I may start with Mariupol, they take over a city is they destroy the city. And that seems to be, that is classic Russian going back to Soviet doctrine, which is to use overwhelming fire support to destroy a city before you go in and attack it. That comes out of World War II doctrine. That was kind of the way they did things. what they're taking over in Mariupol is a city that's just been devastated, and the big thing is they're going to get in there, and then it's going to be, you know, I don't want to use too big of a comparison here, but they're going to have a bigger version of what they had in Kherson, which is, okay, now you've taken over the city, can you hang on to it? Can you occupy it? Can you leave enough troops in place to do that? And the reason they wanted to take Mariupol is because they wanted to be able to use those forces to divert them for other campaigns. But the Ukrainians may not let them do that, because the Ukrainians may turn around and wait till they draw down that force that they have in there, or what for them could be something like they just suffered up in Irpin, which is north of Kyiv, where they actually that city has been pretty much returned to Ukrainian control. Interesting thing that's not making the news, which I think is kind of big, is there's a tank battalion that was pulled out of Ukraine, and it's being reconstituted, somewhere. I think Belarus is probably where it's gone. They're going to reconstitute that tank battalion, and then the thought is that they may divert it and bring it into another axis of attack or another part of the operational area within Ukraine. That's interesting. That's the first time we've seen them pulling units out, reconstituting them, and then bringing them back. And that may become more common. And that may be part of their strategy if they do actually shift to the east, like they've been talking about, is to pull some of those forces out and then bring them out and around to move them back into Ukraine in a different location. So that's very possible. But a lot of Russian attempts east of Kyiv. There was a Russian attempted offensive that got pushed back. So what Russia's doing is what they always do, is they fire a lot of what seem to be poorly aimed rockets and artillery shells that normally use that to prep an attack, use it as a preparatory fires, and then you come in and you attack behind it. With Russia, their inability to press the offensive, these things just become, they're not so much harassment fires, just going out there and trying to get random kinetic kills, if you will, and of course causing a lot of civilian damage and deaths.
Hal, let's talk about now some of these talks that are ongoing, somewhat optimistic tone there from our correspondent in Washington, Madeline Rivera. But then again, we got this pretty unnerving report from the Wall Street Journal that 3 members of the Ukrainian delegation attending the peace talks between Ukraine and Russia on the night of the March the 3rd to the 4th experienced symptoms consistent with poisoning with chemical weapons. One of these victims was Russian entrepreneur Roman Abramovich, a name we have heard so much since the start of the invasion. I know you've read up on this, you've looked into this. How much can we take this with face value? This is a huge report from the Wall Street Journal.
Andrew, based on what I've been seeing, I'd say it happened. And frankly, that is right out of Putin's playbook. Now, there was some reporting today. They said this could be hardliners in the Kremlin. Okay. Honestly, I don't think that they would do something like this unless they had at least some sort of tacit approval by Putin. And if it stays true to form, I have a feeling that he probably directed them to do that. And that's just kind of a classic style that he has. The other thing to remember is we're looking at this now through the prism of what's on the ground now. But if you go back to March 3rd, it was a little different situation. And that may have been a way that he was sending a message to the Ukrainians saying, basically, we'll have these talks, but don't think that I'm going to conduct myself in ways normative to these types of discussions. And it may have been a little bit of a terror campaign on his end to actually make the delegates nervous about having these talks at all. That's a little bit of speculation. I can't.
Or are you considering other measures right now?
I'm sorry?
Why just the 2 to 4 year olds? Why not older children as well?
Because this is the advice of my medical professional and this team that's up here now. That is their advice, and I'm following their advice.
Mayor, I wonder, since you've talked about the fact that you're doing this because of an uptick in disease, I wonder if you could give us some sense of what that uptick is, what you're seeing, and why you decided that this is the time to pivot in this group.
Doctor.
Thanks for the question. We're seeing cases rise across the city. You may recall we published a COVID color-coded risk alert system a couple of weeks ago, which really looks at a combination of factors, but case thresholds, case transmission being one, hospitalization rate being another, bed occupancy, space in our healthcare system being a third data point. We're seeing cases rise across the city, and if they continue on this trajectory, we expect to move into a higher risk category in a matter of weeks, which is why we're making this decision. Look, we're making the tough decision now, right? Where we could do the easy thing, which is to say 10 days ago we said lift the masks and just let's go ahead with that. We're coming back to you knowing the challenges of this because we're following the data each day and saying, well, let's look at the trajectory, and we think that that's going to increase overall risk in the city.
If I could just follow up, Doctor. So if you've decided that the trajectory is that there's going to be an increased number of cases in New York City in the next few weeks, why are you limiting it to just this group of toddlers? Why not go to the entire K through 12 school system? Because
Good morning, I'm Stephanie Weaver with Live Now from Fox, reporting out of Los Angeles. Here are some of the latest headlines. Ukraine and its allies say there is evidence that Russia is shifting its focus away from the west to the east, but missile strikes continue across the country. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that he's still asking for heavier weapons. And Friday night, the Pentagon released a statement saying they would be providing an additional $300 million in military equipment to Ukraine. Also, in other news, 6 people are dead and at least 10 injured at a shooting in Sacramento overnight last night. Bringing you some of this footage currently from the event.
with our very own Fox News reporting. You can see that coverage right there, that tape up. This happening overnight last night in downtown Sacramento. Sacramento Police Chief Kathy Lester said at a news conference that police were patrolling the area at about 2 a.m. when they heard gunfire. When they arrived at the scene, they found a large crowd gathered on the street and 6 people dead. Another 10 either took themselves or were transported to hospitals. No other information was given at that time. But you can also see some footage from overnight last night from the event. You can see those crews out on the scene, fire and police crews. Authorities don't know whether one or more suspects were involved and are asking for the public's help in identifying who is responsible. The police chief did not give specifics on the type of gun used. She said, quote, "This is a very complex and complicated scene." She said Lester had issued a plea to the public asking for witnesses or anyone with recordings of the incident to contact police. Shortly after the shooting, a video was posted on Twitter that showed people running through the street amid the sound of rapid gunfire. Video showed multiple ambulances at the scene. The shooting, which occurred just 2 blocks from the state capitol, was decried by top political officials. In addition, Governor Gavin Newsom said in a statement that his administration was working closely with law enforcement. He said, quote, "What we know at this point is that another mass casualty shooting has occurred, leaving families with lost loved ones, multiple individuals injured, and a community in grief. The scourge of gun violence continues to be a crisis in our country, and we must resolve to bring an end to this carnage." Meanwhile, via Twitter, Sacramento Mayor Darrell Steinberg said, quote, "Words cannot express my shock and sadness this morning. The numbers of dead and wounded are difficult to comprehend." And once again, the police chief is speaking overnight, and here is what the police chief had to say.
About 2 o'clock in the morning this morning, our officers were in the area here at 10th and K, and they heard shots being fired. They responded to our scene behind me and located a large crowd. They found that multiple people, unfortunately, had been shot, and this is a really tragic situation. So we now have confirmed that we had 6 people killed in the area of 10th and K. An additional 10 people were transported or self-transported to area hospitals. So we are asking for the public's help in helping us to identify the suspects in this and provide any information that you can to help us solve this. Right now, our investigators are arriving on scene. And like I said, this is very, very preliminary, so we do not have, a lot of details to share. But again, we're asking for the public's help.
And if we do have an updated press conference this afternoon about that shooting and mass casualty event, we will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In other news, switching gears, the Grammy Awards kick off today, and that will be hosted by Trevor Noah in Las Vegas tonight. Different people that are going to be attended and nominated include Justin Bieber, Her, and Doja Cat, all up for 8 nominations and 8 awards. Billie Eilish also expected to is nominated and expected to win, but also nominated for multiple awards as well. In other entertainment news, Hollywood also lost a legend last night. Bringing you this footage here. Yes, it is official. Estelle Harris, who hollered her way into TV history as George Costanza's short-fused mother on Seinfeld and the voice of Mrs. Potato Head in the Toy Story franchise, has died. She was 93 years old. As middle-class matron Estelle Costanza, Harris put a memorable stamp on her recurring role in the smash 1990s sitcom. With her high-pitched voice and humorous, overbearing attitude, she was an archetype of maternal indignation. And she also was in multiple other television and film series, including playing Mrs. Potato Head, the voice in Toy Story 2. Harris's agent, Michael Einstein, confirmed the actor's death in Palm Desert, California, Saturday evening. And after that 9-season run of Seinfeld ended in 1998, Harris continued to appear on stage and on screen. She voiced Mrs. Potato Head in the 1990 animated blockbuster Toy Story 2, played a recurring character, Marielle, in the popular Disney Channel sitcom The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, among many other roles. Her Seinfeld debut came in one of the show's most celebrated episodes, the Emmy Award-winning 1992, quote, The Contest, in which the 4 central characters challenge each other to refrain from doing what is artfully described only as that. And Harris would go on to appear in dozens of other episodes of the show. One of the most notable characters on the show, in fact, once again, confirmed by her agent, Estelle Harris, dead at the age of 93 years old. But thank you all for being with us here on Live Now from Fox, where we continue to bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation, bringing you the latest on Ukraine and Russia, also bringing you the latest on that Sacramento shooting that happened last night overnight. At least 6 people dead and at least 10 injured at this point. And if we do have an updated press conference, we will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Also bringing you that entertainment news. Estelle Harris died at the age of 93 last night. Her agent confirming a notable part of Seinfeld and also known as Mrs. Potato Head on Toy Story 2, among many other roles. Switching gears, we are going to bring you more on the latest on Russia and Ukraine. Once again, we do have packages from all of our affiliates, from Live Now from Fox hosts to our affiliates from all across the country. So we're going to go out now to the latest from Fox News on the Russian war in Ukraine. But thank you all for being with us here on Live Now, where we continue to bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation. Thanks for being with us on this Sunday. I'm Stephanie Weaver.
Russia's recruited hundreds of fighters from Syria to join its invasion of Ukraine. Vladimir Putin is trying to bolster his forces to try to jumpstart his stalled invasion. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here to bring us up to speed. Craig.
Well, France just issued an assessment that lines up exactly with the assessments from the Pentagon, from foreign intelligence services in Europe, NATO, right down the line. There's lockstep agreement at this point that Russian forces have in fact withdrawn from some of the outskirts around the capital, but that is not considered to be a retreat by any means. It's a repositioning and replacement of some of the invasion forces to counter and run another offensive. Not necessarily into Kyiv. They may, in fact, move away from the capital and bear down on other parts of northern and eastern Ukraine. And at the same time, Russia is still bearing down in the south of the people of Mariupol. The Red Cross spent Friday trying to help the survivors in the ruins of Mariupol. Here, the Russian invaders have encircled and trapped up to 160,000 people and cut off the flow of heat, electricity, food, and water for weeks as it blasts the city apart. The Red Cross loaded a convoy of food, water, and medicine, but again, the city surrounded by invaders. And the Red Cross could not deliver the relief, stating conditions made it impossible to proceed. An escape route has opened for Mariupol, but it's not enough to get that convoy through. It was enough to help 3,000 people escape from Mariupol on Friday. But again, based on estimates, nearly 160,000 are still trapped. Meanwhile, for the first time in this invasion, the Ukrainian military flew into Russian territory and attacked an oil depot in Belgorod. It shows Ukraine's air capability is not destroyed as Russia claimed. And Ukraine's ability to evade Russian air defenses and strike back is an embarrassing setback for Russia that appears to be reeling in setbacks.
President Putin is not the force he used to be. His army is exhausted. He has suffered significant losses. The reputation of this great army of Russia has been trashed.
The Ukrainian counteroffensive has driven the invaders out of some of the outskirts of Kyiv, but here's what the Ukrainians are finding in the communities they've reclaimed. And the Pentagon expects the Russians to launch another major offensive soon. They say the Russians who pulled back from the outskirts of Kyiv are now reorganizing and reloading.
The best assessment we have, and it's an assessment at this early stage, is that they're going to be repositioned probably into Belarus to be refit and resupplied and used elsewhere in Ukraine.
We also know that Russian troops have withdrawn from the decommissioned Chernobyl nuclear waste site. There were reports they withdrew because they had radiation poisoning. Well, the head of the International Atomic Scientist, who is now in Ukraine and surveying some of the sites, says it has not received reports along those lines. Can't confirm, at least, there was radiation poisoning among the Russian troops. But he did say that based on monitoring they have, that there are no imminent threats as it relates to a release of radiation, that in fact the troops did kick up some radiation dust, and so there were some minor spikes, but nothing to trigger serious alarms at this point, which is at least a sliver of good news given the concern that we have heard repeatedly from the atomic scientists regarding nuclear safety, particularly around Chernobyl.
So what is the status of the peace talks? Are they still continuing, and are there any signs of progress?
They are continuing. It went virtual today. They will continue to proceed, but there is very little optimism at this point that it will produce anything worthwhile, because that's what Russia is saying after initially expressing some optimism on Tuesday. With each passing day, Russia has proceeded to increase bombardment when it said it would scale back, and it has continued to contradict what it said earlier this week, and has said, as the U.S. agrees in its assessments, that the peace talks at the very least are a long way from finished.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, where we bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting from Los Angeles, just about to go on 11 a.m. Pacific time here on the West Coast. Sticking with our continued conversation on Russia and Ukraine, our very own Fox News team was able to do an interview with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky earlier this week. So if you missed that interview, I'm going to play it now here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us.
Mr. President, I'd like to start with this. How do you believe this war ends?
Only without victory. A victory of truth means victory of Ukraine and Ukrainians. The question is when it will end. That is a deep question. It's a painful question. Besides victory, the Ukrainian people will not accept any outcome.
What are you willing to agree to get a peace deal? For example, are you willing to trade any amount of Ukrainian territory to achieve a peace deal with Russia?
We do not trade our territory. So the question of territorial integrity and sovereignty is out of discussion. There are difficult questions regarding temporarily occupied territories. There are principal difficulties. We are ready to put off some issues off the agenda, like the Crimean issue. We are prepared to talk about having the Crimea an issue. The occupation of Crimea should be resolved in a diplomatic format, maybe like 10 years later. Globally, the issue needs to be resolved, such as the end of warfare, and then diplomacy steps in. Diplomatically, we can find a solution, because Ukraine is a peaceful, peace-loving nation. And I said this in answering to your first question. It is what matters most is to save as many lives of our people as possible. We do need guarantees of security from leading nations. And the Russian Federation understands that. We may have argument about this or that country, but among the key states, there have to be guarantors, and those can be members of NATO or those outside it. And we are talking about key players, consider key players of the world. But once again, I'm saying that we want those countries that want it join this openly. In addition to the US, Great Britain, Germany, France, Turkey, why I named this list. This is not all of them. We would like to have China join it. We understand that Russia needs to find a place in that agreement as well, because it will be an agreement between Ukraine and Russia, so that because they are a party to this war, they are a subject of this aggression, invasion, and they need to be bound by that treaty. And I know that several different countries want to be a member of this alliance. Among the security guarantors for Ukraine, I know Israel and Ireland, etc. But for now, I only named those countries which have already said that they are prepared to be guarantors, or those who we contacted and already exchanged some early drafts of the documents about them being guaranteed.
So short of NATO, short of Article 5 protection, you're saying a group of nations provide security guarantees. Has President Biden offered the U.S. as one of those countries?
We talked with President Biden. We talked with him quite often enough. We had a conversation yesterday. We are saying that Ukraine would like to see among the leaders of those guarantors those who are joining this important peace settlement process. We would like to see the United States led by the President among those leaders. And on our part, we received a message that the United States are considering this proposition. They're considering it in a positive way. We want to see specific guarantees. What will be our future if we now make an agreement with Russia, but 2 years later they come back with another war? What will happen? Not in the next 3 weeks or a week, but or a year. We want to know what will happen within the first hours of a new war. If American intelligence says that there may be an invasion starting in January, then what? Will there be prevention sanctions? Will there be pressure on those individuals who push for escalation? What will be further steps regarding weapons, regarding troops? There are many questions. And we would like to have answers, even if not much, but some specific answers.
Mr. President, what do you think Vladimir Putin wants?
Vladimir Putin wants the world and Western countries what they give to him. Then appetites usually grow. I think the president of the Russian Federation is not an exception if you look in the historical time. And many people have such appetites grow. The more you give them, the more their appetite grows in terms of territories. So those appetites keep growing. And then your surrounding keeps saying, believe me, now is the time to take this step. That surrounding usually creates some kind of an information bubble around the leader. Now you live in that information environment that they created for you. When you begin to live in such a world, then you get such information, and then you try to undertake certain solutions which are terrible. Not civilized, not democratic, but some kind of authoritarian. That's how they took our Crimea, they took away our Donbas, and now they want to take more of our territory. We will not let them, because one can't do things like that. Someone has to stop it. If not us, then there'll be others after us. Europe, countries of Europe, the European Union, the former Soviet republics, and then, of course, Poland, Romania, and so on. Those are big plans. So that's what he wants. And he will get it unless he is stopped. They talk about the ambition to bring back the former Soviet countries back into the Russian Federation, saying that their territory is much bigger than what they have, and it goes way outside of today's borders of the Russian Federation. So what he wants is his personal business. The question is about us, what we can allow him to get.
Our military experts believe that you want to build on recent successful Ukrainian counterattacks by expanding to kind of a counteroffensive phase. And that's why you're requesting all these advanced weapons like long and mid-range air defense, combat aircraft, tanks, armored vehicles, counter-battery, radar, etc. Our people also believe that the Biden administration is resisting this in some way. Is that true? Are they resisting that effort?
Regarding heavy weapons, everything's very simple. If the world is ready to tell the truth to their people, if we don't have heavy weapons, how can we defend ourselves? How can we fight against one of the strongest armies in the world? Our military, our people, soldiers are stronger than the Russian Federation. But they have a lot more weapons, so these forces are not equal. And they will say, excuse me, you now have enough of what you were given, and we cannot go and die for your territory. These are serious challenges. Powerful weapons are needed to Ukrainians. Heavy weapons will give us an opportunity to talk with them at the negotiation table.
Do you believe that President Biden wants Ukraine to win, or that President Biden and his administration fear Putin's reaction if Russia loses?
I have faith that President Biden, like any true American citizen, believes and wants the truth to win. And the truth is on the side of Ukraine. I believe that they want the values that make our nations closer to win. That's freedom, that's democracy, freedom of speech, freedom to choose your dignified life, work, who to live with, who to love, how many children to have. And I think that those values are close to every human being. We want simple peace for our nation. We don't want a million of quality bulletproof vests or some special brand helmets. Just give us missiles. Give us airplanes. You cannot give us F-18 or F-19 or whatever you have. Give us the old Soviet planes. That's all. Give them into my hands. Give me something to defend my country with, my state. And if you want it, and I believe that the United States, the people of the United States, want that, but if this process gets longer, continues to be delayed, if we can see that the process of transferring those weapons is getting slower, then people begin to ask the question, is it really true? Maybe there is some game behind it. I don't want to believe that some partners of ours are playing games. We want simple peace for our nation. We don't want a million of quality bulletproof vests or some special brand helmets. Just give us missiles. Give us airplanes. You cannot give us F-18 or F-19 or whatever you have. Give us the old Soviet planes. That's all. Give them into my hands. Give me something to defend my country with, my state. And if you want it, and I believe that the United States, the people of the United States, want that, but if this process gets longer, continues to be delayed, if we can see that the process of transferring those weapons is getting slower, then people begin to ask the question, is it really true? Maybe there is some game behind it. I don't want to believe that some partners of ours are playing games. I don't know if President Biden is fearing President Putin. I believe that he doesn't. I want to believe that he doesn't, because he's the leader of a big nation, a great nation. I'm holding my fist. That's our tradition. I don't know if you understand this standard. I hold my fists or cross my fingers so that this will never happen, that any president of the United States would fear Russia. Because America for us was always a symbol of democracy. And I have faith that Ukraine is also now, for Ukraine, you're also a symbol of freedom.
Did you order the attack into Russian soil, the Ukrainian helicopter attack on a Russian military depot across from Kharkiv, across the border in Russia?
I'm sorry. I do not discuss any of my orders as Commander-in-Chief, the leader of this state, and there are things which I only share with the military armed forces of Ukraine and when they talk with me. You need to understand that on that territory that you mentioned, you have to know they were placing their shooting systems and firing those missiles themselves. And I know in some regions, this path to Mariupol, we had made a deal with the Russian Federation to open that corridor. They went, people went, but then the Russians shot at them. And they said, no, we didn't shoot, but they controlled 140 kilometers of that road. Our forces were not there, and they shot many of those convoys, and Russians were saying, we ordered not to shoot. So, in those temporarily occupied territories, there are all kinds of things happening which do not balance. The military do looting, marauding, it's not just Russian soldiers. We know that there are some Wagner group fighters, and there are Chechnya fighters, Chechnya guards, and some Syrians, all kinds of fighters there. So what's happening there? The Russians might not even know fully what happens there. What matters for us is that you and the whole world should know that we are a country at war. We were attacked. That is what matters. That is the biggest tragedy. But honestly, it's not professional to talk about it. They occupied our territory. They attacked us. It's been this war been going on for 8 years. So whatever happens in a certain situation, it's hard for me to comment.
Well, Vladimir Putin's history, Mr. President, on ceasefires, for example, is that he uses them to rebuild his forces. Advance tactically, he always breaks the ceasefire, at least in the past, by initiating military action. If, for example, Mariupol falls to the Russians, some observers believe that Putin may offer a ceasefire in order to stop your successful counteroffenses and then have time to rebuild his forces. Would you accept a ceasefire?
Regarding an actual ceasefire, I don't think that it will be real until we have reached that agreement with the leaders. Like I said, an agreement can only be made with guarantors of our security. Yes, there may be an agreement about this or that regime for ceasefire for a day or two, for instance, to collect the wounded and the dead bodies of Ukrainian soldiers from Mariupol that's under blockade. The President of the Russian Federation may use that time in order to withdraw his troops back to the east to strengthen his position there. I am sure that such a strategy is likely to be considered by President Putin's military leaders. But if we do get a one-day ceasefire or some hours of ceasefire in order to be able to help our people, those people are waiting for our help. We don't care about the tactics of Russian Federation. We will gladly accept such a ceasefire in order to help our people. That's number one. Number two, the strategy of taking Ukraine in 3 days or 5 days, this is already a matter of the past. Let's not forget that it failed, and we will stand defending us, and we will be the first ones among those who want to finish the war diplomatically, and we will always support it. From the beginning, we were speaking in favor of peace, but we are fighting on our territory. But everybody must know that if we are pressed in a corner on our territory, we will respond the way we can in order to save as many our lives as we can. We will answer at full strength.
And what's your final message for Vladimir Putin?
I wish him to watch television that is not Russian, to see what really is happening in the world.
Your chief economic advisor says since the invasion, February 24th, Russia oil exports have not fallen. In fact, Vladimir Putin has received $19 billion from European countries for oil and gas. Russia's currency has shot back up in value. Are the sanctions working, or is Putin winning this sanctions fight?
Sanctions definitely work, and Russia definitely is afraid of sanctions. It puts them out of comfort. It drops down their economy. But there's a question of how sanctions are working. We are showing and telling the United States and European leaders, everybody must work together and quickly. They must have an impact on the oligarchs, on the president of Russia, and on all the parties and on the country in general. The United States should continue working on this if the U.S. Would like to have successful negotiations at the negotiation table with Ukraine. The nations of Europe and the world must feel that America is strong and the sanctions must be appropriately strong. If Ukraine is gone tomorrow, there will be a food crisis in the world. I was saying there will be an artificial deficit of energy resources due to Nord Stream 2. So the sanctions need to be pressed further. U.S. congressmen, senators, everybody must keep pressing, and they must show that if you want to say that you're the leaders of this civilization, keep being that. Don't lose this initiative.
Are you seeing evidence that China is helping Russia militarily? Clearly, China is helping economically, so is India, perhaps other countries. Do you have a message about that?
I would like the Chinese People's Republic to be on our side, but nevertheless it'll be their choice. Who can make an influence? Who can impact this? I think without direct talks, direct communication between the U.S. and the Chinese People's Republic, it will not be possible. It will be difficult to achieve the result that the world needs.
A couple of quick things, if I could, Mr. President. Reports are this morning that you fired 2 senior members of your national security team, and you're quoted as a report saying, "I do not have time to deal with all the traitors, but they will gradually be punished." Is that true, and can you tell us the circumstances of that?
Yes, I stripped them of their ranks. One person was fired sometime earlier, and today he was stripped of his general rank. Another person was expelled in our Secret Service for the reasons that one of them is not inside this country right now, and the other one was not at work and was someplace else inside Ukraine at the time when the city was being occupied, his city was being occupied by Russians. So I believe this was wrong, and now I want our law enforcement to examine this further.
Do you know how many assassination attempts you've survived?
I don't know.
But there have been some.
There are things which is difficult for me to count. My intelligence says there were such attempts, and we saw information about some arrivals, planes. There were other details. But listen, I'm alive, I'm not wounded, I'm intact. So it's hard for me to talk about this. So many people have died in our country.
I want to have you clear something up for us, and this is these reports about the Azov Battalion that is said to be Nazi-affiliated organization operating as a militia in your country, said to be committing their own atrocities. What should Americans know about that unit, about those reports?
So Azov was one of those many battalions. They are what they are. They were defending our country. And later, I want to explain to you. Everything from all the components of those volunteer battalions later were incorporated into the military of Ukraine. Those Azov fighters are no longer self-established group. They are a component of the Ukrainian military. Back in 2014, there were situations when our volunteers were encircled, and some of them did violate laws of Ukraine. And they actually were taken to court and got prison sentences. So law is above all.
I wonder if I could ask you to respond in English. World attention has been key to Ukraine's resistance strategy. What happens when interest wanes? Are you worried that the West has a short attention span?
That is a very big problem. And it's not about interest for the Ukraine, for our soldiers, for peace, for democracy. That it couldn't be, very popular or not very popular, because it's counting of the people's lives. Yes, and that's why I do believe that if we want to stop this war, if we want to win this aggression of Russian Federation, to win in this war, because that is. It's not only Russian-Ukrainian war or war for our independence. I believe it will not be, but it's a world war. Even in information that began already. That is the war of principal things for the freedom, life for all the process. If we'll, I don't believe that we'll lose, but. Always but, if we will not be so strong and Russia would go through the Ukraine to another countries and will, that is the biggest problem for the world, that you will see how all other dictators or, all other countries, big countries in the world will change their principles and will do the same. That will not be the last war in the world. It will be the first of those future biggest wars in the world. That's it. I think so.
We had hundreds of people write in on social media, and a lot of questions dealt with you, how you're holding up, how is your family. They wanted to feel you personally, how you were getting through this war, and how your family is doing.
I'm okay. I'm do what I can, and each morning I'm thinking that I don't do enough. And that is the biggest problem for me. But that's good that I don't have so much free time to think about all this, all the things. And I don't have any time to think about me. And it's a pity that I don't have time to think about, spending time with my family. That is the problem, because that is the love of my life. That is that thing that I want, I love, and that I have, the main things I have. And that's why I think we fight, all our Ukrainians, because we saw a lot of things. We want our children to be with open eyes and to see it.
Last thing, you were elected at 41, younger than any of our presidents here in the U.S. 3 years ago, you were starring in a Ukrainian sitcom. You had a successful career as a comedian and an actor. You were even on the Dancing with the Stars Ukrainian version. But now you're being described around the world as this Churchillian figure, standing firm against Russia. Short of experiencing war, could you ever anticipate the intensity of focus, the purpose that this war demands of you, and where you are right now?
God chooses what we can endure, and I think this was not by chance. I know that we will stand through this, and my partners today are the people of Ukraine, and I'm now working 24/7, and I fulfill my work as much as I can efficiently.
Mr. President, we appreciate your time on behalf of Special Report and Fox News.
Thank you so much. It was a great honor.
Nick Miroff. Nick, thanks so much for being with us today on this Friday. My first question to you, though, is essentially broadly for our viewers, what did Title 42 do during the duration and the course of the pandemic?
Sure. Well, Title 42 was like an emergency public health order that basically allowed CBP to kind of bypass what would be normal immigration proceedings at the border and just rapidly, like almost do like a quick deportation for people who were coming across. And that included people seeking asylum. And so they were processed outdoors in most cases and sent back to Mexico, or in other cases, returned to their home countries. But basically the idea was that you wanted to avoid holding people in some kind of crowded detention-like setting. You also needed to protect the public from, possibly spreading the virus more. So these measures were put in place in March 2020, right at the beginning of the pandemic, and they've been there ever since. And both the Trump administration and the Biden administration have now, done a combined 1.7 million expulsions under this public health order over the past 2 years.
Nick, why was it the CDC's mission to, first enact it, first enforce it? Where does that agency's, purview come into this?
Well, it all dates back to like a very old, almost 100-year-old public health law. And, again, the idea is that in a time of a pandemic that you have to restrict border entries and you want to avoid, holding people in some kind of detention setting that would facilitate the spread of infection. So that authority was put in place in March 2020, and it's really became the primary border management tool for U.S. Customs and Border Protection. That was true under Trump, and then the Biden administration continued it. And now, what we're moving toward is more of a return to normal immigration proceedings, with the caveat that border crossings right now are at record levels.
Nick, we're hearing from two Democratic senators, Senator Manchin from West Virginia, Senator Sinema from Arizona. Manchin put out a statement today saying we are nowhere near prepared to deal with that influx, urging the Biden administration to delay this even further. What are the political implications of taking this away, of revoking this?
Well, there's a significant degree of potential risk here for President Biden, as well as his party. If we see more scenes like the Del Rio episode that viewers will remember last September, when thousands of mostly Haitian migrants crossed into the Del Rio, Texas area. I think the administration's nightmare is that we'll see a repeat of those types of scenes, or potentially in multiple locations. So they want to proceed very cautiously, and that's why they put the day for Title 42 to expire as May 23rd. So they're lifting the order, but they're not doing it right away. They're trying to give themselves more time to make sure that they have the capacity in place, that they have enough agents, enough detention space, and that they can try to manage this in this transition in as orderly a way as possible, even if it results in more people being released into the United States, and knowing that they're going to be criticized heavily by Republicans for those releases.
Yeah, and Nick, just correct me if I'm wrong here, but the entire, concept of asylum or migrants seeking asylum, that was put on pause for the duration of the pandemic. Is that right, or is that too broad?
It's a little too broad. The Title 42 order basically closed off asylum for most people. But what happened was when the Biden administration came in, it stopped applying Title 42 as aggressively as the Trump administration did. It made exemptions for unaccompanied minors. It said it would not apply that to unaccompanied minors. And what we saw also is that most family groups were also exempted from Title 42. And so right now, over the past few months, only about a quarter of the families that have arrived seeking asylum have been expelled under Title 42. The Biden administration has continued to use it for the majority of single adults. And again, that is their biggest challenge. That is by far the largest share of folks who are crossing the border are single adults. And so their biggest challenge going forward is going to be, what to do with single adult migrants who are applying for asylum. How do you hold them responsibly, safely in a detention setting long enough to process them and to adjudicate their claims, and in other cases to remove them from the United States?
Yeah, Nick, just quickly, because from your reporting, it suggests that there are very, very many migrants who are waiting for this to end in order to submit their claims and have their process adjudicated.
Right. Well, the Biden administration itself is already saying that they are anticipating an increase in border crossings. CBP officials believe that there are thousands of migrants who are in Mexico right now, anticipating an end to Title 42, biding their time. They saw that with the Haitians who arrived to Del Rio after they used Title 42 to send many of them back to Haiti. We saw a lot of the people in that camp in Del Rio go back to Mexico and wait, and many of them are still there in Mexico, looking for a better opportunity when they can apply for asylum and not be expelled. So the government is anticipating significant pressures. They say that they're preparing, they're adding capacity, they're going to do what they can to manage it, but I think that all of these are open questions over the next few weeks, if as they're facing what have been record numbers of people being taken into custody.
And Nick, just lastly, because let's talk about how the Biden administration is essentially going to sell this and justify this. We know, and I was drawing somewhat comparison to the Remain in Mexico policy. That was a Trump policy that essentially a judge's ruling makes the Biden administration still enforce that they were damned if they do, damned if they don't in that situation. Is this similar? The Biden administration, this was put in before they got in there because of the pandemic. They had to essentially, extend it so many times. They're now going to finally end it, but they were put in a pretty tricky spot here.
That's right. I mean, this was the most significant immigration policy holdover from the Trump administration. And what became increasingly untenable for the Biden administration was the argument that this was necessary for public health at a time when the CDC was easing many of the other restrictions that had come with the pandemic. And so many people in the Democratic Party, as well as immigrant advocates, have been really calling for the Biden administration to end Title 42, to go back to normal immigration proceedings and to restore asylum rights at the border. And so I think we reached a point this spring with cases at a relatively low point that the Biden administration felt that they really had to go forward with this, knowing that it brought some both political and operational risks in case the number of border crossings we see goes significantly higher.
And we'll be tracking that number, especially on May 23rd, 24th, when that is lifted. Nick Miroff from the Washington Post, thank you for a great conversation. We'll talk to you again.
Good to be with you.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles. While we were playing out some of those interviews on Ukraine and Russia, we did get an updated press conference on that mass casualty shooting that happened in downtown Sacramento overnight tonight. Let's play that out now here on Live Now from Fox.
Number one, we're asking everybody to please give some space to the families. We're setting up a place of refuge and support at City Hall, which is why we're doing this event here. Secondly, the police department's Twitter and all our Twitter pages will have the QR that will allow anybody who has any information about who perpetrated this awful crime this morning to be able to report, and to report quickly. So that the police can investigate and arrest those responsible and hold them accountable. I want to thank my colleagues. I want to thank the police department for their tireless work. And I also want to thank the community-based organizations who have been up since the middle of the night, working to try to provide support and solace wherever they can. They always do that, and we're deeply appreciative. This morning, our city has a broken heart. This is a senseless and unacceptable tragedy, and I emphasize the word unacceptable. Thoughts and prayers, of course, are appropriate for the victims and their families and the people who are still who are fighting for their lives now in the hospital. But thoughts and prayers are not nearly enough. We must do more as a city, as a state, and as a nation. This senseless epidemic of gun violence must be addressed. How many unending tragedies does it take before we begin to cure the sickness in this country? Let us be honest, this is a sickness. The fact that we accept the idea that people can have ready access to assault weapons, to weapons of destruction, and can indiscriminately use them however and wherever they want, that is not just an exception. It happens far too often. It is a sickness in our culture, and we must do everything we can to heal that sickness. We do not know the facts, and we're not here actually to comment on the investigation. That's the role of the Sacramento Police Department. And we will await, their press availability, I'm sure sometime in the next couple of hours, to update you. And so we don't know whether or not this involved underage perpetrators or even the victims at this point. But regardless, it's another call to action around investing more in youth and prevention and early intervention for our young people. That's ultimately the answer to so much of what plagues us. And then on the public safety side, to the public, people are understandably worried. Who wouldn't be? This has been a very difficult time in downtown Sacramento and in Sacramento as a whole. And certainly what happened last night gives pause to our entire community. But be reassured that no one can absolutely prevent random acts of violence. Nobody can predict or absolutely prevent random acts of violence, but your city is protected by dedicated and committed law enforcement officials, by committed public officials who are standing behind me, an entire city team, and unending tangible support, again, from community-based organizations and the community. Like we always do, we will get through this, we will rally, and we will be better for it. This is a time for strength. It is a time for reflection. It is a time to check ourselves. It is a time to up the quotient of kindness and caring for one another.
It's time for healing, and it's time for action. Councilmember Katie Valenzuela.
Thank you.
It's okay. I'm going to stand with you.
At 2:30 this morning, I got the call that no elected official wants to get. And you'll have to excuse me for being emotional because I haven't really slept since. A call that I've gotten too many times in the 15 months that I've been in office, that there had been another incident of gun violence in my district, that more people had been killed. So I'm heartbroken and I'm outraged. I'm outraged. Our community deserves better than this. I know this is a national epidemic. This is not unique to Sacramento, but we can stop it here. We can stop it here. I believe that we have the tools to do this, and I am asking and so happy that my colleagues are here with me, that you all are here watching to say that enough is enough. Enough is enough. And I will travel anywhere I need to travel, and I will talk to whoever I need to talk to get these guns off these streets and to give our youth what they need so that they can be successful and that they don't get shot down on K Street when they're out trying to have a good time. So thank you for being here today, and I hope it's the last time that I ever see you when something like this happens on the streets of my district. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ashby.
These are the times when it is very difficult to be a council member. And those calls are very challenging to get. I'd like to tell her it'll be the last, but I've been here too long, so I know it won't be. I, too, would like to thank the people of Sacramento who acted heroically last night. I hope you all will find them and tell their stories as well. I know thoughts and prayers are not enough, but the families have mine nonetheless. There are too many people right now fighting for their lives in our hospitals, and there are too many parents, friends, and family grieving the loss of young adults in our city. We're better than this. California's done more than most, and Sacramento has done more than most, and it is not enough. We're going to have to work together. And as for today's message, the most important thing that any and all of you can do is help us. Help us. If you have video footage, if you know something, please report it to the Sacramento Police Department. They've set up a QR code. It's on Twitter. It's on all of our Twitters. Please use it. Please help us. And then our commitment to you moving forward is that we too will support this community and these families and this city that we love so deeply. I hate being here today, but there's nowhere else I would be because I love Sacramento and I'm proud to stand with my colleagues. That being said, introduce Councilmember Rick Jennings.
So this is a tough day for all of us, but you can imagine my colleagues and I are here in support for the families who talked to their loved ones yesterday, who loved on their loved ones yesterday, who patted them on the back or even admonished them in some way. Some of their loved ones are no longer here with us. Some of their loved ones are fighting for their life. And so as a man of faith, I am praying. I am giving positive thoughts. And I'm asking each of you to do the same for us. And we need to do everything we can to help these families get through these times, these very difficult times. And so I'm asking all of you to make sure that we reach out, whatever video surveillance that we have, get it to the Sacramento Police Department, get it so we can solve this crime and we can address these issues of gun violence that take the lives of those who had bright futures, but those futures will never be realized. And so I'm here today in support of the families, those who are fighting for their lives. I'm here in support of the city that I love with all my heart and soul, and we will do everything possible to make sure that this does not happen as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
Eric, Mike.
Thanks. I just want to thank everyone for being here. Sacramento has a long history of stepping up when it needs to support our own. This is just one more example of that. I want to thank my colleagues for being here today. I echo the words of many of them, of what they've said. I don't know how often we need to see a bad result of things that we haven't done, of the investments that we haven't made in our poorest communities, in the young people that we haven't supported to be successful in their schooling and their careers and their lives. We need to get ahead of that curve. I look forward to working with my colleagues to make sure that we can do that. Thank you for being here. Let me introduce Eric Guerra.
I think the words that my colleagues have said, I don't want to repeat them, other than the consistent commitment that we need to focus in our community, and that right now, more than anything, it's a call for our region. This isn't just us in the city here, but for our region. People see Sacramento as a regional entity, and so we need to make sure that we all are helping each other, asking for information if you have information, but also to remember that we have to make a commitment for the decades in the future to come. I'm here to stand with my colleague as well, so that we can never see this again. There are so many of our young kids. I woke up this morning and saw my young kids, and then looked at my phone to see that shock. Many families woke up this morning to see that shock and that horrific outcome. We need to prevent that from ever happening again. Veo aquí que hay unas prensas en español. Estamos aquí para apoyar a las familias que han sufrido mucho esta noche, una noche tan terrible. Una noche en donde han sufrido los jóvenes, los padres, la comunidad, y queremos que las personas que tengan información, las personas que tienen videos que estaban aquí anoche, que por favor se comuniquen con el departamento de policía para por favor dar cualquier información que puedan ayudar a dar justicia para las familias. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. We're also joined by Councilmember Mai Vang and County Board of Education member Karina Talamantes. Thank you for being here as well. We'd be happy to stand for any questions. Again, we are not here to comment on the specifics of the investigation. That is the role of our police chief and our police department, but we would be happy to talk to you about where we stand for and with our community.
Mr. Mayor, can you talk about just this area? I know the council, the city's invested a lot in this area to economic development.
Yeah.
What events like this do?
Well, look at this. Look at this weekend. The other parts of this weekend, and obviously, this pales for all the obvious reasons. We had two major concerts at the Golden One Center Friday and Saturday night. The Community Center Theater is booked. We're attracting conventions. The restaurants are open. People are coming back. I mean, it is a very difficult one because obviously people look at this and say, oh my God, how dangerous is downtown? Well, we want people to come downtown and safely, and people should come downtown. People should come downtown. Now, we're going to look at what we obviously have to do, especially in the late hours, to assure that people are safe. But you cannot predict or prevent every single random act of violence. So we've got a dedicated police force. We've got a very active community. And we have a downtown that is, in fact, coming back. And I want people to come downtown safely. And so this is anything like this. In some ways, your question, of course, is appropriate. Our minds now and our thoughts have to be with people who are the victims of this tragedy. But you asked the question, and it's an appropriate question, and I answer it to say that we're going to get through this together, and downtown is going to continue to be a great destination for our people and for everyone throughout this region.
Mayor,
what the city has done to prevent things like this? Obviously, it didn't work. What failed? What else needs to be done?
Well, we have put millions of dollars into gang prevention, gang intervention, and we do not know whether or not this was gang-related. We don't know, and so I'm not presupposing that. You know, the truth of the matter is, over the last number of years, we have changed the investment arc of this city. Between the federal rescue plan dollars, the COVID dollars, and our own city taxpayer dollars, we are spending more on youth, on gang intervention, on inclusion, on economic development than ever before. Now, is it enough? Absolutely not. We need to continue the trajectory that says the core responsibility of a city is first to provide public safety, but in addition, we must invest in our people and in our communities, and especially our disadvantaged communities. That's what we have been doing in Sacramento. And in many places, it's beginning to show results. But it's only the beginning. And we have so much more work to do, and this terrible event is only going to steel us and deepen our commitment to doing just that, especially on behalf of young people. Yes.
Well, is Sacramento a safe city?
Sacramento is a safe city. Sacramento is a safe city. This is not unique to Sacramento. You know, we unfortunately see these kinds of tragedies happen, unacceptable tragedies happen throughout the country. And we are going to do everything we can to prevent another incident. But the Vice Mayor is correct. And let's get back to that issue which is at the core of this. In what sane society do we allow the proliferation of assault weapons in the way that we see being used indiscriminately, not just in Sacramento, but in other parts of the country? God, can we not have a sane debate where on one side of the line you say that people who want to use firearms for sport or for hunting, or even, you know, what reasonable people disagree, for self-defense, on one side of the line, and on the other side of the line we say there is absolutely no place for rapid-fire assault weapons anywhere, anyhow? I mean, can we have that? Can we make that distinction? Obviously we can't. We couldn't make it after Sandy Hook when 20-plus kindergartners were murdered in cold blood. This is a sickness. It is a sickness in our country. It is a sickness in our culture. And until we confront it and begin making those reasonable distinctions, yes, to respect responsible gun ownership and get rid of these weapons of mass destruction and commit ourselves to doing that, how can we say that something like this would never happen again? It's bigger than us. We don't know all the facts, but we know that there were mass casualties in a very short period of time. That's what we know.
Given how busy it was downtown last night, the events,
Yes.
Were there enough public safety resources?
Yes, I believe that there were. I mean, and again, the police cannot be on every street corner. That is part of the part of the random nature of a senseless and unacceptable tragedy. We don't know what happened, but if somebody drove by and in an instant unloaded a rapid-fire weapon, killing at least 6 people, injuring many more, I don't know how in that instance you can prevent that kind of a random tragedy.
Mayor Nick Miller, Cap Radio. One of the common denominators with these violent incidents is that they're occurring in our hospitality districts, near 20th Street in Midtown here
Yes.
last night. I want to hear the conversations you might be having in the coming days with operators of businesses who are in these hospitality districts in our city.
Well, we're going to ask them what they want and need. And if it means trying to find a way for an even greater police presence, then we'll talk about that. And we'll do whatever we can to assure them and to assure the public and all the people who come downtown that they will be safe. And so, yes, I'm not just pointing to the guns as the only thing. What we can control locally, we will control, we will invest, we will do more both on the public safety side and on the youth intervention side.
Mr. Mayor, you said these people are fighting for their lives. Do you know the extent of the injuries involved?
I do not have details, but I know that there were people who were obviously seriously and critically injured. I do know that. Yeah.
Does the council have an actual plan to realign this money with each community so that we have options for our youth? Our youth needs things to do with their time. They have idle time, and this is how, unfortunately, things like this happen. And secondly, my second question is, will the city, because this is a tragedy for our city, will the city be offering financial assistance to the victims' families to bury their children? No one was prepared for.
Obviously.
Mayor, we've been asked to stop answering questions.
Okay, we're gonna leave it there. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. No, we don't know yet. We don't know what time. We don't know time. We will do. I'll just answer quickly. We will do everything that we can to support the families, of course. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, thank you.
We love our mayor.
Oh, sí, por supuesto. Sí, sí. Van a poner vas a tener.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting from Los Angeles. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now, where we continue to bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation. We continue our coverage on Ukraine and the latest in Russia as well. And our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft spoke with an expert to learn more. Let's take a look.
Now, as always, for each and every day that the war has gone on, national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you on this Friday night. My first question to you, because this was quite something that we got word of last night, that this large fire was reported at this oil storage facility in Belgorod, that's just north of the Ukrainian border. It is inside Russia, Hal. This is significant because since the war began, there have been no Ukrainian, attacks or targets inside the Russian Federation. Do you think there'll be more? What does this mean?
Andrew, I think what it means is that the Ukrainians might be taking the war to Russia in a more significant way. If you remember, after when World War II happened, we did a rather audacious attack over Tokyo, which was made into a movie called 30 Seconds Over Tokyo. It really militarily didn't do a whole lot except to show our resolve and to bring it home that that Japan is not off limits. Same thing here. I think what we're doing is it was two different things. What we're seeing is probably was the Ukrainians. I'm a little dubious about the cigarette smoking thing the Ukrainians put out. You know, they're smartly not taking responsibility. Have to. The strike was on a fuel facility, and that's the Achilles heel of the Russians is logistics. Fuel, food, ammo, these are all things that are in short supply. They don't have a lot of what we would call expeditionary capability or lift capability of these things. So when they take out an ammo depot, like what happened a couple days ago, when you take out a big fuel site, like what happened last night, this has a exponential impact on the logistics capability of the Russians. So they're smart moves. They don't need the publicity value. Matter of fact, not taking responsibility and kind of letting the Russians say whatever they say, but at the same time, leaving a certain seed of doubt as to whether the Russians actually did this to themselves or accidentally did this, doesn't hurt the Ukrainian position at all.
And Hal, we just heard from President Zelensky. He was speaking to Fox News' Brett Baer in a wide-ranging interview. We're going to play that interview in full when you and I are done speaking. But Baer asked him about this, to which Zelensky replied, "I do not discuss any of my orders as commander-in-chief."
Mm-hmm. I have to tell you, I'm actually impressed with the what I would call discipline that I'm seeing from the Ukrainians in terms of what they do, what they say they're going to do, what they take responsibility for. They know what they're doing. They're very smart. The other thing, too, is I think that was probably gut-wrenching for President Zelensky, the announcement yesterday that, you know, a couple of his senior generals and by inference there were others involved, too, were actually spies. They were actually operating for Russia. That must have been gut-wrenching, you know, particularly with all the humanitarian pain, the humanitarian impact of this invasion, to find out that people at that level within your own government are working for the enemy. That's just a horrific revelation. So I imagine they're playing their cards a little closer to the vest today than they were yesterday because of that. And also they're just being much shrewder about what they say or don't say publicly.
Yeah, and Hal, I think it's, or maybe this has been forgotten by some Americans here at home, that, you know, before this all started, there were, you know, many pro-Russian sympathizers in high levels of the Ukrainian military, the Ukrainian government, the legislature, or parliament rather, in Ukraine. So I guess me personally, I had kind of forgotten that fact, even as this is all going on.
Well, there were, you know, I think that was something that Putin was planning on, was that there would be more sympathy within the government. And of course, their whole plan was based on they would roll in and basically have a decapitation strike and be able to take over. But that didn't work out that way. They met fierce resistance all the way around. And, you know, having been in multiple wars, I will tell you that you tend to harden your attitude about the enemy when they're out there. You tend to be much less magnanimous when you see, you know, when people are actually being killed, and that's happening here. And their tolerance for any ambiguity on where they stand is pretty much gone at this point. I can't imagine there's any tolerance for any sort of pro-Russian or pseudo-pro-Russian feeling within the government. They would get them out, and I'm kind of curious what eventually does happen to those generals, because if they're actual spies, international law is pretty clear on that. You know, this is the law of war. It's an interesting little paragraph they have in the Geneva Convention, which is spying is not against the law of war. but spies can be executed as a disincentive to spying. That's a heck of a disincentive, but it is out there. Yeah.
Hal, let's talk about, because we've heard so many times from Ukrainian officials, Zelensky himself, that there really is no going back to relations with Russia. This has really severed them forever. That is very emotional language. We'll see what happens 5, 10, 15 years from now. But let's talk about the fact, especially when that has Putin come into the conversation. Will Putin, you think, ever be let back into the community of nations? Can he be ostracized forever? And of course, regime change comes into this scenario. But, I've just been thinking about this a lot. How can Putin, at the G20, at all of these kind of world summits that happen periodically, how can leaders in the West, interact with him, be taken, a photograph with him at these summits in the near term, in the long term? I just don't see it happening.
I think you're absolutely right. I've been thinking about this. Actually, when this thing kicked off, I thought about this, and my first thought was, that's it. He's done. He's out. He will not be allowed in Tunis. There will be no G20 in his future. No world leaders, except for maybe Venezuela, Cuba, and North Korea, are really going to welcome him in and want to be seen with him. He is an absolute complete pariah, and every day he digs himself deep with these attacks on civilian sites. The suffering, killing children, women, innocent civilians across the board. Just a complete callous disregard for the norms of, not just the norms of normal civilized behavior, but the norms of war, the law of war. And I have no doubt that he and many members of his administration and critically that chain of command, however convoluted it may be, within Ukraine going all the way up to Putin, are going to be indicted on war crimes. And I think at some point in the future, the court in The Hague is going to be very busy prosecuting them, far more busy than they were after the Balkans. I think there's just going to be a lot of things happening. So I think you're absolutely right. I think he's as a world leader, he's really done. All he can really do is intimidate. That's it. He can't really influence.
Yeah. It's just something I've been thinking about so much lately. How does he come back from this? Will he ever be welcomed in? We know, leaders in the West, France, Germany, and so many more. I've been on the phone with him multiple times. But that's different than, having bilateral summits with Putin. And so what does a Russia without Putin look like? What does a Russia with Putin 10 to 15 years from now look like? Those are questions on top of mind. Hal, let's move on. The U.S. military canceled a test of its Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile. Earlier, it had initially said it was only going to delay the test. This was a bid to lower the rhetoric, to lower tensions about the nuclear threat force posture. What does this mean? What is your assessment of where kind of everyone's talk about the nuclear threat is right now? Has it kind of abated in your eyes?
I think it's still right there. And I think what you're seeing with this cancellation is just don't do anything that could be misinterpreted. The problem with these, with our systems and their systems is we pick up, obviously, and so do they. We pick up when missiles have been launched. In fact, that's a Cold War legacy, if you will. We've been able to do that for a long time. And so we just don't want to be launching missiles that could be misinterpreted. Also, I think if we let's just say our confidence in the command and control communications and computers of the Russians is probably at a pretty low ebb right now. So if there was ever any doubt that they would be able to get it right, doubt that they might mistake a test as the actual real thing, I think that's been highlighted by their failures across the board militarily, with everything dealing with Ukraine, from planning to preparation, not to mention this they're just horrible execution. That I think there's just doubt. I think there's just doubt in the Russian military and all their services and all their command and control functions at every level. So I think that's a smart move.
Let's talk about a major power that has kind of been on the sidelines of all of this, tangentially, China. The Times of London had a report today, an exclusive, that China staged a huge cyber attack on Ukraine's military and nuclear facilities in the lead up to Russia's invasion there. That was according to intelligence memos obtained by the Times. What are we to make of this? Because from what everyone had known, China was being told since the invasion began, do not help Russia militarily, do not help Russia financially, per a request by the Russian Federation. But hearing this today, it doesn't seem like China's going to heed those warnings.
Andrew, you and I have talked about this before, and this has been an age-old discussion. Is a cyber attack an act of war? Lawyers have gone back and forth on this. Generals have gone back and forth on this. There's a lot of philosophical debate. Is cyber within the realm of war? Now, within the doctrine of China, they adhere to a doctrine not dissimilar to some of what we have as well, called unrestricted warfare. In Chinese military doctrine, if you will, warfare doctrine, they don't see a bright line between what's done economically, financially, culturally, and in the cyber realm from what we would call kinetics, all right, actual physical warfare. They see it as all one big piece. It's a very holistic view of conflict or confrontation or competition amongst nations and empires. That's how they see it. So for them, in their view, there is no difference in terms of an attack of launching cyber, which they would see sanctions as nothing more than just another form of warfare as well. So they see it in a very holistic thing. We tend to bifurcate. We see a big difference between what's done economically, what's done financially, in the cyber realm, and actually dropping bombs or sending troops across the border. We see that as very different. They don't see it quite that way. This is one of the things, though, that China is going to take a hit on this, because that is a very significant effort that they made on behalf of Russia that will not be discounted. And I don't think after what Russia's been doing that they're going to be able to just walk away and say, well, we do stuff like that. They don't do it at that level. I mean, we all saw the attack when it happened. I think most experts thought it was probably from Russia itself. Now we find out that Russia had probably enlisted those cyber regiments that China has. China has phenomenal capabilities, in-depth capabilities to do stuff like this. So they marshaled those on behalf of Russia to make that happen, which that is significant in and of itself. The other thing, though, is China is worldwide, and I get involved with this wearing multiple hats in dealing with or countering Chinese influence worldwide. They have this massive Belt and Road Initiative. Ukraine was part of the Belt and Road. That was a big part of their movement, and building that that new Silk Road was going right through Ukraine. I don't know if that's going to happen. When this is all said and done, I think China's got a big problem in its relationship with Ukraine. It's got a big problem in its relationship with all the European countries because of this. It's also got a big problem with a number of Central Asian countries that are in the same area that may see themselves as the next Ukraine or in sympathy with Ukraine. And I'm thinking of Georgia and some other former Soviet republics. So I think China has really set themselves back. This was a strategic blunder on their end.
Hal Kempfer, as always, we're going to take just a quick commercial break. We'll have more questions for you on Russia's war into Ukraine when we come back.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. We continue our coverage on Ukraine and Russia, and our very own Fox Milwaukee spoke with a man from Wisconsin who was visiting Poland and got a first-hand account at the war going on there. Let's see that interview right now here on Live Now from Fox.
Meanwhile, a Fond du Lac County man visiting Poland is getting a first-hand look at the effects of the war in Ukraine. He has seen the moments after a missile strike. He's seen refugees fleeing their homeland and more of the heartache caused by war. But he's also grateful. He tells our Aaron Maben why.
Billowing black smoke after missiles hit an oil depot in western Ukraine over the weekend. The aftermath of the Russian strike was captured by Andrew Fidzukevich.
The war in Ukraine is not the only the war between Russia and Ukraine. This is the war between Russia and free world.
Fidzukevich runs Camp Vista in Fond du Lac County, but was in Ukraine helping with the humanitarian crisis.
They need more and more help, logistic help, and also help with weapons and help with food.
Across the border, he recorded refugees in his home country of Poland, thousands of women and children with just suitcases and clothes on their backs.
Packed with refugees. I would say 95% of people, they are refugees. You can't find a place to sit, even a place to stand.
Fidzukevich talked with me on his drive to see family in Poland as he documents this wartime journey.
They really need help and prayer from all of us.
He's sharing gratitude for the people in Wisconsin who have helped him help others.
Especially for my neighborhood, from Fond du Lac area neighborhood, for participation in helping Ukrainian people.
In Milwaukee County, Aaron Maben, Fox 6 News.
Fidzukevich says he's received donations and cards from many people in Wisconsin, which he, in turn, is using to support people in Eastern Europe.
And the cost of fertilizer could be going up due to the Russian war on Ukraine. And Fox Milwaukee also has that report, so let's play it out.
With spring just around the corner, you might want to think twice about buying fertilizer. The war in Ukraine actually making the cost almost triple from last year at this time. As Christina Van Zelst explains tonight, it's already affecting Wisconsin farmers.
It's a typical Sunday here at Dave Morris Farms in Heartland.
And run about 900 acres of corn.
But this year, the grass isn't necessarily green.
The war is an iffy situation for us, for everybody, not just farmers.
The war in Ukraine leaving farmers in the dust. Jim Wren says because Russia is the #1 fertilizer supplier in the U.S., prices will be at least 3 times higher for farmers.
My cost this year will be just short of $900 a ton, where last year it was $220 a ton.
Wren says his corn will be impacted the most. That's because it uses the most fertilizer, but so too will his soybeans, wheat, and hay.
Ukraine is an export and import for countries around the world, so if they don't get their corn crop in, does that mean they're going to need more corn from the United States?
It's a growing concern that will also impact consumers. Farmers hoping their product prices will remain competitive.
It's unfortunate for the consumer because then their price for goods will go up as well.
Wren says they have to bite the bullet and budget.
You find different ways to,
in the meantime, they trudge on.
Make ends meet.
In addition to fertilizer, Russia has banned more than 200 products from being exported. Reporting in Heartland, Christina Van Zelst, Fox 6 News.
And fertilizer prices aren't the only problem farmers are dealing with. Higher fuel and labor costs, another challenge, or other challenges, I should say, that they are facing.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. It's just about going on 12:30 Pacific time here on the West Coast, but we want to switch gears to some entertainment headlines as the Grammys kick off today with Trevor Noah hosting the event from Las Vegas. Attendees include Justin Bieber, Doja Cat, and her, all up for 8 nominations. But other entertainment news, Estelle Harris, who is known for Seinfeld, has passed away, bringing you some of this footage. Estelle Harris, who hollered her way into TV history as George Costanza's short-fused mother on Seinfeld and the voiced Miss Potato Head in the Toy Story franchise, has died. She was 93 years old. As a middle-class matron, Estelle Costanza Harris put a memorable stamp on her recurring role in the smash 1990s sitcom. With her high-pitched voice and humorous, overbearing attitude, she was an archetype of maternal indignation and trading insults and absurdities with her on-screen husband, played by Jerry Stiller. Harris helped create a parental pair that would leave even a psychiatrist helpless to do anything but hope they'd move to Florida, as their son, played by Jason Alexander, encouraged them always to do so. Harris's agent confirmed the actor's death that happened in Palm Desert, California on Saturday evening. And of course, she has had numerous roles after that 9-season run of Seinfeld, which ended in 1998. Again, she voiced Mrs. Potato Head in the 1999 animated blockbuster Toy Story 2 and played the recurring character Marielle in the popular Disney Channel sitcom The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody, among many other roles. So, bringing you this latest, Estelle Harris has died. Seinfeld and Toy Story actor died at the age of 93. And of course, we want to bring you more headlines from all across the country and more entertainment news as well. We, of course, have been following other award shows for obvious reasons. The Will Smith controversy all week long, along with what happened at the Oscars last weekend. So I'm going to go out to our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft and Daytona Everett, who spoke with experts and entertainment editors to learn more about that award show. Let's take a look.
Joining me now, Andrew Tchaikovsky, legal expert, friend of the program. Andrew, good to see you. First, before we get into this, just your reaction. So many people still talking about this 24 hours later.
Well, usually when you're watching the Oscars, I think the biggest news that comes from it is somebody committed some sort of fashion faux pas of some sort. So coming out of the Academy Awards last night to a big breaking legal story was certainly not what I was expecting from my Sunday night. And I think the nation the same. TikTok and Instagram and social media has been certainly going crazy today with people talking about this.
Yeah, Andrew, so we know yesterday the LAPD said that it was aware of the incident, but it was not pursuing an investigation because the person involved, Chris Rock, declined to file a police report. Now, just because, whoever was injured in this, Chris Rock, decides not to pursue it criminally, that doesn't mean, some prosecutor, maybe in LA County, could not take up the case, right? There's still that avenue open, or is this moot at this point?
Right. So there's 3 ways that this can go from a legal perspective. One's criminal, the second would be civil, and the third is essentially kind of within the organization itself. Administrative is what I'll call that. From a criminal perspective, in California, typically an assault case like this, a single punch or single hit assault case, usually can't really go anywhere without a cooperating witness. Now, you can take these cases to trial, and with the video evidence that you have at hand, perhaps you wouldn't even need the testimony of Chris Rock at a trial of this sort. But even if it were necessary, the prosecution office could subpoena somebody like this. Practically speaking, and from what I see day in, day out, if you don't have a cooperating witness, if there was no injury, typically speaking, they're not going to move forward with the prosecution. And I don't see a prosecution likely in this case, especially with Chris Rock saying that he has no interest in seeing this through on a criminal front.
And let's, Andrew, talk about, institutionally with the Academy of Motion Pictures, Arts and Sciences, about, what course of action they will take. They said they're reviewing the incident and they're essentially going to explore further action. It was kind of vague. But, I don't believe, and I'm no Oscars history buff, I don't believe a statue has ever been revoked after you win it due to, some type of conduct that you may have committed. Also, maybe they'll kick Will Smith out of the Academy. I don't really know what that looks like. I don't know what the contours of membership into the Academy looks like. So from that standpoint, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, the Academy has a code of conduct, and the code of conduct is pretty vague. It was put in place after the Me Too movement kind of came to light in the 2017 Academy Award season. And in that code of conduct, they eventually kicked Weinstein out of the Academy, and I believe took away his awards in the process. So they have a pretty wide berth of discretion here, kind of like any employer would have, or a private institution to take away the right of somebody to be a member or something along that line. And they do have terms in there about abusing other individuals or bringing bad light onto the Academy. Do I think that this is going to be something that takes away the Academy Award of Will Smith? I don't, but that doesn't come from a particularly deep legal basis, because they haven't acted in that way in the past. What I think probably was appropriate in the situation would have been to pull Will Smith out of the theater. I mean, that was an individual who displayed that he was out of control, that he had kind of unleashed in a totally societally unacceptable way, and then to allow him to remain and to get up on stage to a standing ovation and accept his award with a stage to speak on where he didn't apologize to Chris Rock. I think that's something that the Academy should probably take a much deeper look at, how that happened and where in the mob mentality of things there was failure in nobody standing up to essentially assess the situation and treat Will Smith like any other person would have been treated who assaulted a performer on stage.
Yeah, Andrew, because if they, hypothetically took away Will Smith's Oscar, that would kind of contradict everything that, millions of people saw with their own eyes, because the slap happened well before the Best Actor Oscar was given to Smith. There was like 20 to 25 minutes in between. Ex post facto, why, if they do decide to, punish Will Smith from the Academy perspective, that will have to be criticized and looked at as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Will Smith, I think, deserves some degree of punishment here. He's obviously humiliated in the public eye, at least in most people's view. I think that there are some out there who are defending him. I think that we have to look at the fact that hitting someone in our country, in the state of California, is just not acceptable. That's a crime, and words do not justify somebody acting out in that way unless the words specifically communicated a direct threat. So you have to look at what Will Smith did and hope that to some degree he suffers some sort of consequence for that, so that the message is clearly received by him. But in terms of the Academy at large and what they can do here, again, I go back to my really strong concern that we have a class issue, essentially, that Will Smith, as a A-list performer, somebody who has obviously garnered the respect of many in Hollywood, could act out in such an unleashed fashion and really receive no immediate response from anyone. The police there, the security there, the director of the production, the director of the house, nobody stood up and did anything, much less all of the people who have such a loud voice in the public that stood in the audience, and ultimately they stood in a standing ovation for him. So I think the Academy really has to look at how they approach these sorts of situations in kind of a very broad sense, not just Will Smith, but in a much bigger sense, how they enforce and how they look at the behavior of people who are there for the Oscars.
Yeah, of course, really the only people who intervened were fellow actors, fellow performers. Denzel Washington, we saw Tyler Perry, we saw Sean P. Diddy Combs as well, briefly mention it right after it happened, but that was about it. Let's talk about, I guess, the repercussions to the brands that are Will Smith, that are Chris Rock, because this is going to have reverberations for a very long time. I presume civil damages. Do you think Chris Rock can take any action filing suit against the Academy, against the producers of the Oscars, against Will Smith himself, because, his reputation in all this also is tarnished, as well as Will Smith. I mean, no one's coming out of this looking very, very good, albeit Chris Rock has the upper hand. But where do you think that line goes?
Well, I can give you the law school or the bar exam type of answer here, and that's that absolutely there is a basis in law for Chris Rock to sue Will Smith, as well as the Academy and many others who are there and present, the security individuals and others. The problem here is that I think from a practical perspective, a comedian on stage, Chris Rock having a bit his own reputation to maintain here, he doesn't seem inclined to go after a big swipe for money. It's really a no-brainer. If he were to sue Will Smith, the standards that are set forth in the criminal law are essentially the same in civil law or tort law, that if you strike another person without adequate justification, you're going to have to pay for the damages. And the resulting consequences of that could be a pretty high calculation of damages to Chris Rock if he really thinks his reputation was damaged. Ultimately here, perhaps Chris Rock's reputation hasn't been damaged. Maybe this, he reacted so well. He was so cool under such a pressure-filled situation. He didn't even come back with a snarky joke. He didn't escalate things. I mean, he really proved to be the gentleman of the night, I think. And when it comes down to it, I don't think that it's particularly likely that he's going to file a lawsuit. I think he's going to walk away from this perhaps with a couple comedy specials. And that might be how he comes out on top of this financially.
Yeah, and Andrew, we haven't heard from Chris Rock yet. I can't imagine the behind-the-scenes maneuvering that is going on to try to get an exclusive interview with both him and Will Smith. But what about the reputational damage to Will Smith? Will he ever really work on a major motion picture again, or was this kind of the peak for his career? How do you come back from something like this reputationally?
Well, I think it's interesting. How do we compare him? Who else acted in this way, and who can we compare him to? I think kind of a Tom Cruise perspective. Remember Tom Cruise jumping up on the chair when he was doing an Oprah interview, kind of seeming unhinged or unleashed, seeming to not be particularly connected to what was going on around him. We've seen incidences with Kanye West, or Ye, when he jumped up on stage when Taylor Swift was accepting an award, and he seemed unhinged. Ye not invited to the Oscars last night. Why? Because of the words that he's been speaking. So I think that both Kanye West, or Ye as his new name is, I think Tom Cruise, they both suffered really strong consequences in the public eye, but continued to both be very professionally successful. I think Will Smith is considered an outstanding actor. He obviously won the award. Hollywood does not seem shy to continue to give roles to people who have had such great blockbuster success here. So I don't see any real potential that Will Smith is going to be canceled. I do think that it rings of some hypocrisy in Hollywood. I think that some people really have to answer to themselves how they could stand up and give him a standing ovation when there has been such outcry to cancel people, that cancel culture that you hear in Hollywood for simple allegations of misconduct or mistreatment of others. So it's something that Hollywood really has to come to terms with, I think, and the cancel culture ultimately has to come to terms with, because that identity piece of things really can't be the factor in the middle. I don't think that there's a lot of leeway for the American public to watch as some people are canceled and others aren't. It really rings of hypocrisy, and I don't think the American public like hypocrisy much.
Yeah, of course, because, back in the early 2000s, then chair of CBS Viacom, Sumner Redstone, he fired Tom Cruise from Paramount. And so I'm surprised, maybe this is to your thinking here, why we haven't seen this kind of mass exodus from wanting to work with Will Smith in so many other, to your words, the cancel culture scenarios. We just see kind of, you don't touch these figures with a 10-foot pole after they transgress. And so we haven't really seen that. In this instance, it'll be interesting to see if he is forced to pull out of any upcoming projects. But so far, none of that yet. Just lastly, what does this say about, I guess, the speech is violence crowd? When we saw actual violence responding to a joke. What do you think legally that means?
Oh, it's so concerning to me. We see this all the time, and the hyperbole that goes into the degree of damage that's done by speech. We live in a country where we have the First Amendment, and we really believe in the idea of the freedom of expression. In fact, the Academy Awards are awards for expression. Art is, if nothing else, the First Amendment at play. That's one of the first things that are canceled when you lose the freedom of speech here. So when you see the Academy Awards, you have to think of it as a freedom of expression. And when you meet that freedom of expression with violence, I mean, that's what comedy is art. And that's what Chris Rock was doing, is he was performing up there, and he was doing his best to entertain the audience and entertain everybody who was watching. Perhaps his jokes missed, perhaps it hurt somebody's feelings, and that's something that Will Smith could have very well dealt with, both verbally then and there, I guess, or later on could have had some sort of outcry, could have brought his own words to it. But we can't live in a society where we meet words with violence. It really does cause a lot of concern in people. I've prosecuted these cases, I defend these cases, and I'm not saying that Will Smith deserves some sort of excessive punishment here. And I would stand next to a client who is accused of something like this, and I would ask a court to go very lenient on them, because people are under a great deal of pressure, and things do hurt feelings, and that is why people sometimes act out with aggression. But that doesn't mean that punishment shouldn't be there. It doesn't mean that the behavior should be condoned. It should be condemned. And Will Smith here really has to, I think, account for what he did. And I think the Academy at large has to account for the fact that they just didn't act in a very quick manner with very little leadership. I'm very disappointed in everybody that was there, everybody who stood up. I think that really is a poor reflection of those people who have done so much to voice their opposition to violence in the past.
Andrew Szyszkowski, very strong words there. We'll be following this story throughout the week, see if it has staying power, but definitely a historic night at the Oscars. Infamous, really, last night. Andrew, thanks so much.
Good to talk to you, Andrew.
I want to bring in Ted Johnson, a reporter with Deadline.com. Thank you so much, Ted, for being with us. Man, we didn't know what to expect from Oscars this year, but we got a show, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I think people are saying that there was like a 1 in a billion chance of something like what happened actually happening at the Oscars, where the leading nominee for Best Actor actually stormed the stage and slugged one of the presenters. So, well, slapped one of the presenters. I should get it absolutely accurate. This was absolutely probably is going to stand out as one of the most memorable, if not the most memorable moments, certainly of the modern Oscars.
Yeah, this was absolutely memorable and lots of viral moments. I want to start first with that comment because actually, surprisingly, we all know the Oscars can be extremely political. A lot of celebrities come and utilize that platform to, you know, push things that they stand for or don't stand for. Don't Say Gay was one of the only actual, you know, pieces of legislation that they did talk about, right?
Yes, Wanda Sykes very early made a reference to the Florida quote unquote Don't Say Gay bill. Supporters of that bill really take issue with people calling it the Don't Say Gay bill. And you heard Governor DeSantis, hey, just read the bill. But within the entertainment community, within the LGBT community, within a lot of people see this as marginalizing LGBT Americans in the same way that we've seen some past legislation. For example, back in the aughts, in the 2000s, you saw this wave of bills across the country to ban same-sex marriage. So I think that there is some history behind it, why there is such a backlash against what's happening in Florida and why you saw it play out on the Oscar stage on Sunday night.
Yeah, that's right. That wasn't the only thing that happened on the stage on Sunday night. There was, of course, the slap heard around the world is what everyone is calling it, between Will Smith and, of course, Chris Rock, and now possible litigation to come out of this. What were your first thoughts when you saw it happen? I know everyone was shocked.
Yeah, well, my first thought was, oh, this must be part of a comedy routine, right? Because I thought, oh, aren't they friends? They must be friends. And he's approaching the stage, and then I heard this noise, and I thought, oh, well, that obviously was staged. But then, as it went on, you heard the sound go off, and then you saw Will Smith's reaction, and he genuinely angry. And I have to say, even watching it on television, it was so uncomfortable. It was so awkward for this live ceremony. And then even a bit of anger on my part. I was just like, who is this person to essentially ruin the evening for everyone else?
Yeah, unbelievably awkward, and still a lot of questions about what happened. And now he's apologizing about it on his own Instagram page, and I'm sure we'll hear more about this. But this kind of stalled out the Oscars for a little bit. There was a commercial break, and I know the publicist had to run up and talk to both him and Jada. But that wasn't the only stall. It went overtime still. Let's talk about just the format of the Oscars last night. You think this is interesting. This is interesting.
Well, the big controversy leading up to the Oscars was the fact, and this is a Hollywood controversy, may not be totally understandable for people outside the industry, was they took 8 categories in the technical areas, and they said, we're going to put them in a pre-ceremony. So they're not going to be actually in the prime time. They're not going to be live in prime time. And the producers said, we are going to run clips of those acceptance speeches. And the whole purpose was to try to trim the length of the ceremony to keep it within its 3-hour time length. And they did that. But the irony is the ceremony still went way over time, almost 40 minutes over time. So I think there's going to probably be a lot of kind of a lot of study of what happened and was it really worth it? Because the Academy took a beating from a lot of the industry for making this change. And it's hard to know whether it actually was worth it, just given that it really didn't reduce the runtime. In fact, this was a longer ceremony than any in the last several years.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of people were kind of looking down at their watches, ready to get out of there after an awkward night, maybe go grab a drink or something after all of the drama. And I'm sure they did. I know that they did at those after parties. But let's actually get into some content here with a groundbreaking win for Troy Kotsur, right?
Yeah, I think this was probably the moment of the night. Troy Kotsur winning for Coda, winning Best Supporting Actor, especially what he said about his father, I think was incredibly touching. I think if you watch this and rewatch it, it's hard not to be moved by this moment. In the same way that the movie was such a moving production that, kind of came in at the end and really swept the categories that it was in. So there was some expectation that Coda would win and that he would win. He was definitely the favorite, but I think he surprised people even in the way that he accepted this award. It was such a personal story that he said about his family, about his own struggles, about what this represents for the deaf community, and even a few funny anecdotes about meeting Joe Biden and First Lady Joe Biden in the White House last week.
Yeah, which brings us into our next topic. We started out the conversation that politics do get brought up in Oscars and award shows of this kind. Well, Ukraine on everyone's mind right now as war continues to escalate, and we'll be talking about that later into the evening. But not a whole lot of mentions of Ukraine, which was somewhat surprising.
Yeah, it was surprising to me. There had been this kind of buildup, this rumors that President Zelensky may address the Oscars. One of the co-hosts thought that, Amy Schumer thought that would be a good idea. Another co-host, Wanda Sykes, said, well, maybe not. And it looked like the producers really actually, or the producer of the ceremony, that there was some struggle in how to address Ukraine. In the end, what they did is they had this moment of silence with a message on the screen. It wasn't actually a presentation. It was almost an interstitial with an urge for people to donate to Ukraine. Very, very understated. The Oscars is not known for being understated. And that's basically their solution to how do you solve this problem of here you have this ceremony where people are celebrating and they're talking about ultimately pretty trivial things, and you have war where you have millions of refugees fleeing the country, a genuine humanitarian crisis. How do you very incongruous how you address those two things. I was somewhat surprised, not just in the way that they addressed it, very understated again, but also they were handing out ribbons, and there weren't a whole lot of presenters that actually had the blue ribbons to mark refugees. Not that it's all that important, but it was interesting, and this may be a model, I think, for when something like this happens. How do you address a world crisis that's occurring at the same time that you have all these stars in their bubble, in
right,
glitter and glamour and on the red carpet? It seems to be a perpetual problem for the Oscars and other award shows.
Yeah, already had to navigate that with a pandemic, and now with war, it's uncharted territory.
Sure, because anyone could come in and they can just say, hey, how can you guys be celebratory when this crisis is going on the other side of the world? But there's also an argument to be made. You know what? Life goes on, especially when you talk about things like the pandemic. You have to. Everything doesn't stop,
right,
but at the same time, you have to be respectful of the crisis that is going on in the world.
Yeah. Well, we are definitely keeping them on our mind as we navigate all of the runoff of Oscars this year. Last question for you, Ted. If you could summarize the Oscars in one word, what would that word be?
Slap.
Slap.
There is, I mean, again, this show, is going to always be remembered for that moment because it was nothing like it had ever happened before. It's unfortunate for the winners who had nothing to do with what happened, but that's just the way it is. It's live television.
That's for sure. Live television. Can't change that. Next award shows have some big shoes to fill. Ted Johnson, thanks so much for being with us here on the show. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And we are going to keep it.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We were just hearing from Daytona Everett, an entertainment expert, talking about the Oscars and awards show last Sunday. One of those controversial topics getting brought up, the Parental Rights and Education Act, more commonly known as the Don't Say Gay bill, getting brought up during that Oscars ceremony. But Florida Governor DeSantis did sign that bill this past week. So if you missed those remarks, I'm going to play that now here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you all for being with us. Don't forget, you can always watch Live Now on LiveNowFox.com along with many other platforms.
And to shield them from knowing about various forms of mental health services. Broward, Hillsborough, Miami-Dade, Palm Beach, Sarasota, and Volusia counties. Martin County also had a gender transition plan that can be implemented without the parents' consent. In Leon County, Florida, a school excluded parents from conversations about a student's, quote, gender transition, a situation for which the district superintendent has apologized for and admit that should never have occurred. And it's not just limited to Florida. In fact, it's probably a lot worse in many other parts of the country. In Idaho, a counselor was working with a 10-year-old student to help the student transition to a different gender without informing the child's parents. In California, a mother has filed a legal case alleging 2 middle school teachers manipulated her child's identity, then called the meeting to inform her, the parent, that the student is transgender. And in California, a high school student recently committed suicide after an LA high school gave her gender transitioning hormones rather than treat her underlying depression. And so we've also found cases where school districts and individual schools took it upon themselves to decide it's okay to sexualize the education of very young children. We've actually have different things, and this is not something that I thought was something that was going to be around. So this is something this is in Florida and other places, school for very young kids, the genderbread man. So this is trying to sow doubt about kids, about their gender identity. It's trying to say that, you know, they could be whatever they want to be. This is inappropriate for kindergartners and first graders and second graders. Parents do not want this going on in their schools. What else do we have? Oh. This is, again, very young kids talking about when I was born, mom and dad said it's a girl, looked in the mirror, I saw a girl kind of, now I see a boy because of transgender. So this is something that you're putting into classroom curriculum for 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old kids. And again, that is not something that's appropriate for any place, but certainly in the state of Florida. And shouldn't parents know if that is something that's in the curriculum? They should be able to have a voice in that. And so this is not just in Florida, and again, many other states, it's even more aggressive. In Connecticut, kindergarten students are taught about being transgender as part of, quote, social justice standards. In Denver, kindergartners were subject to, quote, gender sensitivity training, and in Illinois, they require sex education beginning in kindergarten. So this is part of a national trend to cut parents out of their child's education. In Florida, we not only know that parents have a right to be involved, we insist that parents have a right to be involved. And so we've already taken great steps. Last year, I signed the Parents' Bill of Rights in the state of Florida, which was really something that was significant. Last week, we signed curriculum transparency legislation so that parents have a right to access the curriculum that's in their kids' schools, as well as understand what type of books are in school libraries. And today, we will sign HB 1557, the Parents' Rights in Education Bill. And this bill takes 3 main steps. First, the bill prohibits classroom instruction about sexuality or things like transgender in K through 3 classrooms. And after 3rd grade, those curriculums need to be age appropriate. Second, the bill ensures that at the beginning of every school year, parents will be notified about health care services offered at the school with the right to decline any service offered. And finally, this bill ensures that whenever a questionnaire or health screening is given to our young students, parents receive it first and give permission for the school to give it to their child. Now, there's been a lot of discussions about this particular piece of legislation. You've seen a lot of sloganeering and fake narratives by leftist politicians, by activists, by corporate media, and you still see it even today after a lot of this stuff has been debunked. Now, it's true. Many of the people who whipped this up have never actually read the bill. They haven't taken the time to do that. They would rather just further narratives. But I must tell you, these leftist politicians, corporate media outlets, some of these activist groups, they actually have read the bill. And they're sloganeering because they don't want to admit that they support a lot of the things that we're providing protections against. For example, they support sexualizing kids in kindergarten. They support injecting woke gender ideology into 2nd grade classrooms. They support enabling schools to, quote, transition students to a, quote, different gender without the knowledge of the parent, much less without the parent's consent. And so what they're doing with these slogans and these narratives is they are trying to camouflage their true intentions. They know, in every single poll that's been done that actually reads the language in the bill, will find overwhelmingly Americans oppose injecting this type of material into the classroom of young kids. Americans support the right of parents to be informed and to be able to withhold consent over certain types of medical treatments in school. So they know that, and so that's why they're resorting to some of the narratives. And it hasn't worked, but let's just be clear. It's not just all of them have not read the bill. Many have not. Many have, and many of them want to see this type of stuff in our schools. So be very, very careful when you see that. And someone told me that there's even people in Hollywood that are opposed, to providing protections for parents and enforcing parents' rights. You know, the one thing I'll say about that is, if the people who held up degenerates like Harvey Weinstein up as exemplars and as heroes and as all that. If those are the types of people that are opposing us on parents' rights, I wear that like a badge of honor. And so we will continue to recognize that in the state of Florida, parents have a fundamental role in the education, healthcare, and well-being of their children. We will not move from that. I don't care what corporate media outlets say. I don't care what Hollywood says. I don't care what big corporations say. Here I stand. I'm not backing down. We will make sure that parents can send their kids to school to get an education, not an indoctrination. And so I'm happy to be here today. We'll sign this in a minute, but in the meantime, we're going to have some speakers come up. And so the first speaker will be the Speaker of the House, Chris Sprowls.
Thank you, Governor. It's great to be with you and all the members of the legislature that are here today. You know, there's a lot of nicknames when you have governors. You know, this governor has worked on education policies, worked on workforce, so much policy in the state of Florida. But I'm going to add another nickname. This is the boldest governor in America for Florida families, for Florida parents, and for Florida children. And I want you to think about that for a second, because I think all of this fits together. You know, a year and a half ago, when the rest of the country was shutting down schools, refusing to allow teachers back into the classroom to educate children, refusing to allow children to get back to education, this governor, Commissioner Corcoran, made sure that our kids not only got back in the classroom to learn, but made sure that before that this governor signed Aaron Grahl, Representative Grahl's bill on the Parents' Bill of Rights to make sure parents knew these are the rights that you have as a parent. You don't give away your rights at the front door of the school. And that continued into this session. This is the session of Florida parents, of Florida families. You know, one of the upsides of COVID is that I don't think that's ever before in our country have parents been more engaged in what their kids are learning inside the classroom and more sensitive to the books that are in the library, to the instruction that's happening and how that impacts their children. This session with this bill, I have to give a big shout out to Representative Joe Harding, Senator Baxley, who all session long took the hits and the lies perpetrated in places like corporate media and Twitter and pushed back because they had one goal in mind, and that was to prevent little children, 5- and 6-year-olds, from walking into a classroom and being indoctrinated on radical concepts like extreme gender ideology. So I want to thank both of you gentlemen for fighting that fight. But I think the governor's right. Like the fight is clear. Think about that, and I said this 100 times during the course of the legislative session. The language in this bill is 4 pages long. It's double-spaced. The changes are underlined, right? If the teachers who had their kids redraft, concepts that are here said, oh gosh, it's going to be double-spaced and underlined, that's going to make the day really easy. This was super easy to figure out what this bill did. And yet, people lied about it. The media lied about it. Advocates lied about it. Whether it was in the White House press room or whether it was last night at the Oscars, there were lies about it. And the governor's right, they were intentional. Very few people tried to actually tell individuals what the bill did. I'm going to give Evan Donovan a shout out here because you did. You did a news and you said this is what this bill does. Here's a graphic. Here are the bullet points. You didn't try to add personal commentary. You just said you decide. But here's why people don't do that. Because if you tell Americans, you get to decide, do you think it is appropriate for kids to walk into a classroom when they are, I have a 5- and 6-year-old, by the way, when they are 5 and 6 years old to learn about transgender instead of math or science or photosynthesis or, whatever it is for that day. Do you think that's appropriate? Maybe photosynthesis is a little intense for 5-year-olds. I hear Corcoran murmuring behind me. But the reality is they would say, that's crazy. Of course we wouldn't do that. And what have we seen? There have been outlets, conservative outlets, liberal outlets, moderate outlets who've released polls. Republicans, Democrats, and independents all agree that parents parents should play an active role in these concepts. I couldn't be more proud of the individual legislators behind us. I am so grateful that we have a governor in Ron DeSantis who is willing to say, I am going to push back against the lies. I don't care about Twitter. I don't care about the nonsense. We are going to lead in what's in the best interest of Florida parents and Florida children. It's great to be with you all today. Thank you.
Okay, and so next, this is really what it's all about, to protect these parents. So first, we're going to hear from January Littlejohn.
Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is January Littlejohn. I'm a licensed mental health counselor in the state of Florida and a stay-at-home mom to 3 incredible children. I want to first thank Representative Harding and Senator Baxley for sponsoring this bill. I want to thank all of the legislators who voted yes for this bill and stood up for parental rights and what's best for our children, many of whom are behind me, so thank you. And I want to also thank Governor DeSantis, who has been steadfast in both his leadership and his unwavering support for parental rights in our great state. What happened to our family is one of the many reasons this bill is necessary. In September of 2020, my daughter told me after school she had a meeting with school officials that was held behind closed doors where they asked her which restroom she wanted to use. I immediately contacted the school and was told by the guidance counselor and assistant principal that I could not be given any information regarding the meeting and that by law, my daughter had to be the one to authorize my notification of the meeting or attendance to the meeting. In other words, school officials asked my 13-year-old child her permission as to whether or not my parental rights would be honored. After many weeks of going back and forth with the district, we learned the middle school had created a transgender, gender nonconforming support plan with our 13-year-old daughter without our knowledge or consent. The plan was a 6-page document completed with my daughter behind closed doors with 3 school officials that included the guidance counselor, the assistant principal, and a social worker I had never met. During the meeting, they asked her questions that could have significantly impacted her safety and her physical and emotional well-being, such as which restroom she preferred to use and which sex she preferred to room with on overnight field trips. The plan also directed school staff to use my daughter's birth name when speaking to us, her parents, and to use a different name in school with teachers, staff, and students. This plan directed school staff to conceal from us that this meeting and plan had ever taken place. When parents are excluded from critical decisions affecting their child's health and well-being at school, it sends the message to children that their parents' input and authority are no longer important. This created a huge wedge between our daughter and us because it sent the message that she needed to be protected from us, not by us. Social intervention that can lead to significant decisions that will impact the child's mental and physical well-being. Often, social transition is the first step toward medical transition, and schools are grossly unqualified to be taking these steps without parental involvement. Unfortunately, what happened to my family is not an isolated incident. I have been contacted by parents all over our state who's had their rights violated in this same manner. Parental involvement in a child's education is considered by many education experts to be the most important factor in student success. This is well known and documented, yet schools have been systematically cutting parents out of critical decisions being made with their children, painting them as enemies to their children with no due process. Parents know and love their children more than anyone in this world. I have always told my children my #1 job is to keep them safe, and this school took that away from me. For the safety of our children, these parental rights violations must stop, and school districts must be held accountable when they break the law. Thank you, Governor, for signing this law.
Great job. And just so you know, the left, they want that to happen to all other families. They don't want any protections for parents. They think that they should just be able to take your kid and do whatever what the hell they want with them. That is wrong, and she was right to stand up against the school district, and now every parent's going to have the right to do that. Okay, Aaron Lovely.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you so much, Governor, for everything that you're doing and for honestly showing us what true leadership looks like. This is, and everybody back here too, so thank you. We're originally from Tennessee. I don't know if you can hear the slang. We're originally from Tennessee, but we moved to Florida 8 years ago, and I could not be more proud to live in this state, honestly. So, you know, you never know how you're going to feel about something, how you're going to react, what you're going to do until it affects you or your family or your children, specifically personally. And I never thought I would be a homeschool mom because I love to work, but here we are. We moved to Palm Beach County from Orlando a year ago. We wanted private school, but due to because of things that we'd started hearing, but it wasn't in the cards for us financially. Everyone raved about Marsh Point Elementary. Everybody told us it was the very best school in our little area, and so we went with it. A weekend, we lost the opt-out opportunity in masking. A month in, a letter was sent home in my son's backpack, and I'm so glad I checked his bag. It was on a Friday that 3 kids from each class were going to be selected and form a new class without our knowledge at all. There was no details, no info whatsoever, no bio given, no meeting, no photo, and the parents aren't even allowed in the school. We were just supposed to be okay with, sending our kid to a stranger. He had already made friends, so we prayed hard over this and trusted God would take care of him. He always does, just not how you would think sometimes. I'm a positive thinker, so we just went with it. We quickly started hearing questionable things. Parents were being called bullies because we were emailing her too much, and I'm like, we had a lot of questions, so yes, we were emailing her a lot. My son's behavior started to change a little bit. He was very frustrated with me, more so than normal. Later, other things came up, disturbing things about medical choices that I think should be between the family. The kids were given extra credit if they made these medical choices. 2nd grade, mind you. Yes. But here's where I drew the line. Thanksgiving morning, he chose to tell me on Thanksgiving. We were sitting there, and he tells me about a book that she had read to the class called Call Me Max. It's this one here. If you've read the book at all, I could cry thinking about it. There was no permission slip given, no heads up, and hey, how do you feel about this? Nothing. There was somebody next door that gave a permission slip out to parents for James and the Giant Peach. And I'm like, what about that one? After she finished the book, so he had to sit there and listen to the whole thing. After she finished the book, he raised his hand and he said, no, this isn't right. This is not who God made you to be. And she disagreed with him and said, no, you can be whatever you want to be if you just have an imagination. And so I'm like, well, yeah, you can be a doctor, a lawyer, president, but God doesn't make mistakes, and he didn't make a mistake when he made you. So under this bill, which again, obviously most people have not read it. I don't think a lot of people have. It protects the fundamental rights of parents to make choices regarding the upbringing and the control of their children. It prohibits school districts from doing what happened in ours, and prohibits classroom discussion about sexual orientation and gender identity in a second grade classroom. So needless to say, we never went back. We never went back to that class. He was moved to a third person at this point. We had to switch him. I was like, he's not going back, but it was not an easy choice. It was not an easy process. The principal was not easy to work with in this. But people have asked, why couldn't we have stayed in that class? And the simple answer is, when I talked to the principal about it, he said that these books, meaning there's more than just that one, are a district requirement to be in the public schools. So they have the choice to read them or not, but it's a district requirement. So I was like, I don't want him around that without the wherewithal, without the knowledge as a parent. This school and how they handled things completely shattered my trust. And so I'm hoping with this new bill that things can change for all those sweet babies that aren't telling their parents, that aren't speaking up. So I'm beyond thankful for the opportunity to be a homeschool mom. It's crazy, but I'm thankful. And I'm hoping that this can help for the parents that don't have the choice. So thank you so much.
Commissioner of Education, Richard Corcoran. Where's he at?
Thanks, Governor. I feel a little pressure speaking after these great speakers, and I don't have photosynthesis in my remarks, so drop that bomb on me. But I think it's appropriate that we do this bill signing in a classical school. And if you look at what the classical model is, it goes back to the ancient Greek. And you talk about truth and goodness and beauty. And you're in a library, where, Mark Twain used to say, the person who doesn't read books has no advantage of those that don't, or illiterate. And if you look around the room, you see this just lined with great people throughout history, great thinkers, great philosophers, all in pursuit of truth. And what really is at stake, you've heard it from the governor, you've heard it from the speaker, you've heard it from these speakers, is it is a war on the existence of truth. What they're really trying to do, it's not just have debates and have people discuss whether you're on this side or that side. It is a war on whether truth really exists. And I also want to say at this point that how did I get to be the speaker when you bring in a bunch of cute kids? I mean, I'm drawing some little small straws today. One of them's mine. I won't tell you which one. She's over there. Can you stand for a sec?
Is that your youngest?
Yeah. But now that they're in the room, we got this bill signed. I just want to close with this. You've heard it said many times. I've worked for this governor for 4 years almost. And I will tell you, he's not a good governor. He's not a great governor. He's the best governor ever. And you've heard it said from some of the speakers, there's just not I'll say it publicly, fact check me, do whatever you want. There's not a single study in the entire world that says when parents are actively involved in their child's education that outcomes don't increase. It does not exist. It is an absolute truth. And what every parent should know, every legislation we have done, every educational proposal we have fought for from the day this guy took office has been one single thing in mind, and that is we are going to do everything we can to help children get a world-class education, and we're going to protect parents in their right to make sure that happens for their child. So to every single child, to every single parent, know this, that this governor has your back, and he will not back down. Thank you, Governor.
Okay, you going to do it right here? All right, excuse me, guys. You guys can crowd around here. You want a pen? You guys all want a pen? All right, I think I have it now. I don't think the sponsors are going to have a pen left. I think I'm going to give it all to kids. How many kids do we have? 6? All right. So I think I can do a pen for each kid, and then one for the house sponsor, and official. Okay. Anybody? Now, did you plan that together when he spoke? Come on.
They're afraid that what's not on the page might chill speech in the classroom about people like them or teachers who maybe are gay, and when those topics come up about what your family looks like, they're afraid. Can you talk to them and just assuage their fears?
Well, I think what you said is very important. That's not on the page. That's not in the book. We're talking about classroom curriculum. There are different issues that will come up in the course. Kids will have questions on as they get older. I think, honestly, these kids probably aren't at that stage yet, but as you do. And so it's focused on the type of curriculum that we've shown here, which is not appropriate for these young kids. And it also says all grades, it needs to be age appropriate, which I think most people agree with. And then the protections for parents so that they're involved in what is going on with their kids. And when you listen to January tell her story about what they did with her child without her knowledge or consent, I don't think there's very many parents in the state of Florida that think that's okay. I can tell you, I don't think that's okay. First Lady, you don't even want to know what she would say. So that's what it's about. It's about protecting parents' ability to be involved, and it's making sure that the classroom instruction, particularly at these very young age, are focused on math, science, and reading. And what's not on the page is not what's going to be done. We are textualists, so we follow the law, and I know Richard will make sure that the Department of Education is going to follow the letter of the law, and that's how it should be. Yes, sir. Richard, you want to talk about that, because I know you guys in the school boards, and they have different.
And if you look at the language, it allows us to.
Yep.
If you read the last part of the bill, it gives the department once this bill is signed, now we can go and, whether it's the standards, whether it's the curriculum, whether it's the professional development, work it out so that people have that clear understanding. And I think if you talk to teachers, Jeff, you'll find that teachers are supportive of, they want guardrails. Where it's frustrating for a teacher is someone to say, hey, you're in trouble, you crossed the line, and nobody said the line was there. What this does is set clear guardrails, and I'll quote Justice O'Connor, I mean, age appropriate, I think people know what age appropriate is. We wouldn't be here having this discussion if generally speaking, there wasn't a real issue or a real problem. I mean, they're perfect examples. And so I think it's a great bill. It's a great opportunity for the department to make clear guidelines and guardrails for the teachers, and I think the teachers will be happy with that. No, what do you see happening?
That was here in Palm Beach. I mean, that's found in Florida when you have the genderbread man, and I think the Palm Beach, as you said, for second grade, they were saying it. And I think that's a good point, Richard, with the teachers. People that go in to teach kindergarten do not want to be teaching this as part of the curriculum. They want to focus on things that are core academic subjects and then obviously are age appropriate. I think the danger in how this has gotten in is not because most teachers want it to be. I think it's because these are directives from on high, from the bureaucracy, or from very politicized members of school boards. And I think that's what we've seen across the country. So most teachers just want to teach. They're not getting involved with very young kids to try to pursue some type of ideological agenda. They just want to do it. And that's so I think in some ways it's a parent's protection, but I also think it's a teacher protection, because now teachers will be protected against someone from on high, whether in a bureaucracy or in a school board, telling them that they need to do genderbread man, or telling them that they need to talk about things like transgender to a first or second grader. let's focus on the core academic subjects. Those issues, particularly for that age, that's something that parents can discuss or not as they deem appropriate, but that is not the right of a school district to supersede the parents' rights and inject things that the parents don't think are appropriate at those ages.
Governor, what's the biggest misconception that you're hearing people talk about that bothers you the most?
Well, honestly, I think it's just the fact that they tried to sloganeer, they tried to create things that were not in the legislation, which that's politics. That's what happens. But they're doing it, I think many of these leftist politicians, they're doing it because they actually support having woke gender ideology in first grade. They support how January was treated by the school system there. They don't think parents should know. They think you should be able to have a school district that will gender transition somebody without even telling the parents or giving them the consent. So they've got to figure out a way to camouflage that policy position, because that is not a policy position that is going to be terribly popular. So I think that they've gone through sloganeering and all these things really out of desperation, because they know they could never argue their position on the merits. They would have to, they would crumble, I think, under the weight of outrage from parents if they were actually standing on the wall and saying that they support those things. And what I just say is, look, stand up and say what you're for, okay? If what you're for is good, you should be willing to stand up there and sing it to the heavens and let the chips fall where they may. The fact that you don't, the fact that you're trying to concoct narratives and manufacture this stuff, that just shows me that you're taking positions that are totally untenable. And so I'm not surprised. The funny thing was like, I think, Evan, you were one of the first to ask me. I just started getting asked about it. I wasn't even following how they're doing the language and all this. And I start hearing these slogans, and I'm like, okay, I know it's BS, right? I don't know what exactly they wrote. I just know this is BS. I can sniff this a mile away. So then when I went back and read what the kind of the language was that they were debating, and it says, no classroom instruction on sexuality or gender identity for grades K through 3. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Are they honestly going to go? Is this the hill they want to die on? And I understand they had dressed it up differently, but I was like, there is no way that is something. But I think it was out of desperation, because they knew they couldn't defend it on the merits, and so they had to do it. The good thing is people reject these narratives nowadays because they know so many of them are false. And so what are they trying to tell you? Why are they doing that? Who's doing that? And when it's the usual suspects, I think the majority of people in Florida, they chalk it up to, that's just business, usual suspects, we're not worried about it. But look, at the end of the day, stand up and say what you're for. If you think January should have been treated that way, then stand up and make that case. I don't think very many people think that. If you think that a Florida parent sending their kid to first grade should have the genderbread man in there talking about being a different gender as for a 6-year-old kid or 7-year-old kid, say that and try to make the case for it. But just be honest about where you're coming from on all this. And so I just want to thank you guys for coming. Yeah, absolutely. We appreciate what you're doing. Thanks, everybody. God bless.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. We were just listening to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' remarks on that bill, and our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft spoke with an expert to learn more about this bill. Let's take a look at that.
More at length. I'm being joined by A.G. Gankarski, Florida politics reporter. A.G., you know, last time we spoke, the legislature had passed it, and then, of course, you and I had been saying that this was in all likelihood going to happen, that DeSantis was going to sign it. Give us a sense, though. We now know what the piece of legislation can do, but what rights does it give to parents? Can they sue teachers? Can they sue school districts? What is their recourse?
Yeah, I mean, it basically gives them a cause of action in a civil suit. So if they find instruction to be inappropriate, as in the K-3 stuff that relates to sexual orientation or gender identity, or the more developmentally and age inappropriate stuff in all grades, that's where parents can take action. It's part of other legislation that came about this session that gave, parents sort of guardrails or, sort of ways to fight back against the school districts. That's been a big part of the post-COVID messaging from the DeSantis administration, basically giving parents rights. And they framed the bill as parental rights in education. Obviously, critics framed it as don't say gay because it shuts down discussion of LGBT lifestyles in the classroom. But, the DeSantis administration held to the framing. They got some positive polling. And it's the type of issue that NPAs and parents, who worry about this kind of thing, it plays well. And Democrats, they had the messaging war. They had an advantage early on, but they kind of lost their advantage as it went on because the governor's office is just so relentless in its messaging. And they defined opponents of the bill as quote unquote groomers and things like that. And that was just, it was a very nasty backdrop, but it was one that proved to be effective for the DeSantis administration.
And AG, the kind of extraneous controversies for this bill extending to one of Florida's largest employers, Disney. We know some employees from not only Disney World, but Disneyland, they wanted to walk out of the office in protest of this last week. I just want to put up a statement that we have, I'll read it actually, because I don't know if we have it, but essentially Disney was saying this bill should never have passed and should never have been signed into law. And so they were really hesitant to weigh in on this piece of legislation. That was where the controversy stemmed from, their inaction or silence, rather, about the piece. So where does this go from Disney's standpoint?
Well, we'll see what Disney wants to do. I mean, they made their statement after the bill. It's something that seemed very symbolic, and it didn't affect what happened. I mean, DeSantis scored the messaging victory over Disney. He said he stood up to Disney, and it's basically what today's signing ceremony validated. And for DeSantis, this is part of a larger cultural argument. He talked about woke Hollywood and Harvey Weinstein. He framed opponents of the bill as extremists. And, Disney, they've messaged around family values, but it seems like Florida Republicans are going to hold their feet to the fire a little bit. We often see with donors and Republicans and Republican causes that donors squawk and then they come back quietly. I expect that fences will be mended eventually, but DeSantis holds grudges. He still holds a grudge against the sugar industry because the sugar industry backed the primary opponent of his 4 years ago. This is a man that keeps score, and when people cross him or entities cross him, he does not forget.
AG, just last question for you. Where is this going from here? Are we expecting a pretty protracted court battle for this piece of legislation?
Yeah, we are expecting a court challenge almost immediately. Equality Florida and other allied groups are going to say this discriminates against LGBT students, against LGBT teachers, support personnel. It's going to be that type of battle, but this is a state with conservative courts. So we'll see where it goes. But if it goes to the state court or to the federal court, the response may come back in DeSantis's favor. Where we're starting to see the courts affirm these conservative legislators and these conservative governors. And yeah, that's what DeSantis is betting on here, the cultural war backlash.
All right, AG Gankarski, thank you so much for coming on and talking about what this means going forward. It will also be interesting to see if any more states follow suit with similar pieces of legislation. AG, thanks so much.
Hey, thank you. Have a good night.
New at 4 today, Governor DeSantis says Disney should lose its special privileges in Florida. Republican lawmakers are calling for changes that could increase taxes and regulations on the state's largest employer. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is joining us now to explain why the Republican leaders want to punish Disney and the potential impact. What's going on, Craig?
Sure. Well, the why is pretty straightforward. Governor DeSantis and Republican lawmakers want to punish Disney for speaking out against what they, the state leaders, call the parental rights and education law, but it is more commonly known as Don't Say Gay.
The word gay is not in the legislation.
It's not, but sexual orientation and gender identity are. The governor's law bans teachers from discussing sexual orientation or gender identity in grades K through 3. And all other grades if it's not considered developmentally or age appropriate, which is a vague clause that could subject schools to lawsuits for discussing sexual orientation in any grade. Disney said it should not have passed and will work to repeal it, and that offended the governor.
I think that crossed the line.
Which triggered this Republican push for retribution. After giving Disney tax breaks and exemptions from regulations for years, DeSantis and other Republican lawmakers want to cut Disney's special privileges. And Republican Representative Spencer Roach tweeted they've already had 2 meetings to discuss repealing the 1967 Reedy Creek Improvement Act, which effectively allows Disney to act as its own local government. That act induced Disney to come to Florida, and other tax breaks and exemptions through the years helped make it the largest employer in Florida, and Central Florida the family entertainment capital of the world. This move against Disney is a striking shift in Republican philosophy because they've used tax breaks and reductions in regulations for a lot of companies as a tool to create jobs and grow our economy for decades. For example, Disney's currently planning to move 2,000 more jobs from California to Central Florida as it got a $570 million tax break that set it in motion. And last year, Disney also got exempted from the governor and legislature's regulations on the tech industry. See, they wanted to send a message to social media platforms that banned or restricted former President Trump. But they had some trouble defining what a social media platform is.
We're having a hard time trying to define it, so we weren't getting to the point where it was
where it wasn't capturing Disney Plus.
So they added fine print to give Disney a pass.
Any information service system, internet search engine, or access software provider operated by a company that owns and operates a theme park or entertainment complex does not qualify as a social media platform under the bill. We're not carving out theme parks, we're carving out companies that own theme parks.
The governor now says giving Disney that exemption was embarrassing and ridiculous. The records show his own staff worked with Disney and the legislature to write that exemption. And separate from all of that, and separate from this flashpoint law over what schools can and can't say within a classroom, K through 3 and then beyond, there also was separate legislation that was passed and signed into law that restricts what private companies can say to their employees as it relates to diversity training and sensitivity training. And based on that law, among other companies, Disney would also be affected based on its sensitivity or diversity training in its current form, or what was its current form.
So, Craig, let's talk about the real likelihood that something like this would actually happen and they would follow through and revoke Disney's tax breaks and local control. Is that really, when you look down at it, a possibility?
Well, it's a possibility because they're already looking into it. But look at it this way. What are the implications of this? The state leadership, run by Republicans, would be taking control away from Disney, historically one of its biggest contributors, taking it away from Disney and putting it into the hands of the Democratic strongholds of Osceola and Orange counties. When push comes to shove, will they really do that? Remains to be seen. I think they may be very, very hard-pressed due to those political dynamics, among other things. And also, I think voters will have a lot to say about this because the governor and Republican lawmakers are convinced this is a winning campaign strategy. I think to the extent to which they proceed will depend on what voters have to say in November.
All right, Craig Patrick. Thank you so much, Craig.
And welcome back. I'm Stephanie Weaver with Live Now from Fox. Earlier this week, President Biden released the March jobs report with 431,000 new jobs added in the U.S. despite the ongoing pandemic, the war in Russia and Ukraine, and also with the new unemployment. The economy is, we're finding out that the U.S. economy has added 431,000 new jobs. And once again, this is also coming with the high inflation numbers as well. And in case you missed President Biden speaking earlier in the week, giving remarks on this, I'm going to play that out now here on Live Now from Fox. And after that, we do have a couple of interviews on with experts on this as well. So I'm going to play out those remarks from President Biden, and after that, have those expert interviews. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now. I'm Stephanie Weaver.
Streaming live now from Fox, we do have President Biden speaking on the March jobs report. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Than we previously had thought. That means that over the last 3 months, the economy has created more than 500,000, more than 500,000 jobs a month. Over the course of my presidency, our recovery has now created 7.9 million jobs. More jobs created over the first 14 months of any presidency in any term ever. And that's striking. But what's even more striking is this. In March, the unemployment rate fell to 3.6%, down from 6.4% when I took office about 15 months ago. The fastest decline in unemployment to start a president's term ever recorded. In fact, there have been only 3 months in the last 50 years where the unemployment rate in America is lower than it is now. And that what it means is clear, it's very clear. Americans are back to work, and that's good news for millions of families who have a little more breathing room and the dignity that comes from earning a paycheck, just the dignity of having a job. And more Americans get jobs as they do. It's going to help ease the supply pressures we've seen. And that's good news for fighting inflation. It's good news for our economy, and it means that our economy has gone from being on the mend to being on the move. You know, the American people, I think they're beginning to understand that this American Rescue Plan, and there's no reason why they should know the names of all these pieces of legislation that got passed. But the American Rescue Plan, with it, we were able to get Americans vaccinated, schools opened, and businesses humming. A leading financial firm, Moody's, estimated that because of the rescue plan, 4 million more American jobs were created, and unemployment is 2% lower than it would have been had we failed to move that legislation. Thanks to our infrastructure law, we have more than 4,000 projects getting started this year, 4,000 in every single state in America, total of 4,000, and all 50 states rebuilding America. We're building a recovery worthy of American workers, strong and resilient. And it's going to be able to overcome the headwinds that it has of Delta, Omicron, and even more in Europe. Our policies are working, and we're getting results for the American people, which is what it's all about, to state the obvious. Record job creation, record unemployment declines, record wage gains. And by the way, jobs and unemployment are not just another statistic. They go directly to the core of what the economy represents, the ability for hardworking Americans to live with dignity, support their families, and build a better life for their children. People are making more money. They're finding better jobs. And after decades of being mistreated and paid too little, more and more American workers have real power now to get better wages and to do what's best for themselves and their families. Some people see that as a problem. We've had this discussion in the past. I don't. I see it as long overdue. So when you hear these numbers, they're not statistics. It's a statement of the type of economy we're fighting for. An economy, as I've been saying from the beginning, built from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down. When we do it that way, everybody does well. Everybody wins. Even though we created a record number of jobs, I know, that this job is not finished. We need to do more to get prices under control. Putin's invasion of Ukraine has driven up gas prices and food prices all over the world. To help deal with that, yesterday I authorized the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Acknowledge this by far is the largest release of our national reserves in our history. It is a wartime bridge, is the way I look at it, to increase our oil supply as we work with our U.S. oil producers to ramp up their production to get us through this period. I've coordinated this release with partners and allies around the world. This morning, over 30 countries from across the world convened in an extraordinary meeting and agreed to the release of tens of millions of additional barrels of oil onto the market. Hundreds of hours of meetings with key allies, keeping them together, is paying off. Nations are coming together to deny Putin the ability to weaponize his energy resources against American families, not only American families, but families in Europe and around the world. I've also made it a priority to get America's fiscal house in order. Under my predecessor, the federal budget deficit went up every single year, every year. As I committed when I was running this and I got here, we're going to turn that around. In fact, last year in 2021, we cut the federal deficit by more than $350 billion. And this year, in 2022, we're on track to cut the deficit by more than $1.3 trillion. $1.3 trillion. That would be the largest one-year reduction in a deficit in U.S. history. And it's particularly important now as we work to reduce pressures on inflation. That's what happens when you reduce the deficit. So here are the facts. It was the previous administrations whose reckless policies and mismanagement led to the record budget deficits. In my administration, that's getting the deficit under control. In fact, I just released my budget this week, and it shows going forward, we can cut the deficit by another $1 trillion over the next decade, while still making prudent investments in economic growth and climate and other equitable economic decisions. But to do that, we have to be willing to do something previous administrations and Republicans today refuse to do. We need to make sure corporations and the super wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Here's one example. Right now, billionaires, and there's not a whole lot of them in the country, maybe I won't give a number because I don't know for sure, they average less than 1%. But my point is billionaires pay an average rate of only 8% on their total income. A family led by a firefighter and a teacher can pay double that income tax rate, double what a billionaire pays, double the 8%. So my budget has a billionaire minimum tax, a 20% minimum tax that applies only to the top 1/100th of 1% of American households. Billionaire minimum tax is fair. And here's the deal. It raises $360 billion that can be used to lower costs for families and cut the deficit. I would add, nobody making less than you're tired of hearing me say it, but no one making less than $400,000 a year will pay a single penny more in federal taxes. As I've said in the past, I'm a capitalist. I have no problem with people making as much money as they are capable of making. But I'm asking you one simple question. Just pay your fair share. Pay your fair share, that's all. That's it. Just your fair share. And no one can argue that 20% for a billionaire is unfair. Here's what this adds up to. We're going to continue to create jobs, bring down the cost for families, and rein in deficits left by my predecessor. All important steps in to continue our historic progress to build a better America. I said from the outset, we're the only country in the world that comes out of crises stronger than we went into them. That's what we're doing here. I want to thank you all for showing up today, and we'll have plenty of time to answer questions about other items other than the jobs report next week. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So what about inflation? We're in inflation.
You're streaming live now from Fox. That was the latest from President Biden speaking on the Labor Department's reports showing that last month's job growth helped to reduce unemployment to 3.6%. And this is actually the lowest level since the pandemic erupted 2 years ago. President Biden also saying that despite the inflation surge, persistent supply bottlenecks, and of course the damaging effects of COVID-19 and now a war in Europe, employers have added at least 431,000 jobs for 11 months straight.
So, of course, the White House excited about the job growth, as we said, 431,000 jobs just in the month of March. But is this a good indicator of what the economy is actually looking like? I want to bring in Bill Dendy. He's a CPA with Raymond James Financial. Thanks for being with us, Bill. We appreciate it.
It's always a joy to be with you. And I tell you, that's the challenge when we talk about economics. Because while this job report looks so positive, we've got all these people going back to work, we're having this low unemployment at a time when we're inflation. And while some people have their wages going up, the things that they're buying are going up by even more than that. And forcing employers to pay more for labor is going to create even more inflation. And that's kind of a negative. And it sure flies in the face of the spending policies that the administration has in place, because usually you spend money and you create jobs and you do parks projects and you put people back to work when we have high unemployment. But now we have low unemployment and wage pressure. So it doesn't make sense to spend trillions of dollars right now, creating even more wage pressure and even more competition for raw materials when you have a concern about inflation in the economy. And so all this sounds so good, but it kind of flies in the face of some of the policies that the current administration would also like to see happen. It would have been easier to say, let's go spend some money if everybody was out of work, but now we're getting back to work. And we're still not back to that 100% of pre-pandemic, but we're at 93% of where we were. And that's considered to be very, very good, a quick rebound after the pandemic. But it's not all roses, because wages have not kept up with the inflation rates that people are seeing. And we're liable to see more inflation because employers are now going to have to compete for a labor force.
Yeah, so that competition is still there. That's what I was going to ask you next. A lot of these industries still having trouble hiring people on. Do you foresee that changing as well with positive growth in jobs?
It's going to become more challenging. It's going to be good for employees. They'll be able to pick the jobs that have the most robust benefits, highest salaries and such, but it's going to be more difficult for employers, especially when you have so many open jobs right now in areas where we can't get the workforce educated and in place quick enough to fill those jobs. So we have the hospitality industry rebounding. We have manufacturing coming back, and that does make everyone happy. We're in manufacturing again in America, but we do have some of these concerns that we have open jobs, and for very highly technical skills, we are seeing employees able to negotiate better wages and better benefits, but that's eventually going to be passed down to the consumer. And if the consumer is not able to buy as much goodies, that does slow down the overall economy, and it does create that break automatically. The Fed has been talking about raising interest rates to slow inflation down and to slow down growth. This increase in jobs is probably going to allow them to continue on with their plan to raise interest rates, even though they questioned if they were going to be able to, because there was concern that the war in Ukraine might slow down the economy all by itself.
So you touched on it just momentarily there with the mass exodus of people from their jobs, and then now people maybe applying for new jobs for better salaries. Do you think salaries are keeping up with inflation?
The studies show they've not. Inflation has gone up by 7.8% year over year, and salaries have gone up about 5%. So we're getting raises, just not enough to keep up with this inflation. This inflation is being probably exaggerated a whole lot because of our global supply chain issues. And it's not supply chain that we have holes in the supply chain. We have taken out with the Ukraine and Russia about a quarter of the world's production in grains and in oil and gas and other things. And while we personally, as citizens of the United States, don't buy from there, our manufacturers now have a reason to sell elsewhere, and the prices across the globe have gone up. And those prices going up, we're seeing. It was a week ago or so, Biden said we're going to see real, perhaps, food shortages in other countries. We in the United States are going to see increases in food prices because of this lack of supply in grains, oil and gas, which produces a lot of starting materials for other industry groups, and including fertilizer for the oil and grain. So we're starting to see that in those areas. And then some strategic minerals are mined on that border between the Ukraine and Russia. And so we are seeing pressures that are going to probably keep on increasing inflation. And a lot of the manufacturers have been absorbing the inflation, but now they're starting to see that they can pass it on to the consumer and not lose market share. And everybody's getting used to being shocked about higher prices. So it seems like an opportune time for a lot of producers to pass that on to the consumer. And we're seeing with that a probably continuation of higher inflation for the next few more months, because several big companies have announced that they're going to increase their prices because their costs have gone up. What that means to us is that inflation is not gone and our wages have not yet kept up with inflation, but the wages are higher than they were a year ago, and more people are working than there were a year ago. And we are at 93% of the pre-pandemic employment rate, which is wonderful, but it also does make us question, do we want to keep pouring more fuel on this fire that seems to be burning pretty well, or is it time to quit pouring the lighter fluid on the fire? On pouring that lighter fluid, the whole thing blow up on you. So you want to not, well, actually, you probably never want to pour lighter fluid on fire anyway, but if you did that, if you do that, is that you give it a little stimulus to get it going, and then it burns on itself. For years now, the Fed has been making it real easy to borrow money, real easy for banks to do things, and now they're talking about getting back to normal. And we're probably going to see that back to normal mean higher interest rates. Inflation's probably going to be slowed down because they're going to put the brakes on the economy. The idea is to put the brakes on, but don't stall it out.
Sure. Some might say that people are just now getting back to work from, maybe stepping away from their jobs because they had the opportunity to with stimulus checks that were coming through. And now a lot of that help is not coming through. Would you agree with that sentiment, that a lot of this job creation is just people getting back to work?
Yeah, I think at this point we feel like it's time to go back to work. We have to do it. We had the time off. I have an 8-year-old daughter. 2 years ago, teaching her at home, oh my goodness. Whatever we pay those school teachers, they're worth it. That is a big job. And trying to have the family coordinate that type of schedule, we said we can't work all the time. One of us has to be here with the children. Now that the kids are back in school, it's time, and finances, it's time to go back to work. I think that's happening all across America right now. And I believe that that is creating people going back to work. But employers don't hire you just because you want a job. Employers hire you because they have product to produce, or they have services that are being asked for and they need the help. And so it's not like it's altruistic that we're getting these jobs because you need them now. We're getting these jobs because the economy is doing well. And part of that is because we were all freed from COVID about the same time, and we had some extra money. Those that didn't lose their jobs, they continued to save, but there wasn't as much to spend money on. We couldn't go out to restaurants. We couldn't travel. We weren't doing as much as we used to. And so if we got those stimulus checks and got our jobs, we had people with extra money all freed at the same time to go travel again and go have a good time. And with that, we've had that big bump up in buying. And a lot of economists thought that was going to be a temporary impact, but it's continued on for about 6 months now. And some say it's a sign that the economy is healthy. And the American economy, we don't want to bet against it, but it seems it's going really well. And it may be time for the Fed to tap the brakes. And they're afraid maybe the Ukraine conflict was going to slam on the brakes. At this point, there's reason to consider slowing it down. We want growth, but we don't want it out of control. We want our fire to burn, but we want it to burn at a controllable, good level to do the job it's supposed to do.
Yeah, I guess I do just have to push back a little bit because, when you say, oh, the economy is looking good, a lot of people watching might have their arms crossed and say, I just paid this much when I went to the grocery store, and I just paid this much when I was filling up my tank. So do you have maybe some good news on that front, a timeline possibly of how much longer these high prices could be sticking around? That's the $1 million question.
And you hit it right on the head right there. People are still filling up their tanks in spite of the higher prices. They're still buying at the grocery store in spite of the higher prices. We had the wherewithal to do it. Some people are now being more diligent on how they spend their money. And for a lot of us, we've wasted money. Well, this is a wake-up call to be more precise on the dollars we spend, make sure we're getting maximum enjoyment out of all those dollars, maybe consider the budgeting. But the nice thing is wage pressure is there to increase wages. And so many people, especially in technical skills, are going to see their wages are going to be able to outpace inflation over the next few years. But as we all get started all at the same time and People are buying right now. We've seen a big jump up year over year in the cost of things and not as big of a jump up in wages. However, the wages are likely to keep catching up as unemployment goes lower and lower, and companies have to compete. And as long as we're still buying stuff, companies have a reason to hire us to go do the work that they're going to pay us more money for. So that is the nice way it all kind of fits together.
All right. Well, thanks for wrapping that up in a nice bow for us. We appreciate it because it can be hard to follow, and it really does change every single month. Expectations moving forward here in future jobs reports and with the economy in general.
Absolutely. And watching a portfolio, it'll drive you crazy. We're rich, we're broke, but everybody seems to be doing okay right now.
All right. Bill Dendy, thank you so much for being with us here on the show. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
God bless you.
I'm Stephanie Weaver, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Expensive houses, expensive cars, people running out of money before payday. It's all what's happening due to inflation, and Fox 13 Tampa's consumer reporter is looking at how inflation is hitting hard. Let's take a look.
Hi, everyone. Let's start with cars. New car prices, they continue to soar. A record 82% of buyers paid above sticker prices in January, compared to 2.8% paying higher than sticker a year ago. Now, across all makes, new car buyers paid an average of about $728 above the manufacturer's suggested retail price. The average price was roughly $45,000. The highest makes on markup included Cadillac, Land Rover, Kia, Honda, Toyota, and GMC. Now, nearly 1.7 million homes, they're sitting empty here in Florida. That's more than anywhere else in the country. That's all according to a new LendingTree study of home vacancies across the United States. Of the more than 16 million homes left empty of residents in the U.S., the largest number is here in Florida, with almost 1.7 million houses in the Sunshine State sitting vacant. Here are the other top 5 states for home vacancies across the country. In case you are curious, after Florida, it's California, Texas, New York, and Michigan. The high number of vacant homes in the U.S., of course, comes as home prices continue to rise alongside rental price increases that have continued now for more than a year. People just can't afford the homes that are available. And speaking of that, running out of money before payday, it's reality for 1 in 5 Americans. A new survey from Salary Finance says 20% of workers are out of cash in between paychecks. The elimination of COVID programs such as student loan forgiveness and the enhanced child tax credit, the high cost of property, and a record high inflation worsened by the escalating war in Ukraine, are likely the root causes for the highest percentage of financial stress in the 4 years that this particular company has been conducting their survey. So could the whole semiconductor, the chip shortage, microchip shortage be easing? Could that help at least with car prices? What's the solution? And will it actually be a light at the end of the tunnel? That's all coming your way at 5. See you then.
That was Fox 13 Tampa reporting. And inflation is also causing an impact on food bank shortages, and Fox Business has that report.
Food prices are higher than ever, and we know that lower income Americans are feeling the brunt of those higher prices. Here at the Food Bank for New York City, they are still serving 800 meals a day to those in need. But it is not without its hurdles, and they are getting creative to keep the number of meals up and prices stable.
At Food Bank for New York City, we are definitely feeling the pinch, and we are seeing food prices rise. Plastic containers, plastics have gone up in prices. The supply chain with cans and putting things into the containers that they use to get out into the community. We used to provide canned tuna. Now we're providing pouches of tuna because of supply chain issues.
Pouches because the cans have jumped in cost. According to Feeding America, in February of 2020, a truckload of canned tuna cost them $46,000. Today, it costs them $57,000. Inflation and an unreliable supply chain is pushing prices higher. The food bank here shared with us some of their numbers. A truckload of peanut butter now costs them 80% more than it did before the pandemic. They are paying $51,000 for a truckload. The UN food chief says that the Ukraine war is creating a food crisis that is the worst the world has seen since World War II, and they don't expect any relief anytime soon. But here, they rely so heavily on donations, which allows them to maintain their meal load. They say that $1 creates 5 meals, and it's donations like that that keep this food bank running. In New York, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. In other major headlines, the Biden administration is tapping an oil reserve in an effort to ease gas prices. And our very own Fox News and Live Now from Fox's Christy Larson has more.
I know gas prices are painful. I get it. My plan's going to help ease that pain today.
President Biden announced he will release 1 million barrels of oil from the strategic reserve per day for the next 6 months.
It's over 180 million barrels.
The U.S. uses about 21 million barrels of oil daily, so in total, the president's oil release totals less than 9 days' worth. And on average, Americans are paying $4.22 for a gallon of gas.
Putin's price hike is hitting Americans at the pump.
The reserve is supposed to exist for giant unforeseen crises. It's not there so that anti-energy politicians whose policies have raised gas prices can try to hide that from the public.
The president also announced his administration will impose penalties on oil and gas companies that lease federal lands but are not producing energy.
It's a Band-Aid, but it's a good step forward.
The administration has blamed the war in Ukraine and corporate greed for sky-high prices.
This is the time, not the time to sit on record profits.
But Republicans say it's because of hostile policies by the administration toward oil producers and early administration moves to cut off pipeline projects.
I watched him sign the shutdown of the XL pipeline. It's foolish, the direction they've been going.
Next week, executives from 6 of the largest oil companies will testify to Congress about gas prices, why they're high, and how to bring them down. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Today, President Biden says his decision to up the 180 million barrels of oil released from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is already helping energy prices to decrease. What we want to do is, of course, extend this conversation with some of our industry experts. I'm bringing in Andrew Lepau. He is the president of Lepau Oil Associates. And thank you so much for being here with us, Andrew. I know you've spoken with us before, but let's just talk about what this release of these reserves really means for us Americans when it comes to pumping out that gas.
Well, first of all, the release of 180 million barrels does add to the supply of oil in the near term, and the market has reacted accordingly by falling about $7 a barrel. This means that the consumers can expect that those reductions are going to be passed through to the retail gas pump. I think that gasoline prices will decline 10 cents a gallon over the next couple of weeks in reaction to this release.
I'm glad to hear you say that, Andrew, because I know a lot of people have been struggling to rebudget themselves, especially when we've had to fill up with gas, continue to get ourselves to work each and every single day. Today, President Biden touched on, too, what he wants to do to these oil companies. And I talked to you about this ahead of time of our interview, but he wants to put fees on those companies who are sitting on land but not producing oil. Can you extend a little bit more information into what does this actually mean?
Well, if we look back, one reason that oil companies have been sitting on all this land is because during the pandemic in 2020 and into 2021, oil prices were so low that investment in the oil patch nearly dried up. So it was simply uneconomical to drill for oil then. It hasn't been till recently that oil prices moved to $92 a barrel, and that was on February 23rd, the day before Russia invaded the Ukraine. The oil industry, of course, is plagued by the same supply chain issues that we're seeing throughout the U.S. They need more drilling pipe, frac sand. They need truck drivers to bring this equipment to and from the individual well sites. So while people expect and think that drilling and production of oil can happen overnight like Federal Express, it's more like slow and steady, more like the stagecoach. But we do expect that oil production will continue to rise in this country throughout this year and hit a record next year in 2023.
So when you were talking to me before, too, you said some of these fees are not going to really put a cost to the companies, but instead put a cost to the consumers. Can you explain what you meant by that?
Ultimately, the more expensive it is to drill a well and get that oil out of the ground requires higher oil prices. So if you're adding additional fees to the cost of drilling those wells, it translates into even higher oil prices before drilling becomes profitable, which ultimately means that the consumer is going to pay for it in terms of higher gasoline and diesel prices.
And when we were hearing President Biden earlier here today make his announcement talking about ways that they're trying to help Americans with these transportation costs, one thing that they kept reiterating is that this has been a problem ever since the Ukraine war happened, ever since Putin decided to send his Russian troops into Ukraine. What are your thoughts on the timing of that? Because to me, we've seen these prices rising, not just in this past month, but in this past year also.
Well, we should really separate this into the pre-Russian invasion of Ukraine and then what's happened since. And it's certainly true that oil prices had been rising prior to February because economies around the world were reopening. The demand for oil was increasing at the same time that supply was lagging. And in fact, we've seen from OPEC Plus during the pandemic them cutting back production significantly and slowly restoring their production quotas. But even OPEC Plus has been unable to increase their production as much as they like. And as a result, world oil inventories have been falling. The prices have been rising. Now, if we look at what's happened after Russia invaded the Ukraine, sanctions have been imposed on many different entities in Russia. The oil refiners have imposed a de facto ban on the purchases of Russian oil and refined products, which means they're looking for alternative supplies, in effect sidelining some of that Russian oil production and making the supply-demand balance that much tighter. As a result, prices have risen, and you've heard the administration asking Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Kuwait to utilize some of their spare production capacity to fill that void, but those countries have simply been unwilling to do so, frankly, enjoying the higher prices.
So where do we go from here to try to help alleviate, not just temporarily, but down the road too? We don't want to be seeing in years from now still running into the same problems over and over again.
Well, I think the answer is really more of this all of the above approach. It's not just fossil fuels, nor is it just renewable fuels. It's the more we can diversify our energy sources and the more options we have, the better off we are, both domestically as well as in our foreign policy. So those energy sources can continue to be crude oil and natural gas, but also solar, wind, and hydropower, and even nuclear and coal to contribute to more power for electricity to drive those electric vehicles that we see more and more of on advertisements on TV.
So I just want to touch on, too, this release of this oil. This is the largest supply of emergency crude oil in the world. We have millions of gallons of oil that are stored in barrels. This is all in locations along the Gulf Coast, but this has also been a time when he's tapped into this reserve a few times. So how do we stop doing that and continue to produce more, even right here at home you were just touching on?
Well, the United States has already released 88 million barrels of crude oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve since July of 2020. And oil prices have only gone up since then. I think we have to recognize that an SPR release is really a one-time measure to bridge a supply disruption, but it doesn't do anything to get more oil out of the ground. And so, of course, the oil companies want to see less regulation in order to get more oil out of the ground. And they also want to have permits issued where the oil is. And of course, that oil is in places like Alaska as well as the Gulf of Mexico.
And it all comes down to, we obviously have to be worried about not only the oil companies, but the consumers. They're really the ones who feel the most effects when these decisions are made. What should Congress be doing to try to help with these efforts when it comes to our federal gas tax, when it comes to working with the oil companies that are producing?
Well, one of the simplest things that Congress and the administration could do to immediately reduce some of the pain at the pump would be to suspend the federal excise tax of 18 cents a gallon on gasoline and 24 cents a gallon on diesel fuel. We've seen a number of states, including Georgia and Connecticut, which have suspended their state excise taxes.
Anything else you think important to mention when it comes to understanding exactly this problem that we seem to be running into too often in these past recent weeks?
I think for the consumer, it's to recognize that the United States is connected to the global oil market. We're an importer of crude oil into the East and West coasts, as well as into the Midwest from Canada. We also import refined products up into the East and West coast. Well, on the Gulf Coast, where we do have a surplus of crude oil and refined products, we're exported to the rest of the market. And as oil prices around the world go up, unfortunately for the consumer here in the United States, oil prices and refined product prices are going to go up as well.
But as you mentioned ahead of time, you know, this announcement made today by President Biden, we will see a little bit of relief when it comes to pumping that gas. I know I've just watched those dollar prices tick up every time I've filled up, and you just kind of have to deal with it, especially if you need to continue to drive to work every single day.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the consumer is the one feeling the most pain. I think at least the good news is that we've stopped the significant increases in prices that we've seen over the last 6 weeks. They definitely have peaked at this time, and now I think we're on a downward trajectory. But we should be aware of the oil price has been so volatile the last couple of weeks in reaction to the headlines coming out of Russia, Ukraine, the European Union, as well as the United States, as the market is really trying to figure out how it's going to find alternative supplies to the oil coming out of Russia.
Do you see us ever returning to using Russian oil if things were to resolve in Ukraine?
I think that's a long way off, because one thing that has become apparent is that the United States and the European Union are going to need to reduce their dependence on energy supplies from Russia. And we're already seeing some significant steps being taken in Europe. For example, Germany is now fast tracking some of their LNG import facilities so they could buy more LNG from the US Gulf Coast, where we're increasing exports.
Yeah, a lot to be considered here, and we certainly appreciate you breaking it all down, especially when some of us just so focused on, okay, what price is this going to cost me today when I go to fill up my tank of gas? So, Andrew Lupau, thank you again for being here with us and breaking things down for us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you very much for having me.
Hi, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are now just after 2:30 here on the West Coast, and we're now going to go out for the latest headlines to the latest White House press briefing. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. Don't forget you can continue to watch Live Now on so many different platforms, including LiveNowFox.com.
So today, we are pleased to welcome Shalonda Young and Cecilia Rouse to the briefing room to address your questions on the 2023 budget. We have just a few announcements before they go into the President's budget. As we disclosed to all of you this morning, the President tested negative as a part of his regular testing cadence. He was last tested Friday as a part of his regular testing rhythm, and additional testing requirements for travel to and from Europe. Moving forward, he will proceed on his regular testing schedule, and we will continue to update all of you out of an abundance of transparency. And of course, we wish Karine and Jen speedy recoveries. They are currently both following CDC guidance and will be back following a negative test. Jen shared this morning that she's feeling stir-crazy and will be back soon. First, on Judge Jackson. Judge Jackson continued to build support last week after she spent over 20 hours in marathon confirmation hearings demonstrating her credentials, intellect, character, grace, and the value of her deep experience. She reminded the country of why the President chose her and why she has been endorsed by conservative judges, the Fraternal Order of Police, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, dozens of police chiefs and sheriffs who lead many of the busiest departments in the United States, and 83 former state attorneys general from both parties. Polls keep showing that she has strong backing among the American people, with some indicating that she has the most support of any Supreme Court nominee since John Roberts, who she ties with and whom she shares, and with whom she shares a similar philosophy about judges serving as referees who decide cases based on the law and the facts. She has now met with more than a majority of the Senate and is continuing her engagement with senators today and throughout the week. Judge Jackson responded to Republicans' request for in-person meetings by promising to sit down with any member who wanted to, and she is honoring that promise. Something else that speaks to the strength of Judge Jackson's qualifications, which a series of Republicans have affirmed make her unquestionably fit to serve on the Supreme Court, and to the strength of her record, is the multitude of fact checks from the press, from retired judges, and from former prosecutors who have dismantled attacks brought by a small group of GOP senators. The truth is that every single one of the specific senators who joined in these bad faith attacks on her sentencing record with respect to child pornography has voted for numerous Trump-nominated judges who sentenced defendants for the same crimes in the same fashion, below guidelines widely considered to be out of date across the judiciary, and below what prosecutors sought, which is also a norm. For example, last week, the Washington Post fact-checker wrote a piece headlined, "These Trump judges fail Hawley's sentencing test for Jackson." The New York Times fact-checking team also covered this, writing, "Critics of Jackson's child sex abuse sentences backed judges with similar records." The Trump-nominated judges they surveyed received broad support and even included Sixth Circuit Judge Amul Thapar, who was on Donald Trump's shortlist for the Supreme Court. This was all on top of a raft of other fact checks already establishing that the basis of these criticisms was dishonest. And then, in terms of the budget, as you heard the President discuss earlier today, he has released his second budget, which it builds on historic deficit reduction his agenda is delivering by means of the fastest economic growth in almost 40 years, on top of record-breaking job creation and unemployment reduction in 2021. The President's budget will help bring more jobs back to America, make us safer at home by increasing funding for police, and more secure in the world by investing in our national security and alliances. And it will pay for these crucial policies by asking the ultra-wealthy, the top 100th of 1% of Americans in terms of income, billionaires and 100 millionaires, to pay an income tax that's aligned with what most people in the workforce pay. We encourage Republicans in Congress to support that approach, rather than their proposal to raise taxes on half of working families and taking health care coverage away from millions, while gutting protections for Americans with pre-existing conditions in order to hand out even more tax giveaways to the wealthiest. Shalonda Young is joining us for the first time in the briefing room. She is the Director of the Office of Management and Budget, having been confirmed by the Senate with bipartisan support earlier this month. As director, she serves as a senior advisor to President Biden and plays a critical role in implementing the president's vision across the executive branch. Previously, Shalonda was the acting director of OMB for the last year and the clerk and staff director for the House Appropriations Committee, where she oversaw the $1.3 trillion annual appropriations bills. We're also joined by Cecilia Rouse, who has been here numerous times, who is the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors and a member of the President's Families Cabinet. As a quick introduction, she is a world-respected labor economist who recently served as dean of the Princeton School of Public and International Affairs. She previously served as a member of the Council of Economic Advisors in the Obama-Biden administration and on the National Economic Council in the Clinton administration. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to each of them who will give remarks, and then I'll call on folks for questions. And then once we're done, we're happy to take more questions from y'all throughout the day in the press office.
All right, be nice to the newbie. For OMB director, this is like prom day, so I'm very happy to be here with you today. You've heard the president say this, you heard him say it this morning. Budgets are about values. In his 2023 budget puts our values to work in 3 key ways. First, it's fiscally responsible. The budget shows that we're on track to reduce the deficit by more than $1.3 trillion. This is the largest year-over-year decline in history, and less than half of the deficit the president inherited. And that's no accident. It's a result of the president's strategy to combat the pandemic and grow our economy, a strategy that has built on smart investments and helped jumpstart our recovery. And that strategy has paid off. In 2021, we created more than 6.5 country has ever recorded in a single year. Our economy grew 5.7%, the most in 40 years. And the unemployment rate has fallen to 3.8%, the fastest decline in recorded history. Because of that progress, we're able to responsibly draw down emergency spending measures and increase revenues. The budget outlines the president's vision to expand on this progress. Its investments are more than fully paid for through tax reforms, ensure corporations and the wealthiest Americans pay their fair share. It achieves significant deficit reduction over the next decade. And it ensures no one earning less than $400,000 pays a penny more in new taxes. Second, the budget invests in security, both here and abroad. Here at home, it includes investments to keep our community safe, put more cops on the beat for community policing, fight gun crime, and advance criminal justice reform. The budget also strengthens our military and leverages our renewed strength at home to meet pressing global challenges, making one of the largest investments in our national security in U.S. history. Third, the budget will help us build a better America by investing in education, making more here at home, combating the opioid epidemic, driving medical breakthroughs, including in cancer, and taking on the mental health crisis. The budget also makes clear that the President is committed to working with Congress to pass legislation that reduces the deficit, cuts costs for families, and expands the productive capacity of our economy. These are all things we can make progress on together, and we're looking forward to working with Congress to advance these priorities for the American people. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This budget builds on the solid economic gains of the first year of this administration. The recovery over the last year has been extraordinary, quicker than independent forecasters had projected. Over 2021, real output grew by 5.6%, the fastest since 1984. The unemployment rate fell at its fastest pace since modern data began in 1948. The labor force participation rate of Americans ages 25 to 54 grew by the most since 1979. This robust recovery has put us in a strong position today. The U.S. economy is more than 3% larger in inflation-adjusted terms than it was just before the pandemic, the fastest recovery in the G7. Healthy household balance sheets and a strong labor market make us more resilient to external shocks. The strong recovery has also put us in a better fiscal position as faster growth helps lower the deficit. The budget builds on this solid economic growth. It is a continuation of President Biden's commitment to address long-standing issues in the economy and make investments that will ensure robust, sustainable, and equitable growth. First, the budget is fiscally responsible. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan, revenues are up and pandemic relief can slow down. The result is deficit reduction, which will help ease long-term inflationary pressures and make our fiscal trajectory more sustainable. Second, the budget bolsters domestic and foreign security. Increased security here and abroad not only protects lives, but it also reduces uncertainty, which allows economic activity the room it needs to renormalize and grow. Third, the economy makes important investments in the American people. A healthy, cared-for workforce is a productive workforce, and it lowers costs for families, easing price pressures over the longer term. Now, I'd like to close with a word about our forecast. In many ways, the forecast looks healthier today than it did when we locked it all the way back last November. The economy has created, on average, 600,000 jobs per month since then, including through the Omicron wave. And the unemployment rate has fallen an additional 0.8 percentage point. Challenges have also arisen since last November as well. The most obvious is the Russian invasion of Ukraine. This may well put upward pressure on energy and food prices. That, in turn, could reinforce inflation, which was already an issue prior to the invasion due to the pandemic, supply chain constraints, and a strong demand for goods. But as I said earlier, the strength of our recovery has put us on solid ground to weather economic shocks. Independent forecasters anticipate that inflation will come down. Americans are back to work and the economy is strong. The President's 2023 budget presents a fiscally fair and responsible approach to continue to invest in America and meet future challenges.
Josh, would you like to start?
Sure. Director Young, Josh Bose with AP. I want to understand the reserve fund for whatever comes out of negotiations with Congress. You said on the call this morning that talks are ongoing. The budget says of the President's priorities, they include the expanded child tax credit, something that we previously believed was off the table. Can you give us a sense of where negotiations are and what we could expect in terms of how active they are, such that you felt obligated to exclude those priorities from the total?
One, let me start where you ended. They're not excluded. What we didn't do is detail things, so we did not get ahead of negotiations. You probably heard that I spent a little time on Capitol Hill. What we don't do is get ahead of congressional negotiations. We certainly don't negotiate in public. The reserve fund is meant to hold revenues enough for whatever framework comes out of Congress. What we're not doing is double counting revenues, so the revenues we're holding in the reserve fund are different. For example, we're not counting the savings from prescription drug reform in the deficit neutral reserve fund. That they can use that if they want. We're not counting that for our 23 budget. So one, we're not going to negotiate in public. Two, we need to leave revenues for legislation the president has consistently called on Congress to send to his desk. That is, I think, as clear as I can be.
Sure, but it's been an exhausting month, as we can all attest to, and I imagine that's true for you as well. Have you had any talks or negotiations with regard to this in the last month with members of Congress?
Look, I think an easy way to not get anything done is to negotiate in public. We're not going to do that. The 23 budget, I think, is the responsible thing to do, to hold enough revenues so Congress can use those if it wants to send legislation to the president that reduces the deficit and reduces costs for the American people.
Sabrina.
Thank you so much. You're placing a lot of emphasis with this budget on deficit reduction. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Is it an effort to persuade Senator Manchin and other senators who have raised concerns about the deficit, or does your administration believe that the deficit is in fact getting too high?
Let me remind you, this president sent up a budget. This is his second one. And in both budgets, he has paid for his proposals. This is a classic Joe Biden budget. So just as he did last year, we're putting forward proposals that do two things. Establishes a tax system that's fair, where corporations and the wealthiest pay their fair share, but it has the added benefit of paying for needs of the American people, like reducing child care.
What specific proposals beyond the wealth tax would lower the deficit by $1 trillion over the next decade, as you say?
So one, we're already in the process from last year to this year, reducing the deficit by $1.3 trillion. The proposals in the budget would also bring about another $1 trillion decrease. In addition to the billionaire income tax proposal that we have in the budget, we also believe that we should take the individual rate back to 39.6%, and also bring corporate tax rates back up, not even quite back up to where they were before the Trump tax cuts.
Steve?
Cecilia, you mentioned that the Ukraine invasion is going to have a complicated inflation. Could you talk a little bit more about that? What should Americans expect? Higher gasoline prices, food? What do you think?
So as the president has said, this is an important place for the United States. This is an important moment for democracy. But what we do know is that Putin's invasion of Ukraine will have impacts on both energy prices and food prices. So as the president has said, we can expect that while our sanctions are going to have their focus and most of their impact on the Russian economy, that we can expect that we will see a bit of impact in the United States as well. So the first we're seeing is some impact on gas prices and oil prices. We can also expect through fertilizer and energy prices to see some impact on food. That said, the president is focused on doing what he can to ensure that those increases are contained and that they are not, they're doing what he can to ease them for the American people. So that is, he's worked with our partners to increase an additional 60 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And he has other options on the table that he will be considering as they come up. In terms of food prices, the U.S., we don't expect a shortage here. Because we are net exporters, but we are acutely aware of the fact that there are regions in the world that depend heavily on exports of wheat in particular and other grains from the Ukraine and Russia, and we're working with our partners to ensure to minimize the impacts globally.
Nancy.
Just for Dr. Rouse, just following up on what you said, how is the White House preparing to deal with those food shortages, particularly when it comes to wheat, in places like Africa, the Middle East, and the developing countries? And should U.S. farmers grow more wheat this year instead of corn and soybeans, given those possible food shortages?
So first of all, we are a net exporter of many of those food commodities, and farmers respond to price signals. And so with the price of food rising, they will be responding by making additional plantings and trying to take advantage of the increased price signals. So the market will work as the market will work. But the U.S. is working with our partners. USAID is right in the middle of it, and other international food organizations to get the food and to ease the price pressures for other countries around the world.
Just to follow up on that, I'm sorry, to follow up on that, is there, are you having, is there any, are you think, I'm sorry, have you considered altering the sanctions to make it clear that there's no restrictions on agricultural trade with Russia?
So the sanctions have always had carve-outs for humanitarian needs. The focus of the sanctions was to be on Putin and his close circle, but to minimize to the extent possible the impact on the Russian people. So there has been a carve-out for humanitarian aid, and we will absolutely be working to ensure that they get the food that they need.
So you just spoke about unemployment.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. I wanted to follow up on what the administration's proposed in police funding. So $3.2 billion is for grants, local and state grants. Then the other $30 billion, the White House has called it, quote, mandatory resources to support law enforcement. What does it mean by mandatory? And how will that money flow to presumably local governments and states for police forces?
So as you know, the budget, two major spending categories: discretionary, which will go through the appropriations process. That is where we're asking for the $3.2 billion. There are traditional accounts like the community-oriented policing account and burn jag that the Appropriations Committee already funds. We're asking for increases in those accounts. The mandatory side, it is a new proposal. We would have to work with and are planning to work with the authorizers who typically move mandatory legislation on the parameters of that funding. But what is clear, and you heard the President talk about this earlier, in addition to cops on the beat, we want a community focus. We also know that it takes a comprehensive approach, that police forces around the country should have mental health services, psychiatrists. That's why our community violence initiative, we're asking for money not only in DOJ and in HHS on the discretionary side. So the plan is on the mandatory side is a new proposal to work with those authorizing committees to ensure that it is both strong on the policing side, but also have these wraparound services.
On the mandatory side, are there any goals in terms of how many more police officers could be added nationwide, or any priorities? You mentioned a couple of them, but in terms of what you want to see this money used on, and how much leeway will police forces have versus it coming down from the federal government on where the money can go?
As you know, these decisions are best made at the local level, not even the state most often when it comes to policing efforts. So what we plan on doing is working with the judiciary committees to ensure that we provide flexible enough funding, but be very clear that we expect a community focus, and also that we have the wraparound services necessary, including mental health services, to make sure that we bring down violence in our communities.
When you talk about unemployment, do you take into account the millions of Americans who have left their job? Do you take that into account? So we're calling on MJ.
You all have said that the inflation estimates for this budget were set in November, and if the invasion were to be taken into account, the outlook would look pretty different. So should we expect an updated analysis from this administration on that front to take into account the invasion? And also, just in terms of the timeline, do you all have an estimate for when people can expect things to level out again? Can we expect that during this calendar year?
So we will be doing a mid-session update of our budget later this summer. That is typically what we do. And obviously for next year's budget, we will use a new budget that will not be quite as old, at least for next year. Outside forecasters who have been, who are studying this as well, expect that inflation will be higher than they were anticipating back when we locked our budget, so then at the beginning of the year before the invasion. But they do expect that as we learn to maintain economic activity while we are still working through this pandemic, while supply chains continue to improve, although obviously there's uncertainty there with, for example, lockdowns in China, but we expect them to work through that we expect supply chain challenges to ease. We do expect inflation to ease this year and into next year.
We have a 4:15 out, so we're going to need to go. But just send us any other questions you have in the press office.
What happened to Jake Sullivan? Where's Jake Sullivan?
Jake Sullivan.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Thank you.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, where we bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the country. The CDC is now recommending a second booster shot for adults over the age of 50 and also populations most vulnerable. But with cases starting to flatten and cases coming down, is it necessary? Well, Fox Milwaukee is looking at the latest.
The CDC is now recommending a second booster shot for the community's most vulnerable, but with restrictions relaxing and COVID-19 cases flattening, is it really necessary? Our Christina Van Zelst joins us live now in Milwaukee with what the health experts are saying.
And Steph, right now, a lot of pharmacies might not have those doses available right away because this recommendation was just made today. But in the meantime, health experts say, yes, people should consider getting double boosted. Life might feel on track to being normal as COVID-19 cases are flattening, but health officials say not so fast.
While the numbers have gone down, they're not down to zero. The disease is still spreading.
The CDC recommending people 50 and up and immunocompromised individuals to get an additional booster 4 months after their first. But is it necessary?
Right now, this feels nice. No masks. We're going about our business. School's back in session just like normal. And if we want to keep it that way, the best way to protect our communities against having to go back to those mitigation strategies is to be vaccinated and boosted.
Health experts say yes, vaccines and boosters still the best way to ensure a layer of protection, even as restrictions are relaxed. But that doesn't mean everyone is going to jump at the opportunity to get double boosted.
I think some people wonder if there's harm in getting all these extra shots. Like it's unusual for our vaccines to need to get these doses in such quick succession. And it really is a function of the pandemic and how many different variants are being created.
Ascension physician Margaret Hennessy says it's safe and worth it. It's the small steps she's willing to take to ensure life as we know it today will remain on track to normal.
Personally, as somebody who is over 50 years old, I am definitely going to get this booster when it's finally approved and officially available.
Health experts don't believe people will need to get boosted every 4 months in the future. They say right now it's because of those variants. Reporting live in Milwaukee, Christina Van Zelst, Fox 6 News.
Still unknowns. All right, Christina, thank you.
Christina Van Zelst, Fox 6 News.
Still unknowns. All right, Christina, thank you.
And of course, this is also having travel restrictions changing as well, and Fox has the latest on this.
As COVID cases decline nationwide, we're seeing more restrictions being lifted, with a focus this week on travel. The CDC announcing Wednesday it's dropping its recommendation against cruise ship travel, ending a tiered warning system that had been in place for about 2 years. But the agency says just because the warnings are gone does not mean there's no risk. Earlier this week, the cruise ship Ruby Princess docked in San Francisco with at least 70 confirmed COVID cases, despite the fact that everyone was fully vaccinated and had to provide a negative test result before boarding.
All these people coming out to San Francisco to, move on to their next destination who are sick but never got tested. It's just worrisome.
Not all COVID-era mandates are going away. The nationwide masking requirement for public transportation is still in effect, and now 21 states are suing the Biden administration, asking the courts to declare the mandate illegal.
It has caused so much confusion, so much chaos, so much pressure on the employees. And as you know, the airlines themselves have demanded that the administration take a look at that.
But with the Omicron subvariant BA.2 now the dominant strain in the U.S., public health officials say it's too soon to be pulling back on measures that have been effective over the past 2 years.
It's prudent to try to keep transmission low so that the BA.2 variant doesn't, explode and become a real problem.
The mask mandate for public transportation is scheduled to end on April 18 unless extended by the TSA. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
And Fox has also had a package on COVID-19 and another important topic, COVID-19 combined with mental health. Let's take a look.
The Omicron subvariant BA.2 remains the dominant strain in the U.S., and public health officials warn it could drive a spike in COVID cases in the next 1 to 2 weeks. CDC data show cases climbing in more than a dozen states, though lagging indicators such as hospitalizations and deaths are at their lowest levels of the pandemic. Mayo Clinic doctors urge Americans not to panic.
We will see increasing cases in many parts of the United States, but it's not thought to result in a large surge like we experienced in January and early February of this year.
Ahead of a possible surge, Congress is reportedly close to securing more federal funding for COVID vaccines, testing, and treatments. The $10 billion deal could see final approval as soon as next week.
We really need Congress to make sure they continue to support the COVID recovery response so that governors and mayors and people in the street continue to get the supports they need.
Meanwhile, a grim new survey is highlighting the pandemic's impact on teenagers. According to the CDC, about 37% of high school students experienced poor mental health between January and June of last year. More than half said they suffered emotional abuse from an adult in their home. The agency says school played a major role in the mental health of youth. Students who felt connected to peers and adults were less likely to report feelings of sadness. The CDC says school communities will be key to addressing the mental health crisis. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
We'll take a quick break, but when we return after the break, we will have the latest Pentagon press briefing. Thank you all for being with us and joining us here on Live Now from Fox on this Sunday. I'm Stephanie Weaver.
Russia has attempted now for going on a month to sell this war of theirs to its domestic audience as a, quote, liberation of the Donbass. However, the intensified rhetoric over the last year and in the lead-up to Russia's invasion demonstrated that the Kremlin's real intent was to overthrow the democratically elected government and to occupy or annex large portions of Ukraine. The posture of Russian forces around Kyiv, along much of the Black and the Azov Sea coasts, and in central and northeastern Ukraine indicates the geographic scale of this ambition. They've been attacking Ukraine, as we have been talking about now for several weeks, on multiple lines of axis. Russia's intent was to replace Ukrainian regional and national authorities and create so-called people's republics, as displayed recently in Kherson province. The rapid advance to Kyiv in the initial days of the war showed very clearly for all of us that Kyiv and the capital city was a key objective for the Russians. So we ought not be fooling, and nobody should be fooling ourselves, by the Kremlin's now recent claim that it will suddenly just reduce military attacks near Kyiv, or any reports that it's going to withdraw all its forces. Has there been some movement by some Russian units away from Kyiv in the last day or so? Yeah, we think so. Small numbers. But we believe that this is a repositioning, not a real withdrawal, and that we all should be prepared to watch for a major offensive against other areas of Ukraine. It does not mean that the threat to Kyiv is over. Russia has failed in its objective of capturing Kyiv. It's failed in its objective of subjugating Ukraine. But they can still inflict massive brutality on the country, including on Kyiv. We see that even today in continued airstrikes against the capital city. Mr. Putin's goals stretch far beyond the Donbass. The Russian Ministry of Defense's recent talking points may be an effort to move the goalposts, moderating Russia's immediate goals and spinning its current lack of progress as part of what would be next steps. But it's too early to judge what additional actions the Kremlin may take. No amount of spin can mask what the world has witnessed over the past month, and that's the courage and the military prowess of Ukraine's armed forces and its people, which are proving to be more than what Russia bargained for in its unprovoked and unjustified invasion. Now, that prowess is not accidental. We've talked about that a little bit. It's partly a result of the training and the support we and other allies over the last 8 years have been given to the Ukrainian armed forces. The United States, together with our allies and partners, we're going to continue to provide that support going forward to meet their security needs as they bravely stand up to this Russian aggression. I thought it was really important to kind of set the level straight there on that, because I've seen, again, lots of reporting here on these so-called withdrawals. Now, in other news, Balakatan 22 started this week. This is a long-standing annual bilateral military exercise conducted between the U.S. military and the armed forces of the Philippines. It's a key component of our alliance cooperation. The exercise features planning, operations, exchanges, and activities that increase both our nation's military capabilities to provide for the mutual defense of the Philippine archipelago. Exercise activities will occur at multiple locations throughout the Republic of the Philippines and will consist of three primary components: a bilateral staff exercise, joint interoperability events, and combined interoperability events, as well as humanitarian and civic assistance efforts. With more than 3,800 members of the Armed Forces of the Philippines and 5,100 U.S. service members, this will be the largest iteration of Balakatan to date. We look forward to a meaningful, productive exercise, and we're grateful for that terrific relationship that we have with the Armed Forces of the Philippines. And then last but not least, today, the final COVID-19 response teams in active duty status who were supporting 59 cities across 30 states completed their mission at the University of Utah Hospital in Salt Lake City. Since the onset of the outbreak, more than 24,000 military members in active duty status have provided support to the whole of government effort. This support included approximately 5,800 military medical providers that supported hospitals and other civilian medical facilities, more than 5,000 military medical personnel administering vaccines at federal community vaccination centers, as well as military personnel who assisted citizens when they were initially repatriated back to the U.S. in the very early days of the outbreak. In January of this year, the department activated more than 1,000 service members in support of the President's direction to mobilize additional military medical personnel. And of those service members, DoD deployed nearly 700 who supported 25 hospitals in 14 states just from January to March. The rest of these military members were on standby throughout that time period, ready to deploy at the request of FEMA if they were required. It's important to note that while the Title X COVID-19 response may have come to a close as of this morning, there are still more than 10,800 National Guard soldiers and airmen supporting COVID-19 response efforts in at least 43 states, territories, and the District of Columbia. And I also want to add that NORTHCOM remains postured as well to deploy more personnel if requested. And of course, the Secretary wants to take this opportunity to pass on his personal gratitude and that of all senior leaders at the department for the extraordinary work that the men and women of this department have done throughout the pandemic, but certainly in just the last few months to work so hard in support of civilian medical practitioners. And with that, we'll take questions. Bob.
Thank you, John. On Ukraine, when you say you are seeing small numbers of Russian troops moving, you say they're repositioning. Would that be, by small, do you mean like less than a battalion tactical group?
Yeah. I would, this is very early on, Bob, so we don't have a number estimate, but it's certainly not a significant chunk of the multiple battalion tactical groups that Russia has arrayed against Kyiv. So we can confirm that we've seen a small number start to reposition, but I'd really be reticent to get into an exact number or try to put a unit on it. It's not anywhere near a majority of what they have arrayed against Kyiv.
And when you say repositioning, can you say, I mean, are they moving like north into Belarus, or are they repositioning for what you described as potentially an offensive somewhere else?
I would say at this early stage, we see the movement more northward, but again, it's too early to tell, Bob, what the destination is, what the final purpose is, and you know where exactly these troops are going to go long term. We assess that it is likely more repositioning to be used elsewhere in Ukraine. Where exactly, we don't know. I would just note that the Russians themselves have said, in the same breath they're saying they're withdrawing, that they are reprioritizing the Donbass area, eastern Ukraine.
So they could move there.
Again, that's a question better put to the Russian Ministry of Defense if they'll ever give you a straight answer. But again, they have said themselves that they're reprioritizing that part of Ukraine.
Right.
Yeah.
You mentioned obviously that if they're redeploying, have you seen any signs that Russia's pulled back on actually sending supplies into Ukraine? Or are they still basically continuing their own convoys of moving supplies, fuel, food, anything like that? Or if they stopped doing that, it is just the troops that have basically...
Again, very early stages here. They've only just recently, in the last few hours, made this proclamation. So we have seen a small number begin to move away from Kyiv. That's about the most I can give you. I don't have any information on their resupply efforts for troops that are still arrayed against Kyiv. I would remind that the Russians still have a significant majority of their assembled combat power, to include logistics and sustainment capability, available to them inside Ukraine. Yeah.
Thank you, John. So just trying to understand something. If you're talking about a small number, do you think just what you're seeing now, or do you think there's going to be more numbers? Because you're saying they might be pulling out these forces to redeploy somewhere else. If they are small numbers, are they going to make any difference if they were redeployed? Is it the beginning of something?
It's a great question for Minister Shoigu. I don't know, Fadi. All I can tell you is what we're seeing. We're seeing a small number now that appears to be moving away from Kyiv. This on the same day that the Russians say they're withdrawing. But we're not prepared to call this a retreat or even a withdrawal. We think that what they probably have in mind is a repositioning to prioritize elsewhere.
And do they still have enough forces on the ground around Kyiv in case they decided to basically relaunch some kind of attack on the city?
Again, I'm not going to predict what the Russian military plan is here. To my answer to Bob, very, very small numbers that we've seen move at this point. They still have the vast majority of the forces that they had assembled around Kyiv are still there. As I've said before, we largely assess that they are in a defensive posture. They have several days ago stopped trying to advance on Kyiv and sort of took up defensive positions. Yeah.
Thanks, John. 3 questions, please. Can you update us on the
start
number?
writing.
Can you update us on the number of missiles? I'll just ask one more at a time if that's easier.
That's actually much easier.
Yeah. What's the number of missiles that Russia's launched into Ukraine at this point?
I don't have an update on the missiles. You know, we know that they have since the beginning of this launched more than 1,000, but I don't have an exact number.
Okay. Secondly, does the Pentagon still consider Russia a near-peer competitor?
I think you can take away from what we talked about yesterday when we released the budget, and we talk about Russia as an acute threat, and that's how we're looking at Russia right now.
But that's not the same as what you've been saying. You've been saying near-peer competitors, Russia and China, and now we're hearing acute threat. So has it changed in the Pentagon's view?
We consider Russia as an acute threat based on certainly what we've been seeing happen over the last month.
Okay, and then my last question is about Ukraine's peace proposal. It seems like they envision some sort of security guarantee, like Article 5 with NATO, with a country like Poland or Turkey or Canada. So my question is, does the Pentagon think that's feasible? Because these are NATO countries, and establishing some sort of collective defense with the NATO country would essentially bring in all of NATO with this. So does the Pentagon find a proposal like that feasible?
I think we're not going to get ahead of where Ukraine and Russia are on their discussions. This has got to be a negotiation between Russia and Ukraine, and we're certainly not going to get in the middle of that or get ahead of where that is right now. I would just say a couple of things, Carla. One, Russia should negotiate in good faith. They have an opportunity here, an opportunity they have missed many, many times over the last month to end this war and to do it responsibly and to negotiate in good faith. So we hope that they'll do that. But the war could end today if Mr. Putin did the right thing and actually did withdraw all his forces from Ukraine and respect Ukrainian sovereignty. And again, as for what that settlement looks like, that's really between Russia and Ukraine. We wouldn't dictate the terms, and we wouldn't want to get ahead of that process. Let me go back over here, David.
As I understand military tactics, when you retreat, you leave forces in place to cover the retreat. So are the movements that you're seeing so far, are they consistent with what a retreat from Kyiv would look like? And what would it take to convince the Pentagon that Russia had given up on its intent to seize Kyiv?
So too soon to tell on the first question, David. Again, this is only hours old here that the Russians made this announcement, and we've only seen very small numbers of troops actually just begin to move away from Kyiv. So way too soon to make a judgment on, covering forces and that kind of thing. I think what would it take for us to believe it? I think I'd go back to my answer to Carla. It would be to see them take all their forces out of Ukraine, move them out, get them back to home station, and negotiate in good faith. It's just too soon to know, based on what they've said today, what their real intent is here. That said, we believe, let me put it another way, that this is really more of a piece of repositioning. And again, we're basing some of that on the clear indications that they are reprioritizing in the Donbass. Yeah.
I'm going to take another run at the acute threat, Russia being an acute threat. So does that change in language signal a change in Russia's priority level for the department? I mean, in your summary documents, it's listed right after China. Does it still occupy the same priority level, or has it gone up, or has it gone down with this new language?
I mean, Russia and the threat posed by Russia has remained a priority here at the department. If you're asking me to rack and stack it like like a baseball card collection, I'm not going to do that. But clearly, we assess Russia to be an acute threat. We've been pretty clear about that. You don't have to look any further than what you've seen them do over the last 30 days to see that we're justified in and labeling them as such. And again, you said it yourself. It's pretty clear in the points that we've delivered since delivering the budget yesterday, and in our strategy that Russia remains a significant issue for the department.
And if I could just follow up on the COVID Title X support and that ending, could you just talk about the conditions that led to that decision, the general conditions that led to the decision to end that?
To end the support? I mean, we were doing this in support of FEMA and the interagency effort, so we took our guidance from the need out there by FEMA.
There's been a reduction in...
Yeah, I mean, there's just the conditions that are better in the country, and the need for... Remember, what we were doing was taking the pressure off civilian practitioners so that they could do the treatment. So most of our medical personnel that were operating in hospitals were not really doing COVID treatment. They were taking the pressure off other burdens, that pressure was appreciated and welcomed, and has been alleviated, and in concert with discussions with FEMA and civilian health practitioners, we all deemed collectively that now was the right time to pull back that support. But I want to state again, as I said in my opening statement, Northern Command stands ready in case there's more need. I mean, we can flex. We didn't even deploy, as I said, all the troops that we had put on readiness to do this mission. So we could flex up again if needed. I mean, this pandemic, as you well know, is a living thing, and it changes over time. So we're grateful for the ability, we're grateful for the chance that we had to contribute to this, and we'll stand by and stay ready. And again, at the risk of sounding redundant, I want to also point out the fact that you still have, more than 10,000 National Guardsmen that are still at it. They're still at it in the States. Nancy.
Thank you. I'd like to go back to the repositioning. Have you seen any territorial losses or newly contested areas around Kiev for Russia since it repositioned its forces? And also, have you seen any change in the amount or type of missile strikes Russia has launched on Kiev in the last few days that you feel would be tied to this repositioning or focused towards the Donbass?
We have seen the Ukrainians push back around Kyiv, particularly in suburbs to the west of Kyiv, where the Ukrainians have retaken ground. I don't have a list of the towns, but we have seen them retake some territories to the west of Kyiv. And as you saw, we talked about this not about a week ago, to the east of Kyiv, where the Russians were on the outskirts of Brovary, and the Ukrainians pushed them back to almost more than 50 kilometers away from the city. So we have seen them do that around Kyiv, again, to the west and to the east. I don't have a breakdown of the airstrikes that are happening. I couldn't give you like a number over the course of time. It's just that we do continue to see Kyiv being struck from the air. So the threat to Kyiv is not over.
That is, the repositioning in Donbass has not manifested in terms of a market change in the strikes on the capital. Is that
again? I can't quantify it, Nancy. Over the course of a day or two, I don't have a count of how many strikes are happening on Kyiv, and we've never given you that because we just don't have it. But we do continue to see strikes on Kyiv. So we're not convinced that the threat to the capital city has been radically diminished here by this proclamation by the Russian Ministry of Defense. Barbara, did you have one? No? Tara?
Thanks. Could you give us a sense of if Russian forces are spread evenly throughout Ukraine, or how many battalion tactical groups they kind of concentrated against Kyiv versus the east, and how you've seen that shift?
Yeah, again, as you know, I've been very careful not to lay out Russian operations. It's not prudent for me to do it, and we don't have exact details of where every battalion tactical group is. So I couldn't tell you how many troops are arrayed against Kyiv versus Kharkiv and Chernihiv, and certainly in the Donbass. What I can tell you is that the vast majority of the assembled force that we saw against Kyiv is still there. We've only seen a small number begin to move away from Kyiv, mostly to the north. We'll watch this over the course of the coming days, and to the degree we can describe for you what we're seeing, we'll do that. We have seen, even before the Russians said that they were going to prioritize the Donbass and the east, we saw them begin to pick up the pace there. More aggressive operations, more active campaigning against towns and villages in the Donbass. That continues today. But look, I mean, the Donbass has been a hot war for the last 8 years. And we definitely have seen the intensity pick up. And again, where that goes, we don't know. We've also seen the Ukrainians be just as active in the Donbass and trying to push back on the Russians there.
Can you give us a sense of, did they put the bulk of their forces against Kyiv, or did they?
Again, I don't want to give you a breakdown here. We have been talking now for a month about sort of three main axes of approach by the Russians, right? North and northeast, Kyiv, Chernihiv, and Kharkiv. All really, that whole northern grouping was really designed against the capital city. The effort to cut off Kyiv. Then the east in the Donbass, which again has been a hot war now for 8 years, and the Russians poured more resources in there. And then in the south. And in the south, as we've been talking about, coming out of Crimea, they basically split to the northwest and to the northeast. To the northeast against Mariupol, which obviously there's a lot of heavy fighting still going on there. You guys have seen that for yourselves. And then to the northwest out of Crimea up to Kherson, and then what we saw was an attempt to take the town of Mykolaiv, which they have not been able to do. And as I think we've talked about in recent days, you've seen that the Ukrainians are actually scrapping it out for Kherson as well. So those are the three main groupings and three main lines of effort. They, up until recently, we had still assessed that was their plan was to, as I said in my opening statement, to occupy and annex Ukraine using approaches on those three lines of effort. Again, now we think that they're going to prioritize the east. They have been stalled in the north, and the progress in the early days they had made in the south, they had made progress. Now that's stalled out. And we see them prioritizing the east. But I couldn't quantify that for you, Tara. I don't have their order of battle on that level of detail. Let me go to someone on the phone. I haven't done that yet. Let's see. Courtney.
Hi, thanks. Can you talk a little bit about the president's comments yesterday when he said that U.S. troops, he seems that U.S. troops are training Ukrainian military inside Poland. What kind of training are they providing, and how long has that been going on?
Yeah, Corey, I think General Walters dealt with this pretty well at his hearing this morning in front of the Senate Armed Services Committee. There is, there's some liaising going on as the Ukrainians go into Poland, for instance, and they are we're transposing shipments of material to them, and so there's some general liaising going on in that regard, and that's what the president was referring to. Janie.
Thank you, Don. Everybody finish Ukraine issues.
Do you want me to stay on? Why don't I come back to you? You want to do that? Would that be fair? Yeah. We'll do that. Yeah, I promise. I'll get back to you.
Can I follow up on this question of Kyiv? One more question. From a military perspective, does the Pentagon think that the Russian forces were basically defeated in their attempt to take Kyiv, and this campaign?
I said that. I said as much in my opening statement. They failed to take Kyiv.
So yeah. That's a defeat to their forces, basically.
They failed to take Kyiv, and we believe that Kyiv was a key objective for them. Yeah, Louis.
Don, you used the word spin in your remarks.
Yes, I did.
You've also confirmed small numbers leaving. Did you note those small numbers leaving before the Russians made public their proposal today, that that this was being done in good faith? So in other words, are the words following actions that you've already seen taking place in Russia?
Yeah, I couldn't give you a time hack, Louis, exactly whether it was exactly the moment that the Russians decided to announce it, roughly, same day kind of observation. But we're not taking anything they say at face value. I'm being as honest with you as I can. Small number, scene started to move. we're not prepared to buy the Russian argument that it's a withdrawal. Again, our assessment is that their intention is to reposition forces and bolster their efforts elsewhere.
So the word spin is accurate to what you've been describing, what you just described?
I'm comfortable with the way I characterized it. Helene Cooper.
Hey, thanks, Kirby. I want to take another whack at, because I feel like you're describing, it sounds like you are describing, it's been 5 weeks, almost 5 weeks now, and it sounds very much like you're describing a failed military campaign. Would you go that far, or is that too much? I mean, what we're seeing now, is this a failure is it a failed military campaign?
I mean, I don't think we're prepared to slap a bumper sticker on this thing right now. I mean, there are still people dying. There's still bombs falling. There's still missiles flying. And there's still give and take on the battlefield. So I don't think we're ready to call it one way or another here. What I would tell you is, as I said in my opening statement, they failed to take Kyiv, which we believe was a key objective. I mean, and again, you just have to look at what they tried to do in those early days to see that they wanted Kyiv. They didn't get it. In the last few days, they hunkered down into defensive positions, basically stopped advancing. And now they're saying, and we're seeing small numbers move away. So we'll see where this goes. But step back, they also, failed to really take and hold any major population centers. They haven't taken Kharkiv. They haven't taken Chernihiv. They haven't taken Mariupol. And while we assess they took Kherson, that's back in play right now. So if you count maybe Berdansk on the Azov coast, even that is contested. I mean, you saw the Ukrainians basically sank one of their amphibious ships in the port there of Berdansk. So not only did they not manage to take Kyiv, they've not managed to take any population centers, and the Ukrainians have been fighting back very hard. So it's hard to see how they are succeeding in any one place, except at the death and destruction they're causing to these population centers and to the civilian population. And that's something we can't lose sight of. Megan.
So about 14,000 troops you guys have committed to sending to Europe in one way or another, either for NATO or to individual countries. And there's a few thousand left over from who's actually been sent, who you've announced that you're going to send. Are you still trying to get up to that 14,000 number? Are you still looking to source units to get there? And do the peace talks have any bearing on whether you're thinking you're going to send more people or not?
Yeah, it's not like... the 14,000 is a goal here. The secretary wanted as many options available to him and to the president, and so we put someone prepared to deploy, and we sent someone forward. It is about options. It's not about a number goal. It's about capabilities and making sure that we've got the right capabilities. So we're constantly reviewing that. And not that you asked this, but as a matter of fact, I can let you know that that you've all been tracking a Marine Corps exercise, Cold Response, up in Norway. So I can tell you that a command and control unit from Marine Air Control Group 28, which is based at Cherry Point, has now been repositioned to Lithuania. That's about 200 people. So they finished the exercise. They're in Lithuania now. And about 10 Marine Corps F-18 Hornets from Beaufort, South Carolina, and a couple of Marine Corps C-130s are now going to be repositioned to Eastern Europe. I don't have an exact destination right now, but they're going to be repositioned, and that's another 200 personnel. So, I mean, we're trying to stay flexible here. Just yesterday we talked about some growlers coming out of Whidbey Island. It's not about a number goal. It's really about capabilities, and it's based on constant conversations with our NATO allies on the eastern flank.
Are those Marines NATO response force committed, or are they just individual?
Right now, these are individual decisions based on available capability that we had and in talking to our NATO allies. I don't, as you probably saw in the NATO summit, I mean, they announced another 4 battle groups, and I think the nations are still filling those out. I think we're leading the one in Poland. Other nations like France, I think, is leading Romania, so they're still filling some of these out. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, you've been patient.
Yeah.
We'll go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all floor. I have a application.
Go ahead.
I just be patient. And,
Go ahead.
I have an application about the North Korean's ICBM launch. When North Korea launched new ICBM last week, there is a report that the Pentagon refused the South Korea request to respond immediately to North Korea. Why did Pentagon, along with the South Korea, refused to fire an immediate response to?
Why did we refuse to fire an immediate response to this?
I mean, with the South Korea and United States, supposedly they joined the fire training response to the North Korea. But the Pentagon refused to South Korea, don't do this, because, why did you do that? Why Pentagon refused this?
Well, look, I'm not.
Here's the story that General Nakamura, U.S. Korea Forces, Combined Forces Commander, has conducted the Pentagon, but Pentagon refused to fire an immediate response to North Korea. That is the story that what.
Okay, I haven't seen the story. I'm not sure what you mean by fire an immediate response.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that means. But look.
So South Korean, they after launch the North Korean ICBM, South Korea started to respond to fire 111 minutes later. This is so late because it took so late to respond to.
You mean the statement that we issued?
Yes.
Look, we respond with the time and the care that we believe is required based on these provocations. I mean, there's no ill intent towards our South Korean allies here. I mean, it's a sovereign nation. They are, and if they want to issue a response on their timeline, then we certainly respect that. We responded, we responded in a way that we felt was appropriate to our own initial analysis of the launch. Look, let's not get hung up on who's issuing a statement first, or whether it's together, or whether we say the right things. I mean, let's focus on the real issue here, which is security on the Korean Peninsula, and the fact that the alliance is still really strong, that fact that we constantly consult with our South Korean allies about readiness on the peninsula, and that we did make a statement. We did note it. And, oh, by the way, in recent weeks, we've actually changed the way we're doing ISR there in and around the peninsula because of recent provocations by the North.
Okay, I have another one.
Of course.
There's U.S. and South Korea are analyzing North Korea ICBM as a Hwasong 15, but North Korea claims it is a Hwasong 17, 2 steps up. Do you know why this information is so different between North Korea and United States?
I would just tell you that we assessed that launch was a probable ICBM, and we continue to analyze the test in close coordination with our allies and partners, to include the South Koreans. I don't have an update for you beyond that.
Can I follow up on North Korea for just 1 second?
Sure.
So, I know the administration often has its constructed answers about the North Korean missile threat, and so I understand that fully. But beyond those constructed answers, is there anything you can tell us about your concerns about the most recent missile test, given the distance and altitude that the North Koreans achieved? Your concerns about the threat that kind of missile capability that they successfully achieved poses, and can you tell us anything about your latest assessment about potential activity at their underground nuclear test site?
I'm not going to talk about intelligence assessments, Barbara. I think you know that. And we are still, as I said to Janie, we're still analyzing this last test. I'm not going to get ahead of that process. But we've been very clear about the threat that the North Korean ballistic missile program continues to pose to the region. And that includes their continued efforts to advance their nuclear program. But I'm not gonna speak about intelligence systems. We remain concerned about the North Koreans, their attempt to continue to improve their nuclear capability as well as their ballistic missile capability. It's provocative. It poses a threat to security on the peninsula and to the region, to our allies and partners. So if you're asking me, are we concerned about it? Absolutely we are.
So yeah. I hate to follow up one more time, but you just said concerned about their efforts to improve their nuclear capabilities. So
because every time you test, you learn. Every time you test, you learn.
But you said improve their nuclear capability. That's different than a missile.
It is.
So are you seeing them work right now? Are you saying you're seeing them work right now towards improving?
I'm not speaking to press reports that I've seen out there about potential future tests. But we know that this is a program that they want to improve, and so of course we're concerned about efforts to do that.
Last week, Secretary Austin and South Korean Defense Secretary, so they have a telephone conversation. So do you know what particular talking about North Koreans missile launch, or the further next month trying to nuclear test?
Again, I'm not going to get into intelligence assessments about specifics on the North Korean program. We read that call out. I'm not going to go beyond that readout. Let me go to Idris from Reuters.
Hey, John. Just following up on Courtney's question about the liaising with Ukrainian forces when the handover of weapons happens. Could you sort of define what liaising means? Is it sort of a pat on the back saying go get them, or is it more of a this is how you use these weapons? Could you sort of define that?
Yeah, Idris, I mean, it's just general. It's general liaison with them as these shipments are handed over. I don't have exact details of every conversation that's had or what that looks like, but of course there are interactions as these Ukrainian soldiers take possession of some of this gear and this kit, and I really don't have more detail than that. Alex Horton, Washington Post.
Yeah, can you go back to Idris for his follow-up, please, and then come back? Thanks.
Thanks. The follow-up was, is that different from training in any way when you sort of quote-unquote liaise with them?
I think it's not training in the classic sense that that many people think of training. I would just say it's liaising. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm kind of curious about what some senior defense officials told us last week about indications that the Russians are being more aggressive in the east. Now that you're a very capable analyst, have looked at it more, I was wondering if you could give us more details on what those signs are in Donbass. And have you seen any kind of intensity pickup, within the last couple of days, specifically when it comes to their supposed movements around Kiev?
Yeah, again, without getting into a blow-by-blow of Russian operations, it's not our war, it's their war. But I can tell you we have seen increased activity, offensive activity by Russian forces in the Donbass, going after more towns and villages, trying to... that's one. Number two, and we've talked about this before, making an effort to come south out of a town called Izium, moving south and southeast to try to pin down Ukrainian armed forces that are in the Donbass. It's one of the reasons why we believe they are fighting for Mariupol, because we believe one goal of them could be to use Mariupol as a way to go north and to sort of close off the Donbass. And again, we have seen them... without getting into too much specifics here, we have seen them try to reinforce their footprint in the Donbass, and that's about as far as I'm going to go on that, Alex. Yeah, in the back there.
John, thank you. So once the $800 million package fully arrives in Ukraine, will the U.S. continue sending weapons to the Ukrainians, even with the Russians kind of pulling out from that Kyiv area? And then secondly, if there were to be a ceasefire, would the U.S. continue sending weapons to Ukraine?
I don't have any announcements to make beyond the President's $800 million package. We're working hard on that. There's already been several deliveries made on that package, and we're moving out as quickly as we can on it. And the President's been clear. We're going to continue to support, as I said in my opening statement, we're going to continue to support Ukraine for as fast as we can for as long as we can. I'm not going to get into hypotheticals about ceasefires and agreements and all that. Obviously, we want to see this war end. But for as long as Ukraine and the Ukrainian armed forces need assistance, the United States is going to be there to help provide it. Yeah. David.
So last week, a senior defense official said that he'd seen indications that Russian troops were coming out of Georgia for redeployment to Ukraine. At the time, he said they didn't know where they were going. But one assumption might be they were going to the Donbass since they had announced they were going to prioritize the Donbass. Now you just said that on the record that you've seen them reinforce their footprint in the Donbass. So have reinforcements from Georgia gone to the Donbass?
I haven't seen any indications that troops from Georgia have gone to the Donbass. Jeff Schogel.
Thank you. And this may sound like a smart aleck question, but I assure you it's not. When the Defense Department describes Russia as an acute threat, what does that mean? I'm having a hard time explaining it to my readers.
Yeah, I would point your readers to what we have seen over the last month here. Russia's unprovoked aggression against the nation state that posed no threat to them. I would point your readers to Russian interference in elections, not just here in the United States, but into nations in Europe. I would point to Russian activities in Syria to prop up the Assad regime and to continue the bloodshed in that country. I could go on and on. The actions of Mr. Putin and the Kremlin and Russian forces speak for themselves. And it would have been irresponsible for us not to address the Russia problem and the Russia threat in our national defense strategy, or even as we rolled out the budget and talked about some of the capabilities that we want to procure and maintain to deal with that acute threat. I'll take one more. Yep. I guess we're good. Go ahead.
So, following along with what David was asking, British intelligence has said Russia's Wagner Group is deployed to eastern Ukraine, is expected to send over 1,000 mercenaries for combat operations. Have you guys seen the same thing? Can you confirm that?
I won't get into specific intelligence assessments, Carla. But I'll go so far as to say that we certainly have seen indications that the Russians are leaning on private military contractors to bolster their efforts in Ukraine. I think I just leave it at that. Okay, thanks everybody. Appreciate it. That's it for today.